Chapter 1. The Lin family training ground, a vast expanse, was bustling with activity as the morning sun illuminated the scene. The children were engaged in their morning jogs. Physical exercise is the foundational step to cultivating combat energy. Only with a robust physique can one hope to harness such power. However, it seemed that Lin Feng might forever be destined to remain untouched by the essence of combat energy. The Lin family is a prestigious lineage steeped in the art of combat energy. As the legitimate son of the Lin family, Lin Feng was plagued by congenital blockage in his meridians, rendering him incapable of cultivating combat energy. Although he bore the title of young master, his standing within the family was inferior even to that of the gifted offspring of servants. Such is the harsh reality of noble families in the martial magic continent. Strength reigns supreme, and those endowed with power earn profound respect. This is an immutable law, not exclusive to the Lin family. As the children completed their final lap, they quickly arranged themselves into two neat rows at the center of the training ground. Observing Lin Feng lagging behind by a staggering 200 meters, a few of the children could not help but jeer. "Look at that waist, he's still in last place," remarked Lin Ao, another young master of the Lin family, whose extraordinary talent placed him at a 6th level of innate combat energy, earning him the favor of the family's elders. Most of the children in the training ground were of Lin blood, yet those among the family's guests and servants' offspring with considerable talent were also allowed to learn the basic martial skills alongside them. It was evident that among all the children present, Lin Feng's aptitude was the poorest, with not a trace of innate combat energy in blocked meridians. He was not merely a waste, he was the epitome of futility. The children of the servants were often precocious, adept at ingratiating themselves. Upon hearing Lin Ao's remarks, several voices chimed in agreement. "Idiot, still foolishly dreaming of cultivating combat energy, just roll away. Don't say that the young master is here to strengthen his body. But no matter what, he'll never cultivate combat energy, haha." Lin Feng's expression remained indifferent, his gaze fixed ahead, unperturbed by their taunts. He silently jogged to the back of the line and stood still, creating a third row solely occupied by himself. The instructor had grown accustomed to such formations. Perhaps he deemed it a normal occurrence. Lin Feng was an anomaly among them, devoid of hope for cultivating combat energy, yet still present to learn basic martial skills. A gesture of mercy from the family head, hoping to fortify his physique, unaware that such kindness brought Lin Feng greater distress and trouble. Clearing his throat, the instructor spoke loudly. "In a short while, the family competition will commence, and you're all 14 now. You should understand what this competition signifies." At this point, the instructor seemed to cast a deliberate glance towards Lin Feng at the back. "Those who fail to meet the standards will have their rights to continue training in the Lin family revoked. In such a case, being dispatched to manage business affairs in distant lands would be a stroke of luck for them. Finally, the eyesore is leaving. I must celebrate the occasion." Ling Ao market, watching Lin Feng. Since childhood, bullying Lin Feng had been his source of amusement. But today, Lin Feng seemed different from usual. The more composed Lin Feng appeared, the more Lin Ao yearned to provoke him. To Lin Ao, Lin Feng would forever remain a waste. What was there to fear? The instructor paid no heed to Lin Ao's mockery, for Lin Ao had long been cherished by the family elders, and his father held significant power within the Lin family. Naturally, a mere instructor would strive to curry favor with such a prominent figure. The instructor cleared his throat and announced, "Today we will conduct a martial skill assessment in pairs." All the boys had their partners, except for Lin Feng, who stood alone in the third row. Unfazed by this predicament, Lin Feng resorted to meditating on the spot. The instructor regarded Lin Feng with disdain, thinking to himself, "This troublesome fellow, a waste indeed, and with such poor social skills, it would be better if he just ran into a wall and spared me the hassle." Yet, despite his thoughts, the instructor proceeded with the lesson. With an impatient expression, he called out to Lin Feng, "You, come here. With your worthless physique, you possess no sensitivity to combat energy. What are you pretending for?" Lin Feng opened his eyes, and although his patience surpassed that of the boat's original owner, he could not help but feel a flicker of irritation. The instructor continued, "Show me a few martial techniques, and this assessment will be considered passed." The instructor thought to himself, I've already been more than generous. You haven't spent all these years without learning even a few basic techniques, have you? But Lin Feng simply replied, I cannot. This one statement infuriated the instructor. Lin Feng truly could not, having just traversed into this world less than 3 days prior. The martial skills once learned by the original owner had perished with his demise. Just as the instructor was about to erupt in anger, Lin Ao approached with a grin, addressing the instructor. Don't be angry, instructor. Lin Feng has just recovered from a serious illness and has been bedridden for so long that he must have forgotten everything. How about I assist him as a sparring partner to help jog his memory? The instructor, though annoyed, waved his hand in acquiescence. Would Lin Ao truly be so benevolent? Of course, not tormenting Lin Feng had always been his greatest pleasure, with no other reason than to find amusement in Lin Feng's suffering. Several sly youths were already stifling laughter, fully aware that Lin Ao harbored ill intentions, eager to take the opportunity to beat Lin Feng. Lin Feng possessed not a shred of combat energy, and his martial skills were non-existent. While Lin Ao had already attained a 5th level of combat energy, defeating Lin Feng would be as easy as child's play. Haha, this is going to be entertaining. Remember last year when Lin Ao pummeled Lin Feng so badly? His face was swollen. One youth whispered to another, cautious as if fearing Lin Feng might overhear. As it turned out, the youth was overly concerned. Lin Feng furrowed his brow and reluctantly agreed. The instructor, perhaps having grown accustomed to Lin Feng's mistreatment, considered it a natural state of affairs. He even advised Lin Feng, look, with such a cousin to help you practice martial skills, shouldn't you thank him? Lin Ao chuckled, we're all family here, what's there to thank for? As he spoke, he stepped forward, cracking his knuckles ominously. The surrounding youths gathered, their intentions clear to witness the spectacle of Lin Feng being beaten. Lin Feng appeared utterly oblivious, standing upright in the open space, exuding an aura of someone who had never learned even the slightest martial technique. Seeing Lin Feng's demeanor, Lin Ao taunted, Lin Feng, I'm here to help you review your martial skills, don't say I'm bullying you. Without waiting for Lin Feng's response, Lin Ao lunged forward as if fearing a change of heart, delivering a fierce right hook aimed squarely at Lin Feng's abdomen. A faint yellow light flickered around Lin Ao's fist. This strike clearly employed combat energy. While it may not have been lethal, it would undoubtedly result in substantial injury. Lin Ao's punch was swift, yet to Lin Feng, everything unfolded in slow motion. As Lin Ao unleashed his punch, the flow of combat energy and the nuances of his movements were all too apparent to Lin Feng. He discerned Lin Ao's cultivation level and physical strength with crystal clarity. The sharp crack of bone fracturing echoed, followed by a blood-curdling scream. The surrounding youths stood in stunned silence, while the instructor was momentarily taken aback. Only Lin Feng remained standing, appearing as if he had no martial skills whatsoever. In truth, he had merely struck Lin Ao's elbow with his fist, countering the attack. The instructor was the first to regain his composure. Disregarding how Lin Feng, the perennial waste, had managed to achieve this feat, he hurriedly scooped up the wailing Lin Ao and rushed to find a healer. As Lin Ao was the family's prodigy, and such an incident would surely bring repercussions for the instructor. Witnessing Lin Ao's broken arm, several youths who typically aligned with Lin Ao encircled Lin Feng, only to be deterred by Lin Feng's icy gaze. They began to compare themselves to Lin Ao, realizing that even the once invincible Lin Ao had been defeated in an instant, leaving them no better off. As Lin Feng departed amidst a swirl of varying expressions, anger, fear, curiosity, he returned to his room, silent and detached. This room, once belonging to Lin Feng, was now his own. Before his traversal, Lin Feng had also been named Lin Feng, a mere otaku from Earth. Just as he launched a newly downloaded game, he was struck by a lightning bolt, resulting in his current predicament. Upon arriving in this world, Lin Feng discovered he had assumed the role of a good-for-nothing young master. Yet, he found solace in the fact that he had brought along a game system, which enabled him to clear the blockages in his meridians, sparing him from repeating the original Lin Feng's tragic fate. The room he now occupied was modest, considerably smaller than the one he had in his previous life. As he settled his thoughts, Lin Feng recognized that he could never return. In this world, his mindset had undergone a significant transformation. He had grown markedly colder. Perhaps it was only by hardening his heart that he could hope to survive in this ruthless world of the survival of the fittest. As Lin Feng's thoughts stirred, a luminous screen materialized before him. Through countless experiments, Lin Feng discovered that others were oblivious to this ethereal display, much like how they remained unaware of the system that accompanied him. Prominently featured on the screen was an emblem composed of a sword and a skull. Within the hollow depths of the skull's eye sockets blazed an ominous flame, symbolizing Lin Feng's chosen vocation as a dark knight. Though this world was not one of games, the gaming system continued to operate within Lin Feng's being. Everything within the system had intertwined with this realm in a wondrous manner, resulting in extraordinary transformations. Lin Feng manipulated the screen, which promptly revealed his attributes. Level 20 Dark Knight, 200 points of battle aura, skills yet to be learned. In the gaming context, the mana consumed by the Dark Knight to unleash skills had now been replaced by battle aura, while the levels from the game had transitioned into ranks within this world. As a level 20 Dark Knight, Lin Feng stood at the equivalent of a second-tier practitioner in this reality, whereas Lin Ao merely occupied the first tier at level 5. In a world where practitioners were categorized into 100 levels across 10 tiers, Lin Ao's level 15 aspirations to defeat Lin Feng were, unsurprisingly, destined for failure. Reflecting upon the earlier skirmish, Lin Feng's brow furrowed. Although his battle aura had advanced rapidly, enabling him to ascend from an ordinary individual devoid of any battle aura to a second-tier knight in less than 3 days, this was solely attributed to his unique cultivation methods. In all honesty, such swift progression would not be feasible for him in the near future. What truly plagued Lin Feng was his frail physique. Despite the potency of his battle aura, its intensity bore no correlation to his physical condition. I may require some medicinal herbs to bolster my health. It is said that certain potions can be immensely beneficial, Lin Feng mused. Given that he inherited a significant portion of the original Buddhist memories, he was not unfamiliar with this world. However, elixirs do come at a price. Lin Feng reclined onto his bed, finally grasping the weight of financial burdens. Despite the formidable nature of the system accompanying him, the issue of monetary constraints genuinely vexed him. Medicinal remedies necessitated funds, and to expedite his battle aura's growth, he needed rare, dark attribute materials, which also posed a considerable expense. What to do? Lin Feng's estranged father had been missing for many years, and his feelings towards this unfeeling family were far from favorable. Yet, Lin Feng was still a man of resolve. A man of honor shall not be thwarted by financial woes. What avenues exist in games to amass wealth? Lin Feng recalled his system, naturally drawing parallels to online games. An epiphany struck him, and he bolted upright from his bed, slapping his thigh in excitement, exclaiming, "How did I not think of this sooner?" Secondary professions. In online games, various secondary professions were immensely lucrative, particularly in the game he had downloaded, where such roles were in high demand. With a spark of inspiration, Lin Feng summoned the luminous screen once more, seeking icons for secondary professions. Upon discovering 3 available options, he was filled with elation. A pharmacist could concoct various potions for healing and enhancing attributes. A puppet master could create formidable puppets that, once scaled, could challenge even entire armies single-handedly. However, the icons for these 2 professions were dimmed, indicating that Lin Feng lacked the requisite level to unlock them. A naturally optimistic individual, he thought that securing any secondary profession would suffice. Surely he could earn some gold coins. But when Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the final secondary profession, his heart skipped a beat. Alchemist? Lin Feng chuckled, teasing himself, internally turning stone into gold. Surely that would yield limitless wealth. Seeing that this profession was unlockable, Lin Feng wasted no time. With a mere thought, the alchemist icon burst into radiant light, and he successfully unlocked this secondary profession. Lin Feng was not naive enough to believe that an alchemist could genuinely transmute stone into gold. Just as he prepared to delve into the skills associated with this profession, a voice suddenly pierced through from outside his door. Clear and melodious, Lin Feng thought to himself that with such a voice, the girl must be quite charming. Yet, he also detected an underlying fury within her tone. Which young lady is calling for me? Lin Feng grinned mischievously, embodying a playful demeanor that seemed rather incongruous for his age. Although Lin Feng had surpassed the age of 20, he was still encased in the body of a 14-year-old boy, and while he exuded a certain charisma, he still bore traces of youthful innocence. At last, you have emerged. Are you Lin Feng? The young girl burst forth energetically, her face flushed with anger, making her all the more endearing. She appeared to be slightly older than Lin Feng, perhaps around 16 or 17, with flawless skin and striking features. Gazing at the young lady clad in a mage's robe, Lin Feng rubbed his nose, nodded, and replied with a smile, "Ah, so you are the charming sorceress. What brings you here?" Ultimately, if within his capacity, Zhang Yu aspired to rescue more souls. Once he ensured his own safety, he contemplated collaborating with the state, harnessing national power to resist the onslaught of cataclysmic events that present. His primary objective was to fortify himself. Currently, his extraordinary ability was to traverse time and space. According to the projections of top scholars post-apocalypse, the emergence of such powers resulted from the collision of two worlds, leading to a fracturing and merging of laws, thus causing mutations in global life and rules. These abilities themselves constituted a form of mutation, one that would grow stronger over time and through rigorous training. This mutation was stratified into levels, classified as E, D, C, B, A, S, and the legendary tier above S. The lower the tier, the easier it was to enhance one's powers, whereas the higher the tier, the more arduous the enhancement became. Scholars speculated that this was due to the increasing complexity and mystery of the rules involved in higher tier abilities, necessitating greater time and energy for their development. Presently, Zhang Yu's powers belonged to the legendary tier, and given the current environment, strengthening them seemed unlikely. The Earth had yet to experience the onset of cataclysm, leaving no energy available for the enhancement of extraordinary abilities. Moreover, even in future timelines, augmenting his current skill would require considerable time and training. A fact he was acutely aware of from his past life, where he possessed an S-tier spatial ability that in that life, he had toiled diligently, fighting against waves of mutated beasts while safeguarding the base, dedicating himself to honing his powers, only to feel a mere 1% increase in strength after an entire year. Thus, Zhang Yu could not pursue a path of power enhancement. Instead, he must utilize his abilities as a means to amass wealth and escape. Beyond his extraordinary powers, Zhang Yu understood that following the cataclysm, ancient martial arts, Taoist techniques, and magic, legendary arts, had emerged. Hence, his next focus should be on cultivating ancient martial arts or Taoist techniques. Naturally, he would first need financial resources, for wealth was essential in the pursuit of martial prowess. Ancient texts would require expenditure in the apocalyptic world, as they were unattainable in the modern era due to the absence of ancient practitioners. After changing his attire, Zhang Yu retrieved his bank card, preparing to exchange his gold for cash. Upon exiting his residential complex and stepping onto the bustling street, he couldn't help but reflect to the working masses. Cherish your present lives. In 4 years, I hope to be powerful enough to protect all that I hold dear, despite currently being an unnoticed nobody. Steeling himself, he followed his memory to a gold shop. "Welcome." The sales assistant did not dismiss him for his ordinary attire, but merely offered a polite, habitual greeting to "Is your manager available?" Zhang Yu inquired. "May I ask what you need, sir?" The assistant replied that "I wish to sell some gold." Upon hearing this, the assistant led him to a meeting room and asked him to wait. Shortly thereafter, a man with gold-rimmed glasses approached. "Good day, sir. I am the manager here. My surname is Zhao. May I inquire what type of gold you are selling and how much you possess?" The manager seated himself across from Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu produced a gold bar from his bag and handed it to the manager. "Sir, this gold bar is a commemorative piece issued by the central bank in 2015. Possessing considerable collectible value. Do you still have the certificate or any related documents?" Manager Zhao observed the gold bar for a moment before speaking. "That I accidentally misplaced those during a move," Zhang Yu replied, shaking his head. "That is unfortunate. Without the certificate, we can only offer you the standard gold recycling rate," Manager Zhao lamented. "Very well, let us proceed at the ordinary gold market rate," Zhang Yu shrugged, indifferent to the potential loss of funds. After all, in the apocalyptic world, gold would be abundant. You truly are a straightforward individual. Please hold on a moment. Manager Zhao retrieved a scale and weighed the gold, remarking, "This gold bar weighs 1,000 grams. Based on the current market, each gram is priced at 389.53 yuan. However, we cannot offer you that price for recycling. How about I provide you with a round figure of 380,000 yuan? 380,000. Zhang Yu nodded in agreement. That sounds fair. How would you like the payment? Manager Zhao inquired cheerfully, pleased with the transaction's profitability. Transfer it to this card, Zhang Yu replied, handing over his bank card, after a series of operations on his phone. Manager Zhao soon confirmed that Zhang Yu received a text notification of a transfer amounting to 380,000 yuan, along with a recommendation for a financial product. Zhang Yu rose and exited the gold shop. As he left, Manager Zhao warmly escorted him to the entrance, assuring him that should he have more gold to sell, he was welcome to return. As Zhang Yu stepped onto the street, his phone rang unexpectedly. Seeing it was a company number, he recalled his days as a sales representative at a consumables company in City C, where he toiled from 8:30 in the morning until late at night, maintaining client relations and attending social functions, all for a salary of merely 10 to 20,000 a month. His superior, Wei Hao, who had entered the company after him and contributed nothing, had quickly ascended to management due to his connection as the owner's brother-in-law. What made Zhang Yu particularly nauseous was Wei Hao's complete lack of business acumen, as he consistently usurped Zhang Yu's achievements and claimed them as his own, while Zhang Yu handled all the client relations and associated issues. Had it not been for the financial demands of his girlfriend at the time, he would have resigned long ago. Reflecting on his ex-girlfriend from before the apocalypse, he chuckled to himself, then hung up the phone. However, after walking a few steps, the phone rang again. Frowning, Zhang Yu decided to block the number. Moments later, another unfamiliar call came through. Resigned, he answered and bluntly stated, "Wei Hao, listen up. I, Zhang Yu, am resigning. Do not contact me again. If you call again, I'll make sure you regret it." With that, he hung up the phone. After a moment of thought, he composed a sincere message to his clients, explaining his departure and expressing regret for not being able to continue providing service. On the other end, Wei Hao was evidently taken aback by Zhang Yu's sudden resignation, clearly not expecting it, and his anger flared. "All right, Zhang Yu, you hang up on me and block me. You've got guts. Let us see how you explain this to your girlfriend. By the way, she probably doesn't know yet, so let me help you with that." Wei Hao seethed, sending a text to Zhang Yu's ex. Just then, the sales department assistant approached him. "Manager Wei, we have a situation. Several major clients wish to terminate their contracts." Assistant Zhang Mingwei handed him a stack of documents. These were all clients that Zhang Yu had serviced and maintained. Yet they were registered under his name. Wei Hao's face turned pale. With the headquarters inspection looming, this not only jeopardized his future, but also threatened his brother-in-law's evaluation as the branch manager. Why would they stop cooperating with us just because Zhang Yu resigned? He slumped into his chair, despondent. Meanwhile, Assistant Zhang Mingwei watched Wei Hao with a hint of schadenfreude. Aware of his underhanded tactics against Zhang Yu but unable to intervene due to her own survival instincts. Although she was unclear on why Zhang Yu had quit so suddenly or how he would face his ex-girlfriend's questions, seeing Wei Hao in distress brought her some satisfaction. However, Wei Hao, his expression darkening, rose with determination. He needed to devise a solution. "Zhang Yu, you have brought this upon yourself," he muttered as Zhang Yu strolled down the street. His phone rang once more and he glanced at the screen, noting it was labeled baby. He chuckled again, reflecting on his youthful naivety, mistaking trash for treasure. Before the apocalypse, he had willingly exhausted himself at the consumables company, enduring the humiliation of having his accomplishments stolen by his superior. It is precisely because of the brief departure from that place to pursue opportunities elsewhere that one requires a considerable amount of time to accumulate a salary of 20,000 or so. This undoubtedly would incite discontent in his current girlfriend, or perhaps it is more fitting to say the goddess Guifan. They were once classmates and began their romantic relationship during their university years. Initially, Guifan was a remarkably innocent girl, but by the second and third years, perhaps due to the allure of the world around her, she began to pursue material possessions, insisting on only designer handbags and changing her outfits every few days. After graduation, she refrained from working, instead frequenting various nightclubs and bars, mingling with a group of so-called close friends. Zhang Yu had quarreled with Guifan numerous times over her extravagant spending habits, Yet each time he was met with her retorts of, "Do you even love me? What's wrong with me spending your money? With your meager earnings of 20,000 a month, I, Guifin, must have been blind to follow you." Such remarks left him utterly speechless. In the aftermath, Zhang Yu would console himself with the hope that one day Guifin would awaken to the reality of life and choose to live sensibly. However, what he ultimately received was her decision to break up, as she had found a wealthy second-generation boyfriend. At that moment, Zhang Yu truly saw Guifin for who she had become, recognizing that she had been completely materialized and was beyond redemption. As a business elite, he interacted with countless individuals. How could he not discern that the second-generation heir was merely toying with her? It was pitiable that the woman believed he would genuinely marry her. Now, she had likely just met this second-generation heir. Zhang Yu pressed the answer key. Guifin's crisp voice came through the phone. "Zhang Yu, have you lost your mind? Do you not want to continue living? What on earth are you doing? Why did you suddenly resign?" Zhang Yu quietly waited for Guifin to finish speaking before directly stating, "Let us break up." The strikingly handsome Guifin on the other end of the line was momentarily taken aback. She knew all too well how deeply Zhang Yu felt for her, which was also the foundation upon which she relied to enjoy her life with Zhang Yu's earnings. Yet, she never anticipated that Zhang Yu would so resolutely propose a breakup, leaving her momentarily stunned. After a few seconds of silence, a wave of anger surged within Guifin's mind, and she yelled into the phone, "Zhang Yu, with your looks and a monthly salary of only about 20,000. You can't even afford to buy me cosmetics. Following you is my good fortune, and yet you dare to break up with me? Fine, don't regret it." After her hysterical outburst, Guifin hung up the phone. Suddenly, she recalled meeting young Master Zhao the previous week, a young man of wealth with a promising future. According to her close friend, he seemed to have an interest in her. So, she opened WeChat and sent a message to her friend Jejia, inquiring about young Master Zhao. On the other end, Zhang Yu listened to the beeping sound of the phone, chuckling softly as he shook his head. "Regret? What a joke." Zhang Yu briskly walked down the street and purchased some fine cigarettes and alcohol from a high-end tobacco shop. Preparing for trade in the impending apocalypse, he then arrived outside a real estate agency, intending to find a new place to live. The current residence was crowded and inconvenient for various activities. Upon entering the agency, many agents noticed him, but seeing him dressed in ordinary clothing, they showed little interest in engaging with him. After all, this was a high-end agency where clients were either wealthy or of high status. And the employees here had keen eyes, quickly assessing that Zhang Yu's entire outfit cost less than 100. Just as Zhang Yu began to feel a bit awkward, a sweet-looking girl stood up with a smile and approached him, inquiring, "Hello, sir. How may I assist you?" Two of her heavily made-up female colleagues whispered to each other. It's always the interns who are full of energy and willing to take any client. "Ah, this little sister has yet been tempered by the harsh realities of society. Once she has been here longer, she'll learn that not everyone plays the role of a wealthy heir pretending to be poor. This person clearly has no money, with an entire outfit that looks like it cost less than 100. Let us wait and see the spectacle." In truth, the intern girl was not entirely oblivious to these judgments. She simply believed her job was to provide service to clients who came in for inquiries, and that it was inappropriate to judge based on appearance. Zhang Yu nodded at the girl and said, "I am looking to rent a larger place, preferably in a quieter area with convenient access." "Understood. Your requirements are for convenient transportation, a spacious living area, and a quiet surrounding, correct?" The intern confirmed. Zhang Yu nodded. "What is your budget, if I may ask?" she inquired, anticipating a modest figure from him, so she could gently inform him of the lack of suitable options. As for the budget, let us say within 50,000 for rent. Zhang Yu's available funds amounted to 38,000 in his account, along with a few hundred for living expenses. The intern girl gazed at Zhang Yu in surprise, not expecting this plainly dressed young man to propose such a high budget. She observed the clarity in his eyes and the seriousness of his demeanor, sensing he was not lying. Excitement began to swell within her. If this deal went through, she could secure a permanent position. Thus, she became even more enthusiastic. "That's no problem, sir. I just thought of a great property that would suit you perfectly. Shall we go take a look?" The intern girl looked at Zhang Yu eagerly. Hearing about a suitable property, Zhang Yu nodded in agreement. The agent promptly went to fetch the keys and arrange transportation with the store manager. Meanwhile, her two female colleagues were somewhat astonished, wondering if she would really take this person to view a property. One of the colleagues who had previously derided the intern for her choice of client felt a bit embarrassed and remarked, "Taking someone like this to view a property, Will it even result in a deal? What a waste of the company's transportation costs. The other added, I bet she's going to be played by that guy. Shortly thereafter, the girl returned with the necessary items, and together with Zhang Yu, they boarded the agency's viewing vehicle, arriving at an elegant high-end community. During the ride, the girl introduced herself as Li Suya, a recent university graduate, while Zhang Yu shared his name. Mr. Zhang. This community is called Iha Garden, and it perfectly meets your requirements. Each residence is an independent villa, and transportation is convenient whether you drive or take public transit. Li Suya elaborated. She guided Zhang Yu into one of the villas. The villa was adorned in an elegant Chinese style, with furnishings primarily made of golden silk nanmu, all of which were quite new. The owner of this villa was abroad and rarely returned. Hence it was available for rent. The contract was for 1 year, with a monthly rent of 20,000, payable quarterly, and a deposit of 100,000. Additionally, we offer a complimentary monthly cleaning service for the rooms. Does that sound suitable to you? Zhang Yu surveyed the place briefly and nodded, saying, Yes, this villa will do. Li Suya was momentarily taken aback, then became excited, suppressing her enthusiasm as she asked, Shall we sign the contract now? Yes, Zhang Yu nodded, bemusedly observing the adorable girl before him. Zhang Yu understood Li Suya's feelings. Having a background in business, he was well aware of the emotions tied to closing a deal. He recalled his own first contract signing being quite similar. The young girl, despite her excitement, methodically retrieved 2 copies of the contract from her briefcase and carefully explained some of the terms to Zhang Yu. After signing the contract, Li Suya drove Zhang Yu back to the entrance of his previous rental apartment. Mr. Zhang, when do you plan to move? Do you need me to assist in contacting a moving company? Li Suya asked enthusiastically. She had developed a fondness for this straightforward client. Zhang Yu shook his head, replying, No need, thank you. All right then, I'll take my leave now. Should you require any assistance, feel free to call me anytime. After bidding farewell, Li Suya drove back to the agency, her heart light with joy, and, under the astonished gazes of her colleagues, presented the contract to her supervisor. Well done, Shaoli. You've secured a deal in just your first week. The agency manager, Qian Guahao, regarded the youthful and charming girl before him, a fleeting glimmer of desire crossing his eyes. Meanwhile, the 2 heavily made-up female colleagues sitting next to Li Suya felt a pang of regret as they glanced at her successful transaction. Upon realizing that Li Suya's commission was no less than 5,000, a pang of regret washed over Zhang Yu as he lamented his earlier dismissal of the man he had encountered. Meanwhile, upon returning to his rented apartment, Zhang Yu hastily packed a few articles of clothing and essential items into his suitcase before departing, preparing to take a taxi to his newly rented villa. However, after waiting an interminable time by the roadside with his suitcase in hand, he grew increasingly frustrated at the absence of any taxis, a consequence of the apartment's remote location, which rendered it inaccessible to cabs. Just then, a red sedan appeared before him, its window rolling down to reveal Li Suya's beaming face. Mr. Zhang, are you moving? I happen to have some free time. Let me give you a ride, she offered. Zhang Yu, naturally, could not refuse, nodding in agreement as he replied, I appreciate it. Miss Li, I was quite troubled about finding a taxi. Thank you. I will treat you to dinner sometime. After placing his suitcase in the back seat, he took a seat in the passenger side. During the journey, Li Suya inquired curiously, What industry do you work in, Mr. Zhang? Zhang Yu pondered briefly before responding, I suppose it could be classified as trade. I deal in goods from 2 different timelines. Surprised by this revelation, Li Suya glanced at him and remarked, What a coincidence, Mr. Zhang. My family is also involved in the trade business. At that moment, Zhang Yu's phone rang. And upon seeing that it was a call from a colleague, he promptly answered, Why you go? Have you resigned? You need to be cautious. Wei Hao might be looking to cause you trouble, came the crisp voice of his former colleague. Zhang Mingwa, I understand. Yeah, no need to worry. I've already moved, Zhang Yu assured her with a nod. That's good to hear. It was quite shocking when you suddenly resigned yesterday. Everyone was taken aback, Zhang Mingwa continued. Zhang Yu had maintained amicable relationships with his colleagues, so their dismay at his abrupt departure was understandable. All gatherings must eventually come to an end. Zhang Yu consoled, Let's find a time to get together soon. I have to go now, as Wei Hao is approaching. Goodbye, she concluded before hanging up. After putting down his phone, Zhang Yu resumed his conversation with Li Suya, learning that her family was in the liquor business. He jokingly suggested that he would seek her assistance for any future alcohol purchases, hoping for a discount. Their conversation flowed easily until they arrived at the community where Zhang Yu's villa was located. "Thank you, Miss Li, for driving me home during the midday heat. That I owe you a meal," he said with a smile. Licia's charming visage broke into a small smile as she replied, "You're too kind. You're my first client. After all, that I must provide excellent service. Just call me Suya. No need for all the formalities." "Very well, Suya, I'm heading back now. Please drive safely." Zhang Yu nodded, bidding her farewell before making his way into the villa with his luggage. Once inside, Zhang Yu recalled Zhang Mingyu's warning about Wei Hao potentially seeking revenge, though he remained indifferent to the threat. He surmised that any trouble Wei Hao could cause him would likely be limited to physical intimidation, as he had committed no crimes that could be leveraged against him. In terms of physical confrontation, while Zhang Yu was an ordinary person in terms of strength, his combat experience and fighting skills were among the best in the country. If Wei Hao attempted to resort to violence, Zhang Yu would not hesitate to show him what true fear looked like. Nevertheless, he resolved that it was time to strengthen himself. Zhang Yu retrieved a pack of cigarettes he had previously purchased, opened it, and emptied its contents. He meticulously wrapped each cigarette in tissue paper and placed them into a backpack. After donning some weathered clothing, he slung the backpack over his shoulder, ensuring he had everything he needed before walking to the master bedroom of the villa. He shut all the windows and, with a thought, vanished from the villa. However, this time, Zhang Yu found himself in a different location than before. Although he was still in an alley, it was markedly cleaner and more orderly. Tightening his grip on the backpack, he proceeded down the alley towards the source of the loudest voices. As he walked, he observed that the residences in this area were predominantly constructed of concrete, and the light emanating from various windows indicated that electricity was still in use. It appeared that, even in this post-apocalyptic world, the light of human civilization had not entirely flickered out before long. Zhang Yu exited the alley and arrived at a broad thoroughfare resembling a road, where he noticed a convoy passing through. This convoy was unlike traditional vehicles. Instead, it consisted of large, four-legged mutated beasts resembling tanks, transporting numerous crates and people in an orderly line. Moreover, Zhang Yu noted that the people in this area were markedly different from those in the previous one. They appeared more like regular humans, with few visible mutations, and their clothing and demeanor suggested a better quality of life. As he walked along the main road, Zhang Yu observed that the surrounding architecture resembled that of the pre-apocalyptic world. Yet, the signs indicated that he was indeed in a post-apocalyptic realm. Eventually, he paused in front of a shop named Old Fong's General Store. Entering the shop, he hoped to find some useful information. The floor was cluttered with an assortment of items, most of which were useless machinery, trinkets from before the apocalypse, and various animal bones and plants. On the shelves, he spotted ceramic jars labeled with names such as Essence Liquor and Mutated Serpent Antidote. Alongside various weapons, the shopkeeper, an elderly man seemingly in his 60s or 70s, was dozing off. Upon Zhang Yu's entrance, he merely glanced at him before returning to his slumber. Suddenly, Zhang Yu's eyes lit up as he noticed a corner of the store filled with books. Perhaps he could find a tome titled From Cataclysm to the Year of the Alliance. His gaze skimmed over the titles, an analysis of the 4 paths of power, supernatural abilities, ancient martial arts, magic, Do Pa Tsang Qion 1, From Cataclysm to the Year of the Alliance, Detective Conan 59, A Brief History of the Beastmaster Guild, and the 3-Body Problem 1, Earth's Past, among others. He casually pulled out the book titled The Most Regrettable Ancient Martial Arts Technique, The Devouring Heaven and Earth Decision, and began to read. Quickly, he found himself captivated by its content. The book detailed a technique known as the Devouring Heaven and Earth Decision, originally a core practice passed down from an ancient Taoist sect. However, after the apocalypse, it became a technique that, due to its stringent prerequisites, was deemed both unpalatable and regrettable. The text recounted that a top ancient martial artist from the Alliance had once evaluated all martial arts, ranking the Devouring Heaven and Earth Decision as the first, followed by the Supreme 9 Transformations, with his own cultivated technique, the Primordial Divine Skill, trailing closely behind. The reason for this ranking was that ancient martial arts primarily focused on cultivating true energy. Other techniques required practitioners to gradually absorb the essence of heaven and earth for their own use, refining and purifying it over time to form their true energy. However, the Devouring Heaven and Earth Decision deviated from this norm, allowing practitioners to directly generate a unique true energy within their dantian that could rapidly convert consumed treasures into their own true energy. If one had a sufficient supply of such treasures, they could significantly accelerate their cultivation speed. Furthermore, the true energy developed through this technique possessed the ability to devour other true energies. When engaged in combat with others, practitioners could absorb their opponent's true energy, enabling even the weaker to triumph over the stronger. The most critical aspect of mastering this technique was generating the unique true energy within the Dantian, yet the conditions for its emergence were exceedingly harsh. Requiring a completely barren environment devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations. Should even a trace of spiritual energy appear during cultivation, it would trigger a violent reaction, leading to the practitioner's demise in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Spiritual energy had begun to revive, continuously enhancing and fluctuating like relentless waves washing over the world, making it utterly impossible to cultivate this technique. There had been individuals unafraid of death who attempted to forcefully practice it, only to suffer catastrophic failure, rendering them incapable of further cultivation. Thus, despite its immense potential, the technique remained unpracticed in the post-apocalyptic world, leaving many to lament its lost promise. Upon reaching this point in the text, Zhang Yu's eyes gleamed with excitement. While others could not cultivate it, he eagerly flipped through the pages to find the full description of the technique. Are you done looking? If you're not buying, please leave. At this moment, the elderly man lifted his drowsy head, casting a discontented glance at Zhang Yu. Embarrassed by the remark, Zhang Yu sheepishly smiled, and then extracted the remaining 3 presumably useful tomes. Placing them upon the table before the old man, he then turned and retrieved 2 jars labeled with the essence of medicinal liquor from the shelf, setting them alongside the books on the table. This was information he had recently gleaned from his reading. During cultivation, one should consume pills or other sustenance infused with the essence of mutated beasts or plants, and subsequently find a location devoid of any spiritual fluctuations to successfully cultivate the sky-swallowing, earth-devouring technique. I shall take these 4 books and purchase 2 jars of the essence liquor. Is this essence liquor brewed from plants or animals? Zhang Yu inquired. The liquor from the Tao family distillery in the eastern part of the city is brewed with low-level mutated beasts, containing trace amounts of their essence, the old man replied. Zhang Yu nodded in understanding, then produced 3 cigarettes from his backpack. I'll exchange these for the items, he proposed. Upon seeing the cigarettes, the elderly man's previously drowsy eyes sparkled with excitement. Cigarettes? These appear quite fresh. Such items have become scarce since the apocalypse. I haven't indulged in these for quite some time. I'll trade, he exclaimed. Zhang Yu handed the cigarettes to the old man and packed the 4 books and 2 jars of liquor. Departing the general store, upon returning to the alley from which he had come, Zhang Yu contemplated experimenting further with his extraordinary ability. He wondered if he could traverse back to another location within his original timeline based on his thoughts. However, after closing his eyes and sensing for a while, he realized he could seemingly only return to the place from which he had initially traveled. With a sudden impulse, Zhang Yu vanished from the alley. Upon returning to the villa in Iha Garden, Zhang Yu mused that he would need to strategically select a location in the future, purchasing properties in both timelines to prevent detection during any inadvertent travels. Shaking his head, he cast aside such thoughts and excitedly opened the book detailing the sky-swallowing, earth-devouring technique. Preparing for cultivation in his past life, he had formed a close bond with Wang Ya, a direct disciple of the Qing Xian sect, nearly reaching the point of marriage. Naturally, he had gleaned much knowledge about ancient martial arts and cultivation from her. Had he not been the strongest combatant, constantly facing endless battles, he might have pursued internal martial arts to grow even stronger. According to Wang Ya, the Qing Xian sect ranked 3rd among Taoist sects, with the Tai Yi sect and the enigmatic Huang sect above them. Practitioners of the Huang sect cultivated the ancient divine arts described in this book, and now the esteemed sky-swallowing, earth-devouring technique lay before Zhang Yu. Igniting his excitement in his previous life, Wang Yu wielded a celestial sword, moving effortlessly amidst the mutated beast tide, effortlessly reducing foes to fragments with a mere gesture of her sword. This had left Zhang Yu in awe. Now, with his ability to traverse 2 timelines and cultivate the sky-swallowing, earth-devouring technique, he was determined to confront Wang Ya and demand clarity on why she had betrayed him, despite his deep affection for her. A glimmer of determination sparked in Zhang Yu's eyes as he turned to the section of the book detailing the complete cultivation method of the sky-swallowing, earth-devouring technique. He immersed himself in study, dedicating an entire afternoon to memorizing the text. After mastering the entire technique, Zhang Yu settled cross-legged in the villa's hall, pouring a small amount of the medicinal liquor containing trace essence of mutated beasts into his mouth. Preparing to commence his cultivation, upon ingesting the liquor, he felt a surge of warmth rise from his dantian. Coursing through his limbs, he recognized the necessity of controlling this heat. Otherwise, the essence would integrate into his muscles and bones, enhancing them without transforming into true qi. Reciting the incantation in his mind, Zhang Yu envisioned the depiction of the Taotai illustrated in the book, a primordial divine beast with a head but no body, capable of devouring all. As time passed, he sensed a response between the heat in his dantian and his intent. He guided this heat through specific meridians, reaching a vital acupoint, Feng Fu. At this juncture, the heat transformed. Becoming exceedingly unstable, Zhang Yu had to exert all his strength to maintain control before it flowed towards the next acupoint. It became evident to Zhang Yu why the cultivation of the sky-swallowing, earth-devouring technique necessitated an environment devoid of any external spiritual fluctuations. Even a slight disturbance could incite chaos within the meridians, potentially reversing the turbulent heat back into the dantian and obliterating it. With great effort, Zhang Yu managed to navigate the now transformed heat through the designated pathways. He lost track of time, and just as he felt a splitting headache and the brink of exhaustion, the heat finally cycled back into the dantian, completing one full circulation. At this point, the heat had been refined through the specific meridians and influenced by the Taodai, transforming into an extremely fine true qi, smaller than a hair's breadth. Were Zhang Yu practicing any other technique, he would have needed to continuously repeat the previous actions to convert the heat into true qi or absorb the spiritual essence of the world, guiding it through the meridians. However, as he practiced the sky-swallowing, earth-devouring technique, although his true qi was minuscule, it was Taotai true qi. With a mere thought, the Taotai true qi surged forth from his dantian, ravenously consuming all remaining heat, swiftly converting it into Taotai true qi and then actively absorbing the essence from the medicinal liquor. Before long, the entirety of the essence from the liquor was devoured by the Taotai true qi. Zhang Yu's dantian true qi had expanded from a size smaller than a hair's breadth to that of a single hair. The ease with which he cultivated the Taodai true qi filled Zhang Yu with exhilaration. As he eagerly anticipated testing its formidable power, he rose and made his way to the villa's gym, approaching a device designed to measure arm strength. This apparatus had been left behind by the previous owner of the house, whom Zhang Yu speculated might have been a martial arts or boxing enthusiast. After warming up, he focused his mind, channeling the true qi from his dantian into his right hand with a powerful strike. Enhanced by the true qi, he hit the sandbag on the measuring device. With a resounding thud, the sandbag was sent flying, crashing against the iron pillar behind the apparatus, producing a dull thud. Yet, Zhang Yu's hand felt as though it had struck cotton. It was clear to him that the force exerted was mutual. He attributed this sensation to the enhancement of his right hand by the true qi, significantly increasing both its strength and resilience, rendering the recoil nearly imperceptible. At that moment, the display beside the apparatus indicated the force exerted. 312 kilograms. Was the power of true qi truly so terrifying? Zhang Yu marveled internally. With this minuscule, true qi, he was capable of exerting more than 300 kilograms of force with a single hand. For context, the top-tier boxer Mike Tyson's one-handed punch reached only 600 to 700 kilograms, peaking at 800. Though Zhang Yu's single-handed strength measured only half of Tyson's, Tyson had trained for decades, while Zhang Yu had merely devoted a few hours to cultivation. What did this signify? Zhang Yu's few hours of practice equated to Tyson's decades of training. Moreover, those few hours had primarily been spent cultivating the first strand of Taodai true qi. Zhang Yu realized that his future cultivation speed would only accelerate. Having achieved such prowess with just a single strand of true qi, what might the subsequent realms entail? According to the records in the book, the path of ancient martial arts is divided into stages: postnatal, innate, qi, divine veins, and beyond, where higher realms remain vaguely defined as life wheels. Presently, Zhang Yu was merely at the entry level of the postnatal stage, requiring further refinement of his true qi to advance to the innate stage. Transitioning from postnatal to innate necessitated a saturation of true qi throughout the meridians, followed by the operation of specific techniques to refine the physical body into a transcendent existence. Thus, Zhang Yu, with his true qi only the size of a hair, was still far from achieving transcendence. Yet, the mere thought of the numerous realms ahead filled him with yearning. If this was the result of a single strand of postnatal true qi, what might the innate stage encompass? Would it allow him to soar through the skies on a sword, moving mountains and parting seas, as depicted in mythological tales? He found himself lost in reverie. However, the rumbling of his stomach abruptly snapped him back to reality. Upon regaining focus, Zhang Yu realized he had spent the entire afternoon in cultivation. He picked up his phone, ordered a bucket of fried chicken, and then briefly tested his speed, agility, and jumping ability. To his astonishment, under the influence of true qi, his speed, agility, and leaping capability had reached the pinnacle of human potential. For instance, he could sprint at a speed of 9 meters per second, just 1 meter shy of the world's fastest sprinter, Usain Bolt. Other abilities are quite similar as well. After finishing the test, Zhang Yu took a sip of water, and the food delivery arrived. KFC's home delivery was indeed quite prompt. He picked up the bucket of chicken and returned to his bedroom, where he began to eat while reading 3 other books he had retrieved from the timeline after the apocalypse. Upon completing the cataclysm to the Year of the Alliance, Zhang Yu gained a rough understanding of the trajectory of the apocalypse following his rebirth, and the anger that had been simmering within him flared up once more. In the 30 years following the cataclysm, human survivors had adapted to the altered world and gradually formed 3 major factions. Relying on the remnants of old-world civilization, these were the Northeast Steel Alliance, centered on high-tech advancements that integrated materials discovered post-cataclysm. The Beastmaster Guild, a dominant force in southwest China, focusing on beast taming. And the Ancient Martial Arts and Cultivation Sect Alliance, rooted in the legacy of ancient martial arts. Together, these 3 powers established the Huaxiao Alliance, led by 2 individuals who made Zhang Yu grit his teeth, Wang Ye and Lu Tianhao. Zhang Yu meticulously scrutinized Wang Ye's profile and experiences, which were nothing short of legendary. According to the brief account in the book, Wang Ye had attained the pinnacle of innate mastery of the Qingxian sect's technique, Taishang Jubian, within 5 years post-cataclysm. When the largest survivor base in the southwest faced imminent destruction, she single-handedly slayed the formidable S-class mutated beast, Qi Man, with a single sword strike, causing the beast tide to collapse and successfully safeguarding millions of compatriots within the base. Subsequently, Wang Ye mastered the Taishang Wangqing Heart method, breaking through from the innate realm to the Qi-Si realm, and shortly thereafter achieved the unparalleled status of the only divine meridian cultivator in Huaxia. Upon emerging from her seclusion, she wielded her sword to vanquish top-tier mutated beasts, obliterating 38 S-class mutated beast nests and instilling terror in the hearts of the top mutated beasts. Eventually, her rampant slaughter of these creatures drew forth the only being in Huaxia to evolve from an S-class mutated beast into a demon beast, a dragon-like entity self-styled as AOG, leading to a day-long stalemate of fierce combat between them, culminating in a mutual agreement. This accord stipulated that top-tier mutated beasts and demon beasts could not recklessly attack Huaxia's human bases, while top human cultivators were also forbidden from indiscriminately slaughtering lower-tier mutated beasts. The establishment of this pact alleviated the terrifying threat posed by S-class mutated beasts, allowing human bases to flourish and grow. Wang Ye thus became the universally recognized foremost practitioner of ancient martial arts and cultivation in Huaxia, earning the title of the first female sword immortal and martial god of Huaxia. During the formation of the alliance, Wang Ye, wielding a single sword, effortlessly defeated the president of the Beastmaster Guild with a single blow, having cultivated her C-class talent in fire manipulation to S-class, capable of transforming a radius of several dozen miles into a fiery hell with a single move. She also contracted the top-tier mutated beast genius, Qinzhan. With another strike, she subdued the mechanized warriors of the Northeast Steel Alliance. Equipped with the most advanced mechas capable of withstanding attacks from multiple top-tier mutated beasts, she emerged as the strongest individual in all of Huaxia, exuding an unparalleled grace and commanding authority over the 3 alliances, with none daring to defy her. Lu Tianhao, on the other hand, was elected as the vice leader due to his mastery of S-class spatial manipulation and his extensive background, supported by numerous factions that as for the man once hailed as the god of war of the largest survivor base in the southwest, who fought tirelessly against mutated beasts and was often referred to as Wang Ye's celestial partner. He was conspicuously absent from the pages of the book, as if he had never existed. reflecting on how Wang Ye and Lu Tianhao had usurped his S-class abilities, rendering him powerless and inadvertently leading to the exhaustion and death of his parents in his previous life. Zhang Yu could not help but vow fiercely within his heart, Wang Ye, regardless of whether you are the leader of the Huaxiao Alliance or a top-tier cultivator at the Divine Meridian Realm, I, Zhang Yu, shall one day make you pay. At this moment, Zhang Yu had already embarked on the path of ancient martial cultivation. Even from a mere wisp of true energy, he could glimpse the formidable power of ancient martial artists. Not to mention the unfathomable strength of Wang Ye, who surpassed him by leagues. According to the book, her battle against AOG had caused half of a large island in eastern Huaxia to submerge, illustrating her immense power. Yet, Zhang Yu harbored faith that with the Tao true energy at his disposal and the ability to traverse between the two realms, he could engage in resource trading, amassing a fortune and ample resources for cultivation. One day, he would undoubtedly cultivate the devouring the heavens and earth technique to the divine meridian realm and confront Wang Ye and Lu Tianhao, making them pay the price. A glimmer of resolve shone in Zhang Yu's eyes. He then set aside the book, stood up, and took the last bottle of medicinal wine, drinking it down that he sat cross-legged, entering a state of cultivation. Time was of the essence, with each ounce of strength he gained. His parents and he would be safer in the face of the impending cataclysm. The moment of revenge drew closer. The essence of the mutated beast within the second bottle of medicinal wine was swiftly devoured and transformed by the Tao Tai true energy. When Zhang Yu opened his eyes again, he found that barely a few minutes had passed, a stark contrast to the several hours it had taken to digest the first bottle. This was the remarkable efficacy of Tao Tai true energy. With his cultivation resources depleted, Zhang Yu contemplated traversing back to the post-apocalyptic realm to acquire more materials containing the essence of mutated beasts. However, upon glancing outside at the darkening sky, he hesitated. After all, having never lived there, the safety of the daytime did not guarantee safety at night. For precaution's sake, it would be wiser to wait until the following day to cross over AT that moment. Zhang Yu felt hungry again, that he couldn't help but chuckle. On the very first day of his rebirth, he had only just eaten a bit of KFC. He had been so busy with various matters in the morning and afternoon that he hadn't had time for a proper meal. Lost in thought, he found himself reminiscing about the grilled skewers from a certain place. After the cataclysm, he had been constantly battling mutated beasts, enduring harsh conditions with only meager rations to fill his stomach. It had been a long time since he had savored delicious grilled skewers, and with nothing pressing to attend to at the moment, he decided to change into some clothes, grab his phone, and head out to get some skewers. He could also take this opportunity to carefully contemplate what steps to take next in the present, prior to the apocalypse. As he stepped outside, while walking, an idea suddenly struck him, and he picked up his phone to dial a number. In no time, the call connected. "Hello, brother Yu," came the voice of Zhang Mingyue, a former colleague, from the other end. "Mingyue, let us go for skewers." "It's on me," Zhang Yu said as he walked out of the community and flagged down a taxi at the roadside. On the other end of the line, Zhang Mingyue, who was just finishing work, nodded and replied with a smile, "Sure, brother Yu. Are you finally planning to treat me for the meal you owe?" Zhang Yu was momentarily taken aback, recalling how he used to ask Zhang Mingyue for help at work and would promise to treat her each time, only to end up giving the money to his ex-girlfriend, Gui Fan, which made him feel embarrassed whenever he saw Zhang Mingyue afterward. "Oh, why bring that up? I was just tight on cash back then. Today, let us eat freely." Zhang Yu chuckled in response. "All right, just remember you said it. Old place. Ergo barbecue, the old place." After hanging up, Zhang Mingyue quickly gathered her things, clocked out, touched up her makeup in the restroom mirror, and left the company at a brisk pace. Unbeknownst to her, not far away, Wei Hao, the sales department supervisor, had returned to fetch something and happened to overhear her conversation with Zhang Yu. Wei Hao had been searching for Zhang Yu all day without success. He called Zhang Yu's girlfriend, Gui Fan, only to learn that she had already broken up with Zhang Yu, and she had no idea where he was. Initially believing that hope was lost, he unexpectedly remembered that he had left his charger at the office and decided to return for it. To his astonishment, he overheard Zhang Mingyue and Zhang Yu had planned to meet for barbecue. Truly, one could traverse 1,000 miles in vain only to find what they seek effortlessly. A glint of coldness flashed in Wei Hao's eyes as he picked up his phone and dialed the number. On the other end, after Zhang Yu hung up, he hailed a taxi and made his way to a modest barbecue restaurant nestled in a nondescript alley of City C. the establishment buzzed with lively chatter. Despite the winter chill, it could not deter patrons from indulging in skewers. Welcomed by the proprietor, Zhang Yu took a seat, perused the menu, and ordered several meat skewers along with a bottle of beer. Relishing the meal. After years, particularly following the apocalyptic events he had endured, Zhang Yu found himself enveloped in the bliss of savoring grilled skewers once more. Especially now, he had cultivated a unique energy that allowed him to digest food at an extraordinary rate, alleviating any concerns of overeating. Thus, he could feast to his heart's content. That moment, he sensed a fleeting silence around him, as if something had captured everyone's attention. Turning his head, he spotted the tall figure of Zhang Mingyue entering. Clad in professional attire, Zhang Mingyue was a remarkably adept office worker, always adhering to her own standards of dress. She donned high heels, black stockings, a form-fitting skirt, and a tailored blazer, complemented by her wavy brown hair and exquisite features. Upon entering the restaurant, she inevitably attracted the gaze of several male patrons. Zhang Yu waved at her, allowing Zhang Mingyue to quickly locate him. As Zhang Mingyue settled beside Zhang Yu, the expressions of the surrounding men shifted to one of curiosity. Why was it that a seemingly average-looking man like Zhang Yu, with an unremarkable appearance and attire, could dine with such a stunning and statuesque professional? Unbeknownst to them, Zhang Mingyue admired Zhang Yu's unwavering devotion to Gue fun, as well as his commendable work ethic, which made her willingly engage with someone who appeared ordinary at first glance. Choose whatever you desire from the menu. This is a rare opportunity, Zhang Yu said with a smile, handing the menu to Zhang Mingyue. Unexpectedly generous after just a day apart, Zhang Mingyue replied, eyeing Zhang Yu with suspicion as she took the menu. While she ordered, she inquired, "Yugo, what is going on? Why did you suddenly resign?" When I mentioned your resignation to others today, they were all quite surprised. The reason for my resignation is simple. I simply no longer wish to continue, Zhang Yu shrugged. Savoring a lamb skewer while sipping his beer. Why you go? You're quite decisive and have a temper. I've long wanted to leave as well. I've already found another job. Once I finish this year, I plan to switch companies. If it weren't for my mortgage, I would have left long ago, Zhang Mingyue remarked, taking small bites from a skewer. Her long, shapely legs, encased in black stockings, appeared exceptionally alluring, drawing the glances of the men around her intermittently. I was just thinking of discussing this with you, Zhang Yu continued, taking another hearty bite of his skewer, completely oblivious to Zhang Mingyue's enticing legs, much to the frustration of the surrounding men. After the new year, don't go to that company anymore. I'm planning to start my own business and would like to invite you to join me. The salary will be double what you're considering at the other company. Would you be interested? Zhang Yu asked. He needed to cultivate his abilities and had no time to handle the myriad tasks associated with starting a company. However, establishing a business was essential for providing a legitimate reason to hire staff, acquire land, and develop a base. Zhang Mingyue was taken aback by Zhang Yu's proposition. She tossed her hair back and regarded him with intrigue. Why you go? Are you serious about starting a company? Absolutely, I'm earnest. I've connected with a significant investor who is keen to back a new venture, entrusting me with full responsibility. Having worked together for so long, I'm aware of your capabilities, which is why I'm extending this invitation, Zhang Yu stated, fabricating a story to avoid revealing the truth about acquiring startup funds through extraordinary means during the apocalypse. Seeing the seriousness in Zhang Yu's demeanor, Zhang Mingyue pondered for a moment. Memories of their past interactions flashed through her mind like lightning, and ultimately, swayed by her trust in him and the allure of a doubled salary, she reached a decision. Why you go? My current salary is $12,000 a month. So if you offer double, that would be $24,000. Are you still interested? Zhang Mingyue queried with a smile, aware that the budget for personnel in a startup would likely not accommodate such a figure. And she intended to tease him, planning to lower her expectations later. To her surprise, Zhang Yu nodded calmly, as if $24,000 a month were mere pocket change. Not an issue. That's just the starting salary. Anticipate several substantial raises thereafter, leading to even higher earnings, Zhang Yu replied nonchalantly. For him, financial matters were hardly a concern, even though he currently had only a modest sum left after accounting for his villa rent and deposit. Zhang Mingyue's eyes widened in astonishment, realizing that this potential partner she had regarded with favor might indeed be on the verge of significant success. Does your girlfriend know? She must be overjoyed. Zhang Mingyue masked her slight disappointment with a smile. Zhang Yu shook his head, replying coolly, I broke up with Gue F.E.N.A.T. This revelation, Zhang Mingyue's earlier disappointment was replaced with exhilaration. She had not expected Zhang Yu to have ended his relationship with Gui Fun. Did this mean she had a chance? She mused internally, before recalling her encounters with Gui Fun, a girl of delicate beauty, petite stature, and a soft-spoken demeanor, who adored discussing luxury cosmetics and handbags, were it not for her own research into the industry. She would have had little to converse about with Gui Fun. Against such a girl, how could I, Zhang Mingyue, possibly compete? Suddenly, the door of the barbecue restaurant was forcefully flung open. A group of individuals, clearly thugs, entered and began scanning the room, and soon one of them seemed to point at Zhang Yu, prompting a group of 7 or 8 to surround him. Are you Zhang Yu? A large man with sunglasses and tattoos on his neck asked with a sidelong glance. Zhang Yu raised his head, glancing at him with a furrowed brow. I am. Who are you? I don't recognize you. You don't need to worry about who I am. You're Zhang Yu. And that's all that matters. Come with us, the burly man stated. We need to use force, or will you comply willingly? At that moment, one of the thugs beside the large man, with a sharp face and yellow hair, fixated on Zhang Mingyue's long, alluring legs and black stockings, remarked, Boss, this woman seems quite close to Zhang Yu. Let us take her along too. The large man raised an eyebrow, eyeing Zhang Mingyue's stunning physique and delicate features. Feeling a surge of desire, he glanced around and noticed that his accomplices shared similar expressions, nodding in agreement. Reassured by the prospect of handling any aftermath later, as the large man consented, his companions reached out to drag Zhang Mingyue away. Observing the escalating situation, patrons in the restaurant discreetly slipped out, wary of the unfolding chaos. Some concerned bystanders rushed outside to call the police, only to discover that the nearby signal seemed to have been jammed. Zhang Mingyue, witnessing the approaching thugs, instinctively moved closer to Zhang Yu, her alluring black stocking-clad legs betraying her fear. As she regarded the men's intentions, a chill crept up her spine, despite her professional prowess. She had never encountered such a scene. Overwhelmed with terror, she trembled slightly, wrapping her arms around herself and unconsciously leaning towards Zhang Yu. What a bunch of scoundrels! Zhang Yu's eyes glinted coldly. In an instant, he raised his hand, channeling a sliver of his unique energy into his arm, and with a single punch, struck the burly man squarely in the chest, the impact resounding with a loud thud. The burly man felt as though he had been hit by a speeding car. The tremendous force shattered his ribs and sent him flying, crashing into a table behind him, splintering it into pieces. The excruciating pain elicited a series of agonized cries. The other thugs, witnessing their leader being taken down so unexpectedly, lunged at Zhang Yu. Yet, these ruffians were no match for him. Under the augmentation of his inner energy, his bodily functions have now approached the pinnacle of human capability. Furthermore, he possesses a terrifying wealth of combat experience that is unparalleled in this era. Thus, amidst the astonished gaze of Zhang Mingyue, whose eyes widened in disbelief, Zhang Yu deftly evaded all attacks with agile maneuvers, striking down each assailant with a single punch until, in no time at all, he had laid every thug low upon the ground. Having dealt with these ruffians, Zhang Yu approached Zhang Mingyue and inquired, Mingyue, are you unharmed? Zhang Mingyue shook her head, signaling that she was fine, her enchanting eyes fixed upon Zhang Yu with admiration. She had not anticipated that Zhang Yu would possess such remarkable skills. Single-handedly, he had dispatched a group of thugs in a matter of moments. Onlookers outside, along with the barbecue shop owner hiding in the corner, were equally astonished by the spectacle. One passerby exclaimed excitedly to his companion, Wow, this looks like a scene straight out of a movie, one punch after another, and not a scratch on him. Do you think they might be filming a movie? It could be possible. Who else could wield such prowess? As the crowd of onlookers began to swell, Zhang Yu moved towards the large thug who lay groaning on the ground. Upon seeing Zhang Yu approach, the thug recoiled in fear, his expression tense as he repeatedly pleaded, Big brother, I was wrong. Please, don't hit me. Zhang Yu furrowed his brow and replied, If you wish to avoid further punishment, you must first compensate for the damages incurred at this establishment. 10,000 yuan will suffice. Transfer it to the shop owner, and then accompany me without delay. I have a few questions for you, and as long as you cooperate, I shall not make things difficult for you. The thug nodded vigorously and, trembling, retrieved his phone to scan the barbecue shop's QR code for the transferred AT. That moment, the shop owner hurriedly emerged from the shadows, insisting, No need, no need. It's not a significant amount, really." As he spoke, he shielded the QR code with his hand to prevent the thug from scanning it. Zhang Yu understood that the shop owner was likely afraid of retaliation from the thugs and thus hesitated to accept their money. He sighed and said, "Very well. If the owner refuses, then let it be. You will still come with me for a short while. I have some questions to ask." With that, Zhang Yu took Zhang Mingyue, who was still in a daze, by the hand and led her out of the shop, signaling for the thug to follow. Reluctantly, the thug trailed behind them, enduring the intense pain as the three of them navigated through the crowd of curious onlookers and entered a deserted alleyway. "Now, speak. What is it you seek from me?" Zhang Yu inquired. The thug leaned against the alley wall, grimacing as he replied, "Big brother, a man named Wei Hao instructed me to bring you to an abandoned factory in the suburbs. I truly do not know what he intends to do." Wei Hao. At this, Zhang Mingyue seemed to grasp the situation and interjected, "You go. After you resigned today, several clients were unwilling to continue working with the company because they lacked trust in the other salespeople. Coincidentally, next week, the head office is scheduled to conduct an inspection that if they discover this, Wei Hao's brother-in-law, the branch manager, may face difficulties with his performance metrics." Zhang Yu nodded, understanding the implications. The rebate industry is a lucrative venture, and a significant portion of the profits is funneled to the general manager, making their family particularly invested in maintaining that position. To safeguard it in their interests, they would undoubtedly resort to any means necessary. "In that case, Mingyue, you should return for now. I need to address this matter," Zhang Yu told Zhang Mingyue. She wore a worried expression but nodded in agreement, saying, "Be careful. You go. Contact me once you're home." "Certainly," Zhang Yu replied, and after a brief nod, Zhang Mingyue departed the alley, hailing a taxi at the roadside. "Now, where is your vehicle?" Zhang Yu asked the thug. The thug, enduring his agony, led Zhang Yu to a van parked in a shadowy corner, retrieved the keys, and opened the door. They drove together to the entrance of an abandoned factory on the outskirts of City C. Along the way, Zhang Yu inquired about how many individuals were left inside the factory, to which the thug responded that there were scarcely any, as most had accompanied him to capture Zhang Yu. Upon arrival, they found two thugs stationed at the entrance, who waved upon seeing the vehicle. However, their confusion grew as the individuals emerging from the vehicle were unfamiliar to them. One particularly sharp-eyed thug recognized the large thug in the back seat, who was grimacing in pain, and shouted, "Who are you? Don't come any closer. Someone, help!" With this cry, a dozen or more individuals rushed out from the factory, revealing that the large thug had lied. Many among them were armed with prohibited weapons, their blades glinting ominously in the light, indicating they were sharpened. At that moment, the large thug pushed open the car door, wincing from his injuries, and chuckled, "Hey, young man, did you really think no one was here? I was just kidding. You think you can take on my brothers with your bare hands?" Before he could finish, a familiar figure emerged from among the thugs. Wei Hao. Frowning, he addressed the large thug. "Zhou Jia, what is going on?" The large thug, panting heavily, replied, "Wei Hao, how dare you ask? Didn't you say Zhang Yu was nothing to worry about? This guy took down several of our brothers single-handedly." A flicker of surprise crossed Wei Hao's eyes as he scrutinized Zhang Yu, seemingly struggling to recognize him. "Zhang Yu, you've been hiding your talents well, haven't you? So, you think you're invincible now that you've taken down Zhou Jia and the others? Do you dare come here alone?" Wei Hao taunted. Zhang Yu had no interest in bantering with these individuals. He was there to resolve an issue. Therefore, he stated plainly, "Wei Hao, I have no desire to engage in lengthy discussions with you. I have resigned. It would be best if you stick to your own path, while I follow mine. Do not provoke me, and I shall not trouble you." Zhang Yu was not afraid of these thugs. He simply understood that they were not in a lawless world where one could kill indiscriminately. He had no time for games, as he had far more pressing matters to attend to. If possible, let us keep this peaceful. However, upon hearing Zhang Yu's words, Wei Hao mistakenly interpreted them as a sign of fear. A smirk of arrogance crossed Wei Hao's face as he thought, "No matter how skilled you are, you will still be frightened when faced with so many people." He scoffed, "You talk too much. Who do you think you are to negotiate terms with me?" Believing himself to be in a position of absolute advantage, he dismissed further dialogue and ordered his henchmen, "Take him down, but don't kill him." The surrounding thugs grinned cruelly at the command and charged toward Zhang Yu, encircling him. Zhang Yu looked impassively at the approaching thugs, shaking his head in disbelief. He had not anticipated that his training and inner energy would lead him into a confrontation with criminal elements before facing mutated beasts. Very well, let us resolve this quickly. With that, Zhang Yu summoned his inner energy and, drawing upon his formidable combat experience, plunged into the crowd, weaving skillfully among the thugs. These thugs, who had emerged from the chaos of the beast tide, were no match for Zhang Yu. Their intimidating blades, while fearsome in appearance, lacked real combat experience. They swung wildly, lacking any semblance of coordination. Thus, one by one, they fell to the ground, nursing their injuries. Meanwhile, the large thug and Wei Hao, standing beside the van, watched in wide-eyed astonishment, swallowing nervously. As Zhang Yu approached, clapping his hands, Wei Hao trembled and said, "You go. I see your point. From now on, let us keep our paths separate, shall we?" With that, Wei Hao looked at Zhang Yu with feigned admiration, his legs quaking uncontrollably. Beside him, the large thug, Zhou Jie, felt deep regret, wishing he could slap himself repeatedly for provoking such a formidable being. Both men stared in terror as Zhang Yu drew nearer. Utterly devoid of the courage to flee, Zhang Yu stepped forward and delivered a swift kick that knocked Zhou Jie to the ground, startling Wei Hao into nearly jumping out of his skin. Suddenly, a foul odor wafted from Wei Hao's direction, prompting Zhang Yu to roll his eyes. "Wei Hao, weren't you quite fierce just a moment ago?" To Zhang Yu's surprise, Wei Hao, trembling with fear, looked utterly speechless. Sweat poured down Wei Hao's forehead, and the muscles in his face quivered as he knelt on the ground, hastily imploring, Brother Yu, you are my brother, my esteemed elder. It is all my fault. I am but a foolish younger sibling. If you could just spare me this time, I promise I will never dare to appear before you again." Noticing that Wei Hao was genuinely terrified, Zhang Yu nodded. He said, "Wei Hao, do not provoke me in the future. Otherwise, it will not be as simple as today. At that time, you will find yourself in a predicament akin to this car door." With that, Zhang Yu's right hand struck the van's door with a resounding bang, startling Wei Hao and leaving a deep dent in the vehicle. Wei Hao swallowed hard, glancing at the deeply indented door, and nodded frantically, unable to utter a single word. Recognizing that he had achieved his objective, Zhang Yu paid no further attention to the two who were already paralyzed with fear. He got into the van and drove to a location near the city center. Afterward, he hailed a taxi, preparing to return home. On the way, he took out his phone and dialed Zhang Mingyue's number. Almost instantly, the call connected. "Brother Yu, how did it go? Are you all right?" Zhang Mingyue's concerned voice came through. Zhang Yu smiled, feeling a warmth in his heart. "It was quite nice to be cared for," he replied. "I'm fine. The matter has been resolved. However, it would be best if you resigned immediately instead of waiting until the new year. Settle things and come help me as soon as you can." Wei Hao had undoubtedly learned that Zhang Mingwei had dined with him, and if he had any ill intentions toward her, he would not be able to protect her. "All right, as long as you're fine. I've long wanted to quit anyway. I'll resign tomorrow. From now on, I'll rely on you, boss." Zhang Mingwei understood Zhang Yu's concerns and readily agreed. "Very well. Call me once you're settled," Zhang Yu said. After exchanging a few more words, they hung up. Upon returning home, Zhang Yu found himself with nothing to do, so he decided to sleep. To be honest, he realized he hadn't had a good night's sleep in quite some time. The next day, Zhang Yu felt his consciousness gradually returning. Even before opening his eyes, he instinctively reached for the steel knife he kept hidden for self-defense. A gift from his father, who had purchased it with his meager savings over the years. However, he could find nothing but an unusual silky sensation beside him. That moment, he opened his eyes and discovered he was in a sunlit traditional Chinese room. Suddenly remembering that he had been reborn, stretching lazily, he felt an unparalleled sense of comfort. It had been ages since he had slept so soundly. After washing up, Zhang Yu had a simple breakfast consisting of boiled eggs, milk, and bread, yet it tasted more delicious than he had ever experienced. Perhaps it was true that one learns to cherish what they once had only after losing it. After his meal, Zhang Yu donned a set of ordinary clothing, packed some cigarettes and fine liquor into his backpack, and prepared to venture once more into the apocalypse. With a thought, he found himself back in the familiar alley. That moment, he noticed a three-tailed black cat in the alley, seemingly in pursuit of some prey. Startled by Zhang Yu's sudden appearance, Zhang Yu too was taken aback, but breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing it was merely a cat. He stepped lightly out of the alley and onto the bustling streets of the city, beginning to observe and familiarize himself with his surroundings. With his previous experiences and some basic knowledge of the post-cataclysm world, Zhang Yu was aware that this city was likely to be safe. Thus, he felt emboldened to explore freely and learn more about it. As he strolled along the street, he suddenly arrived at a thoroughfare that seemed to be frequented by many ancient martial artists and extraordinary individuals. His keen senses informed him that many of these people, like him, had fought their way out of a bloody abyss. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he spotted a sign hanging in front of a building that resembled ancient architecture. Reading Treasure Pavilion. Perhaps there were items inside that he needed. Zhang Yu promptly made his way there. Upon entering the shop, he was greeted by a captivating woman in a qipao. She did not dismiss him for his ordinary attire. Instead, she performed a graceful bow and said, "Welcome to the Treasure Pavilion. How may I assist you?" Zhang Yu nodded, somewhat astonished that he could receive such service in a post-apocalyptic world, and softly inquired, "Could you tell me what items you have that aid in the cultivation of true energy?" The woman in the qipao smiled slightly and replied, "Please follow me." As she led Zhang Yu deeper into the store. She explained, as is widely known, following the great cataclysm, the spiritual energy of the world has revived. Ancient martial artists can cultivate techniques to absorb this energy and grow stronger. However, with the right materials, whether through consumption or alchemy, one can significantly accelerate their cultivation speed. Under her guidance, Zhang Yu arrived at a display case. The woman pointed to a row of small ceramic vials and introduced, "These are essence pills, crafted from the mutated cores of aberrant beasts and plants. They contain a wealth of essence and spiritual energy that if you are a novice in ancient martial arts, still at the acquired stage, I recommend purchasing the lowest grade E-class essence pills. Each bottle contains 7 pills, 1 per day, sufficient for a week." Zhang Yu nodded and asked, "What forms of payment do you accept here?" "Sir, in cities governed by the Beast Tamers Guild, we at the Treasure Pavilion generally accept contract currency issued by the guild. The E-class essence pill requires 10 E-class contract coins. Alternatively, if you have other items for exchange, their value must be assessed by an appraiser before we can provide an answer." The woman in the qipao replied with a smile, "Contract coins are a currency that can be exchanged for corresponding level contract scrolls at the Beast Tamers Guild, since these scrolls can help individuals contract a corresponding level aberrant beast. They hold monetary value. In that case, I shall choose to exchange. I have some items. You can evaluate their worth," Zhang Yu stated. The woman in the qipao nodded and led Zhang Yu to the appraiser. She knocked on the door, but received no response. After a second knock yielded the same result, she simply pushed the door open. Inside, an elderly man, appearing to be in his 70s or 80s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, was engrossed in what seemed to be a magazine that he appeared completely oblivious to their presence. "Master Huang, we have a guest," the qipao woman said with a hint of exasperation, gently waking the old man from his reverie. She then stepped outside and closed the door behind her. "Apologies, young friend. I am Huang Tianyu, the appraiser for the Treasure Pavilion. What item would you like me to evaluate?" the old man inquired as Zhang Yu took a seat. Yet, when he first raised his eyes to meet Zhang Yu's, his pupils constricted. If he was not mistaken, this young man was clad in garments that should belong to the pre-apocalypse industrial era. Due to the cataclysm, most factories around the world had been obliterated, rendering many pre-apocalypse items extinct. Having survived the apocalypse, people naturally yearned for the dominant status of the bygone era and revered the fashion of that time. Consequently, the value of intact garments from the old era had surged as their numbers dwindled. Thus, Zhang Yu, draped in attire from the old times, might have a significant background. This realization caused Huang Tianyu, who initially regarded Zhang Yu as merely a novice in ancient martial arts, to treat him with newfound respect. Could he be a descendant of a prestigious family from the old era? Out here on a quest for experience, Huang Tianyu quickly straightened his posture, sensing that somewhere in a hidden corner, a powerful figure with innate cultivation might be observing them. However, as Zhang Yu revealed his items, Huang Tianyu was utterly taken aback. He excitedly yet cautiously accepted a pack of cigarettes that Zhang Yu produced from his backpack. This is a pack of Zhonghua, and it's unopened." The old man's eyes were glued to the red square box in his hand. As if he were entranced, he inhaled the faint scent wafting from the tiny gaps, as though savoring the fragrance of an unparalleled beauty. Since the cataclysm, tobacco had mutated and become exceedingly rare. With cigarettes becoming increasingly scarce, Huang Tianyu had never anticipated encountering such a treasure again. "May I ask your surname, sir?" After a long pause, the old man finally regained his composure, increasingly convinced that the young man before him was undoubtedly a direct descendant of a significant family. Given how casually he presented such a rare item for trade, my surname is Zhang. Zhang Yu replied, unaware of the old man's internal musings, which would have certainly made him chuckle. Mr. Zhang. Although this pack of Zhonghua is relatively rare, it is only sought after by a specific demographic. Therefore, we have set the price at 10 B-grade contract coins. What do you think? Huang Tianyu inquired. Zhang Yu furrowed his brow, uncertain of the worth of 10 B-grade contract coins. He asked, may I inquire, Mr. Huang, how many E-grade essence pills can be purchased with these 10 B-grade contract coins? Huang Tianyu chuckled helplessly, acknowledging the naivety of a scion from a prominent family, who likely had never concerned himself with such matters. He patiently elucidated the exchange rates and purchasing power of various currencies to Zhang Yu. Suddenly, Zhang Yu felt as though a pathway to wealth had unfurled before him. It turned out that a single S-grade contract coin could be exchanged for 10 A-grade coins, and 1 A-grade coin could be traded for 100 B-grade coins. Consequently, with 10 B-grade coins, he could deplete the entire stock of E-grade essence pills at the Jinbao Pavilion and still have some left over. The principle of scarcity rendered these items exceedingly valuable. Nevertheless, Zhang Yu found this prospect appealing and nodded eagerly, stating, all right, I shall exchange for them. Seeing Zhang Yu's agreement, Huang Tianyu, fearful of any potential change of heart, produced an exquisite box crafted from an unknown material and placed the Zhonghua cigarettes within it. He then turned and approached a metallic cabinet, retrieving 10 B-grade contract coins, which he placed into a gray bag before handing it to Zhang Yu. Mr. Zhang, do you require any further appraisals? Huang Qinyou's gaze lingered on Zhang Yu's backpack, sensing that it likely contained more valuable items. Zhang Yu quickly shook his head, having grasped the value of B-grade currency. He understood the importance of discretion. Mr. Huang, this is the finest item I possess for now that I have nothing else. Should the opportunity arise, I will return to seek your counsel. Farewell. With that, Zhang Yu rose and exited through the door. Upon stepping outside, the woman in a cheongsam who had been waiting did not inquire about what Zhang Yu had exchanged or the quantity. She merely smiled and asked, Sir, do you wish to continue purchasing essence pills? Ah, yes. I would like to ask if you have any gold available. Zhang Yu suddenly recalled his need for funds upon returning home. Gold? The cheongsam-clad woman paused for a moment, tilting her head in contemplation before vaguely recalling what it was. We have an abundance of that if you desire. I can give you some as a gesture of goodwill, as it is of no use to us. Although Zhang Yu was aware that gold held little value in this post-apocalyptic world, he was nonetheless surprised at the prospect of receiving it for free. Soon, the woman in the cheongsam led Zhang Yu back to the area where the pills were displayed and inquired how many he wished to purchase. Zhang Yu pondered briefly and decided on 10 bottles, as the essence of the Taotai was particularly unique, and he suspected that a lesser quantity would be insufficient. However, he could not carry more than that. He couldn't help but reminisce about his previous spatial abilities. When it came time to pay, a problem arose on the cheongsam woman's end. Sir, do you not possess a contract coin card? You are attempting to use B-grade contract coins, and we are unable to provide change. You would need to supplement with an additional 9,999 C-grade contract coins, 999 D-grade contract coins, and 999,900 E-grade contract coins. The cheongsam woman spoke somewhat helplessly. Zhang Yu awkwardly shook his head, realizing that this was only his third visit to this timeline, and many things were still unfamiliar to him, especially the contract coins, which he had only just comprehended that day. Very well. I shall open a membership account for you at our Jinbao Pavilion. You can deposit your surplus contract coins into it, and it will be usable at all Jinbao Pavilions across the Huaxiao Alliance cities in the future. Would that be acceptable? The cheongsam woman proposed a solution. Zhang Yu considered it briefly and agreed, recognizing that he would likely make further purchases, and he felt no psychological burden regarding this arrangement. Before long, the cheongsam attendant presented a small black card within a luxurious wooden box to Zhang Yu. Sir, this is your B-grade membership card for the Jinbao Pavilion. One of your B-grade contract coins has already been credited to it. You only need to drop a drop of your blood on the chip to acknowledge ownership. It will be useless to anyone else. The young attendant in the cheongsam explained softly. Zhang Yu nodded, gently pressing a drop of blood from his palm onto the silver-white chip of the black card. The moment of contact, the blood was absorbed. Simultaneously, Zhang Yu felt an inexplicable connection to the black card, allowing him to activate or deactivate it. When activated, the contract coins within could be spent. When deactivated, the stored coins could not be utilized. Next, Zhang Yu used his membership card to purchase 10 bottles of E-grade essence pills. Placing them into his backpack. As he prepared to leave, he suddenly remembered something and addressed the Chongsam attendant. I wonder if you could exchange some E-grade and D-grade contract coins for me? Sir, we do not typically offer that service. However, given your status as a B-grade member, I can make an exception. How many would you like? The Chongsam attendant inquired. Zhang Yu thought for a moment and replied, 20 D-grade and 100 E-grade contract coins, please. Very well, please hold on. The Chongsam attendant turned and departed. Before long, she returned, carrying 2 bags, each containing the respective currencies, and handed them to Zhang Yu. She then took back the membership card, allowing Zhang Yu to activate the payment mode on a machine. With a confirmation beep, the payment was successfully completed. The Chongsam attendant returned the card to Zhang Yu, stating, Sir, your transaction has been completed successfully. Your membership card now has a balance of 999 C-grade contract coins and 9,999 D-grade coins. After securing the membership card, Zhang Yu nodded and turned to leave that moment. Another Chongsam attendant approached, carrying a gray cloth bag. Sir, this contains some gold from our storage. Given your status as a B-grade member and your affinity for gold, we have decided to gift this to you, she announced. Internally, she was somewhat astonished, unsure of the specific utility of gold, which seemed to pale in comparison to the vibrant, multifaceted eyes of mutated beasts and the exquisite silks of their pelts. However, the customer is king. Whatever delights the deity, she would strive to provide. Thankfully, there happened to be a small supply in the warehouse, albeit not much, yet it sufficed to convey respect for the membership. Zhang Yu accepted the bag, estimating its weight to be around 10 kilograms, nodded in acknowledgement, and exited the Zhunbao pavilion. Following the path he had taken earlier, he spent the entire morning familiarizing himself with the city he currently inhabited. He discovered that he was situated in a medium-sized city, City S, affiliated with the Beast Tamer Guild, adjacent to the ancient martial arts and cultivation alliance's border, with a resident population of over 30,000. The city primarily served as a base for hunting teams emerging from larger cities, leaning towards service and logistical functions. Hence, it was not surprising that a Zhunbao pavilion existed in such a medium-sized city. Along with a street teeming with individuals skilled in supernatural abilities and martial arts, as Zhang Yu continued his stroll, he noticed a cacophony of voices and sporadic cheers emanating from a nearby location. Piquing his curiosity, approaching, he discovered an arena reminiscent of a coliseum, where powerful combatants appeared to be engaged in a duel that he resolved to enter and observe the techniques employed by the supernatural martial artists of this realm. After paying 2 E-grade contract coins, Zhang Yu eagerly ascended to the spectators' area of the arena. The dueling arena was approximately the size of a basketball court, surrounded by towering stands filled with spectators. All captivated by the fierce confrontation at its center, Zhang Yu's gaze settled on the scene, and he was taken aback to find that the duel was taking place between a youthful woman and a muscular man. Perhaps it was this striking contrast of beauty and brawn that roused the interest of the onlookers. In the arena, the young woman, with her long ponytail and clad in armor, deftly maneuvered with a long spear, exuding a fiery aura as she lunged like a venomous serpent at the brawny man. Meanwhile, the muscular figure, despite being bare-chested and unarmed, remained unfazed, swatting away the spear as though brushing away a mere fly. On the surface, it appeared as though he was effortlessly toying with his opponent, allowing her to attack while he ambled about nonchalantly, as if he were merely playing with the ponytailed woman. TSK, it seems this Wu Lai may not make it through this round, Zhang Yu remarked to himself. Alas, it is truly lamentable to witness someone from a prestigious lineage descend to such a fate. Zhang Yu stood beside 2 acquaintances who were expressing their astonishment. One must admit, Wu Lai lives up to his name, possessing a temperament as fierce as his reputation. He had castrated the son of a certain ancient martial arts sect leader from the East who sought to insult him. This altercation led to him being pursued, ultimately fleeing to our Beast Tamers Guild. At that moment, a voice whispered in Zhang Yu's ear, "Good sir, would you care to place a wager?" Turning to his side, he noticed a staff member clad in a tailcoat, smiling at him. "How does one place a bet?" Zhang Yu inquired, intrigued. "You bet on which side will win. The current odds are 2-0. 5. The odds for the martial prodigy Wu Lai are 2, while the muscular behemoth's odds are 0.5. Would you like to place a wager? The staff member elucidated. Stop dawdling. If you won't bet, then I shall. Suddenly, a voice from beside him interrupted. The staff member, seeing someone willing to wager, promptly approached the newcomer. Zhang Yu turned to observe a figure in a gray robe, who was excitedly placing a bet. As if participating in an intriguing game. After placing the wager, the individual focused intently on the duel, clearly eager for the outcome. Zhang Yu shrugged and felt a surge of enthusiasm, deciding to place a bet as well. So he called out to the staff member who was about to leave. Producing a D-grade contract coin, he declared, I wager on Wu Lai's victory. The staff member hurriedly accepted the coin and handed Zhang Yu a receipt, explaining that he could redeem it at the prize booth if he won. Hey, are you opposing me? Why did you bet on Wu Lai when I chose the muscular giant? The figure in the gray robe seemed displeased with Zhang Yu's choice. Zhang Yu was taken aback. Why should this person care about his betting choice? Irritated by the question, he decided to ignore the individual and turned his gaze back to the arena. The reason he bet on Wu Lai was that he observed her seemingly at a disadvantage, wielding her spear ineffectively while the giant appeared to be toying with her. However, despite the giant's apparent dominance, Wu Lai's expression remained unfazed, leading Zhang Yu to believe she had yet to reveal her true capabilities. Just then, the muscular giant seemed to grow bored, his eyes glinting with malice as he charged at the young woman like a prehistoric beast. The young woman with a ponytail seemed to summon flames through her spear, which lunged toward the giant like a fire dragon. Yet, in the next instant, the spear's tip struck the giant's body as if hitting an impenetrable wall, bending grotesquely under the immense force that, you foolish boy. You bet on Wu Lai, and now you'll regret it. She's nothing special. Zhang Yu turned upon hearing the voice, recognizing it as the earlier gray-robed figure. He felt a mix of exasperation and confusion at this person's persistence in engaging him. Suddenly, Zhang Yu heard gasps of astonishment from the crowd and turned to witness a dramatic turn of events in the arena. Wu Lai appeared to be adjusting her attire, seemingly ready to exit the arena, while the giant who had once dominated lay unconscious on the ground. What had transpired? Zhang Yu was at a loss. Had it not been for the gray-robed individual, he might have missed this exhilarating moment. What just happened? How did Wu Lai suddenly win? She was getting beaten, the gray-robed figure exclaimed in frustration, turning to Zhang Yu. How did you predict Wu Lai's victory when she was clearly at a disadvantage? Zhang Yu took a deep breath and coldly replied, What business is it of yours? He then ignored the gray-robed individual and proceeded toward the prize booth, intending to collect his winnings before returning to the pre-apocalyptic timeline. Upon reaching the booth, Zhang Yu exchanged his receipt for 2 D-grade contract coins and left the arena, heading toward a nearby alley. Meanwhile, a figure in a gray robe trailed him from a distance. Zhang Yu frowned and quickened his pace as he entered the alley. Shortly after, the gray-robed figure followed him into the alley, but soon felt a powerful force cover their masked mouth and push them against the wall. What do you want? Zhang Yu recognized the person as the gray-robed figure from the arena. He sighed inwardly, suspecting that this was just a spoiled rich kid playing games. Why are you like this? I merely wanted to ask why you support Wu Lai, why you placed a bet on her, the gray-robed individual said with a tone of grievance. Hearing such a childish reason, Zhang Yu felt a sense of helplessness. Was this person unaware of the dangers of the world they lived in? Had they been overly sheltered, oblivious to the harsh realities that remained even after the apocalypse? Just as Zhang Yu prepared to release his grip, he felt the gray-robed individual suddenly push against the wall with both hands, using the leverage to thrust backward, colliding with Zhang Yu's chest and causing him to stagger, in the next instant. The gray-robed figure turned and executed a kick aimed at Zhang Yu's groin. Zhang Yu was taken aback by the viciousness of the move, drenched in cold sweat. If hit, it would be excruciating. However, his extensive combat experience indicated that this gray-robed individual, despite their cunning, was inexperienced. Swiftly, he blocked the incoming kick with both hands, then reversed his grip to pull the gray-robed person into a split, before pushing them down to the ground, pinning them beneath him to immobilize them. Yet, at that moment, Zhang Yu suddenly sensed something amiss. The body of the gray-robed individual felt unexpectedly soft, accompanied by a faint, alluring fragrance. Furthermore, there was something peculiar about their chest. Realization dawned upon him, and he looked up to see that the mask obscured most of the individual's face, revealing only a pair of beautiful, fiery red eyes that shimmered with tears. I asked this person a girl. How long do you intend to keep touching me? The gray-robed girl exclaimed, her voice a melodious blend of embarrassment and indignation. Perhaps aware that her gender had been exposed that moment, Zhang Yu realized that his right hand was in an inappropriate position and hastily withdrew it, rising to his feet. Young lady, do not wander about recklessly. This is a post-apocalyptic world. You should hurry home, Zhang Yu said, exasperated. Before turning to dash into a side street of the alley, he felt a sense of futility at the absurdity of the situation. The gray-robed girl, seeing Zhang Yu vanish around the corner, dared not pursue him, instead crouching in the corner and crying in distress, when Zhang Yu traversed back to his home before the apocalypse. It was just past noon. He had initially planned to enjoy a meal after returning from the post-apocalyptic world, curious about the food available, yet he had not anticipated such an incident. It seemed that the girl had been overly sheltered from a young age. Oblivious to the world's dangers that he hoped her parents would not find out. Otherwise, he might find himself in trouble. Next time he traveled to the post-apocalyptic future, he would need to be more cautious. Perhaps even disguise himself and choose a different location for his journey. After changing into comfortable attire, he settled onto a yoga mat at the gym, taking out a bottle of E-grade essence pills to begin his training. Just then, his phone rang. Zhang Yu glanced at the screen, seeing it was a call from Li Suya. What could she want? He wondered as he pressed the answer button. Good day, Mr. Zhang. I hope I'm not interrupting anything. Li Suya's sweet voice came through the line. No, not at all. There's something you need. Zhang Yu replied. Li Suya chuckled lightly. Well, it's nothing major. I just wanted to inform you that the villa you rented comes with a complimentary cleaning service each month. And I wanted to ask when would be a convenient time for us to arrange a visit. Zhang Yu recalled that his home could indeed use some tidying up. How about the evening of the 5th of each month? He suggested. Li Suya promptly noted the time, and then Zhang Yu exchanged a few pleasantries with her before concluding the call. After setting his phone down, Zhang Yu took a deep breath, exhaling slowly. He then gently picked up the E-grade essence pill that lay before him, uncorked the bottle, and was met with a peculiar blend of faint fishy and fragrant aromas. He poured a single pill into his palm for a closer inspection. It was a pill, a striking interplay of crimson and green hues, roughly the size of a soybean. Zhang Yu delicately placed the E-grade essence pill into his mouth, feeling as though it dissolved seamlessly into his saliva. He hurriedly swallowed, sensing a curious amalgamation of the fishy and fragrant flavors pervading his entire abdomen. Almost instantly, he felt a warm flame materialize in his dantian. This flame was not scorching, but emitted a gentle warmth that radiated outward to his limbs. At this moment, under Zhang Yu's control, the gluttonous true qi in his dantian acted like a ravenous wolf spotting a sheep, swiftly consuming the warm currents that had diffused around his dantian before pouncing upon the warm flame itself. He observed as the flame gradually diminished, while the gluttonous true qi began to swell in strength. Once Zhang Yu sensed that the entirety of the flame had been devoured by the gluttonous true qi. He could distinctly feel that its power had more than doubled. He slowly ceased the swallowing heaven and devouring earth technique, opened his eyes to check the time. Had 3 hours truly passed? Ignoring the passage of time, Zhang Yu poured another essence pill into his mouth and resumed his meditation. Another 3 hours slipped by. Upon opening his eyes again, Zhang Yu prepared to pour out another essence pill for further cultivation. Only to be abruptly reminded of his hunger. It dawned on him that he had only had breakfast and had skipped lunch. It seemed he needed to satiate his hunger first, after dressing. He hailed a taxi, intending to visit the gold shop to convert the gold he had acquired that day into cash before purchasing a car and then going for a meal. Zhang Yu returned to the previous gold shop, where the saleswoman recognized him immediately. With practiced ease, he sold 2 kilograms of gold bars in this shop, receiving 800,000 in cash, and then proceeded to 4 other gold shops, each time selling 2 kilograms of gold bars, ultimately converting all the gold bars he had obtained from the treasure pavilion into 4 million in cash. If others were to learn that Zhang Yu had effortlessly acquired 10 kilograms of gold bars and exchanged them for 4 million cash in just one morning, they would be envious beyond measure. However, Zhang Yu felt that such a method of acquiring wealth was rather sluggish. His foremost concern, both now and in the future, was cultivation. How could he afford the luxury of gathering gold in the post-apocalyptic world only to sell it before the apocalypse? He could only collect it as a side task. Moreover, the act of selling the gathered gold posed a considerable dilemma. selling exclusively at one gold shop might incite greed, although he was unafraid. He preferred to avoid trouble. Selling at multiple gold shops across various cities was cumbersome, and he lacked the time for such endeavors. Furthermore, there were bound to be profit-sharing channels and information networks among the gold shops, and he would eventually be discovered if it became known that he possessed such an abundance of unaccounted-for gold. Many opportunists would likely set their sights on him, bringing forth unnecessary complications. Suddenly, a previous inspiration resurfaced in his mind, and he resolved to experiment with it upon returning home. If it proved successful, then future financial worries would be a thing of the past. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Zhang Yu arrived at the Audi 4S dealership in City C. It was dinner time, and the sales staff were all occupied with their meals when they noticed a plainly dressed young man entering. Exhausted from a long day, the salespeople were reluctant to engage with someone who, at first glance, seemed unlikely to be a serious customer. Car salespeople are astute. They understand that there are generally two types of individuals who walk in to buy a car: those who are wealthy themselves and those who come from affluent families. Typically, those from wealthy backgrounds either arrive with companions or have prior arrangements made by their elders. It is uncommon for them to simply show up and utilize family funds without prior consent, especially when purchases can amount to hundreds of thousands. Wealthy individuals tend to invest their liquid assets in stable products. Moreover, the elite second-generation wealthy individuals would not frequent an Audi 4S dealership, as they typically seek sports cars. Hence, Zhang Yu, with his unassuming appearance, did not strike the sales staff as someone who possessed wealth. Nevertheless, the 4S dealership had its protocols. It was customary to attend to any customer who entered, regardless of their appearance. Thus, even if they were unwilling, someone had to take the initiative. Consequently, many salespeople, including the sales manager, turned their attention to an intern. Lu Jie felt a bitter pang arise from within. It was not that he was unwilling to assist the young man, but he had not eaten all day, having spent the hours assisting the seasoned employees with various tasks. Just as he was about to enjoy a meal, he was summoned to attend to a customer. However, this was the nature of work. There was no escaping it. Lu Jie set down his chopsticks and approached the young man browsing the vehicles. Forcing a smile onto his face, he reminded himself that he was facing a customer, a source of his livelihood. Despite his hunger, he had to prioritize serving this individual. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" Lu Jie inquired with a smile, though his voice bore a hint of weakness due to his hunger. Zhang Yu lifted his gaze, empathizing with the young man, recalling his own struggles when he first started in sales. At that moment, the door of the 4S dealership swung open again, and a young couple entered, laughing and chatting animatedly. The woman was strikingly beautiful, with an alluring figure, adorned in fashionable designer clothing, and nestled against the man's arm, while the young man, dressed in an expensive Armani suit, bantered playfully with her. The sales manager, who had been eating, set down his utensils, wiped his mouth, and gestured for his subordinates to remain seated as he personally approached the couple. Upon hearing the girl's voice, Zhang Yu felt a strange sense of familiarity. Turning his head, he was taken aback to discover that the girl was none other than his ex-girlfriend, Gui Fun, with whom he had recently parted ways. Indeed, just a day after their breakup, she was already with that wealthy young man, just as in his previous life. That he chuckled softly, choosing to ignore her and instead addressed the sales representative before him. "I would like to purchase an Audi A6L. Do you have any in stock?" Lu Jie was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated the young man might inquire about engine specifications or horsepower, but instead he stated his intent to buy outright and asked if any were available. In disbelief, Lu Jie stammered, "Sir, are you saying you wish to buy an A6L?" Noticing the salesman's incredulity, Zhang Yu found it amusing and nodded affirmatively. Sensing that the young man was not joking, Lu Jie felt a rush of excitement and replied, "Yes, indeed. We have a model of the A6L available right now. Please follow me." Lu Jie led Zhang Yu to a vehicle that exuded understated elegance. Zhang Yu opened the door and settled into the driver's seat, appreciating the comfort of the cabin. Satisfied, he nodded and declared, "This one will do. Let's proceed with the payment. Can I drive it away today?" Lu Jie, exhilarated, nodded eagerly and hurriedly prepared the contract, inviting Zhang Yu to a private room to discuss the details and stipulations of the agreement. Zhang Yu skimmed through the document, signed it, and handed it back to Lu Jie, who then took the contract to finalize the remaining procedures. Meanwhile, The man who had accompanied Gui Fen was being led by the sales manager to a separate room for discussions, leaving Gui Fen to wander alone within the 4S dealership. Shortly thereafter, Gui Fen noticed a young man in a nearby private room who bore a striking resemblance to Zhang Yu. Approaching for a closer look, she confirmed it was indeed him, without hesitation. Gui Fen stepped into the room, a mocking smile on her face as she asked, "Zhang Yu, how did you know I was here?" She presumed Zhang Yu had finally succumbed to his feelings and sought to reconcile, knowing well the depth of his affection for her. However, what Gui Fen did not realize was that the Zhang Yu before her was not the same as the one she had known. He had endured apocalyptic trials, betrayal, and life-and-death struggles, and had now returned reborn, confronted by the woman to whom he had once devoted everything. Zhang Yu felt no stir of emotion, even finding himself wanting to laugh at his youthful naivety, and at how society had sculpted the once pure girl into someone so materialistic. "I had no knowledge of your presence here," Zhang Yu spoke calmly. Upon hearing this, Gui Fen let out a cold laugh. Looking down from her lofty position at Zhang Yu, whose entire outfit cost less than 100 yuan, she remarked, "Oh, so you're not here to find me? What brings you here then? Did you resign to apply for a sales position? Why not wear your cheap suit?" Listening to Gui Fen's sarcastic words, Zhang Yu couldn't help but laugh at his former self. He had worn clothes worth barely 100 yuan just to support her extravagant lifestyle. What was the point? Seeing Zhang Yu silent, Gui Fen assumed she had exposed his deceit, leaving him speechless. "Doh, you're not suggesting you're here to buy a car, are you? What a joke. Can you even afford a single tire here?" Gui Fen said with a smirk. Zhang Yu sighed in exasperation, thinking how self-righteous she was. Whether he could afford a car was none of her concern. With annoyance, he retorted, "I'm sorry, my ability to purchase a car here has nothing to do with you. Do you understand? And you are truly bothersome. Please stop pestering me, or I'll call security." Gui Fen's eyes widened in disbelief as she scrutinized Zhang Yu as if she were seeing him for the first time. Realizing he seemed somewhat different in her memory, the man before her had always been so submissive until yesterday. Yet now, Zhang Yu sat there, composed and unruffled, exuding an indefinable aura. She couldn't imagine what had transpired since yesterday to cause such a dramatic transformation. And his attitude, why had it changed so drastically? Had his past affections for her merely been an act? That didn't make sense. Pretending would offer him no benefit. Gui Fen was oblivious to the fact that the Zhang Yu before her had been reborn from the ashes of a dystopian world. His feelings for her having long since faded away due to her betrayal and the passage of time. At that moment, Lu Jie, who had just completed Zhang Yu's paperwork, hurried into the room. Seeing an extra person present, he paused for a moment but then addressed Zhang Yu. "Mr. Zhang, your paperwork is complete. Would you like to pick up your car now?" Gui Fen stared at Lu Jie in shock. Doubting her ears. Pick up a car? Zhang Yu had always handed over his salary to her. Where would he find money to buy a car? As for the license plate, I'll need your assistance with that later. I am short on time. Zhang Yu nodded, ignoring Gui Fen, and followed Lu Jie to retrieve the vehicle. Meanwhile, Gui Fen stood frozen in place, watching the two depart, her mind in disarray. How could this man, who previously earned only a modest salary, suddenly be acquiring a car? Had his apparent poverty all been a facade? But why? "Darling, what's wrong?" Zhao Gongzi, who had accompanied Gui Fen earlier, approached her, noticing her distracted demeanor. Gui Fen looked up at the wealthy young man clad in Armani, the son of a liquor industry tycoon destined to inherit vast wealth. She suddenly felt that even if Zhang Yu had suddenly become wealthy, it mattered little. Could he ever compare to Zhao Gongzi? Thus, she composed herself and smiled brightly, saying sweetly, "Oh, it's nothing. I was just reminiscing about some things." "Zhao Gu, what were you discussing with that manager just now?" "You mentioned coming here to buy me a car." A fleeting glimmer of mockery flashed in Zhao Gongzi's eyes upon hearing her words. Buying a car after such a short acquaintance. Is she naive or just foolish? Regardless, it's all just a game. Of course, today is the day for the purchase. However, the car best suited for you hasn't arrived yet. Let us grab a bite at a hotel. I'm starving. Once the car arrives, I'll bring you back to pick it up, Zhao Gongzi said with a charming smile. Though Gui Fen exhibited a degree of naivety, she was also astute enough to realize Zhao Gongzi's intentions for their dinner at the hotel. She was keenly aware that easily obtained things are seldom cherished. Therefore, she wouldn't let Zhao Gongzi have his way too easily. She clung to his arm, her chest brushing against him ever so lightly, playfully teasing him. "Oh no, I'd much rather go to a bar for drinks. They serve food there too, and it's lively and fun. Can we go there instead? Guifan said coyly. She knew that once they arrived at the bar, she would likely run into her close friends, allowing her to excuse herself and further entice the man before her. She understood well that the unattainable holds the greatest allure. The more she piqued Zhao Gongzi's interest, the more she could extract from him. Feeling the soft brush of her skin against his arm and her sweet, flirtatious laughter, Zhao Gongzi felt a stir of desire within him. He nodded and led Guifan out of the 4S dealership. As they exited, they happened to encounter Zhang Yu, who was seated in the driver's seat of a new Audi A6L. After bidding farewell to the salesman Lu Jie, Zhang Yu disregarded Guifan's complex gaze from a distance and pressed the accelerator. Driving away, Lu Jie, meanwhile, happily returned to his workstation with the signed contract, only to find his colleagues engaged in a discussion. Approaching them, he overheard they were talking about the couple he had just seen. Sigh, I've seen this combination before. Wealthy heirs buying cars for their mistresses that I thought it would be an easy sale, but the rich kid just asked a few questions and left. That girl clearly lacks the skills. The sales manager commented while picking at some cold food. Boss, what does that have to do with her? A male salesman inquired. The manager chuckled. You can tell you're inexperienced that you'll understand after facing a few more situations. But for now, focus on your sales targets. The new year is approaching. What are you going to do about your performance metrics? Upon hearing the mention of performance, Lu Jie timidly spoke up. Boss, I made a sale today. Can I be promoted ahead of schedule? What? When did you make a sale? I've been watching you all day. How could I not know if someone made a sale? The manager replied skeptically. Lu Jie produced the contract and receipt from Zhang Yu's card transaction, saying, Boss, I really made a sale. Look, the contract and receipt are right here. The manager examined the documents and, to his surprise, confirmed that Lu Jie had indeed sold an Audi A6L. When did this happen? He asked, puzzled. If such a sale had occurred, how could he not be aware? Just now, Mr. Zhang came in, took a look at the car, sat in it for a test drive, and bought it on the spot. Lu Jie explained. Upon hearing this, the manager and the other salespeople recalled the young man in simple attire who had entered earlier. It was him. They exclaimed in disbelief. Why do these wealthy individuals always play this game? A wave of regret washed over them, realizing that based on Lu Jie's description, Mr. Zhang had been a prime opportunity for a sale. Anyone could have closed the deal. Yet, none had chosen to attend to him, allowing a commission of several thousand yuan to slip through their fingers. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu, now driving his new car, had finished dinner and was on his way home. However, as he passed a street, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure. A long-haired girl in a red dress was entangled with a rather rotund man. Upon closer inspection, Zhang Yu realized it was Li Suya. He planned to drive over to see what was happening. At that moment, Li Suya could hardly believe that her seemingly affable boss harbored such intentions towards her. Fear gripped her heart, yet she forced a facade of calmness. Manager Qian, I can go home by myself. You don't need to drive me, really. Qian Guahao, however, seized Li Suya's arm, insisting, Oh, you're in this state. How can I, as your superior, let you go home alone? It's fine, I'll take you. Feeling Qian Guahao's grip on her arm, Li Suya struggled to break free, but her head spun, leaving her weak and disoriented. She couldn't fathom why, despite her usual good tolerance for alcohol, she felt so lightheaded after just a few drinks. Just as despair began to take hold, a voice called out beside her, Suya, why haven't you gone home yet? In her hazy state, she recognized it was the charming tenant, Zhang Yu, from the previous day. Mr. Zhang, help me. Li Suya merely murmured these few words, feeling her head grow increasingly heavy, as if standing itself required an immense effort. Sir, I apologize for the embarrassment. This is my colleague, who has succumbed to intoxication. Qian Guahao said with a smile to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu let out a cold laugh. He had witnessed everything unfold before his eyes. The pretense of drunken revelry was clearly a facade for ulterior motives. Taking a step forward, he gently brushed Qian Guahao's hand away from Li Suya's arm. While Li Suya leaned lightly against Zhang Yu's shoulder, I saw everything clearly. Your so-called drunkenness is a mere ruse. You know full well what means you employed, so do not force my hand to call the police, Zhang Yu said coldly. Qian Guahao, feeling a surge of anger at the prospect of losing his prize, glared fiercely at Zhang Yu. Yet, he was acutely aware that he had indeed drugged her. Should Zhang Yu alert the authorities, he would face dire consequences. Kid, you've ruined my plans. You'd best watch yourself in the future. Qian Guahao warned. Zhang Yu paid no heed to the threat. To him, the intimidation from such a minor character was akin to an ant challenging an elephant, utterly inconsequential. After assisting Li Suya into the passenger seat of his car, Zhang Yu realized that the girl's consciousness had faded significantly. Suya, where is your home? I will take you back. He gently shook her, inquiring. However, Li Suya had completely lost awareness and failed to respond. With no other option, Zhang Yu resolved to take her to his own home, allowing her to regain her senses there. As he prepared to start the engine, two young individuals happened to stroll by, one of whom, seemingly recognizing Li Suya, called out, "Sister Xia." Upon hearing this voice, Zhang Yu paused his actions that a girl with a pure appearance, clad in athletic attire that accentuated her slender waist and long legs, approached. A light sheen of sweat from her run clung to her face, causing a few strands of hair to stick alluringly to her temples. Sister Xia, the innocent girl gently shook Li Suya's body. Noticing she could not rouse her, turning to Zhang Yu, she questioned, "I am a classmate of Suya's from university. May I ask who you are?" Zhang Yu was about to explain the situation when a chilling voice emerged from behind the athletic girl. "Do not inquire further. This person before you is not of good character. Your sister Suya is likely drugged by him. I can smell the drug from a distance." The tall woman clad in a pristine martial arts outfit stepped into Zhang Yu's line of sight. With her hair tied back in a ponytail and arms crossed, her cold gaze was fixed on him. "What? Sister Suya has been drugged. No wonder she cannot be awakened. Who are you? Do you know who Suya's father is? How dare you drug her?" the athletic girl exclaimed, her anger directed at Zhang Yu. "Charon, teach him a proper lesson." The martial arts-clad woman had already approached the driver's side, coldly advising Zhang Yu, "I suggest you exit the vehicle peacefully. Do not compel me to take action." Zhang Yu found the situation absurd and quickly responded, "Ladies, you misunderstand. I did not administer the drug to Suya. That it was someone else." Then unlock the car door. The martial arts woman insisted, in an effort to dispel their misunderstanding. Zhang Yu complied, unlocking the door that had been secured to prevent Li Suya from inadvertently opening it while in a daze. With a click, the door swung open, and the athletic girl forcefully pulled it, causing it to creak ominously. "Since you know Li Suya, please take her home. I, too, rescued her along the way. I am unaware of her residence and have been fretting over what to do." Zhang Yu remarked as he saw the innocent girl assist Li Suya out of the vehicle. He intended to return home to continue his practice. The martial arts girl, however, merely smiled coldly, saying, having been discovered after drugging her, "You think you can simply walk away? How naive that I keep telling you. You are mistaken. I did not drug Li Suya." Zhang Yu retorted helplessly. Yet the martial arts girl dismissed his explanation, perceiving it as mere evasion. To ensure she wasn't mistaken, she proposed, "If it is indeed a misunderstanding, then come with us. Once Suya awakens, she will clarify your innocence. If we were wrong, we shall apologize." Zhang Yu felt a surge of irritation. He had pressing matters to attend to, originally planning to conduct an experiment that directly impacted his ability to profit in this apocalyptic world. He had no time to squander on trivialities, and his intervention on behalf of Li Suya was not born from a deep relationship, but rather a desire to prevent her from being taken advantage of, compounded by the fact that she had previously contacted him for cleaning services. There was no way he would acquiesce to the martial arts girl's demands. "Enough. I am disinclined to debate this further. When Li Suya awakens, you can ask her yourself. I have matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave," Zhang Yu stated impatiently, rising to close the door that had been opened. "What? Are you feeling guilty now? If you are innocent, what harm is there in waiting a moment?" The athletic girl glared at Zhang Yu, cradling Li Suya. "Charon, I believe this person is scum. Show him no mercy." The martial arts girl merely nodded, then advised Zhang Yu coolly, "I recommend you comply and come with us, or you will face considerable discomfort." Zhang Yu chuckled in disbelief. It was evident that this girl possessed some form of confidence, likely due to her martial arts training. However, she seemed to underestimate others. Believing her skills made her invincible, such a sheltered flower, even without true energy cultivation, he could easily overpower. "I would caution you. Do not assume that mere martial arts prowess makes you formidable before a true expert. You are nothing, so refrain from rash actions, or you will only harm yourself," Zhang Yu advised with a hint of amusement. Seeing that Zhang Yu disregarded her counsel, the martial arts girl's eyes narrowed with disapproval. She could tell that this man with his average build and uncalloused hands, bore no signs of rigorous training. While she was unsure how he discerned her martial arts background, she was convinced he was not her equal. "Since you refuse my warning, I shall teach you a lesson for your insolence," the martial arts girl declared, charging toward Zhang Yu. Believing she could swiftly incapacitate this seemingly fragile man, she launched a sidekick aimed at his head, intentionally restraining her strength to prevent serious injury. Zhang Yu, observing her approach, couldn't help but wonder if he had unwittingly stepped into a bizarre scenario, but as she neared, he effortlessly twisted his head and seized her kicking leg with both hands, employing no energy for fear of harming her. While this girl was indeed bothersome, his intervention stemmed from a sense of justice. "I warn you, continue this way, and I shall be less courteous. Even a clay figurine has its limits." Zhang Yu frowned, stating firmly, realizing her attack had been effortlessly thwarted. The martial arts girl squinted, taken aback. She quickly retracted her leg and assumed a fighting stance, declaring, "I did not expect you to have some skill. This is intriguing. I shall now engage you seriously." With that, she transformed her hands into claws, unleashing a flurry of swift strikes that sliced through the air with a menacing whoosh, aimed directly at Zhang Yu. But who was Zhang Yu? Although he had never formally trained in martial arts, the adage "practice makes perfect" held true, especially considering his countless battles against aberrant beasts in this apocalyptic realm. His combat skills had evolved to an unparalleled peak, rendering him a formidable opponent, far beyond the capabilities of the sheltered flower. He first evaded the woman's claw strike aimed at his throat, then seized the initiative, taking advantage of her momentary fatigue and the lack of her newly regained strength. With a sudden, forceful charge akin to a collapsing mountain, he crashed into the woman, whose physique was already less robust than his. The impact left her staggering. Seizing the advantage, Zhang Yu grasped the woman's unsteady arm and executed a shoulder throw, sending her crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, leaving her dazed and devoid of combat capability. A pure-hearted girl, who was supporting Li Suya, was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing the tall woman being toppled in just 2 exchanges. In her memory, this childhood friend had trained in martial arts since a young age and had never been bested by anyone except her master and fellow disciples. Renowned in the domestic martial arts community, she was now effortlessly defeated by someone who seemed to have emerged from nowhere, leaving the girl in a state of disbelief. Quickly regaining her composure, she gently helped Li Suya sit on the ground and rushed to the side of the tall woman, inquiring, "Churen, are you all right?" The tall woman merely shook her head, responding, "I'm fine," and, with the girl's assistance, Wobbly stood up. Observing this, Zhang Yu shook his head and remarked, "Why bother? Just inviting trouble." With that, he disregarded the two, turning to leave in his seat. As the pure-hearted girl was about to speak, the tall woman halted her. Dressed in martial attire, she called out to Zhang Yu's retreating figure, "Your martial prowess surpasses mine. I concede, but I shall challenge you again. May I ask your name?" Zhang Yu, feeling exasperated, had no desire for such entanglements and certainly would not provide his name to invite further complications. He entered his vehicle, ignoring the tall woman entirely, and drove away with a rumble. "How rude!" the pure-hearted girl exclaimed in indignation. The tall woman remained silent, a glimmer of shame and anger flickering in her eyes. With her striking beauty, tall stature, and years of martial training, she was accustomed to admiration from various outstanding men. This was the first instance she had encountered someone who disregarded her completely, and particularly one who had just decisively defeated her, further unsettling her emotions. Nonetheless, being a martial artist, her mental fortitude quickly returned to normal, and she bore the pain as she and the pure-hearted girl escorted Li Suya home. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu enjoyed a smooth drive back to his residence. After taking a shower and changing clothes, he retreated to his room to begin his training that he practiced diligently throughout the night, consuming 7 essence pills, and his Taotai true energy expanded from the size of a mere hair to approximately 1/10 the size of a pinky finger. Drawing from the descriptions of the 4 paths of ancient martial arts he had acquired from a general store, Zhang Yu understood that he now belonged to the early stage of the acquired blood realm within the classification of ancient martial arts. This stage primarily involves cultivating true energy. Once true energy is developed, the next step is to advance to the segment body realm. As the name suggests, the segment body realm entails refining one's physical body so that it can reach its peak performance without relying on the enhancement of true energy. This refinement is mainly achieved through the cultivation and strengthening of true energy at this juncture. The unique characteristics of various inherited techniques begin to manifest. Some techniques channel a cold true energy, enabling the body to better adapt to and withstand frigid conditions. Others, with a defensive true energy attribute, significantly enhance the body's defensive capabilities, albeit at the cost of strength and speed. The characteristic of Tao Tai true energy accelerates the body's metabolic rate, allowing practitioners to break through the body refining stage more swiftly than those training in other techniques. However, one aspect troubled Zhang Yu. According to the texts, the stage following body refinement is the peak stage of the acquired visceral cultivation. Yet the methods for visceral cultivation were transmitted orally among many sects and were not documented in texts. This left him in a quandary. Would he need to join a sect after all? Suddenly, his phone rang. "Hey, Yugo, are you busy?" A frivolous young man's voice came through the line. Zhang Yu paused to recall that this was one of his close high school friends, Suan Shaoan. "What brings you to call me?" Zhang Yu teased. Suan chuckled. "What inheritance? I have ambitions, but my dad insists I stay home for 2 years before he allows me to start my own venture." "So, have you given up on your dream of running a pig farm?" Zhang Yu laughed. You know me too well. So, are you free tomorrow? We should gather." Suan inquired. Images of familiar faces, now slightly faded with time, flashed through Zhang Yu's mind, and he nodded. "Sounds good. Where?" "At the Huangchao KTV, and I'll arrange for some lovely ladies to accompany you." "You must come," Suan replied with a laugh. "All right, since you've planned it. How could I possibly refuse?" Zhang Yu also chuckled. "That it's settled then. See you tomorrow night at Huangchao KTV." After hanging up, Zhang Yu reminisced about his high school days, a smile gracing his face as he recalled those wonderful times. However, he quickly set aside his memories, intent on continuing his cultivation of true energy. The training for the segment body realm involves using true energy to refine the physical body, but his current true energy supply was still too minimal. Starting to refine his body now would be too slow. In a luxurious villa within Sea City, a middle-aged woman clad in a black training outfit exclaimed in disbelief. "What? Someone actually defeated Charon in just 2 moves." Nearby, a tall woman lay sprawled on a tatama mat, her bare back resting on a soft cushion, partially obscured. Beside her, a graceful girl in a loose white training outfit was massaging her back. "Yes, master, it truly was just 2 moves." The woman recalled the decisive and swift movements of her opponent, still at a loss for how to counter them. The middle-aged woman paced thoughtfully, saying, "I did not expect such a skilled fighter to exist in Sea City." Truly, exceptional talents abound in the folk of Huaxiad at that moment. A girl in sportswear entered the room. Upon hearing the middle-aged woman's words, she interjected, "Aunt Jiang, you don't understand. What exceptional talent? So what if they can fight? They're still a scoundrel. If Charon and I hadn't encountered him, who knows what might have happened to Suya? Simply a scoundrel, a disgrace. Shao Jia, we don't have all the details yet. How can you hastily label him?" The middle-aged woman, known as Aunt Jiang, chuckled. "He didn't say there was someone else behind the drugging. If he were truly a scoundrel, you both would have been taken down without a chance to return." She added, "Humph, he doesn't seem like a good person to me. He even hurt Charon." "Aunt Jiang, you can't just ignore this." The girl named Shao Jia pouted, clinging to Aunt Jiang's arm. Aunt Jiang smiled gently, saying, "All right, I will take care of it. Once Xia wakes up tomorrow morning, we will ask her what really happened. If it turns out he was indeed behind the drugging, I will ensure he faces the consequences and turn him over to the authorities." Hearing this, Shao Jia brightened up, exclaiming, "That's great. With Aunt Jiang on the case, no matter how skilled he is, he won't stand a chance. Don't underestimate the heroes of the world. Though I have cultivated to the transformation stage, I still cannot compete against those who have surpassed it, so please refrain from causing trouble outside. All right?" Aunt Jiang admonished. Shao Jia didn't dare to retort, but muttered, "What do you mean by those above the transformation stage?" "Aunt Jiang, you just like to scare people. I in the realm of domestic martial arts." Everyone knew Aunt Jiang was a renowned master, and Shao Jia found it hard to believe there was anyone more formidable than her. Except perhaps for a few ancient relics. Aunt Jiang chuckled and shook her head, affectionately ruffling the young girl's hair, remaining silent. "Master, what comes after the transformation stage?" the girl who was massaging the tall woman asked. Aunt Jiang replied, "Well, I'm not entirely sure either. It's been many years since a master-level expert has emerged beyond the transformation stage in our country." Seemingly recalling something, a glimmer of nostalgia crossed Aunt Jiang's eyes as she said, When I was learning, my master told me that he had once studied under the famous master Zhang Yu during the Republic era. According to our patriarch, those who surpass the transformation stage are known as grandmasters. Master, how powerful are grandmasters? The tall woman reclining on the bed inquired with curiosity. Aunt Jiang shook her head and simply replied, "My master did not mention this. He only told me that the might of a grandmaster is insurmountable. Below the grandmaster, one is invincible in the world." Upon hearing the term invincible in the world, a flicker of yearning passed through the tall woman's eyes. Well, the concept of a grandmaster has long since become an ethereal legend. You should all rest early, Aunt Jiang sighed, as if recalling some troubling matter, before turning to leave. The remaining few in the room exchanged bewildered glances. What's wrong with Aunt Jiang? She seems a bit upset. Xiao Jie asked the reclining tall woman at that moment. The tall woman sat up, donned her training attire, concealing her remarkable attributes, and said, "I suppose I know my master was once a renowned martial arts prodigy in our country, achieving the state of transformation at 25. Yet now, he remains at the same level, as if the next realm is an impenetrable fortress, impossible to breach. Hence, whenever he reflects on this, he becomes disheartened," the pure-hearted girl in white added. Hearing their explanation, Xiao Jie nodded, albeit with a semblance of confusion. The following day, spurred by hunger, Zhang Yu slowly opened his eyes at this moment. The sky had already brightened. After a night of cultivation, he could distinctly feel his true energy had grown stronger. This gradual increase in strength captivated him, making him yearn to devote every hour of the day to his practice. After all, in his previous life, although he awakened an S-class ability from the outset, being an extraordinary talent among countless others, the advancement of S-class powers was exceedingly slow and arduous, coupled with the fact that much of his time was spent battling mutated beasts rather than cultivating. He had far less time for training. Thus, he never anticipated that this gradual sensation of becoming stronger could be so exhilarating. Regrettably, he was not yet able to fast, or else he would have continued his training late into the night. With a resigned sigh, Zhang Yu stood up and proceeded to the kitchen to prepare himself a nutritious breakfast. After devouring his meal with great enthusiasm, Zhang Yu resumed his cultivation. He swallowed a vitality pill, channeling his devouring true energy, incessantly absorbing and refining the energy from the pill into his own essence. Just then, the doorbell rang. Ding dong. Zhang Yu furrowed his brow. He was currently in the midst of refining the energy from the pill. And if he paused now, the energy would escape his grasp and disperse throughout his body. Thus, he chose to ignore the knocking and continued his work. Outside the villa, a middle-aged woman clad in black training attire, accompanied by several girls, pressed the doorbell. "Aunt Jiang, is he still asleep, or has he already gone out?" Xiao Jie inquired. Dressed in a JK uniform, her fair thighs adorned with black thermal stockings, exuding youthful vigor. "Perhaps we should return and apologize another time," Xiao Jie suggested, her eyes darting. "You child, he kindly rescued your friend Xia last night, and you unjustly accused him and even fought with him. How have I taught you to behave?" Aunt Jiang replied sternly. Faced with Aunt Jiang's stern demeanor, Xiao Jie fell silent. Meanwhile, Li Xia remarked, "Let me call Mr. Zhang first." She then took out her phone and dialed Zhang Yu's number. "Beep. Sorry, the number you have dialed is currently busy." Li Xia hung up and said, "It's busy. Let's wait a moment." A minute ago, while immersed in his training, Zhang Yu had frowned and halted his practice, allowing the remaining energy from the vitality pill to disperse. He picked up his phone and pressed the answer button. "Hello? Yugu? I have finished handling everything. Where shall we meet?" Zhang Mingyue's voice came through the line. It turned out Zhang Mingyue had resolved her resignation matter and was likely inquiring about her work arrangements. "Let me send you the address. Come find me," Zhang Yu replied thoughtfully. Zhang Mingyue responded affirmatively, and after hanging up, Zhang Yu sent her a location via WeChat. Just as he finished the call, his phone rang again. It was Li Xia. "Hello, Xia," Zhang Yu said while tidying up his room. He was keen to conceal items like E-class vitality pills that might raise questions from Zhang Mingyue, lest he be compelled to fabricate explanations. "It's me, Zhang Good. I am truly grateful for your help yesterday. I wouldn't have known what to do without you," Li Xia expressed with evident excitement. Zhang Yu smiled lightly, replying, "It was nothing. I merely lent a hand while driving home. You need not take it to heart. Zhang Gu, your casual assistance nearly salvaged my future. How could I not take it to heart? By the way, are you home?" Li Xia, prompted by Aunt Jiang, remembered to ask something. Zhang Yu was taken aback, questioning the purpose of her inquiry. Yes, if that's wonderful. Zhang Yu, please open the door. I'm right outside, Li Suya said joyfully. Just outside? Could it be that the one pressing the doorbell moments ago was her? Zhang Yu approached the entrance and opened the door, revealing Li Suya, beaming at the threshold. Zhang Yu. Upon seeing Zhang Yu, Li Suya called out softly. Today, she wore a striking red dress, complemented by glossy black shoes and alluring long legs, exuding charm. However, Zhang Yu noticed that the girl with whom he had fought yesterday and another girl with a notably pure appearance were also beside Li Suya. Additionally, a distinguished middle-aged woman regarded him with an expression that was both peculiar and scrutinizing. Suya, what brings you all here? Zhang Yu asked, puzzled in response to his inquiry. The pure-looking girl in a JK uniform interjected. Hey, we are here to thank you. But are you really just going to let us stand outside talking? Zhang Yu frowned, about to respond, when the middle-aged woman reprimanded, Xiao Jia, what are you doing here? How can you be so rude? Afterward, she turned to Zhang Yu, performing a respectful salute. I am Jiang Chunxua, last night. Mr. Zhang saved my friend's daughter, and today I specifically brought my niece to express our gratitude that I apologize if my niece's words were offensive. Nearby, Xiao Jia, seeing her respected Aunt Jiang treating this young man with such gravity, shot Zhang Yu an affronted glare, though she merely pouted in silence, not daring to speak. Zhang Yu, perceiving the middle-aged woman's courteous demeanor, returned the gesture and replied, Hello, Ms. Jiang. Truly, there is no need for concern regarding last night. Please, come in and let us converse. Once they entered the house, Zhang Yu boiled a kettle of water and served each of them a cup using the villa's TSET in such a large villa. And yet, there is no tea. What a miser, Xiao Jia murmured as she settled on the sofa. She was irked by the nonchalant demeanor of this young man. After all, which martial artist would not treat her Aunt Jiang with utmost respect? Yet this young man maintained an air of indifference, and Aunt Jiang appeared unfazed, which only fueled her indignation. Aunt Jiang turned, her expression stern, and said, Gu Xiao Jia, if you continue to be so impolite, you shall see how I discipline you when we return. Faced with Aunt Jiang's sternness, Gu Xiao Jia dared not act out, promptly sitting up straight. Mr. Zhang, I sincerely apologize. This child has been spoiled since she was young. I will ensure she is properly reprimanded. Aunt Jiang addressed Zhang Yu. In truth, Zhang Yu was unconcerned by such matters that it's nothing. Ms. Jiang, please do not take it to heart. He nodded and replied nonchalantly that moment. Li Suya retrieved a ceramic bottle from her bag, presenting it to Zhang Yu with both hands. Zhang Yu, I truly appreciate your assistance last night. Otherwise, I would not have known what to do. This is a specialty medicinal wine from my family, particularly beneficial for martial artists, and I brought it to express my gratitude to Mr. Zhang. Zhang Yu nodded. He was not particularly invested in medicinal wine, as no matter how exceptional, it was merely an ordinary item devoid of any energy, thus of little use to him. Nevertheless, as it was a gift, he accepted the medicinal wine, casually placing it on the tea table, and said, If that's the case, I shall accept it. In truth, there is no need for you to dwell on last night. It was merely a matter of convenience for me. Zhang Yu, your actions were merely spontaneous. While I was spared from the humiliation inflicted by that scoundrel, I can hardly fathom how I would confront life thereafter had he succeeded. The recollection still sends shivers down my spine. Li Suya thought. Beside her, Gu Xiaojia noticed that Zhang Yu had casually placed the medicinal wine gifted by Li Suya on the side table, concerned that Zhang Yu might not comprehend its value. She interjected, Mr. Zhang, you may not be aware, but the medicinal wine my sister Xia gifted you is no ordinary brew. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu inquired, What makes it so special? This medicinal wine is called Shui Lu by Lian Ren Xinjiu. It is crafted from the rare Shui Lu antler, Qianshan's century-old snow lotus, and Changbai Mountain's millennium ginseng, all meticulously blended using a secret technique. The annual production is a mere 39 bottles. For martial artists, consuming even a single bottle can mend long-standing injuries from training and fortify one's physique, enhancing vitality and strength. Gu Xiaojia elaborated proudly. After revealing the wine's precious attributes, she added, Though Mr. Zhang possesses commendable martial skills, I dare say you have yet to encounter such medicinal wine. This bottle, gifted by my sister Xia, fetches a staggering 3 million in our homeland, and there are many who wish to acquire it, but cannot. Zhang Yu pondered this, feeling more confident about a previous insight he had to Mr. Zhang. In truth, there is another matter at hand, Zhang Yi interjected at that moment. Zhang Yu turned, a hint of confusion in his voice as he asked, Ms. Zhang, what else is there? Well, Mr. Zhang, last night, my disciple had a misunderstanding that led to a confrontation with you. To my astonishment, you defeated him in mere 2 moves. Thus, I have an unusual request to discuss with you, Zhang Yi said slowly. Please, go ahead, Zhang Yu replied, taking a sip of water. Jiang Chunxue rose gracefully. Smiling at Zhang Yu, before we proceed, I wonder if I might spar with you, to mutually validate our martial arts. Spar. Zhang Yu shook his head, pondering what he could possibly gain from practicing with the woman before him. His combat skills had been honed through life and death struggles. He had never systematically studied any martial arts. Let us forego the sparring. Ms. Jiang, to be frank, I have never trained in martial arts, though I am indeed interested. My victory over your disciple was purely coincidental. Please, let us discuss the matter directly, Zhang Yu stated. Seeing Zhang Yu's reluctance, Jiang Chunxue felt a twinge of disappointment. She understood her disciple's abilities well. To defeat him in 2 moves was something she herself could not achieve. As one of the foremost martial arts masters, Jiang Chunxue was naturally intrigued by Zhang Yu. Hey, Zhang Yu, why the arrogance? Are you aware that my Aunt Jiang is a top expert in Huaxia's transformation techniques? Countless individuals yearn for the chance to spar with her, Gu Xiaojie exclaimed, visibly annoyed. Top expert in transformation techniques. Upon hearing Gu Xiaojie's words, Zhang Yu felt a flicker of interest. Transformation techniques. What are they? He inquired, ignoring Gu Xiaojie's earlier comment. The group of tall women sitting nearby raised their eyebrows, surprised that this man, who had effortlessly defeated someone in 2 moves, was unfamiliar with the concept of transformation techniques. Who would have thought that Mr. Zhang, despite his formidable skills, remains unaware of what transformation techniques entail? One of them remarked, curiosity piqued. Zhang Yu shook his head, admitting that he was indeed not well versed in such matters. The tall woman explained, martial practitioners progress through 3 realms, Mingjin, Onjin, and Huajin. Mingjin allows one to shatter bricks with force, Onjin can break granite with a mere touch, while Huajin can reduce granite to powder with a single strike. To pulverize granite, that requires a force of at least a ton, doesn't it? Zhang Yu nodded thoughtfully, addressing Jiang Chunxue. So, you are a practitioner of Huajin. Jiang Chunxue smiled and nodded, realizing that Zhang Yu might be interested in sparring with her. What say you, Mr. Zhang? She asked, rising to his feet. Zhang Yu replied, to be honest, I am quite curious. Since Ms. Jiang is inclined to spar with me, let us proceed with caution. Gu Xiaojie and the tall woman exchanged glances. Both elated at Zhang Yu's agreement, Gu Xiaojie eagerly anticipated witnessing her aunt deliver a well-deserved lesson to this young man, for she harbored grievances against him from the previous night. Meanwhile, the tall woman was excited to observe the duel between 2 masters. Zhang Yu led Jiang Chunxue to a courtyard behind the villa, where they positioned themselves 5 meters apart, ready to engage. Zhang Yu adopted a stance akin to that he used against beasts, while Jiang Chunxue felt a shiver run down her spine. Despite Zhang Yu's seemingly flawed posture, she sensed an overwhelming danger emanating from him. Excitement surged within Jiang Chunxue. Reaching the Huajin realm at just 25 was no small feat. Since attaining this level, aside from facing firearms, she had not experienced such a thrilling sensation in combat. With a swift motion, she spread her arms and assumed a stance that radiated an aura of dominance. Resembling a fierce tiger surveying its territory, each step she took was imbued with lethal intent, making Zhang Yu appear as her impending prey. Zhang Yu, too, recognized the threat posed by the middle-aged woman before him, and he began to focus. Neither party rushed into an attack. Instead, they meticulously adjusted their positions, searching for an opening. One was a battle-hardened warrior forged in the crucible of life and death, while the other was a martial prodigy, a titan in the Huaxia martial arts community at just 25. How could either afford to grant the other an opportunity? As if by unspoken agreement, both launched towards each other simultaneously. Jiang Chunxue descended like a tiger, her right paw reaching out, while her left concealed deadly intent. Zhang Yu, however, remained unfazed, intent on his own course of action, delivering a kick aimed at Jiang Chunxue's chest. Realizing the impending threat, Jiang Chunxue altered her approach, successfully blocking Zhang Yu's incoming left kick. Upon contact, Zhang Yu was taken aback, He felt an unusual force emanating from Jiang Chuanxue's hand, overwhelming and unmatched, had it not been for his internal energy shielding him. That single strike might have rendered him incapacitated. Conversely, Jiang Chuanxue was equally astonished. She sensed that Zhang Yu was not a practitioner of Huajin. Yet, her force dissipated upon contact with him, as if striking a bottomless pit, utterly ineffective. What kind of martial arts had he cultivated? A mix of intrigue and exhilaration surged within Jiang Chuanxue. Such a foe was indeed a rare find. With a swift motion, she executed a black tiger prowling heart strike. Her hands moving like a pair of tiger claws aimed directly at Zhang Yu's vital area. Yet Zhang Yu crossed his hands, intercepting her attack with force, before countering with a pointed finger aimed at Jiang Chuanxue's neck. The two exchanged blows, neither able to gain the upper hand. Jiang Chuanxue's techniques relied heavily on surprise and precision, targeting vital points, while Zhang Yu unleashed deadly strikes, often forcing Jiang Chuanxue to adapt her defense. Gu Xiaojia, witnessing for the first time someone able to engage her aunt in such a vibrant and dynamic exchange, gasped in awe. Truanjia, this Zhang Yu is incredibly impressive. Look at him. His strikes are fierce and so stylish. Gu Xiaojia exclaimed, her eyes glued to the duel. The tall woman remained silent, fully engrossed in the spectacle of Zhang Yu and Jiang Chuanxue's confrontation, mentally placing herself within the fray and concluding that she would likely be defeated in mere moments. Suddenly, as they broke apart, both Zhang Yu and Jiang Chuanxue found themselves breathing heavily. So, this is the prowess of a Huajin master. I have learned much today, Zhang Yu remarked. Catching his breath, he reflected, acknowledging the caliber of Huaxia's elite. Realizing that even without internal energy, they could still engage him in combat. Although he had refrained from using internal energy offensively, he had employed it defensively. In essence, he had somewhat cheated. Today, I have truly learned. I never expected a young man like you to possess such martial prowess. It is indeed a testament to the saying that talents emerge from the mountains, Jiang Chuanxue said, calming her breathing and expressing her admiration. She then inquired curiously, I noticed that your strikes seem devoid of any fixed patterns or routines. May I ask which school you hail from? Truth be told, I have no formal training, Zhang Yu replied with a chuckle. All my combat skills are self-taught. Upon hearing that Zhang Yu was self-taught, both Jiang Chuanxue and her tall disciple, Jiang Chuan, looked at him in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. You mean to say, Zhang Yu, that you have mastered martial arts entirely on your own? Gu Xiaojia curiously inquired. Zhang Yu turned to look at Gu Xiaojia, who was clad in a JK uniform, sensing that the girl's gaze and demeanor towards him seemed somewhat altered. He nodded and replied, Indeed. Jiang Chuanxue sighed. Mr. Zhang, you truly are a remarkable individual. I pondered over my past experiences. I found myself unable to identify any martial arts lineage that resembles yours. However, I did encounter something similar from a self-taught retired general. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu understood. That general might have gained his skills through battlefield experience and self-study. At that moment, he suddenly noticed that Jiang Chuanxue's complexion appeared somewhat off. Without warning, she let out a gasp and spewed a copious amount of blood. Collapsing onto the ground, Master, Aunt Jiang. Aunt. The three girls, who had been spectating nearby, rushed forward to check on her condition. Gu Xiaojia assisted Jiang Chuanxue to her feet, pulling out a tissue to carefully wipe the blood from her lips. Glaring at Zhang Yu as she exclaimed, Zhang Yu, you scoundrel, what have you done? Why did you injure my Aunt Jiang like this? The other two girls also expressed their anger, feeling that Zhang Yu had been excessively harsh during what was supposed to be a sparring match. Zhang Yu, however, was bewildered. He had not utilized any true energy in his attack. If he had, given his current energy levels, a single strike could have easily sent Jiang Chuanxue, who had been fiercely engaged in battle with him moments ago, flying. Just then, Jiang Chuanxue coughed and, realizing her niece had misunderstood Zhang Yu, quickly said, Xiaojia, I'm fine. This is not Mr. Zhang's fault. It is an old injury I sustained during my service in the military that I have tried numerous remedies, including our family's medicinal wine, but to no avail. Today, while sparring with Mr. Zhang, my emotions surged, resulting in this incident. That a bit of rest will suffice. The others, upon hearing this, finally grasped that they had misjudged Zhang Yu. And Gu Xiaojia let out a sigh of relief. That I truly apologize. It seems I have misjudged you for the second time, she said, looking somewhat embarrassed at Zhang Yu, surprised to see this headstrong girl actually apologizing. Zhang Yu shook his head and replied, No worries, No worries, let's discuss this inside. Once they returned to the living room of the villa, Zhang Yu inquired with concern, Ms. Jiang, was your injury sustained during your military service? Yes, I enlisted at 17 and joined the Special Forces at 19. I cannot disclose the specific unit. During a special mission, I faced off against a top expert from country, although I defeated him, I sustained severe injuries. While I received treatment that spared my life, I was left with lingering complications. Jiang Chunxiu aside, speaking slowly. Beside her, Gu Xiaojia looked on with concern, gently massaging her aunt's shoulders. Zhang Yu nodded upon hearing this, as if making a decision, and said, Ms. Jiang, your sacrifice for the country is quite commendable. To be candid, I have a friend who is an expert in medicine, particularly skilled in treating internal injuries, that if you are willing, I can inquire on your behalf. In truth, Zhang Yu had no such medically adept friend. However, he could traverse between the pre-apocalyptic and post-apocalyptic worlds, where the resurgence of spiritual energy would certainly yield healing remedies. He could simply search for them on his next journey. Though such a medical expert exists, I would certainly be willing to give it a try. Jiang Chunshua's eyes lit up as she spoke. Having sought help from countless doctors to heal her internal injuries, she had found little success, as the damage was to her organs, and there were few viable treatments, leaving her to manage it as best she could. The three girls, including Li Suya, also brightened at the prospect, deeply concerned for Jiang Chunxue, especially Gu Xiaojia, who regarded her aunt with maternal affection. Well then, it may take a couple of days, Zhang Yu stated. Jiang Chunxue smiled. Having hope for treatment is already a blessing. This internal injury has accompanied me for over a decade. I can certainly wait a few more days. By the way, Ms. Jiang, you mentioned that you came today not only for Suya's matter, but also for something else. What was it? Zhang Yu inquired curiously. Jiang Chunxue replied, I wonder if Mr. Zhang has any understanding of the current state of the martial arts community in China. I have a slight understanding. I have heard that many sects are facing the possibility of losing their lineages. Zhang Yu mused after a moment's contemplation that he recalled a conversation with Wang Ye during his previous life regarding the state of martial arts before the apocalypse. Suddenly, he asked, Ms. Jiang, have you heard of a martial artist named Wang Ye from any particular sect? Wang Ye? Jiang Chunxue pondered briefly before shaking her head. Relieved that Jiang Chunxue was not familiar with the name, Zhang Yu sighed inwardly. To be honest, if he encountered Wang Ye in this timeline, he was uncertain how he would react, whether to confront or flee. Mr. Zhang, your insight into the current martial arts scene is quite astute. The reality is that the younger generation is reluctant to endure hardships in their training, leading to the potential loss of many sects' legacies, Jiang Chunxue lamented. What do you mean, Ms. Jiang? Zhang Yu asked, puzzled. Jiang Chunxue chuckled softly and explained, initially, I was thrilled to learn that there was an expert in City C who could defeat my disciple. I wish to invite you to join the Chinese Martial Arts Association to explore the path of martial arts together. Join the Chinese Martial Arts Association, Zhang Yu contemplated. The Chinese Martial Arts Association was founded shortly after I entered the realm of Huajin. Its primary purpose is to gather experts from around the world to discuss and research how to transcend the realm beyond Huajin. This issue has plagued martial artists in China for centuries. If we continue to isolate ourselves, how can we advance martial arts? Jiang Chunxue spoke slowly. Ms. Jiang, what is the realm beyond Huajin? He was curious about the classification of martial arts realms and how they compared to the current techniques he was practicing, as there should be some connection. After all, the post-apocalyptic Ancient Martial Arts Cultivation Association also emerged from certain martial arts families in China. To be honest, I also seek to understand. I have traveled extensively, and those I encountered who claimed to have achieved higher realms were, at best, on par with me. This realization led me to establish the Chinese Martial Arts Association, hoping to combine our efforts to uncover the next realm. Jiang Chunxue shook her head, expressing her frustration. Zhang Yu nodded, sensing that the current state of martial arts in China had indeed reached its peak. Without spiritual energy, breakthroughs seemed impossible. However, could this not be his opportunity? He could bring back a wealth of spiritual herbs from the post-apocalypse, providing those stuck at this level an opportunity to advance. This would not only strengthen China's resistance against the apocalypse, but also present a chance for him to gain some benefits, such as the secret techniques of various sections with enough essence pills. His sky-eating and earth-devouring technique could quickly reach a stage where he could begin body refinement. Once he reached the pinnacle of body refinement, he would need to forcibly transform his physical body by channeling true energy, transitioning from the acquired to the innate state. Following this transformation, he could project his true energy externally. Yet, his current technique solely focused on true energy cultivation, lacking any corresponding applications. Meanwhile, the various martial arts schools in China possessed a wealth of ancient texts, unaware that these texts were remnants left behind by ancient martial cultivators during a brief convergence of two universes at the dawn of Earth. The texts contained powerful techniques that, while seemingly useless now, could be practiced once the cataclysm began. After Zhang Yu agreed to join the Chinese Martial Arts Association, Zhang Yu took her leave with the three girls. As they departed, Li Suya expressed her gratitude once more, mentioning that she would find a way to thank him in a manner befitting the younger generation, though she insisted on keeping the details a secret from Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu found it somewhat peculiar that Gu Xiaojia, who had always looked down on him, had also adopted a more respectful demeanor while bidding him farewell. However, she left him puzzled by one question. "Hey, do you have a girlfriend?" Gu Xiaojia asked, gazing directly at Zhang Yu. He shook his head, uncertain of her intentions. As for the notion that she might have feelings for him, Zhang Yu dismissed it. The girl was clearly from a wealthy family, with fair skin and beauty, accustomed to the presence of handsome young men. He was well aware of his own appearance. After receiving his response, Gu Xiaojia nodded and walked away. After seeing off the group, Zhang Yu had just finished tidying up the tea set when the doorbell rang again. Rising to answer the door, he anticipated it would be Zhang Mingyue. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of Zhang Mingyue, her long, shapely legs clad in black stockings, standing at the entrance in a professional outfit. "Boss, your subordinate reports for duty," Zhang Mingyue jested playfully. Zhang Yu chuckled and said, "All right, come in and have a look." "Wow, Yugo, it seems you've truly made it. Do you live in this grand villa all by yourself?" As Zhang Mingyue walked in, her curiosity was piqued that it's rented, not purchased. "For now, I am living here alone," Zhang Yu replied, guiding her to the living room. Zhang Mingyue nodded and then asked, "Yugo, I have taken care of my affairs, so I am available for your arrangements moving forward." "Well then, please send me your bank account details first," Zhang Yu responded, nodding in acknowledgement. After Zhang Mingyue provided him with her account number, he transferred 2 million into it. Suddenly, Zhang Mingyue's phone vibrated, displaying a message. "Dear customer of bank, your account ending in 8745 has received 2 million yuan. Your balance is now 2,093,245.20 yuan. Upon seeing the message, Zhang Mingyue asked in confusion, "Yugo, what is this?" "This is the initial operational capital for the company. Your task is to first register a company that encompasses the production and sale of alcoholic beverages, as well as health products. Then, secure a suitable office space and recruit a team of employees." "Do you have any questions?" Zhang Yu inquired. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhang Mingyue asked, "Is the main business of the company focused on the production and sale of alcoholic products?" "Yes," Zhang Yu confirmed with a nod. "Do we have a complete production process? What size should the production facility be? When will we begin sourcing raw materials?" Zhang Mingyue fired off a series of questions. Zhang Yu was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't considered these aspects. Seeing his surprise, Zhang Mingyue expressed her disbelief. "Yugo, you don't mean to say there are no plans for these yet? The boss just hands you the money like that? And you just hand it to me? Besides, doesn't this amount seem insufficient?" "Ahem. Well, Mingyue, this 2 million is only for the initial phase, primarily to register the company and hire staff. Funds for the facility will be allocated later. As for the rest, you don't need to worry. Just ensure the company's credentials are in order and that the staff is adequately equipped." Zhang Yu explained he intended to infuse the E-grade essence pill into the liquor, diluting it for sale. The essence contained the vital energy from the cores of mutated beasts and plants, promising to bolster health and longevity for those who consumed it. The key point was that the essence would naturally flow into the drinker's body, allowing them to feel a remarkable sense of comfort and strength. This was a significant selling point, and Zhang Yu was certain that once this liquor hit the market, it would be a tremendous success. With ample funds at his disposal before the impending apocalypse, he could gradually implement his plan. Although the end of the world was still 4 years away, he aspired to save as many people as possible. Thus, how he planned and utilized these 4 years was crucial. He decided that upon acquiring substantial funds, he would first establish a security company, recruiting a large number of young adults and inviting martial arts instructors to train them, equipping them with steel armor and weapons to protect the community when the apocalypse arrived. "All right, Yugo, what will the company be called?" Zhang Mingyue inquired as she noted Zhang Yu's arrangements. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yu suggested, let us call the company Huaxiao People's Peaceful Liquor Industry Company, Limited. You go. I'm starting to suspect you are the boss yourself, naming the company without even consulting the actual owner. Zhang Mingwei remarked with skepticism. Zhang Yu was momentarily caught off guard, having overlooked that detail that he replied, the boss entrusted me with full responsibility, so naturally, I had the liberty to name it. Rest assured, I have everything under control. Upon hearing this, Zhang Mingwei silently criticized, You go? You really need to work on your acting skills. If you have such a boss, please send me a dozen. However, she chose not to expose Zhang Yu's little fib. And after discussing some details, she meticulously noted everything down before departing the villa to attend to her tasks. Although Zhang Yu had maintained an air of mystery about many aspects, the money lay comfortably in her account, leaving her with little to dispute. Observing that Zhang Mingwei had meticulously considered various matters, Zhang Yu felt reassured that he had chosen the right person. If he had to handle these affairs himself, he would have no time for cultivation. After sending Zhang Mingwei off, Zhang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, having wrapped up the day's business, he could now resume his training. Zhang Yu retrieved the prepared essence pills, contemplated for a moment, and decided to swallow 2 of them whole. If a practitioner of other martial arts were to witness this, they would likely shake their heads in disapproval. Normally, after consuming a pill, one would need to circulate their energy through their meridians for a full cycle, transforming the heat into their own true energy. Swallowing 2 pills at once would lead to an overwhelming surge of heat that one could hardly control, resulting in a significant portion of that energy dissipating and being wasted. Yet Zhang Yu was different. He practiced the Taotai true energy, which did not require such circulation. Instead, the true energy would envelop the 2 pills that entered his body, continuously devouring the essence within. All he needed to do was manage the Taotai true energy to prevent the heat from escaping its confines. However, Zhang Yu underestimated the situation by consuming an extra pill. His training time extended significantly, causing him to miss dinner. When he concluded his training and glanced at the time, he realized it was already 7 in the evening. Smacking his forehead, he remembered the gathering with his classmates and anticipated that he would be late. Feeling a twinge of regret, he speculated that his friends would likely not let him off easily. With a wry smile, Zhang Yu hastily dressed and drove to the Huangqiao KTV. Huangqiao KTV was a mid to high-end establishment in City C. Adorned in resplendent decor, where the staff, regardless of gender, were fashionably attired and wore perpetual smiles. Upon entering the KTV, Zhang Yu was greeted by a chorus of handsome men and beautiful women, who bowed and exclaimed, Welcome! Please come in. A young man at the back of the line stepped forward and asked, Bro, are you here to find someone or book a private room? How do I get to A23? That's the room number my classmate Suan provided. Zhang Yu replied. The attendant immediately responded, This way, bro, I'll take you there. Zhang Yu followed the staff member through the corridors until they arrived at a large private room. He pushed the door open and entered. Yu Gu is here. Long time no see. Inside the room, a young man dressed in a white shirt, with slick back hair, stood up from the sofa, raised his glass, and embraced Zhang Yu warmly. Zhang Yu returned the embrace, patted his back lightly, and then said, It's been a while. Shaoan, why did you book such a large room? Where is everyone else? Yu Gu, you wouldn't believe it. This was supposed to be a gathering for just us. But somehow, Duan Peng found out. That guy has been fixated on Zhou Qian since graduation, and he insisted on coming, even posting it in the class group chat.asa result. A whole bunch of classmates decided to join. And Zhou Qian had to go pick them up, Suan explained as he poured a drink for Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu raised his glass and clinked it with Su, and, downing the drink as memories of carefree high school days flooded back. He had been somewhat of a prominent figure in class back then. What about Lu Hao? Is he coming too? Zhang Yu inquired. Just then, the sound of a toilet flushing echoed from the KTV's restroom, and a bald young man emerged. Yu Gu, what do you think Shaoan is doing? This was supposed to be our gathering, but he turned it into a class reunion. I'm just as puzzled. I even suspect there's a hacker monitoring my phone. Suan replied. Enough about that. It's been ages since the 3 of us gathered. Let us enjoy a toast, Suan said as he poured drinks for Zhang Yu and the bald Lu Hao. The trio raised their glasses and drank. After a moment, Suan remarked, I reckon they'll be here soon. Actually, Yu Gu, I wanted to discuss something important with you. Zhang Yu nodded, signaling Suan to continue. But you must consider this seriously and promise not to get angry, Suan added. Zhang Yu nodded again. Observing Zhang Yu's attentive demeanor, Lu Hao interjected, "You go. Think about it. You were such a smart person in high school. A true standout. But what is your life like now? If a relationship isn't right, forcing it will only lead to tragedy." "Exactly. You go. I truly believe Hao Zi is spot on. We can't stand by and watch." Suan chimed in. "You know what I saw yesterday. I must tell you. Gui Fan spent the entire night in revelry with a man at the bar, embracing and cuddling. This matter cannot be concealed from you." Suan said that at this moment, Zhang Yu grasped the implications of their words, unable to suppress a chuckle. Especially upon observing their grave and earnest expressions, he felt both warmth in his heart and amusement. "Brother Yu, please don't laugh. I'm not joking. I genuinely saw Gui Fan with a man at the bar last night," Suan exclaimed, noticing Zhang Yu's continued mirth, and he grew anxious. Zhang Yu nodded slightly and replied nonchalantly, "We've already broken up that at this." The two were momentarily taken aback, but soon their spirits lifted. Suan raised his glass and declared, "Brother Yu, you've finally come to your senses. Here's to your liberation from suffering." "I drink to that," and downed his drink in one go. To be honest, we were genuinely concerned about your ability to cope, that we never imagined you and Gui Fan had already separated. When did this happen?" Lu Hao inquired. Suan quickly chimed in. Yes. We deliberated for quite some time before mustering the courage to discuss this with you today, and we never expected you had already parted ways with Gui Fan. Just a day or two ago, I initiated the breakup." Zhang Yu shrugged, showing little concern. Suan and Lu Hao exchanged glances, both aware of the profound change in Zhang Yu, who had once been a prominent figure in their class. Now seemingly transformed in a startling manner, they both knew that Zhang Yu had spent several years at a supply company, devoting his monthly salary of tens of thousands to Gui Fan's whims. Cumulatively, it amounted to hundreds of thousands, and they could no longer bear to witness him continue down this path, hoping that yesterday's incident would spur Zhang Yu to end things with Gui Fan. Yet, they had not anticipated that Zhang Yu would find the strength to extricate himself from his feelings for her. "Brother Yu, you've finally broken free. We both believe that with your capabilities, in just a year or two, you will no longer be just a fish in a pond," Lu Hao remarked. Zhang Yu nodded, preparing to speak, when the door to the KTV was pushed open. "Zhang Yu, you're here." The first to enter was a girl clad in canvas shoes, jeans, and a white t-shirt, her long hair flowing gracefully, her features delicate and refined. Under the dim lights of the private room, she exuded a hazy beauty. She gazed at Zhang Yu seated on the couch, a glimmer of joy in her eyes. Zhang Yu stood up and gently embraced the girl before him, saying, "Zhou Qian, it's been 7 or 8 years since we graduated from high school. It truly has been a long time." He felt a deep sense of nostalgia, reflecting on how, in his past life, he had declined Suan's invitation due to work commitments, and thus had not seen these familiar faces again. That it was only after the great disaster that these individuals had faded into obscurity. Now, to reunite with them, he truly felt that his rebirth was the greatest gift fate had bestowed upon him. Zhou Qian echoed his sentiment. "Indeed, it has been 7 or 8 years though. Isn't this the star salesperson of that supply company? Zhang Yu, it seems our class has produced a true ace in the field." A slightly hoarse voice rang out from the doorway. Zhang Yu did not need to look to know it was Duan Peng. His voice unmistakable. Noticing that Zhang Yu ignored him completely, Duan Peng, dressed in brand-name casual attire with polished shoes, raised an eyebrow and said, "What is this? After all these years, you won't even spare an old classmate a glance." Zhang Yu dismissed him and took a seat without a word. Duan Peng, well aware of Zhang Yu's temperament, said nothing more, simply casting a meaningful glance his way before settling beside Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian had intended to sit next to Zhang Yu, but he had positioned himself between Lu Hao and Suan, leaving her with no choice but to find a spot closer to him instead. As more people entered the KTV, Suan, as the organizer of this gathering, began to usher his classmates to their seats, intermittently enlivening the atmosphere. The KTV was soon filled with joyful exclamations as old friends recognized one another. "Ah, you must be XX. I didn't expect such a change. Aunt, Little Nyo? Is that you, Little Nyo?" Meanwhile, Zhang Yu nodded occasionally or responded to the inquiries and greetings of his former classmates. The reunion was lively, with everyone eager to catch up after such a long absence, curiously scrutinizing the familiar, yet unfamiliar faces, exchanging tales of their current work and lives. Some classmates who had previously not gotten along now found their prior grievances trivial. Having matured into adults, the KTV reverberated with groups of young men and women toasting and laughing, some playing dice, others belting out songs, drawing the attention of all. Zhang Yu, however, sat quietly in his booth, savoring the rare excitement and camaraderie, indulging in the snacks on the table. Truth be told, he had only eaten a little in the morning and had skipped lunch in favor of training. So he was quite famished now. Yet, some observant individuals around him were taken aback by his demeanor that in their memories. Zhang Yu had always been one of the more vivacious members of their class. The life of the party during gatherings, known for his sociability. They were surprised to see that after years apart, he had become so subdued. Some couldn't help but lament the profound impact society has on individuals. How drastically it can alter one's character. Zhang Yu, why aren't you joining them for a drink? You used to be the one who enjoyed boasting and mingling everywhere. I can't believe how quiet you've become after just a few years apart. Zhou Qian asked, curiosity evident in her voice. Zhang Yu nodded, responding, yes, people do change. Suin and Lu Hao felt they had an inkling of Zhang Yu's mindset. As his close friends, they understood that he had once been an outstanding individual in their class, loyal, intelligent, admired by girls and respected by boys, with a wide circle of friends. Naturally, he could converse with anyone, as high school was still a time for students discussing achievements and grades. But now, everything was different. They had all been in the workforce for several years and had come to realize that societal standards were infinitely more ruthless than those in school, that in the real world, success was measured by one criterion alone: wealth. What car do you drive? What job do you have? Is your girlfriend attractive? Have you bought a house? Where do you live? Zhang Yu's situation was all too clear to them. He had squandered his money on his ex-girlfriend and had thus hindered his own prospects. What could he possibly discuss with his old classmates? Inevitably, conversations would steer towards status and finances. Zhang Yu had not considered these matters. He had always enjoyed engaging with others. However, after the apocalyptic events, he had undergone a transformation. Now, he preferred to quietly relish his meals alone, and even if he joined in, what would they talk about? Have you bought a house? Have you bought a car? Such topics held no interest for him. What he truly cared about was training and self-improvement. Naturally, he found it impossible to connect with his old classmates. Zhou Qian, please don't put Zhang Yu in a difficult position that we all graduated from the same prestigious high school. And now most of us have respectable jobs and salaries. Many have even started businesses or bought cars. For Zhang Yu, due to reasons we both know, his circumstances are somewhat lacking. He lives in a modest rental and works as a salesperson. It's only natural that he feels hesitant to engage in conversation, Duan Peng declared loudly, while sitting next to Zhou Qian. The surrounding individuals regarded Zhang Yu with a mix of surprise and realization. Suddenly, it dawned on them why Zhang Yu had become so quiet. The disparity in their social standings had rendered him unable to integrate into their circle. In an instant, some gazes turned towards him, now tinged with disdain and contempt. After all, their motivations for attending this reunion were twofold: nostalgia for old classmates and the interest in networking as adults, recognizing the significance of such connections in one's life. Zhou Qian, incensed by Duan Peng's blatant exposure of Zhang Yu's predicament, shot him an irritated glance. Simultaneously, one hopes for Zhang Yu to retaliate. After all, during high school, he consistently kept Duan Peng in check. However, to her disappointment, Zhang Yu merely smiled faintly at the remark, offering no further words. Not to mention that he was once a war god in a city of millions, holding a status second only to that of the base leader. In the future, leveraging his time-traveling abilities, he would inevitably join the ranks of the most elite individuals in Huaxia, rendering such comments utterly inconsequential to him. Observing Zhang Yu's lack of response, Zhou Qian felt a wave of disappointment and doubt within her. She questioned whether her unwavering feelings for Zhang Yu over the years had been misguided. Was this person before her, now so indistinguishable from the masses and faring worse than most classmates, truly the same radiant boy from high school? Meanwhile, Duan Peng noted Zhou Qian's expression, and a flicker of satisfaction crossed his eyes as he continued. Zhang Yu, we are all classmates, and I cannot bear to see you fall so low. How about this? I am now the manager of the Sea City branch of Longjiu Group. Considering our past, why not come work for me as a logistics supervisor? I can guarantee you a monthly salary of 20,000. What do you say, Duan Peng? What is there to be proud of about being a manager? Who was it back in school that was always forced to bow and call you bro every time we met? Suin interjected, unable to hold back as Duan Peng's arrogance grew increasingly excessive. Now trying to make Zhang Yu his subordinate, Duan Peng feigned surprise, saying, "Suin, why are you so agitated? What have I to be proud of? I am merely offering Zhang Yu a helping hand. What is wrong with him being a supervisor? He would be managing a whole team of cleaners and maintenance workers, earning twice what he currently makes." Duan Peng, "You work at Longzhou?" Zhang Yu inquired coolly. Upon hearing Zhang Yu finally speak, although still maintaining an air of indifference, Duan Peng merely smirked, clearly enjoying the moment that he nodded. "Indeed," Zhang Yu responded, "I advise you to secure a backup plan soon. For Longzhou Group may not exist much longer." His words stemmed from his awareness that once his future company was established and the essence elixirs from the future were infused into the liquor, it would undoubtedly disrupt the existing baijiu market significantly. Consequently, many liquor companies would collapse, and Longzhou Group, with its singular focus on baijiu, would inevitably be affected. However, upon hearing this, others interpreted Zhang Yu's statement as mere bravado. Finding it somewhat amusing, they regarded him with disdain, thinking, "Does he believe we are still intimidated by him as we were in high school?" Most shook their heads, losing all interest in Zhang Yu and Duan Peng's exchange. "Haha, is that so? Thank you for your prophecy, Zhang Yu. I will give it serious consideration." Duan Peng laughed, choosing not to engage further with Zhang Yu. Knowing he had achieved his objective at that moment, Zhou Qian sighed. She had been wavering about whether to continue holding on to her feelings for Zhang Yu, as he had always been the one she admired, so bright and intelligent in high school. Yet, she realized she was no longer the same person. Life had taught her many lessons. "Duan Peng, you mentioned you bought a car last time?" Zhou Qian approached him, initiating conversation. Duan Peng, engaged in discussion with several other managers from different companies, smiled and replied, "Yes, as a manager, it wouldn't do to be without a car. So, I purchased an Audi A4 for commuting. I'll upgrade once I start earning more." Manager Duan, "You are being too modest. It has only been a little over 3 years since graduation. And you have already become a manager and bought an A4, which must cost at least 200,000 to 300,000, remarked another slightly overweight individual. "Indeed, unlike me, who, despite being a supervisor, can only afford a modest 10,000 yuan vehicle." Another chimed in with a laugh. Zhou Qian's eyes lit up. Most graduates were still struggling to find their footing, yet Duan Peng had already bought a car. She nodded. "I didn't expect you to be doing so well. Duan Peng, that you've bought a car. Meanwhile, I'm still saving up. Without a car, traveling is quite inconvenient. Don't worry about that. We are classmates. After all, my car can be your car, wherever you need to go. I can give you a ride," Duan Peng said, pleased by Zhou Qian's initiative. Meanwhile, Lu Hao was comforting Zhang Yu, saying, "Brother Yu, my brother and I understand your situation. If it weren't for Gue Fun, wouldn't you also be in a managerial position by now? Don't pay any mind to that punk Duan Peng. How's he? What are you thinking? I can't be bothered with him. How have you two been lately?" Zhang Yu inquired, shaking his head. Suin, noticing Zhang Yu's genuine demeanor, felt reassured that he replied, "I'm still in the same routine, working at my dad's cosmetics company. It's exhausting, with so many rules, and I'm expected to start from the ground up. Your uncle is doing this for your own good. You should be content," Zhang Yu chuckled. Lu Hao added, "You're taking advantage of the situation. I wish my dad would hand me a company to inherit, rather than suffering for 3 years in the army. Now I've been offered a civil service position upon retirement. I'm considering whether to accept it. How's he? I want to start a business. Will you help me?" Zhang Yu nodded, pondering for a moment before responding. Suin and Lu Hao exchanged surprised glances, with Suin asking, "Brother Yu, if you're starting a business, what are you planning to do? Do you have funding?" Lu Hao looked at Zhang Yu with a serious expression. Zhang Yu smiled slightly, understanding their thoughts. "Don't worry. I have both the funding and the project. I just need people," he assured. Lu Hao nodded. "All right, Brother Yu, it doesn't matter where we work. I'm in that." He excused himself, saying, "You guys continue chatting. I need to use the restroom." The reason Lu Hao agreed so readily was twofold. He had a solid relationship with Zhang Yu and understood his capabilities, knowing that Zhang Yu was destined for greatness. Moreover, he wouldn't have to invest much, as he could always return if things didn't work out. "Brother Yu, don't leave me out. I want in too." Suin chimed in, eager to escape his father's company. Zhang Yu shook his head. "No, you should stay at your dad's company for now. I have some ideas, and I might need your help in the future." Disappointed, Suin pouted but refrained from pressing further. They clinked glasses again, A sudden commotion erupted at the door of the private room, suggesting a dispute had broken out. Zhang Yu, alert to the sounds, discerned that Lu Hao was arguing with someone. He stood up, maneuvering through the crowd to the entrance, where he found Lu Hao embroiled in a heated exchange with a burly man adorned with tattoos. A gold chain around his neck and sunglasses perched on his nose, looking disdainfully at Lu Hao. Beside Lu Hao stood a girl from their class, dressed in a form-fitting leather jacket, short skirt, and thermal stockings, glaring angrily at the scar-faced man. What's the big deal about a little touch? Dressed so provocatively. Aren't you inviting it? The man leered. Lu Hao retorted, I've seen shameless people before, but you take the cake. Getting handsy after a few drinks? Apologize now, or I'll make sure you regret it. At this moment, many classmates attending the reunion began to grasp the situation. Those with a sense of justice were glaring at the man. Edging closer to confront him, unfazed by the growing crowd, the man sneered, What's this? You want to fight? Just because there are more of you. He then called out to someone inside another private room. And a horde of rough-looking individuals, many sporting scars, emerged. Some classmates who had stepped forward suddenly felt regret. This man was clearly trouble, and there was no need to provoke such a crowd over a female classmate. Lu Hao, let it go. They look like they're not to be trifled with, several classmates advised. Lu Hao's eyes widened. His sense of justice as a soldier compelled him to confront the earlier incident. However, the girl who had been harassed now appeared frightened and urged, How go? Let it go. It's alright. He didn't touch me. I must have misunderstood. The burly man laughed heartily. Hey, did you hear that? She says I didn't touch her. You've wronged me. What now? With the female classmate backing down, Lu Hao found himself at a loss, preparing to retreat to the private room. Yet, the man blocked his path, declaring, Who said you could leave? They may go, but you can't. You've wronged me and think you can just walk away. The burly man chuckled, his disdain for the audacious youth who dared to meddle in his affairs palpable. He was determined to teach him a lesson. The surrounding classmates, witnessing the man's lack of aggression towards them, discreetly retreated, including the girl who had initially stepped forward to support Lu Hao. Lu Hao was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. He had not anticipated such a reaction. That it was one thing for his classmates not to assist him, but to see that girl withdraw as well was utterly confounding. Well, how do you feel now? Regretting your meddling? It's too late. Take him to our private room and treat him well, the burly man proclaimed with a grin. His gang members, filled with malicious intent, advanced menacingly towards Lu Hao. At that moment, Zhang Yu grabbed the arm of Suan, who was about to charge forward, and stepped forward slowly, saying, Oh, who do you intend to treat well? Zhang Yu recognized the man as the hulking brute who had been with Wei Hao during their last encounter, where he had been thoroughly beaten. Shou Qian, seeing Zhang Yu take the initiative, seemed to reminisce about high school when he was always eager to shine and resolve issues for his classmates. Her feelings for him surged once more, leaving her conflicted about whether to intervene. Despite having never truly abandoned her feelings for Zhang Yu, she hesitated, noting that he no longer stood out as he once did in high school. Nevertheless, the thought of Zhang Yu's current lack of success compelled her to shake her head and refrain from stepping in, especially with Duan Peng standing beside her. She couldn't ignore his feelings now that she favored him. Still so eager to show off and solve others' troubles. After all this time in society, how do you not grasp that without money or power, mere bravado and a bit of cleverness won't get you far? Duan Peng scoffed from beside Shou Qian. She wholeheartedly agreed with his sentiment. Other classmates, overhearing his remarks, chimed in. Indeed, it's not that we didn't want to help. First, these individuals are clearly trouble. And second, we're just recent graduates with limitless futures ahead. Why invite trouble? Another classmate added. I mean, Zhang Yu is just a salesman. It's not a big deal if he gets himself into trouble. He has nothing to lose. Zhang Yu was quite the fighter in school, but now that he has entered the real world, I doubt he can handle these societal thugs alone, a worried girl remarked. Just then, Suan squeezed through the crowd, and upon seeing the scene, quickly positioned himself behind Zhang Yu, whispering, Brother Yu, what's going on? Zhang Yu smiled faintly and replied, It's nothing. We won't be resorting to violence. Taken aback, Suan pondered that perhaps Zhang Yu had another plan. The onlookers were left speculating how Zhang Yu and his companions could possibly triumph over or intimidate the thugs, but the consensus was that it seemed improbable, casting sympathetic glances at Zhang Yu and his friends. However, the unfolding situation left everyone astounded. The sunglasses-clad brute initially laughed heartily, seemingly ready to engage, but then suddenly appeared to see a ghost. The smile that had lingered on his lips froze in shock. "What? Have you forgotten me so soon?" Zhang Yu tilted his head, inquiring. The burly man instantly remembered the beating he had received at the barbecue shop and how, at the suburban factory, this very figure had dispatched several of his subordinates with ease. "What have I done to incur the wrath of this formidable monster?" he thought, hastily removing his sunglasses and approaching Zhang Yu with a subservient demeanor, leaving the surrounding crowd utterly speechless. Those who had expected Zhang Yu and his friends to be thoroughly chastised were now in disbelief. The situation had taken an unexpected turn. Why did this seemingly intimidating thug regard Zhang Yu as if he were a person of great importance? Did Zhang Yu possess some special status unknown to them? Meanwhile, several girls' eyes lit up as memories of Zhang Yu began to resurface. His reputation for solving problems that others could not during high school had garnered admiration from the boys and affection from the girls. Zhou Qian found herself reminiscing about this familiar scene, and her feelings for Zhang Yu surged anew. Yet Duan Peng's expression darkened. The purpose of their gathering had been achieved, but this unforeseen incident had restored Zhang Yu's standing in the eyes of their classmates. Particularly Zhou Qian, the burly man, hearing Zhang Yu's question, hurriedly replied, "How could I not recognize you? Brother Yu, I was unaware that this gentleman was your friend. Had I known, I would have steered clear. How could I dare oppose you?" A dubious young thug with bleached hair approached the burly man, questioning, "Jia, why are you acting so meek? There are only 3 of them. What is there to fear?" "You don't understand. Keep your mouth shut. Brother, you could take down all of you single-handedly. You know nothing of your own limits. Get lost," the burly man rebuked in a low voice. The bleached-haired thug remained skeptical. How could one person defeat over a dozen? He hadn't participated in the previous encounter, and the humiliation of being bested by a single individual was lost on him. Yet, as the tattooed man was his superior, he had no choice but to obey, shooting a venomous glare at Zhang Yu before retreating. "Enough. Next time, don't be so reckless. You might provoke someone beyond your means, and it'll be your end. Now leave," Zhang Yu dismissed nonchalantly, waving him away. The burly man quickly expressed his gratitude. Of course. We're leaving now. Enjoy your time." With that, he and his gang hurriedly departed Suan and Lu Hao. Witnessing how effortlessly Zhang Yu had diffused the situation with the thugs, couldn't he help but exclaim, "Impressive. Brother Yu, how did you manage that? That fierce-looking man was just bowing and scraping before you." Suan's face was awash with astonishment. Lu Hao echoed his sentiments, saying, "Brother Yu, you're amazing. Thank you. Without you, facing that crowd would have been daunting, despite my military training. Let us not speak of thanks. It's unnecessary. Just come work for me and do your best." Zhang Yu laughed heartily. Suan, curious, inquired, "Brother Yu, did you know that hulking man with the sunglasses? He seemed genuinely afraid of you." Zhang Yu nodded. "Yes, he sought trouble with me last time, and I gave him a good thrashing." Lu Hao, pondering, said, "Surely not. Brother Yu, he is frightened of you just because you beat him once. They've got over 10 people this time. Last time, they had over 10 as well." "Haha," Zhang Yu chuckled. The 3 of them conversed animatedly, leaving some classmates feeling awkward, especially since they had previously turned a blind eye to Lu Hao's plight. Meanwhile, those who had previously snubbed Zhang Yu began to regret not reaching out to him to learn about his current situation. Duan Peng, overhearing Zhang Yu and Lu Hao's exchange, grew contemplative. Noticing Zhou Qian wavering in her affections, he felt a surge of irritation. However, gazing at Zhou Qian's increasingly mature figure and alluring curves, he resolved not to give up. Yet, he silently vowed, "What do I lack compared to Zhang Yu? You act like a goddess in my presence while groveling before him. Just wait. Once I have you, you'll see how I treat you in bed." He recognized that he needed to take action. Thus, Duan Peng deliberately raised his voice. "Brother Yu, I must address you as Brother Yu now." The surrounding crowd fell silent in shock that it was common knowledge that Duan Peng and Zhang Yu were not on good terms. Yet here he was, referring to Zhang Yu as Brother Yu. What was his intention? Zhang Yu arched an eyebrow, intrigued, curious to see what trick Duan Peng would attempt next. "Honestly, Zhang Yu, I understand you quite well. You were the renowned figure in high school, but upon entering society, you found it impossible to recapture that feeling. So you resorted to becoming a thug." "I can empathize," Duan Peng remarked with a hint of nostalgia. The other classmates began to connect the dots. Could it be that Zhang Yu was now a feared figure in some underworld organization, which would explain his familiarity with the thugs and why he had intimidated them into retreat? The implication of the burly man's earlier remark, that Zhang Yu could take down everyone present, began to resonate within their minds. They were all aware of Zhang Yu's remarkable skills during high school. His ability to achieve such feats was one of the reasons many boys respected him at that time. With this understanding, the crowd found themselves less astonished by Zhang Yu than they had been moments earlier. After all, he had exhibited a fierce determination and impressive prowess in high school, making his foray into the underworld seem rather comprehensible. Yet, they all shook their heads inwardly. Life in the underworld, while it may appear glamorous and well-guarded, ultimately serves little purpose, and most end in dire straits. Modern society is governed by law, fundamentally revolving around wealth and power, and social resources, and no matter how many people you gather or how capable you are. Can you truly contend with firearms? Furthermore, how does one earn a living in the underworld? Through drug trafficking or running brothels? What a joke. This is the new Huaxia. Those who dare to engage in such activities should brace themselves for incarceration. In an instant, the way the crowd looked at Zhang Yu shifted to one of condescension. After all, compared to someone like Zhang Yu, who lived a precarious life in the underworld, they were all esteemed social elites with promising futures. Naturally feeling that they belonged to a different echelon, Duan Peng, noticing the expressions and glances of the crowd, felt a sense of secret satisfaction upon seeing Zhang Yu's image tarnished. He continued, "However, Zhang, I'll still address you by your title. As your former classmate, I must advise you. Taking this path leads to nothing good. Turn back while you still can. The position I promised you is always open to it." That moment, Zhou Qian also came to her senses. As an elite white-collar worker, she was well aware that those entrenched in the underworld rarely find favorable outcomes. Although her feelings for Zhang Yu had always leaned towards self-interest, emotions are complex. And she couldn't help but interject, "Zhang Yu, you should heed Duan Peng's advice, don't delve into the underworld. After all, how much can you really earn, no matter how skilled you are?" Duan Peng, encouraged by Zhou Qian's endorsement, felt even more triumphant. "Zhang Yu, what does it matter how capable you are? Can you earn a living? Can you attain social standing? Just wait and see. Zhou Qian is mine. What nonsense are you spouting?" "Duan Peng, when did Zhang Yu ever venture into the underworld?" Suan interjected, unable to contain his anger. It was evident that Duan Peng was misleading everyone into perceiving Zhang Yu as a thug. After all, both he and Zhang Yu knew very well that he had never engaged in such activities. He understood that if the impression of Zhang Yu as a thug took root in the minds of their classmates, many would distance themselves from him. As no one wishes to attract trouble, should many classmates shun Zhang Yu, his high school connections would be utterly obliterated. This realization naturally angered Su En and Lu Hao, who viewed Zhang Yu as a good brother, causing them to glare at Duan Peng. Seeing his two close friends agitated, Zhang Yu quickly reassured them. "Haozi, Suan, there's no need to explain any of this. I truly don't care. Let them think what they want. They aren't significant to me." Lu Hao, seeing Zhang Yu dismissive of Duan Peng's slander, grew anxious. "Brother Yu, if you plan to start a business, classmates are a valuable network. If they believe you are involved in the underworld, they won't associate with you. That would ruin your connections." Zhang Yu chuckled in response. "It's all right. Whether they choose to associate with me is their prerogative. Come, let's have another round. The three of us," he scoffed inwardly, thinking, what does it matter if these people choose not to associate with him? In the future, they might even find themselves seeking him out. Noticing Zhang Yu's apparent indifference, Duan Peng felt puzzled, yet quickly dismissed his concerns, believing he had achieved his goal. Upon returning to the private room, the group hastily exchanged business cards and contact information, preparing to leave. After all, the pleasant atmosphere of the gathering had been soured by recent events. The girl who had stood up for Lu Hao earlier approached him to offer a toast. Given that he had nearly encountered danger, but he ignored her, leaving her feeling awkward at this moment. Duan Peng, one of the few with high-ranking positions among their classmates, seized the opportunity to deliver the closing remarks that should have been the responsibility of the gathering's host. Suan, today's reunion has left a profound impression on me as graduates of a prestigious provincial high school. I am genuinely delighted to see that most of my classmates have achieved respectable social standing and found their respective paths. While a small number have chosen to squander their potential, they are but a minority that I hope we can all maintain contact moving forward, Duan Peng proclaimed, standing in the center of the room with the microphone. Zhang Yu shook his head, noting how Duan Peng adeptly stirred up trouble, even while delivering a speech that subtly belittled him. However, he saw no reason to be angered, for they were not even in the same realm. The social status, wealth, and power that Duan Peng currently relied upon would inevitably crumble when calamity struck at that time. He would be a formidable force and a ruler, rendering any anger towards Duan Peng pointless. Meanwhile, Zhou Qian in the crowd gazed at Duan Peng, who was animatedly conversing with Pei Pei, feeling increasingly convinced that her earlier resolve had been misguided. Yet, she harbored little regret, had it not been for her insistence. Duan Peng would not have remained so fixated on her without receiving a clear response. The unattainable always stirs desire. Now, all she had to do was offer a slight acknowledgement of Duan Peng's pursuit. And being with this promising individual in his career ascension would be merely a matter of time, but a subtle smile graced her lips as she decisively severed her feelings for Zhang Yu. For he was far from the soaring potential she had envisioned. Once Duan Peng concluded his speech, the crowd began to depart from the KTV. Upon reaching the ground floor, Duan Peng disregarded the gathering's host, Suin, and began casually arranging transportation for his classmates that Suin, content to relax, welcomed the change as he preferred to avoid responsibilities. Zhang Yu, I truly apologize that we are classmates and could have given you a ride. But there are only a few cars, and it's simply not feasible. Why not take a taxi? I understand you're facing financial difficulties, so just send me the fare on WeChat later, and I'll reimburse you. Duan Peng said with a smile. Zhou Qian stood beside him, feeling quite pleased with her decision. After all, Duan Peng was one of the few who had bought a car just 2 or 3 years after graduating from university. Zhang Yu merely shook his head, ignoring Duan Peng's remarks, and pulled out a set of keys to press a button. Suddenly, a car beeped, catching Zhou Qian off guard. What the? An Audi A6L? Brother Yu, is this car yours? Suin's exclamation drew the attention of those around them. What is happening? Zhang Yu, an Audi A6L? Are you kidding? Zhang Yu nodded nonchalantly and replied, Yes, I just bought it casually yesterday. Wow, Brother Yu, why have you been hiding this? You never used to be this secretive, Lu Hao exclaimed in astonishment. Hearing this, Zhang Yu felt somewhat helpless, saying, Who has been hiding anything? You never asked, so why should I bring it up? At that moment, Duan Peng's expression shifted rapidly, his forced smile evaporating entirely. Just moments ago, he had been boasting about his career advancement and newfound car ownership, only to find that Zhang Yu, whom he had belittled as merely a thug, had also purchased a car, an Audi A6L, no less, likely worth 50 to 60,000. A classmate knowledgeable about cars remarked, That's an Audi A6L, and the luxury version at that. It must be worth at least 50 to 60,000. Those who overheard this were taken aback, casting odd glances at Duan Peng. After all, the previously smug Duan Peng had a car that cost less than Zhang Yu's, and he had been condescendingly belittling him. If Zhang Yu were truly struggling financially, it would be a fact everyone could accept, and they wouldn't fault Duan Peng. But now that it appeared Zhang Yu was faring better than Duan Peng, the latter's earlier actions were undeniably foolish. Duan Peng understood this all too well. Noticing that Zhang Yu was dressed in very ordinary attire, he quickly thought on his feet and said, Oh, Zhang Yu. It's just a reunion, right? Did you even rent a car for this? There's no need for that, is there? Even if you wanted to show off, you could have at least rented a decent outfit to match. I am just saying, you should be more meticulous. Originally feeling regretful, Zhou Qian now came to her senses. She realized she had overthought the situation. Zhang Yu's clothing clearly looked like it cost only a few dollars. How could he possibly afford a car worth 50 to 60,000? The only explanation was that Zhang Yu had rented it. The crowd's perception shifted from disdain to contempt, unable to comprehend how the once clever Zhang Yu could resort to such an absurd act of posturing. Zhang Yu shook his head, dismissing any notion of engaging in a debate with Duan Peng. Suin and Lu Hao, witnessing Zhang Yu's indifference and their own ignorance of the situation, were at a loss for words. Following Zhang Yu, they prepared to get into the car together. Duan Peng noticed that Zhang Yu remained silent, merely walking towards the Audi A6L, and assumed that he had embarrassed Zhang Yu to the point of rendering him unable to face others. This was a perfect opportunity to kick someone when they were down, and he continued, I apologize, Zhang Yu. Please don't be upset. I just remembered this trivial matter that could potentially ruin your reputation in front of our classmates. You were once a person of considerable stature in our class. My sincerest apologies, Zhang Yu. Observing Duan Peng's relentless attempts to belittle him, Zhang Yu found it somewhat amusing. Why was this person so intent on disparaging him? The onlookers, seeing that Zhang Yu seemingly ignored Duan Peng, exchanged knowing glances. After all, who wouldn't feel embarrassed after being so publicly exposed? They watched as Zhang Yu, clad in what appeared to be cheap attire, approached the Audi A6L, shaking their heads in disbelief, lamenting the unpredictable nature of life. The once illustrious figure had now been reduced to a mere jester. Zhou Qian felt fortunate for having abandoned her feelings for Zhang Yu, opting instead for Duan Peng. Xiao Qian, since we're on the same route, how about I give you a ride home? Duan Peng, thinking Zhang Yu was intimidated by him, turned to Zhou Qian beside him. The crowd around them had also lost interest in Zhang Yu, preparing to depart as planned. Just then, a commotion arose, drawing their attention back, as someone was calling out for Zhang Yu to Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang, a young man in a suit, rushed towards Zhang Yu. Upon turning, Zhang Yu recognized him as a representative from a local Audi dealership. What brings you here? Lu Jie, panting, halted in front of Zhang Yu and said, Hello, Mr. Zhang, that I'm Lu from the Audi 4S store. Do you remember me? Yes, I remember. There's something you need. Zhang Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Lu Jie straightened his clothes and earnestly replied, Actually, I just wanted to take a moment to thank you in person. You were my very first customer, and since you purchased the Audi A6L in full yesterday, I have officially been promoted today. I had planned to deliver the license plate to you and express my gratitude. But it seems fate has brought us together here. That day, he had hit the jackpot, encountering such a generous client as Zhang Yu. Earning a commission of several thousand, his colleagues had teased him into treating them to a night out. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he had agreed to sing karaoke, and coincidentally ran into Zhang Yu afterward. No worries. It doesn't matter where I buy it. Meeting you is fate. Please remember to bring the license plate to me as soon as it's ready. I have to be on my way, Zhang Yu said, patting Lu Jie's shoulder. Lu Jie nodded. Of course, Mr. Zhang. Take care. After speaking to Suin and Lu Hao, Zhang Yu turned to open the car door and took his seat. Preparing to leave that moment, some individuals who had not fully departed began to comprehend the situation. Upon hearing Lu Jie's words, they were astonished to witness Zhang Yu entering the Audi A6L. Who could have anticipated that Zhang Yu had indeed purchased the Audi A6L outright? A wave of regret washed over some, as they realized that everyone was aware of Zhang Yu's previous financial circumstances. To be able to afford a car worth around 600,000 just 2 to 3 years after graduating from university could only imply he had access to extraordinary social resources or held a significant position. The thought that they had failed to forge a connection with such an individual left them feeling as though they had just slapped themselves. After all this time in society, they understood that a good relationship and opportunity could elevate someone to great heights. Standing at the right moment, even a pig could soar. Associating with the right people could lead to unexpected success. They intended to approach Zhang Yu, but he had already started the car, and with the roar of the Audi A6L's engine, he drove away. The crowd, filled with regret, directed their frustration towards Duan Peng, blaming him for their missed opportunity to engage with Zhang Yu, potentially gaining valuable insights from their conversation. Meanwhile, Zhou Qian was utterly distraught. Fully aware of what everyone else now understood, she had aspired to marry a promising individual but had allowed someone as extraordinary as Zhang Yu to slip away right beneath her nose. How could she not feel a sense of despair regarding her choices? In stark contrast to Zhang Yu's outright purchase of a vehicle worth over 60,000, Duan Peng's financed Audi A4, valued at merely 20,000, felt laughable. Yet Duan Peng wore a grim expression, knowing that after today, his actions at the gathering would be viewed as clownish by others. However, he felt a profound confusion. How had Zhang Yu suddenly acquired such wealth? Hadn't all his money gone to Guifan? On the road, Suin curiously inquired of Zhang Yu, Brother Yu, where did you suddenly get the funds to buy a car? Lu Hao also looked on with intrigue, both unable to fathom the magnitude of Zhang Yu's transformation. Not only had his demeanor changed, but his material wealth had also significantly increased. I haven't quite figured out how to explain this to you yet. When I do, I'll let you know, Zhang Yu replied while driving. He felt a headache coming on at the thought of explaining his rebirth. It was simply too fantastical. More importantly, the reason for his sudden wealth stemmed from his ability to traverse into a post-apocalyptic world at will. He doubted his brothers would believe in the concept of rebirth. Discussing time travel was his greatest secret, one he had resolved never to share, not even with his parents, since he couldn't find the right words. He decided to wait for an appropriate opportunity to reveal it. He recalled that during high school, There were many things he had not shared with these two. Suin shrugged in response. All right then, just don't forget about us brothers when you have good fortune. Of course not. But remember, to gain something, you must give something in return. How about introducing your sister to me? Zhang Yu joked. Knowing Suin was particularly protective of his sister, Suin immediately became defensive, his previously squinted eyes now wide open, exclaiming, How dare you, Zhang Yu? Are you actually considering my sister? I warn you, that's absolutely out of the question. Lu Hao burst into laughter, teasing, Shaoan, just give in. If all else fails, I suggest you offer yourself as a sacrifice. The three laughed and joked along the way, allowing Zhang Yu, who had struggled for so long in the apocalypse, to once again savor the beauty of life before the end. After dropping Suin and Lu Hao off at their respective homes, Zhang Yu returned to his villa. He did not go to sleep. Instead, he took a moment to relax his mind, and then proceeded to the gym to begin his training. At this point, the volume of his true energy had reached the size of his thumb. And as the amount of his Taotai true energy increased, he discovered that the speed at which it devoured the essence pills was accelerating. In the past, consuming one would allow the Taotai true energy to absorb it over 3 hours. But now it only took 2 hours to completely consume an E-grade essence pill. At this rate, Zhang Yu could hardly imagine how terrifying his absorption speed would be once he reached the standard for body tempering. With his dantian filled and his true energy as large as a fist, the heavenly devour and earthly consume technique was indeed a top-tier cultivation method, while others toiled to convert the treasures they consumed into their own true energy. He simply needed to ingest the treasures and let the Taotai true energy do the work. No wonder the cultivation conditions were so stringent. However, Zhang Yu felt a twinge of regret, while the Taotai true energy cultivated quickly. It lacked any elemental enhancements. Unlike certain techniques that could imbue attacks with fiery attributes or grant their methods wind or ice qualities. Nonetheless, he understood that one must sacrifice to gain, and he set aside his regret. Consuming 2 E-grade essence pills and activating his Taotai true energy to begin the full force absorption. This training session lasted until the following noon, when Zhang Yu was jolted awake by a wave of hunger. With a sigh, he paused and ordered takeout. He then sent Lu Hao a location through WeChat, inviting him over. Zhang Yu was preparing to arrange matters concerning another company. The liquor enterprise was intended to be the vessel through which he would channel cash flow from the pre-apocalyptic era, and he had entrusted its management to Zhang Mingwei, awaiting the moment he could produce the finished liquor for sale. This thought, he slapped his forehead, realizing he had yet to conduct the experiment he had previously contemplated. He was unconcerned about the potential failure of the experiment. Even if it did not succeed, he could still procure essence-infused liquor after the apocalypse and return to sell it before the disaster struck, albeit requiring multiple trips on his part and adopting a boutique approach. Zhang Yu took out his phone and set a reminder alarm to ensure he would remember to conduct the experiment of blending the essence pill with liquor later. He then intended to delegate the establishment of a security company to Lu Hao upon his arrival. This would be the second company Zhang Yu planned to establish. The substantial cash influx from the liquor enterprise, aside from meeting his personal needs, would primarily be allocated to recruit personnel for this new venture. After all, people would be the most vital resource in the aftermath of the apocalypse, and by hiring them in advance and instilling discipline, they could maximize their contribution to resisting the onslaught of mutated beasts once the cataclysm occurred. He did not wish to directly inform the government about the impending apocalypse, but firstly, he had yet to encounter high-ranking officials. And secondly, even if he did, they might not believe him. The great catastrophe would not manifest for another 4 years. With only a few days of subtle warnings preceding it, the government would have no means to verify such claims. And naturally, they would be skeptical of unverifiable matters. Thus, he could only rely on himself, doing whatever he could to save as many as possible when the time came. Before long, Lu Hao arrived. Brother Yu, you've really hit the jackpot. Not only have you purchased a fine car, but you've also arranged for this luxurious residence. Lu Hao exclaimed as he entered, scanning the surroundings in amazement. Zhang Yu chuckled and replied, It's not purchased, it's rented. However, I might consider buying in the future, depending on circumstances. Please, have a seat. After pouring tea for Lu Hao, Zhang Yu also took a seat. Howsy, are you certain you want to work with me? Zhang Yu inquired, gazing at Lu Hao. Lu Hao nodded affirmatively and said, Yes, I'm certain, Brother Yu. Just tell me what to do. Noticing Lu Hao's willingness to agree without even asking about the specifics of the business, Zhang Yu smiled slightly and said, "First, please provide me with your bank account number." Though puzzled by this request, Lu Hao retrieved his bank card and handed it to Zhang Yu. After a flurry of activity on Zhang Yu's phone, Lu Hao received a notification indicating a deposit of 1 million yuan into his account. Holy cow, 1 million. Brother Yu, are you asking me to commit murder? Lu Hao gulped, logging into his mobile banking to repeatedly count the zeros. Coming from a single-parent household, he had worked tirelessly to earn his way into university, even funding his tuition himself. He had never seen such a large sum of money, and he momentarily stumbled over his words. Zhang Yu laughed again, saying, "Murder? Who could you possibly kill? This money isn't for you. It's for you to use for business." At this, Lu Hao's enthusiasm waned, and gazing at the substantial sum in his bank account that was not his own, he felt somewhat disheartened. "All right then, what do you need me to do, brother Yu?" "You rascal, I want you to use this money to help me establish a security company, with the requirement that it holds the qualifications to provide property security services for neighborhoods and shopping centers. You'll temporarily serve as the company's executive assistant, with a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan, Zhang Yu explained, grinning. Lu Hao's eyes lit up at the mention of the salary, 20,000 a month? That was nearly 10 times more than the 2,000 to 3,000 a month earned by civil servants back in his hometown. "All right, I'll make sure it's done properly," Lu Hao said, thumping his chest eagerly. After Lu Hao departed, Zhang Yu intended to organize his thoughts and prepare for a journey to the post-apocalyptic world. Firstly, he aimed to acquire some gold to exchange for cash prior to the apocalypse. After spending 4 million on a car and startup funds for 2 companies, he found himself short on cash. Furthermore, establishing the liquor company's qualifications and sales channels would undoubtedly take time, meaning profitability would not materialize until at least next year. The security company, on the other hand, would be a pure expenditure, and Zhang Yu had no expectations of immediate profit. There might be further expenses down the line, so preparation was essential. Secondly, he intended to find some medicine for internal injuries for Jiang Chunxue, and perhaps she could facilitate an introduction, granting him the opportunity to glimpse the Martial Arts Association's texts. However, before embarking on this journey, Zhang Yu first needed to conduct an experiment to determine whether the essence pill could dissolve in liquor and whether consuming it would yield the desired effects. He retrieved a bottle of a certain type of liquor he had previously purchased, prepared a small bowl, opened the bottle, and poured the liquor into the bowl before placing a single essence pill inside. Observing closely to his delight, the essence pill dissolved in the liquor within mere seconds, transforming the previously clear liquid into a slightly yellowish hue, with an aroma that invigorated the senses. Zhang Yu's eyes brightened. It seemed the results of the experiment aligned with his expectations. He had conceived this idea when he first returned from the apocalypse with a jar of essence-infused liquor, having learned that it was derived from mutated beasts. It stood to reason that the essence pill, crafted from the mutated cores extracted from these creatures, would yield similar results. Nonetheless, to be prudent, Zhang Yu decided to personally test it to ascertain the effects. If any issues arose, he could simply consume it with the Taotai true energy to negate any adverse reactions. He lifted the bowl and drank it all in one go. A wave of scorching warmth surged from his mouth into his dantian. He refrained from utilizing the Taotai true energy, merely observing the consequences of this heat flow. Gradually, the warmth radiated throughout his limbs, enveloping him in a comforting sensation, and he felt a surge of vitality. Nodding to himself, he noted that the essence-infused liquor appeared to have minimal side effects. However, shortly thereafter, the heat flow continued to swell within him, intensifying the warmth and evoking a sudden impulse. He quickly harnessed the Taotai true energy to absorb the heat flow. Regaining his composure, it seemed that a larger dosage could lead to side effects. Nonetheless, this very side effect might serve as a selling point. Contemplating this, Zhang Yu stroked his chin. Although he had cultivated true energy, he had yet to undergo physical transformation, meaning his body remained akin to that of an ordinary person without the enhancement of true energy. Thus, whatever effects he experienced from the liquor would be the same for those who purchased it, albeit potentially varying with the age of the consumer. When it came time to sell, he could dilute the essence pills in different proportions to create various types of medicinal liquor. For instance, a version for children could invigorate their spirits for studying. One for office workers could allow them to work tirelessly for 10 hours without fatigue, while another variant might enable those with certain deficiencies to engage in lengthy battles. The market potential was immense, reaching into the hundreds of billions. However, Determining the precise ratios would require careful adjustment on his part. Zhang Yu continued to channel the Taotai true energy, digesting the essence-infused liquor containing the energy of an entire E-level essence pill for over an hour. Once the experiment was complete, he donned his clothing, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and with a thought, vanished from the villa. When he reappeared in the alley, he rolled upon landing, quickly glancing around to ensure no one was present before exhaling a quiet sigh of relief. It seemed that the wealthy girl from his previous outing was not lying in wait for him here. However, she remained oblivious to how he had departed, unable to fathom his ability to traverse time and space. Nonetheless, Zhang Yu was concerned she might investigate later, for with sufficient manpower, it would be possible to uncover the number of entrances and exits in this alley, tracking where people of his age and appearance had appeared during that time frame. Fortunately, it appeared that the girl's family or she herself lacked the means or desire to conduct such an inquiry. Exiting the alley, he found himself in front of a clothing store on the main street. This time, he was wary of being recognized by that red-eyed girl from before, as he had noticed that his attire was strikingly distinct from that of those who had survived the apocalypse. During his initial journey, he had been unaware of the circumstances and had not thought to procure new clothing. On his second trip, he had been so focused on practicing his techniques that he had forgotten. The third time, he had intended to buy a new outfit with the contract currency, but had been delayed by the unexpected encounter with the red-eyed girl, stepping into the clothing store. He used 3 level contract coins to purchase an outfit seemingly crafted from a type of hemp fabric, resembling a trench coat in a British style. He also bought a hood to wear. Thus, his overall appearance became more akin to that of those who had survived the apocalypse. Walking down the street, it was quite difficult for Zhang Yu to be recognized. Upon reaching the avenue where the treasure pavilion was located, he suddenly felt a pang of hunger. He slapped his forehead, realizing that he seemed to have forgotten to eat both breakfast and lunch tea that moment. A peculiar aroma wafted through the air. Turning his head, he discovered what appeared to be a restaurant, sparking his curiosity. After so many years post-apocalypse, what could humanity possibly be consuming? How did it taste? The establishment was modest in size, featuring only 7 or 8 small rectangular iron tables, seemingly repurposed from a restaurant that existed before the cataclysm. Zhang Yu could still discern remnants of the past, such as non-glowing light bulbs and a tattered poster that read exceptional selection by a certain group. At that time, 3 tables were already occupied by diners, and after taking a seat at an empty table, Zhang Yu picked up the menu to peruse. E-grade meat fruit. 2E. E-grade stir-fried meat. 3E. E-grade braised meat. 2E. Zhang Yu surmised that he likely referred to E-grade contract currency, that I'll have an order of E-grade meat fruit and a serving of D-grade braised ribs, he called out after studying the menu. The owner, the only staff member present, was busy in the kitchen. Upon hearing Zhang Yu's order, he responded with a casual all right. Before returning to his tasks, in his boredom, Zhang Yu quietly listened to the conversations around him, hoping to glean any useful information. After all, he hadn't grown up in this post-apocalyptic world, and many things that were common knowledge to the locals were entirely foreign to him. The restaurant was situated not far from the treasure pavilion, so most of the patrons were likely to be powerful beings with extraordinary abilities or adept martial artists. Among them was a biochemical warrior from the Northeast Steel Alliance. Their discussions were not particularly hushed, as they were merely conversing about ordinary matters. Intelligent individuals would avoid discussing confidential topics in public spaces. However, what Zhang Yu needed was indeed normal knowledge. Hey, have you heard? The leaders of the 3 major factions are gathering in overseas Ponlai. They say the celestial anomalies are worsening, and it's highly likely that the 2 worlds will soon converge, a short-haired man declared, his expression one of concern. Zhang Yu raised an eyebrow at the mention of the complete merging of worlds. According to the predictions of a top scholar he had heard during his previous life, the total merging of the 2 worlds was estimated to occur in about a century. So, was it really true that a century had passed since the Great Cataclysm? Until now, he had been unaware of the exact timeline of the era he had traversed into. The records he found only chronicled the brief period from the Cataclysm to the establishment of the Alliance. The short-haired man's table consisted of 3 individuals, 2 men and 1 woman, seated not far to Zhang Yu's left. Sigh. I heard my father mention that during the 12th year of the Alliance, those beings from the alternate universe crossed over and wreaked havoc. It was only through the Alliance's concentrated efforts that they were ultimately eradicated. With this complete merging of the universe, their lands will border ours. and they are bound to swarm at that point. You and I will likely find ourselves on the battlefield as well, remarked another man with shoulder-length hair. The woman at that table softly added, "It's nothing to worry about. We've grown accustomed to it. When it's your time to die, you want to survive. When it's your time to live, you might not even want to die." Just then, the owner placed a large bowl and a platter of food on Zhang Yu's table, saying, "Here's your meat, fruit, and braised ribs. Enjoy." The meat fruit resembled a large meatball, drizzled with sauce. Zhang Yu gently sliced into it with a dinner knife, taking a sizable piece into his mouth. It tasted remarkably like ham and contained a trace of refined energy, equivalent to about 1% of an E-grade essence pill's energy. At that moment, a nearby table's conversation piqued Zhang Yu's interest. "The West Street Old Market has opened. Want to go take a look? There are plenty of antiques from the previous era, and I'm quite curious to see them." "The Old Market is open? Great. Let us go this afternoon. Last time I found a little trinket there that was particularly adorable. I heard it's called Pikachu, but I have no idea why it has such a strange name." Zhang Yu felt a stir of excitement. The Old Market? He wondered if it might contain valuable treasures like gold. Since he had already encountered it, he decided to go check it out. After finishing his meal, Zhang Yu paid with contract currency and asked the owner for the location of the Old Market before setting off. The Old Market was situated on a rather dilapidated street, clearly showing that the integrity of the buildings was not as good as that of the street where the treasure pavilion stood. The houses were primarily made of concrete, but damaged areas were patched with dirt, stones, or even wooden boards. The street was bustling with activity, filled with vendors and throngs of people coming and going. They eagerly paused at many stalls, haggling with the vendors or speculating with friends about the items on display. Most of the wares at these stalls were familiar to Zhang Yu, consisting of things he had seen or used before. Occasionally, he would encounter a few martial artists or extraordinary beings who came to the market to seek their fortunes, hoping to find valuable collectibles like cigarettes or fine liquor. Such items were generally of no use to the lower class. Yet those who had survived from the old era had largely become the wealthy elite, developing a demand for these goods. As he wandered, Zhang Yu noticed a large crowd gathered in front of a shop, seemingly captivated by something. Curious, he approached and discovered an elderly man tinkering with a lit television set, beside which sat a PS4. "Oh, this is a television. How marvelous that it can project images. Just think how incredible it must have been for people back then to create such lifelike portrayals. You wouldn't understand. Those images aren't drawn in that. I've heard from my grandfather that he used to have one at home. The images are generated by a saw that is specifically designed for cutting trees, known as a tree saw." "Nonsense. What tree saw?" "Clearly, those images are contained within a box. It's called a set-top box. I speculate it's named that because it's a device that can hold people." Zhang Yu couldn't help but stifle a laugh at their banter. It was understandable, considering that it had been about a century since the world had changed. And these individuals were likely third-generation people who found it difficult to comprehend artifacts from the past. After a while, the elderly man managed to display a game screen, showcasing a game that Zhang Yu recognized, Dynasty Warriors 6. At that moment, Zhang Yu noticed that the shop appeared to be filled with many gleaming golden items. Ignoring the television playing outside, he ventured into the shop and was astonished to find a vast pile of gold. Did someone rob a bank? Zhang Yu mused, convinced that this was indeed the case. In the days immediately following the Great Cataclysm, societal order had collapsed rapidly, with mutated beasts attacking humanity everywhere. Cats and dogs, in particular, were terrifying. They were naturally agile felines, once renowned predators, but once they encountered humans, a flaw in their evolution, they became domesticated. Once mutated, they moved with the speed of the wind, their claws sharp and resilient. Ordinary humans had little chance of defending themselves. During that tumultuous time, it was understandable that some individuals, seeing the banks unguarded, might have been tempted to steal. Yet, it seemed those who had taken the gold ultimately found no use for it. "Old man, are you selling that gold?" Zhang Yu called out. The onlookers were taken aback at his question. Some were inquiring what gold was, while others, older individuals who had heard about it from their forebears, expressed confusion. "What era are we in, and what uses gold now? Is there really a buyer?" The elderly man was also momentarily stunned, but he thought perhaps it was just a wealthy individual with excess money. He nodded and said, "Yes, it's for sale. That pile is priced at 10 EDOT." After stating the price, the old man suppressed his inner apprehension and continued fiddling with the television. 10 E was enough for an ordinary person to eat for a week. Such worthless gold surely wasn't worth that much, and no one would pay even 1 for it. The old man had braced himself to negotiate with Zhang Yu, but to his surprise, Zhang Yu merely nodded in acknowledgement and pulled out 10 E-grade contract coins from his pocket to hand over to the old man. What a blunder! I should have asked for more, was the first thought that crossed the old man's mind. But alas, it was too late to change his price. When Zhang Yu had taken out the money, the old man had noticed that he had at least a couple of hundred in his pocket. Such a wealthy individual was not someone he could afford to provoke. The surrounding crowd stared at Zhang Yu in disbelief as he spent 10 on a pile of seemingly worthless trinkets. Regarding him as if he were a fool, amidst the bustling crowd, one individual stood out, eyes wide with intrigue as they observed Zhang Yu. She could not fathom the purpose behind his purchase of gold. Zhang Yu meticulously packed all the gold into his backpack, which held an approximate weight akin to 2 large Sprite bottles, fitting perfectly within. He conducted a rough estimation, calculating the gold's weight to be around 100 kilograms based on its density of 19.33 grams per cubic centimeter. This quantity would be burdensome for an ordinary person. However, Zhang Yu effortlessly lifted it with his cultivated energy. Upon exiting the shop, Zhang Yu chose not to linger in the old market. Finding the usual goods unremarkable, acquiring the gold was sufficient. After leaving the old market, he proceeded to the treasure pavilion, where, after presenting his membership card, he purchased 100 bottles of E-grade essence pills and 10 bottles of D-grade essence pills. The attendants at the treasure pavilion had thoughtfully prepared a bag, which they handed to Zhang Yu. Just as he was about to depart, a thought struck him, and he inquired, "Do you have any medicine for internal injuries?" "Internal injuries? Yes, we have the nourishing heart pills, procured from the Ancient Martial Arts and Cultivation Alliance. These pills are crafted from the core of a D-grade mutated plant and are effective for treating common internal injuries. They cost 15 D-grade contract coins per bottle, which contains 20 pills." The attendant replied after checking. To his surprise, the price was rather steep. 1 D-grade contract coin could be exchanged for 100,000 E-grade contract coins, equivalent to numerous bottles of E-grade essence pills. However, this amount was trivial for Zhang Yu, as he had earned 8 B-grade contract coins from selling a single pack of cigarettes. In a sense, he could be considered somewhat affluent. After purchasing the nourishing heart pills, Zhang Yu felt he had largely fulfilled his purpose in this post-apocalyptic world. With his belongings in hand, he prepared to return to the world before the apocalypse. Yet, he couldn't help but chuckle at his current appearance. A large backpack on his back and a substantial bag of pills in hand, resembling a laborer heading to work. After leaving the treasure pavilion, Zhang Yu made his way back through the alley he had traversed earlier. The bag he carried was made of coarse cloth, making it difficult for outsiders to discern its contents, allowing him to feel secure from potential robbers. However, as he walked, an unsettling sensation crawled over him. He felt as though he was being followed. Casually, he glanced through his peripheral vision to find a few individuals clad in gray robes with hoods. Were they fixated on the pills he carried? But how could they possibly know he was transporting such items? Perhaps they merely assumed that his bulky bags contained valuable goods. Frowning, Zhang Yu discreetly altered his path. Heading back towards the old market, the alley was familiar territory. He preferred not to expose himself unnecessarily. Otherwise, he would have to choose another location for his next traversal. But where might that lead him? What if he materialized in the abode of a powerful individual and met a swift demise? After all, Zhang Yu was merely a postnatally cultivated martial artist. Encountering those with innate abilities or above B grade would likely result in a single lethal blow. Moreover, his traversing ability required approximately half an hour of cool down before he could return after crossing over. Frustration bubbled within him. His current cultivation level was insufficient, and aside from his training methods, he lacked any combat skills. In a crisis, he could only rely on his cultivated energy, which would be inadequate in a dire situation. Clearly, he needed to expedite his visit to the Martial Arts Association. While contemplating this, he maintained his pace towards the old street. He did not wish to quicken his pace recklessly, as doing so might alert his pursuers to his awareness of them, prompting them to act more swiftly. Thus, despite his inner urgency, he maintained an outwardly calm demeanor. Regrettably, he was unaware of the city's security measures. Had he known the locations of the official enforcement agencies, he might have identified a relatively safe haven. Now, he felt utterly in the dark, reflecting on his ignorance of the post-apocalyptic scenario with a wry smile. Fortunately, it appeared that those following him remained oblivious to his awareness, continuing to trail him from a distance. Upon reaching the old market, Zhang Yu noticed an even greater throng of people, the crowd nearly shoulder to shoulder. Once he stepped into the mass of humanity, he immediately quickened his pace, observing this. The individuals tailing him hastened as well, attempting to close the distance. However, amidst the surging tide of people, they could not keep up. Just as Zhang Yu believed he had evaded them, he was startled to see more figures in gray robes approaching from ahead. He halted abruptly, his mind racing to devise an escape plan. "Hey, why aren't you running?" A girl's voice rang out not far from him. Zhang Yu turned to see a girl in a gray robe with a hood. Her black mask adorned with striking red eyes, arching her brow at him. This was the same girl he had inadvertently groped previously. Indeed, trouble had found him again. Zhang Yu sighed inwardly and recalled a scene from a television show that seemed eerily similar. With no other options, he resolved to take a chance. Smiling, he said, "How about I show you a magic trick?" He then produced his coin pouch, opening it wide. The girl watched curiously, seemingly wondering what trick Zhang Yu would perform. In the next moment, hundreds of D-grade contract coins and thousands of E-grade contract coins soared into the air, followed closely by dozens of bottles of E-grade essence pills. Money rain. So many D-grade contract coins. So many E-grade contract coins. And essence pills. My goodness, D-grade essence pills. Zhang Yu exclaimed. Instantly, chaos erupted in the crowd, and the gray-robed pursuers lost sight of him amidst the commotion. The girl in gray watched in disbelief as the man who had touched her vanished into the throng. Her frustration mounting, "No one is allowed to move. No one is allowed to pick up the money." However, her shouts fell on deaf ears. The crowd, enchanted by the sudden downpour of coins, ignored her, scrambling to collect the falling riches. Some opportunistic individuals even began to snatch items from nearby stalls, igniting further chaos and a chain reaction of pandemonium. "That guy, he disappeared," a young man with short hair exclaimed, removing his hood as he approached the girl. Embarrassment evident on his face. Taking a deep breath, the girl coldly remarked, TSK, is this the reserve force of the Flying Lion Cavalry? You certainly spend a lot, don't you? Your living expenses, training resources, and equipment, none of it seems lacking. Yet today, I am left astounded that you couldn't even capture a postnatally cultivated martial artist." The young man, his face flushed with shame from her words, remained silent. He knew he had failed in his duty. "You will forfeit half your salary for this lapse. Reflect on it and enhance your patrols. Should you encounter that individual, inform me at once." The girl waved her hand dismissively, her mood visibly irked as she walked away. Inside a villa adorned with traditional Chinese decorations, all doors and windows securely shut, Zhang Yu suddenly materialized in the center of the hall. He exhaled heavily, tossing his backpack onto the couch, creating a deep indentation. Before lying back and gradually unwinding, he had narrowly escaped capture this time. Although fleeing was not particularly challenging for him, his ability allowed him to traverse time and space, vanishing before the eyes of the crowd. He opted to avoid exposing his powers. Thus, he chose the more conventional method of creating chaos and fleeing on foot. Yet, he realized he must exercise caution in the future. That girl seemed quite influential, having mobilized so many to apprehend him. Fortunately, those pursuing him had refrained from attacking amidst the crowd, likely out of concern for civilian safety. Otherwise, he would have had no choice but to reveal his abilities and return immediately. While he had successfully evaded capture, he had still lost some contract coins and essence pills. But for someone as financially robust as Zhang Yu, it was hardly a concern. After a brief respite, he laid out his acquisitions on the rosewood table: 10 bottles of D-grade essence pills, a backpack full of gold, and that single bottle of nourishing heart pills. He had essentially achieved the objectives of his traversal and gathered the necessary supplies. Curiously, he pondered the effects of the D-grade essence pills. Deciding to test one, Zhang Yu picked up a bottle of D-grade essence pills and settled onto a yoga mat in his gym, preparing to consume one. As he uncorked the bottle, a faint fishy odor wafted out. Seemingly milder than that of the E-grade essence pills, that he poured a singular essence pill into the palm of his hand, scrutinizing it with great care. The pill was approximately the size of a soybean. Yet it appeared even smoother and more solidified. Zhang Yu swallowed the pill and closed his eyes to immerse himself in the experience. Unlike the E-grade essence pill, which dissolved instantly upon contact, this one retained its form. However, upon reaching his dantian, it began to gradually emit a warm flow. Initially subtle, it swelled in intensity after a few seconds, Zhang Yu's voracious true energy commenced its consumption. Yet, gradually, the rate at which it devoured the energy could not keep pace with the rate at which the warmth dissipated. He realized that, firstly, his total amount of voracious true energy was still insufficient, currently only equivalent to the size of 3 fingers. Secondly, the heat released by the D-grade essence pill was indeed significantly greater than that of the E-grade. If the heat dissipated by the E-grade essence pill could be likened to droplets from a trickling spring, then the heat from the D-grade pill resembled a flowing brook. Moreover, the heat emitted from the D-grade pill not only surpassed that of the E-grade by over 100-fold, but its duration also exceeded Zhang Yu's expectations. He originally thought that the D-grade pill merely released more heat, but upon awakening from his cultivation, he discovered it was already noon on the 3rd day. It took him over 50 hours to refine a D-grade essence pill, tenfold the time of an E-grade. At this moment, Zhang Yu felt an unbearable thirst and hurried to the kitchen, quenching it with 2 bottles of mineral water he had stored in the refrigerator, just as he relieved his thirst. His stomach began to growl with hunger. After 2 days without food, despite his body being protected by true energy, he remained a mortal being, in need of sustenance. With no time to cook, he hopped into his car and drove to the nearest upscale restaurant. This establishment was a Western-style restaurant, elegantly decorated, and at noon, it was bustling with patrons, all dressed appropriately and behaving with grace. Upon being greeted by a server, Zhang Yu took a seat at an empty table in the center of the dining area. "Sir, how many in your party?" the server inquired with a smile. Zhang Yu did not respond directly but asked, "What is your largest dish?" It's the tomahawk steak for 4, the server replied, slightly taken aback. Hungry and impatient, Zhang Yu exclaimed, "Perfect. Bring me one, quickly. I'm starving." The server nodded and relayed the order to the kitchen. Shortly after, a large platter arrived, bearing 4 steaks, 4 servings of creamy soup, along with assorted side dishes and staples. Zhang Yu merely nodded, saying nothing, and began to devour his meal with gusto. The server was momentarily stunned, having assumed that a 4-person meal was intended for multiple diners, not just one. To put it into perspective, each tomahawk steak weighed a kilogram, making the total weight of the 4-person meal 4 kilograms, approximately 8 pounds. Could he possibly finish it all? The server wondered. However, it was not his place to question a customer's order. So he turned away to attend to other guests. In a whirlwind of consumption, Zhang Yu finished his meal and, satisfied, patted his belly before signaling for the server. Upon seeing the 4 empty plates, the server's eyes widened in astonishment. "Sir, did you really eat all 4 steaks?" he involuntarily asked. Zhang Yu smiled and nodded, saying, "Let us settle the bill." The server, slightly incredulous, replied, That will be 3,006 after swiping his card." Zhang Yu, fully sated, leisurely left the restaurant, leaving the server to ponder the meaning of life in front of the 4 empty plates. Upon returning to his villa, Zhang Yu suddenly remembered something that he picked up his phone, which had been charging, and indeed, there were 20 to 30 missed calls and a plethora of messages. Opening WeChat revealed dozens of notifications as well. Among them was a call from his mother, Li Susu, who had tried to reach him that morning but only once, likely thinking he was at work. Zhang Yu felt a wave of relief. Had she called the day before, discovering he had not responded for 2 days, it would have surely caused them distress that he quickly returned his mother's call. "Hello, Zhang Yu. Are you done with your work? How have you been? Is it cold in Sea City?" Li Susu's voice resonated through the phone, accompanied by some background noise, suggesting she was busy at a noodle shop. Zhang Yu's heart warmed as he replied, "Mom, it's not cold. Take care of yourself and don't overwork. I've been making money lately. I'll surprise you when I come home for the new year." "Surprise, you say? I know your ways, and no matter how much you earn, it will all be accounted for. I want to say more. You haven't even bothered to call your father and me in all these days. That you're just a burden." Li Susu seemed to remember something and, feeling overwhelmed, abruptly hung up, listening to the dial tone. Zhang Yu couldn't help but chuckle. His parents always panicked when unaware of his situation, but once reassured, they felt no need to linger on the conversation. Just as Zhang Yu was about to return Lu Hao's call, he noticed Zhang Mingyue's call had already come through. He had seen the call log. Zhang Mingyue had called over a dozen times, averaging 7 to 8 calls daily, every couple of hours. It was evident she was deeply concerned for him, even calling at night. He pressed the answer button. "Hello? Is this Yuge?" Zhang Mingyue's uncertain voice came through the line. Zhang Yu felt a bit embarrassed and replied, "Yes, it's me." Sorry, Mingyue, I had some matters to attend to and forgot my phone. Upon hearing this, Zhang Mingyue let out a heavy sigh of relief. She had been restless these past 2 days, unable to sleep well, fearing something had happened to Zhang Yu. All right, you go. Next time don't do this. I've been trying to reach you for days, and when I came to the villa to find you, no one was around. You scared me to death. Where have you been? Zhang Mingyue's tone conveyed a hint of reproach. Zhang Yu chuckled and swiftly changed the subject. Hey, don't be mad. Mingyue, I was out handling business. Important matters. The boss doesn't want me discussing it. By the way, how's the progress on the company registration? Aware that Zhang Yu was avoiding the topic, Zhang Mingyue had no choice but to follow suit. Fine, I don't know what the boss was thinking handing the company over to you. You just threw money my way and left everything else to me that I've been running around. And yesterday, I got the company's qualifications sorted out and secured an office space. Now I'm in the human resources market looking for personnel. Zhang Mingyue and Zhang Yu had been colleagues for a long time and shared a good rapport. So she spoke candidly. Zhang Yu nodded, highly valuing Zhang Mingyue's capabilities. That it was worth noting that dealing with the sales of health products and alcohol involved numerous complex procedures, and for an ordinary person, it could take an entire week with 5 working days to navigate various departments. Zhang Mingyue not only managed to get everything done, but also secured an office space. He could not deny he had made the right choice in her. If he had attempted to handle these matters himself, he would have been overwhelmed, leaving him no time to cultivate or to focus on creating golden pills in the post-apocalyptic world. With a grin, he remarked, "You've worked hard. Those capable do more. I've been busy too. The boss has assigned me tasks as well. That don't be upset that I'll treat you to hot pot next time. 1 hot pot, 1 tea, cut it. Are you kidding me?" Zhang Mingyue clearly was not satisfied. Zhang Yu laughed awkwardly. How many hot pots do you want? He needed to focus on cultivation, not on endless meals out. Do you have any idea how worried I've been about your sudden disappearance? Humph, reflect on that. Goodbye. Zhang Mingyue hung up in a huff, sensing Zhang Yu's reluctance to engage further, listening to the dial tone. Zhang Yu sighed. Women can change their moods so swiftly. He then dialed Lu Hao's number. Hello, Yugo? Lu Hao's puzzled voice came through. Yes, it's me. Did you call yesterday? I'm sorry. I had some matters to attend to and didn't have my phone. Zhang Yu felt a bit sheepish. Lu Hao reassured him it was no big deal, as he had only made a few calls, then added, Yugo, I'm still working on the company matters. The security company needs a license, so I have to go around. All right, let me know when you have results. If you need more funds, feel free to contact me. With that, they ended the call. After concluding his conversation, Zhang Yu hung up the phone and drove towards the gold shop. During the journey, he casually scrolled through WeChat on his phone, finding no significant messages, although Zhou Qian had sent him several texts. He chose not to open them, deeming it unnecessary. Zhang Yu's endeavor to sell gold was fraught with complications, as the gold he possessed lacked legitimate certification. Attempting to sell it in bulk would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. Consequently, he decided to divide the 100 kilograms of gold into numerous smaller portions, driving to various gold shops and pawn shops to facilitate the sales. After traversing dozens of gold shops, nearly exhausting all options in City C and even in nearby counties, it took Zhang Yu 2 days to conclude this matter. In the interim, Zhang Mingyue called to inquire about when he would treat her to hot pot, reminding him not to forget. Zhang Yu, feeling somewhat helpless, replied that he was occupied but would treat her as soon as he returned. Despite the tumultuous 2-day ordeal, the sight of 40 million in cash reflected in his mobile banking app made Zhang Yu feel it was all worthwhile. Upon returning to City C, it was just afternoon. Initially, he intended to head straight home, but Zhang Mingyue called to inform him that the core staff for the company had been mostly recruited and requested his presence at the office. After all, as the nominal CEO, he had yet to meet anyone, leaving the employees uncertain. That he drove to a CBD in the city center where the office rented by the company, registered with the help of Zhang Mingyue, was located. After parking his car, he took out his phone to call Zhang Mingyue, informing her that he had arrived at the building's entrance as he walked towards the elevator, ready to ascend to the company's floor. Entering the elevator, he pressed the button for the 12th floor. Just as the doors were about to close, a girl with flowing hair and delicate features hurriedly pressed the open button and exclaimed, Please wait. Thank you. Zhang Yu quickly pressed the button to reopen the doors. Ultimately, the elevator doors remained open, and upon the girl's entrance, Zhang Yu was astonished to discover it was Zhou Qian. Naturally, Zhou Qian recognized Zhang Yu as well and expressed her surprise. Zhang Yu, What a coincidence to see you here. However, her expression soon turned somewhat forlorn as she remarked, I sent you so many messages a few days ago. Why didn't you respond? Oh, I was busy and haven't checked WeChat in a while. Zhang Yu replied, knowing he could not bluntly express his desire to avoid entanglements, as they were once classmates and there was no need to be hurtful. Zhou Qian, upon hearing Zhang Yu's explanation, was skeptical that in today's world, who goes days without checking WeChat. However, she feigned understanding, saying, I see that I thought something might have happened to you. By the way, what brings you here? Are you at work? You look quite sweaty. Let me help you wipe it off. Zhou Qian pulled out a tissue from her bag, leaning closer to Zhang Yu, eager to dab away his perspiration. This was a tactic she had learned during university. Perhaps effective with younger men in their 20s, but not so much with older gentlemen in their 30s or 40s. Zhang Yu raised his arm to wipe his brow, saying, Oh, I can wipe it off myself. No need. Just then, they reached the 12th floor, prompting Zhang Yu to quickly say, I've arrived. I must go now. Goodbye. With that, he hurriedly exited the elevator, disregarding Zhou Qian's stiffened expression behind him. Upon exiting, he made his way to room 03. The office space rented by the company. As he approached the reception desk, he could clearly see the words Hua Xia Ren Min Ping and Jiu Yi Xian Gong Si elegantly painted in yellow on the marble wall through the automated glass door. At that moment, Zhang Mingyue was already waiting at the front desk. She was clad in her usual professional attire, though her heels had transitioned from black to red. From a distance, her long legs, enveloped in black stockings, appeared alluring, while the red heels added an extra touch of charm. The company has been established for 4 days, the office has been rented for 3 days, and the employees have been on board for 2 days. Yet this is your first visit, Zhang Mingyue remarked with a cheerful smile. Zhang Yu shrugged, replying, Well, you're here, so what difference does it make if I come or not? You'll have to get used to it. I might not be in the office frequently. That's simply one do. How can the company function properly if you're not present? Who will sign off on financial approvals? Who will authorize personnel changes? Zhang Mingyue's expression turned serious at his words. Seeing her demeanor, Zhang Yu adopted a grave expression as well, but offered no explanation, merely asking, Where is everyone? They are all waiting for you in the conference room. Zhang Mingyue replied. Zhang Yu nodded, preparing to step further into the office. Wait, brother Yu, are you really going to meet the employees dressed like that? Zhang Mingyue reminded him at that moment. Zhang Yu recalled that he was indeed wearing ordinary attire and had neglected to don formal wear. However, he was unconcerned. He intended to delegate the everyday management to Zhang Mingyue. Trusting her professionalism, he had no worries on that front. Zhang Mingyue had previously worked as a sales assistant in a consumables company. Although her title suggested a subordinate role, Zhang Yu knew she had effectively taken on much of the sales supervisor Wei's responsibilities. The sales department was the most demanding position, requiring interactions with human resources, finance, and various other sectors. Those who emerged from sales were undoubtedly talented. Therefore, Zhang Yu felt confident in Zhang Mingyue's professional capabilities. It's fine. This is good enough that I'm just making an appearance, he stated. With a resigned expression from Zhang Mingyue, he entered the company. Under Zhang Mingyue's guidance, he first toured the office space, which spanned over 500 square meters and included a reception room, manager's office, assistant's office, and all the necessary facilities. The decor, however, showed signs of aging in some areas. Since the furnishings were inherited from the previous tenants, Zhang Mingyue had decided to keep them, believing there were no significant issues. And in consideration of cost saving for Zhang Yu, she had opted not to renovate, merely changing the signage at the reception. They then proceeded to the conference room. Zhang Mingyue pushed the door open and entered, announcing, Thank you for your patience. The general manager has been occupied with other matters these past few days, so he hasn't had the chance to meet everyone after joining. Today, he just returned from a business trip without even changing his clothes. And I brought him along. Please give him a warm welcome. Hearing this, Zhang Yu stepped into the conference room. Typically, one who had never held a leadership position would feel nervous about speaking, but Zhang Yu was unfazed. Who was he in his past life? He had faced countless beasts without a hint of anxiety. What was there to be nervous about in a meeting? Moreover, as the boss, he felt completely at ease. The conference room was occupied by 7 or 8 individuals, a mix of men and women, some appearing around 30 while others looked to be in their 40s, though most had comparatively youthful faces. As Zhang Yu entered, the attendees were taken aback by the sight of an unremarkable, casually dressed young man in his 20s. Despite his plain demeanor, he exhibited no discomfort or anxiety under their scrutiny. However, this led some to question if they had inadvertently joined a fly-by-night company. In an instant, several individuals began contemplating resignation, reasoning that having worked only a few days, leaving wouldn't sting too much financially. Yet, Zhang Yu's subsequent words instantly quashed their thoughts of departing. Hello everyone, my name is Zhang Yu. Zhang as in Bao, Yu as in universe, and I am the general manager of this company. I am often preoccupied with various matters, so I have entrusted all company affairs to my assistant, Zhang Mingwei. If you need anything, please feel free to approach her. As for specific tasks, I will assign those to her as well. I have nothing further to add, just do your jobs well, and your salaries will be fair. Recently, the company secured an additional investment of 10 million RMB, which will soon be deposited into the company account. All employees, including Assistant Zhang, will receive a 20 salary increase. As soon as Zhang Yu finished speaking, applause erupted among the attendees. What do employees cherish most? Salary increases. Everything else is secondary, regardless of whether you are merely a shell company. As long as the payment is sufficient and legality is maintained, I shall proceed with my endeavors. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Yu smiled and nodded, then exited the conference room and made his way to his office as the general manager. Settling into the comfort of his recliner, he couldn't help but reflect on his circumstances. Just days prior, he had been struggling to survive in a world ravaged by catastrophe, and now he found himself back in a pre-apocalyptic era. Having started a new company and assumed the role of general manager, this surreal transition left him with a sense of unreality, as if everything before him might vanish in an instant. However, a sudden knock at the door jolted him back to reality, and he realized he had indeed returned to the past. Come in, Zhang Yu called out, looking up. Zhang Mingyue entered, cradling a folder in her left hand and balancing a cup of coffee in her right. Her high heels clicking rhythmically against the floor as she approached Zhang Yu. She placed the coffee before him and inquired, General Manager Zhang, how does it feel to be in your position? It's all right. I suppose that I'm not really managing anything. In truth, you are the true general manager here. This coffee is quite delightful, Zhang Yu replied, lifting the cup for a sip and shrugging. Zhang Mingyue chuckled softly, then gracefully perched herself on the edge of the desk, seemingly indifferent to the fact that her long, slender legs and black stockings were entirely exposed to Zhang Yu's gaze. Turning her head, her lightly tinted lips curled into a teasing smile as she remarked, paying an assistant's salary while doing the general manager's work. You are indeed quite astute. Taken aback, Zhang Yu was oblivious to the allure of Zhang Mingyue's figure. He felt truly wronged that I genuinely have matters that prevent me from overseeing the company. How about a raise for you? Zhang Yu suggested, testing the waters. This. Zhang Mingyue shifted closer, the scent of her perfume wafting in on the breeze. Supporting herself on the edge of the desk, she gazed intently at Zhang Yu and stated, no need. I am already satisfied that I recognize my capabilities, yet I never anticipated earning a salary of 200,000 at just 25 while managing a company. I am truly grateful for the opportunity you have provided me. If you offer me more, I honestly wouldn't know how to repay you. Zhang Yu was no fool. He had already sensed Zhang Mingyue's feelings towards him. But he was not in the right frame of mind to engage with such thoughts. He drained his coffee and stood, walking to the floor-to-ceiling window to gaze at the scenery outside. You said it yourself. Don't accuse me of being stingy if I don't increase your salary in the future. What are the primary objectives for the company moving forward? When can we expect tangible products? When will we enter mass production? Sensing Zhang Yu's indifference, a flicker of disappointment crossed Zhang Mingyue's eyes, leading her to question her own appeal for the first time. She rose to inquire further. For the production of liquor, we will certainly require a factory, Zhang Yu contemplated before responding. Our immediate priority is to secure a facility for liquor production. As for funding, I shall transfer 10 million shortly. Zhang Yu, could you enlighten me on the selling points of our product? Why would the owner be willing to invest such a substantial amount? Does he have specialized sales channels that guarantee sales for any liquor? Otherwise, with so many brands on the market, a product lacking distinctiveness will struggle to compete, Zhang Mingyue queried, her mind racing with concerns. She understood that launching a liquor company was fraught with risks. After deciding to enter the industry, she dedicated time to researching it, discovering that while the entry barrier was low, competition was fierce. Consumers often held steadfast preferences for certain brands, rarely deviating from their established choices. Moreover, regional loyalties made it exceedingly challenging for unfamiliar brands to penetrate local markets. If a consumer had never heard of a particular liquor, persuading them to make a purchase would be an uphill battle. This was a primary source of Zhang Mingyue's anxiety. Zhang Yu smiled slightly, sensing her apprehensions. He offered her reassurance, saying, "Rest assured, the money we invest will not be wasted. Our product will ensure that once someone takes a sip, they'll crave more, and after the second sip, they'll be unable to resist. Brother Yu, it won't contain any narcotics, will it?" Zhang Mingyue's eyes widened as she stammered in concern. The mere thought of such substances was alarming. Once involved, it could lead to disastrous consequences. Zhang Yu, noticing her unexpected leap to such conclusions, sighed and clarified. "Where did that thought come from? Do you think I would involve myself with such things?" "Don't worry. Our liquor is entirely safe for consumption. It is a proprietary medicinal brew that enhances vitality, boosts immunity, and wards off ailments. I am confident that once we launch it into the market, it will be a resounding success." Hearing Zhang Yu's explanation, Zhang Mingyue's anxieties began to dissipate. She continued to inquire about specifics, such as the effects and the time frame for results, but without samples at hand. Zhang Yu could only promise to provide her with samples for testing later. After transferring 10 million to the company's account, he prepared to leave. "Are you leaving? Won't you stay a while longer in your office?" Zhang Mingyue asked. Zhang Yu nodded, pushing open the door and stepping out. Behind him, Zhang Mingyue gazed at her own long, slender legs and black stockings reflected in the glass, irritated that he seemed so different from other men. Not even casting a glance her way, as Zhang Yu exited the office, he made his way towards the entrance, encountering several employees who greeted him with nods. The employees appreciated the generous salary increase he had instituted upon his arrival. A few young women whispered among themselves, speculating whether Zhang Yu, being so young and a general manager, might be single, and if so, who among them might have a chance. Zhang Yu pressed the elevator button, and shortly, an elevator descended from a higher floor to the 12th floor. When the doors opened, two stylish young women emerged, one of whom was Zhou Qian. "Zhang Yu, what a coincidence to see you again," Zhou Qian exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with joy. The girl beside her, adorned with an exquisite makeup look, scrutinized Zhang Yu, noting that he did not seem to embody the persona of a wealthy individual. Given his ordinary attire, this revelation surprised her. She had known Zhou Qian for quite some time and considered herself well acquainted with her. Zhou Qian valued her friend's potential and capabilities, with financial acumen being paramount in her assessments. Sharing similar values, the two had become close friends. Thus, Zhou Qian's warm reception of someone dressed so plainly intrigued her. Did this man possess some hidden quality? Meanwhile, Zhang Yu felt a sense of resignation. He hadn't anticipated encountering Zhou Qian again. He held no strong feelings of animosity towards her, recognizing that a woman's attraction to wealth and power was a natural inclination. However, he could not accept a worldview that judged a person's worth solely based on their financial standing. With no desire to wait for another elevator, he stepped inside, merely offering Zhou Qian a polite nod and saying, "Yes, it is quite a coincidence," as he prepared to enter. Just then, a voice called out from beside him. "Mr. Zhang, please hold on a moment." A young woman from the company rushed over, clutching a folder. Zhang Yu halted, curious about her purpose. Zhou Qian in the elevator was taken aback. "What? Someone is calling Zhang Yu Mr. Zhang? Could he be a high-ranking executive at a company?" Considering Zhang Yu's recent purchase of a 600,000 yuan vehicle, she began to affirm this possibility. In an instant, regret washed over her for having overlooked Zhang Yu at the alumni gathering. If only she had stepped forward to resolve the issue when Lu Hao had spoken up for Zhang Yu. If only she had defended him when Duan Peng ridiculed him, perhaps she might have had a chance. As these thoughts consumed her, Zhou Qian felt a wave of despondency and began to doubt her ability to discern character. The girl beside her, noticing Zhang Yu turning to look elsewhere, discreetly nudged Zhou Qian and asked, "Who is he?" "An old high school classmate named Zhang Yu," Zhou Qian whispered, fully aware of her best friend's intentions behind the question, yet she sensed that her friend might be setting herself up for disappointment. At that moment, a company girl outside the elevator caught up with Zhang Yu and handed him something, an access card for the company. "Mr. Zhang, this is the company access card. If you ever arrive at the office unexpectedly, you can simply let yourself in," the short-haired girl in professional attire said with a smile. Zhang Yu accepted the card, nodded, and replied, "All right. Thank you." Once the girl departed, Zhang Yu stepped into the elevator and expressed his gratitude to Zhou Qian, who had pressed the open button for him. Before lapsing into silence, Zhou Qian managed a faint smile but chose not to engage further. After all, Zhang Yu had made his disinterest quite clear, and she had no desire to embarrass herself. Meanwhile, the girl beside her observed the scene with keen interest, clearly intrigued by Zhang Yu. "Hello, you must be Zhou Qian's high school classmate, right? She has mentioned you before. I'm Li Bingyue, Zhou Qian's close friend. That it's a pleasure to meet you," the girl named Li Bingyue said, extending her right hand towards Zhang Yu with confidence. Zhang Yu reciprocated, gently grasping her delicate hand for a brief moment before saying, "Hello, Zhang Yu. Mr. Zhang, you truly are accomplished at a young age. You graduated from the same high school as Zhou Qian, while we are still toiling away as workers. I didn't expect you to already be a general manager." "I admire that," Li Bingyue praised. "Compliments are indeed an effective means of forging connections." Recognizing this, Zhang Yu nodded politely, feeling compelled to respond. "The company has only recently opened, and my position as general manager is largely due to luck." Zhang Yu spoke the truth. Had he not been reborn with the ability to traverse time, he would not have been able to establish a company so swiftly. However, Li Bingyue interpreted Zhang Yu's words as modesty. "Mr. Zhang, you are truly humble. Many believe that success is merely a matter of luck, unaware that such luck is often built upon relentless effort day after day," she remarked. Zhang Yu offered an awkward smile. If trading cigarettes for gold in a post-apocalyptic world could be considered hard work, then he had indeed put in the effort. "Oh, by the way, Mr. Zhang, what does your company do?" Li Bingyue, sensing that Zhang Yu was not inclined to continue the conversation, quickly inquired with a smile. She understood that waiting for a lull in the conversation would seem forced and might provoke defensiveness. Asking now appeared casual and curious, thus avoiding any sense of wariness. Zhang Yu smiled slightly and replied succinctly, "We produce alcohol, a tea." That moment, Zhou Qian glanced at Zhang Yu, recalling his words to Duan Peng during their class reunion. Was Zhang Yu merely boasting, or did he intend to follow through with those claims, as he had done back in high school? "Alcohol? I quite enjoy drinking, although I sometimes struggle to distinguish between real and fake liquor, as there is so much specialized knowledge involved that I didn't expect to encounter a professional today. I wonder if Mr. Zhang has the time to teach me a trick or two for identifying genuine liquor?" Li Bingyue looked at Zhang Yu with eager anticipation. This tactic had proven effective in the past. After all, everyone enjoys being admired, particularly by the opposite sex. Moreover, with her alluring figure and fashionable appearance, she typically found her requests well received by men. It was a chance to get closer to a handsome man while showcasing her own expertise. However, Zhang Yu's response left her disappointed. He gently shook his head and said, "To be honest, I don't really understand liquor, so I can't help you with identifying it. I'm sorry." Li Bingyue was taken aback. She found it hard to believe. "You, the general manager of a liquor company, don't know anything about alcohol? Surely you must possess some basic knowledge and common sense. If you don't, would that not imply your boss is a fool?" Just then, the elevator reached the underground parking lot. Zhang Yu merely nodded to Zhou Qian and Li Bingyue, saying, "I apologize, but I have other matters to attend to. I must take my leave," before striding out of the elevator. Once Zhang Yu's figure disappeared, Zhou Qian's voice rang out gleefully. "Huh? Bingyue, you also have moments of defeat." Li Bingyue looked at Zhou Qian helplessly and replied, "What kind of classmate is he? Faced with a girl like me?" Full of eager expectation, he didn't even flinch. "Is he even a man? Now I'm questioning whether there's something wrong with my appearance today. No, I need to check the mirror." With that, Li Bingyue took out a compact mirror to assess her makeup. After Zhang Yu got into his car, he dialed Li Suya's number. "Hello, is this Brother Zhang?" Li Suya's voice came through the phone. He was momentarily taken aback. "When did he become Brother Zhang?" He replied, "Suya, I have obtained a type of medicine from a friend that may be able to heal Ms. Zhang's internal injuries." "Really? That's wonderful. I'll bring Aunt Zhang over tomorrow. She happens to have an appointment today and is currently at the hall." Li Suya explained to Zhang Yu. "Tomorrow? Doesn't that mean it will delay my training time?" Zhang Yu continued, "How about this? I'll come directly to deliver the medicine to Ms. Zhang. Please send me your location." "All right. I'll send it to you on WeChat shortly. I really appreciate your help. Brother Zhang, I haven't had the chance to thank you for saving me last time, and now you are helping Aunt Zhang find medicine for her injuries. I can't thank you enough. I don't know how to repay you, but rest assured, I will offer you a fair price for the medicine," Li Suya said, sounding quite embarrassed on the other end of the line. Zhang Yu responded, "It's no trouble. Helping you is merely a matter of convenience. You needn't feel indebted as for the money. You can decide what is appropriate and why primary admiration is for those who fight for our country. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bothered to obtain the medicine from my friend. Please send me the location on WeChat. I'll drive over. After ending the call, Zhang Yu soon received a location from a girl's profile picture on WeChat. This was a contact he had added when renting his apartment, in conjunction with Li Xia. Following the navigation, Zhang Yu arrived at a somewhat quiet area in the bustling center of City C. The place was relatively sparse in terms of people, yet the surrounding stores were brightly lit and adorned with upscale decor, clearly indicating a high-end consumer area with strong spending power. He parked his car in front of a two-story building that exuded an antique charm. That moment, Li Xia, dressed in a classical qipao paired with high heels, stood at the red-hued, ancient-style brass door, which bore the inscription Chuanxua Martial Arts Hall. Zhang Yu stepped out of the car, immediately catching Li Xia's attention. She approached him with a radiant smile, saying, "Brother Zhang, it seems you've become even more handsome after a few days." "Haha, Xia, spare me the pleasantries. I know whether I've become handsome or not. Let us go," Zhang Yu replied with a hearty laugh. Inside the Chuanxua Martial Arts Hall's reception area, Jiang Chuanxua was conversing with two elderly gentlemen seated in prominent positions. While outside, their disciples were engaged in a sparring session. One of those disciples was Jiang Chuan, clad in a white training outfit, her hair styled in a single ponytail, executing a flurry of attacks against her opponent with the ferocity of a descending beast. The other participant, a man in his 30s dressed in black training attire, appeared to possess superior skills, effortlessly neutralizing Jiang Chuan's fierce onslaught. Observing from the sidelines, Gu Shao Jie shook her head in disbelief. "Master Jiang, this is my longtime friend Meng Chaoran. He is a direct disciple of the renowned Chinese medicine practitioner, Master Qin, who studied under the esteemed Chao Yingfu. He has thoroughly embraced the essence of the teachings and is now the chief Chinese medicine master at the capital's traditional Chinese medicine hospital. It would be wise to have him examine your injury. There may be a chance for recovery." One of the elderly men, with his hair tied up and dressed in loose clothing, introduced. Beside him was a middle-aged man wearing glasses with graying temples. Appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, Jiang Chuanxua had already sought countless renowned doctors for her injury, and while she was familiar with this individual, he had previously been unable to assist due to his commitments to a high-ranking official. Now that an opportunity had presented itself, she was eager to explore it. Thus, with a smile, Jiang Chuanxua asked, "Would Master Meng be willing to take a look? As a healer, it is my duty to attend to any patient before me, especially when recommended by a friend, and I will certainly do my utmost," he affirmed. "First, let me check your pulse." Meng Chaoran nodded and spoke. Thus, Jiang Chuanxua rose and seated herself beside him, extending her right hand onto the table. It was then that Meng Chaoran gently placed 3 of his fingers upon the acupoints of Jiang Chuanxua's right hand, Jingxiu, Neguan, and Like, closing his eyes to begin the pulse diagnosis at this moment. The two combatants outside, along with the observer Gu Xiaojie, entered the reception room, and upon witnessing Meng Chaoran taking Jiang Chuanxua's pulse, they dared not utter a sound, silently standing to the side, concerned for the two. After a considerable amount of time, Meng Chaoran opened his eyes, his expression grave, brow furrowed. "It's all right. My injury is indeed quite severe," Jiang Chuanxua said, attempting to comfort him upon seeing his troubled brow. Meng Chaoran shook his head, stating, "Master Jiang, your injury has affected your vital energy. Your organs have suffered the impact of a master of transformative energy, leading to a depletion of your life force. Any prolonged vigorous activity may cause a relapse of your old wounds. For now, it must be nurtured slowly. There is no other remedy, unless we can procure a millennium-old ginseng. I possess a formula that could facilitate recovery within 3 years. Otherwise, this injury can only be left to fate." The others, upon hearing this, felt a sense of disappointment. They had initially believed that as a contemporary medical luminary, Meng Chaoran, renowned as the foremost practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, would possess the miraculous ability to restore health, yet it seemed he too was without a solution. "Thank you, Master Meng, for your pulse diagnosis. That I am aware that my injury, inflicted by a master of transformative energy and affecting my internal organs, indeed leaves me without recourse," Jiang Chuanxua replied, displaying a sense of acceptance. Perhaps accustomed to disappointment, she believed that by not harboring hopes, she would not face further disillusionment. Meanwhile, an elderly man observed Meng Chaoran's inability to heal Jiang Chuanxua. a look of regret flickering in his eyes. The martial arts community of Huaxiao was already in decline, and such a talent was meant to be the next leader of the Huaxiao martial arts realm. Yet now was forced to rest due to internal injuries. Having traversed the path of martial arts in his youth, he understood the profound distress one feels when unable to engage in martial practice. With a sigh, he caught sight of Zhang Chuan and the man who had finished their sparring, nodding in acknowledgement, preparing to change the subject when Li Xia entered the reception room accompanied by Zhang Yu. Noticing the room was still quite populated, Li Xia quickly greeted the elders. Aunt Zhang, Uncle Yu. Brother Zhang has obtained some medicine from a friend, which should be able to heal Aunt Zhang's internal injuries. Upon hearing this, the elderly men who had not met Zhang Yu scrutinized him closely. However, they found that Zhang Yu bore no signs of martial training and did not appear to be the child of a wealthy family. Dressed in plain attire, could such a person possess the remedy to cure Jiang Chuanxue's internal injuries? Oh, this young friend has a cure for Master Jiang. Meng Chaoran asked, his eyes filled with skepticism and inquiry. Although Zhang Yu did not recognize the middle-aged man, he sensed he was a friend of Jiang Chuanxue and nodded in response. Meng Chaoran continued, "May I inquire which esteemed medical practitioner your friend is?" He suspected that Zhang Yu might be a con artist from some obscure sect, having deceived Jiang Chuanxue's younger generation by some means, yet he did not wish to confront him directly, fearing it might bring shame to Jiang Chuanxue, thus opting to let Zhang Yu retreat from the challenge. The old man and the man dressed in black training attire also regarded Zhang Yu with doubtful gazes. "My friend prefers to remain anonymous, so I cannot disclose his name." Zhang Yu shrugged and replied at this moment. Jiang Chuanxue discerned Meng Chaoran's distrust and quickly interjected, addressing Zhang Yu. "Master Zhang, you have truly made an effort in coming here for me." She then explained to Meng Chaoran and the elder, "This Master Zhang, despite his youth, possesses remarkable skills. He can be considered a reclusive master, and I believe his friend is no ordinary person." While introducing him, Jiang Chuanxue rose to guide Zhang Yu into the reception room. The elder, upon hearing this, expressed his surprise. "Oh, I did not expect this young friend to possess such extraordinary martial prowess." He regarded the young Zhang Yu, clad in simple clothing, unable to discern any signs of martial training, leaving him perplexed. Yet he saw no reason for Jiang Chuanxue to deceive him. "It is indeed true, Uncle Yu. When I sparred with Brother Zhang, I lost in just 2 moves, interjected Zhang Chuan. Hearing this, the man who had just sparred with her looked astonished at Zhang Yu. This person managed to defeat Jiang Chuan in 2 moves? While he was confident he could defeat Jiang Chuan, he estimated it would take at least 10 moves. This led him to question whether Zhang Yu had employed some sort of trickery to deceive Jiang Chuan. Otherwise, it seemed implausible that someone so young could defeat her in merely 2 moves. "Forgive my ignorance, but may I ask which school you hail from, young brother? I have traveled extensively and am familiar with the renowned martial artists in our country. Yet I did not expect to overlook you," the elder inquired with a beaming smile. Zhang Yu politely replied, "I am self-taught and actually do not know martial arts. I am not as formidable as Ms. Zhang described it as he spoke. He retrieved a ceramic vial containing a clear heart pill from his bag and placed it on Jiang Chuanxue's tea table, saying, "This is a clear heart pill crafted by my friend. Once taken, it will aid in restoring your internal injuries." Jiang Chuanxue took the vial with both hands, examining it closely before solemnly accepting it and smiling. "Thank you, Master Zhang. Please have Xiaojia obtain your bank card number so I can transfer the payment to you later." "No need. This medicine is a gift for you. After all, you were injured while serving the country, and I admire individuals like you, so there shall be no charge," Zhang Yu replied, shaking his head. Hearing Zhang Yu's words, the elder and Meng Chaoran nodded in silent agreement. Although they were uncertain whether the young man's medicine was truly effective or if his martial skills were as impressive as claimed, his character was commendable. Despite Zhang Yu's insistence, Jiang Chuanxue could not simply accept it. She insisted on compensating him, stating that she would not accept the medicine otherwise. Reluctantly, Zhang Yu provided his card number to Gu Xiaojia. Once the medicine was delivered, Zhang Yu rose to take his leave at that moment. The man who had sparred with Jiang Chuan scoffed, saying, "I heard that Mr. Zhang possesses exceptional martial skills and defeated my junior sister in 2 moves. I wonder if I might have the honor of sparring with you." The man did not believe that this young man was truly formidable. With 20 years of martial training, he could discern whether someone bore the marks of a martial artist at a glance. This individual, judging by his posture and demeanor, exhibited no signs of martial prowess whatsoever, leading him to conclude that Zhang Yu must have employed some trickery to deceive the naive Jiang Churin. As for Master Jiang, having lived a life free from hardship since leaving the military, he likely had little experience in the martial world and could also have been deceived. Furthermore, the young man likely brought the medicine merely to gain favor and swindle money. Although he claimed it was free of charge, given Jiang Chunshua's nature, how could she possibly not pay? His feigned modesty only served to lower the guard of both Master Jiang and Jiang Churin. The simple truth was that if even the director of the capital traditional Chinese medicine hospital was at a loss regarding internal injuries, could a single vial of medicine possibly resolve such an issue? If such masters existed, they would have long been treasured by Huaxia, not left to wander among the populace. While it was understandable that Master Jiang and junior sister Jiang, being inexperienced, could be deceived, he was not. Since achieving success in his martial practice, he had dealt with various worldly matters and understood that some people would go to any lengths for money. Thus, he resolved to defeat this individual and expose his true nature. "Sir, I truly do not possess any martial skills. Let us refrain from sparring. Ms. Jiang, Xia, I have matters to attend to and must take my leave," Zhang Yu said, uninterested in engaging in any martial contests. As for the matters regarding the Martial Arts Association's manuals, he planned to return after establishing the security company, intending to arrange for martial arts masters to train the security personnel at that time. He would merely need to demonstrate the presence of true energy, and these martial practitioners would surely be compelled to submit. Seeing Zhang Yu evade the challenge, the man interpreted it as a sign of cowardice. Further solidifying his belief that Zhang Yu was a fraud, stepping forward to block Zhang Yu's path, he declared, "Mr. Zhang, if you could defeat my junior sister in 2 moves, are you afraid of facing me?" As Zhang Yu prepared to explain, the man did not afford him the opportunity to speak, interjecting, "I observe that this young brother has relaxed muscles and delicate skin, lacking any semblance of a martial artist. A practitioner of martial arts possesses an upright posture, exuding a certain demeanor in their movements, yet you appear otherwise." Zhang Yu, whose skills were honed in the heat of combat, only revealed his true nature when fully engaged in a fight. "Sir, I genuinely do not know martial arts. I must take my leave. Please step aside," Zhang Yu implored, perplexed as to how he had offended the man before him, who seemed to have taken an inexplicable stance against him. At that moment, Jiang Churin furrowed her brow and asked, "Lian Shixiao, what exactly do you wish to convey?" Churin Shimi and Jiang Shibua. "No matter how I observe this individual, I cannot discern a trace of martial prowess within him. Thus, I harbor considerable doubt regarding the claim that he could vanquish Churin Shimi with merely 2 moves. He must have employed some form of deceitful technique with the ulterior motive of approaching Jiang Shibua for nefarious purposes." The man addressed Jiang Churin. Jiang Chunshui and Jiang Churin were at a loss for words. Were they not already aware of Zhang Yu's capabilities? His encounter with Jiang Churin was purely serendipitous, and his confrontation with Jiang Chunshui was witnessed by many. How could it be fabricated? "Brother Lian, your concerns are understandable. Initially, I too did not believe Mr. Zhang possessed martial skills. However, he did indeed defeat me in 2 moves, and has even sparred with my master," Jiang Churin patiently elucidated. The man was about to interject further, but Zhang Yu interjected, "All right, you wish to spar. Then let us proceed." He felt a surge of indignation. Despite his good intentions in delivering medicine, he was branded a charlatan. Although it was not Jiang Chunshui or her companions who accused him, he still felt a twinge of anger to Mr. Zhang. "I sincerely apologize. Your martial prowess is truly remarkable. Even I failed to recognize it at first. So please, I ask you to hold back during our spar," Jiang Chunshui hastily interjected. Zhang Yu nodded, his demeanor serene as he stepped into the expansive area outside the reception hall. The man clad in black training attire approached the arena with a hint of skepticism. Moments ago, Jiang Churin and Jiang Shibua seemed to imply that Zhang Yu possessed genuine martial skills, yet he could find no evidence of such upon close inspection. The two took their positions in the spacious area, and the onlookers in the reception hall emerged to witness the spectacle. Among them, the elderly gentleman and Meng Chaoran watched with great interest, curious to ascertain whether Zhang Yu was indeed as formidable as Jiang Chunshui had claimed. "Make your move." The man in black training attire extended one hand, while the other remained behind his back. Zhang Yu nodded, his vital energy surging forth as he dashed towards the man like a bolt of lightning. In a fleeting moment, the previously composed man's expression shifted dramatically. He perceived Zhang Yu's speed as terrifying, realizing that in the blink of an eye, Zhang Yu had closed the distance to within 1 meter. He barely had time to bring his previously hidden hand to his chest, crossing his arms to shield against Zhang Yu's impending punch. With a thunderous impact, an immense force collided with his hands. Akin to a massive truck barreling towards him, the power was devoid of technique. No distinct strength, subtle force, or transformed energy. Merely pure, unadulterated might. And it was overwhelming. The spectators could only watch in astonishment as Zhang Yu surged forward, landing a single punch that sent the man in black training attire flying 5 meters. Zhang Yu came to a halt, retracting his fist. He had only utilized a mere fraction of his vital energy. If he unleashed his full strength, he could scarcely fathom just how potent he truly was. After being propelled 2 meters through the air, the black-clad man struggled to regain his balance, swallowing hard as he comprehended his earlier misjudgment. He hastily cupped his hands in apology. Master Zhang, your martial prowess is indeed extraordinary. Simply the sheer force of that blow leaves me in awe that I was remiss in my earlier words, and I offer my sincerest apologies. At that moment, he realized that he had perhaps overestimated his own perceptions, leading to a misunderstanding that a wave of embarrassment washed over him. Indeed, I had not anticipated Master Zhang's martial skills to be so remarkable. Might I inquire if you would consider joining our martial arts association? The elderly gentleman exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment, before turning to Jiang Chuanxue with eagerness. Jiang Chuanxue smiled gently and replied, Rest assured, I have already extended an invitation to Mr. Zhang to join our martial arts association that I will also invite him to participate in the year-end conference. The elderly man nodded vigorously in response. Meanwhile, Meng Chaoran marveled. The power of that punch was sufficient to send a robust man flying 5 meters. The force must be in the realm of 1 or 2 tons. Truly astounding. Observing the man's embarrassment as he offered his apologies, Zhang Yu, not lacking in magnanimity, nodded in acknowledgement. It's quite all right. Ignorance is no crime. May I inquire as to which school or sect Master Zhang hails from? I have never encountered a martial art that could yield such immense strength. The man asked, rubbing his chest in apprehension. The power Zhang Yu exhibited was indeed frightening. It felt as though one could be gravely injured merely by proximity to him, regardless of the techniques employed. One could do little against a single, powerful punch. Upon hearing another inquiry about his school, Zhang Yu sighed. To speak candidly, my skills are entirely self-taught. I have no formal school. Then how did you cultivate such extraordinary strength? Is there a method that could be shared with others? The man pressed further. This was a question that Jiang Chuanxue and her companions also wished to know. Zhang Yu frowned. Such direct inquiries about one's techniques seemed somewhat intrusive. Sensing Zhang Yu's discomfort, Jiang Chuanxue interjected, Master Zhang, since you joined our martial arts association, I have yet to provide you with a detailed explanation. Since you are here today, would you allow me to elaborate? Zhang Yu nodded in agreement and followed Jiang Chuanxue back to the reception area. After all, he intended to leverage the Martial Arts Association to familiarize himself with the various martial arts legacies of its members and enlist their expertise to train the security personnel of his company. The more he understood, the smoother his endeavors would be. Once seated, Jiang Chuanxue began to narrate the history of the Martial Arts Association. It was revealed that ever since the decline of Huaxia in the 19th century, following the invasion of firearms, the saying 10 years of martial arts is worth less than a single gun led to a diminishing interest in traditional martial arts across the nation, causing it to gradually fade into obscurity. Martial arts training required a significant investment of time and effort, which was no longer appealing, particularly as the pursuit of martial prowess no longer guaranteed success or recognition. In the past, mastering martial arts could lead one to the imperial court, securing fame and fortune, or becoming a favored guest in a wealthy household. However, with the prevalence of firearms, a decade of hard-earned martial skills could be effortlessly neutralized by a single shot, resulting in a loss of value for martial arts, which subsequently fell into decline. Yet, following the restoration of peace in Huaxia, all firearms were forcibly confiscated by the authorities, and during times of conflict, practitioners of martial arts found renewed confidence. Consequently, the martial arts that had once been on the brink of extinction began to regain some marketability, although they faced fierce competition from established foreign martial arts schools. Because these foreign schools had entered a state of peace earlier, they were able to develop and expand their influence before Huaxia opened its doors. They seized the opportunity to dominate the martial arts fitness market in Huaxia. leveraging their substantial size and influence. Meanwhile, Huaxia's martial arts had long since faded from public awareness, resulting in a general unfamiliarity among the populace regarding their own martial traditions. Foreign martial arts schools exploited this ignorance, propagating the notion that Huaxia martial arts were mere tricks, ineffective in real combat, further complicating the transmission of martial traditions domestically. As various sects fought amongst themselves due to differing customs, they suffered successive defeats, allowing foreign martial arts schools to capture a majority of apprentices and continue to encroach upon the Huaxia market. Faced with an existential crisis, the major martial arts schools in the country finally set aside their rivalries and established the Martial Arts Association, unifying their efforts to create standardized rules and regulations, and began to compete with foreign martial arts schools for dominance in the Huaxia market. Yet, even now, they barely managed to maintain their existence, with much of the market still under foreign control. Consequently, the upper echelons of the Martial Arts Association have been tirelessly seeking out more practitioners of traditional Huaxia martial arts to invite into their ranks and strengthen the association. Particularly skilled individuals, as they could attract numerous apprentices. After listening to Zhang Yu's account, Zhang Yu gained a clearer understanding of the origins of the Martial Arts Association. My nephew's inquiry about whether others could be taught to cultivate such strength was aimed at determining if you could instruct others. If so, I believe our Huaxia Martial Arts Association could enroll many new students. Zhang Yu clarified. Zhang Yu nodded in agreement. That should not pose a problem. Many individuals can attain this extraordinary strength through my methods. As long as they cultivate their vital energy, they can achieve it, though they must utilize the specially formulated medicinal wine I provide. He mused inwardly that a sudden thought struck him. His initial clientele for his liquor business could very well be these apprentices and the inheritors of the Martial Arts Association. Do you desire boundless strength? Do you wish to be as agile as the wind? Do you long to traverse rooftops with ease? Then you must cultivate your vital energy. How does one cultivate vital energy? You ask? Purchase Huaxia Pinyin medicinal wine and strengthen your body while honing your vital energy. With that, he inquired, might I ask if Mr. Zhang would be willing to participate in our Martial Arts Association's conference at the year's end? Upon successful completion, you could formally establish your own school and recruit students through the Martial Arts Association's channels. Zhang Chunxue inquired upon hearing this. The so-called passing refers to the test conducted by the Martial Arts Association for new inheritors. To establish a martial arts school and recruit students within the association, one must first pass the collective assessment. Naturally, Zhang Chunxue harbored no concerns regarding Zhang Yu's success in the evaluation. She had already devised a plan to seek instruction under Zhang Yu to learn the secrets of cultivating such immense strength. After all, no martial artist could remain unmoved upon encountering such a method. Zhang Yu nodded in agreement, stating, sure, no problem. After committing to participate in the year-end conference of the Martial Arts Association, he refrained from lingering at Chunxue's martial arts hall and drove back to his villa. He gently settled onto the yoga mat in his gym, exhaling slowly, finally feeling that he had managed to address all the miscellaneous matters at hand. Next, he intended to devote himself to rigorous training. Although his current strength was formidable, with the exception of firearms, there was virtually no one capable of posing a threat to him in terms of martial prowess. Nonetheless, he was aware that his training resources would eventually be depleted, at which point he would have to traverse to the post-apocalyptic world. Unfortunately, he had inadvertently attracted the attention of a woman of considerable power in that realm. This woman was now on a quest to hunt him down, compelling him to enhance his own strength and evade capture through sheer force, with the hope of reaching another city. Ideally, he aspired to arrive at a city governed by the ancient Martial Arts and Cultivation Federation, as it would be more conducive to his development. Zhang Yu left a message for his parents, Zhang Mingyue, and others, indicating that he might be occupied for the next few days and would be unavailable by phone. He then swallowed a D-grade essence pill and closed his eyes to commence his training. Meanwhile, at Chunxue's martial arts hall, after bidding farewell to all the guests, Jiang Chunxue, under the curious gaze of Jiang Churen and Meng Haoren, ingested the Qingxin pill sent by Zhang Yu. The next moment, her eyes widened in astonishment. Seeing Jiang Chunxue suddenly snap to attention, Jiang Churen exclaimed, Master, what is it? Are you all right? Could it be that the pill sent by Zhang Yu has issues? Perhaps his friend miscalibrated the concoction? Jiang Churen pondered anxiously. Meng Haoren furrowed his brow, observing Jiang Chunxue, yet he noticed that her expression seemed merely one of surprise, devoid of any signs of distress. At that moment, Jiang Chunxue remained silent, gently raising her hand to signal Jiang Chuan and Meng Haoran not to worry. She then closed her astonished eyes, transitioning from a sitting posture to a meditative stance. She felt a cool, yet warm sensation emerging from her dantian, akin to a stream of heat that gradually enveloped her entire being. Could this be the medicinal potency Zhang Yu had mentioned earlier? To be frank, Jiang Chunxue had never experienced such a pronounced effect from a pill before. In her youth, she had indulged in precious medicinal baths, concocted from rare herbs and old ginseng procured by her late father from renowned apothecaries. At that time, she had sensed a faint warmth penetrating her skin. However, it had been merely negligible. She was astonished that a small Qingxin pill could elicit such a significant response, which was the very reason her eyes had nearly popped out in amazement. It appeared that this Master Zhang and his friend were not of ordinary origin. As Jiang Chunxue savored the warm and comforting sensations coursing through her limbs, she mused to herself. Meanwhile, Jiang Chuan and Meng Haoran gazed at Jiang Chunxue in wonder. Observing her expression transition from initial astonishment to serene enjoyment, as if she were relishing a session with a top-tier massage therapist, Meng Haoran, perplexed and astounded, found it difficult to fathom what kind of pill could produce such effects. Could it be that it contained some narcotic or hallucinogenic chemicals? With that thought, Meng Haoran's brow furrowed in concern. Jiang Chunxue remained in her meditative state for an entire hour. When she finally opened her eyes, she felt as if she had been reborn. The lingering discomfort, pain, and burning sensation in her chest had completely vanished, leaving her with an overwhelming sense of ease. Master, how do you feel? Jiang Chuan inquired. Leaning closer to Jiang Chunxue with concern, she noticed that her master appeared even more radiant, exuding vitality. Meng Haoran, too, curiously remarked, Jiang Master, may I take your pulse once more? At this moment, Jiang Chunxue, feeling elated, extended her right hand and said, Of course that I feel wonderful. That it seems as though my previous injuries have fully healed. Meng Haoran placed his hand over 3 acupoints on Jiang Chunxue's wrist, closing his eyes to take her pulse. After a brief moment, he withdrew his hand, shaking his head repeatedly, muttering, Incredible, this is utterly astonishing, impossible, her pulse is completely different from before. Could it be that I misdiagnosed her previously? Master Meng, what has happened to my master? Jiang Chuan asked, growing anxious as Meng Haoran continued to adjust his glasses, lost in thought. Meng Haoran, upon hearing her, wore an expression of disbelief as he replied, Jiang Master's pulse is now entirely transformed. If her previous pulse resembled a flickering candle in the wind, then now it is akin to the radiant sun rising. This is beyond comprehension. It is as if a mysterious force has reshaped her internal organs, rejuvenating them to their peak condition. At that moment, Jiang Chunxue felt an abundance of strength coursing through her being. Unable to contain her restless spirit any longer, she rose and made her way to the training ground, with Jiang Chuan and Meng Haoran following closely behind. Upon reaching the training arena, Jiang Chunxue seized a long spear and began to wield it with lightning speed. The spear tip flickered like a hidden venomous fang in the darkness, moving in and out of sight, while the rapidly swinging spear shaft created a resounding, low roar as it violently sliced through the air, reminiscent of a mysterious ancient beast's roar. Is this the Jiang family spear technique? Jiang Chuan exclaimed, her eyes wide with excitement as she fixated on Jiang Chunxue's performance. Meanwhile, Meng Haoran remained astounded by the extent of Jiang Chunxue's recovery, marveling, such vigorous movement accelerates the flow of qi and blood, causing her internal organs to function at an unprecedented speed. Under previous circumstances, she would have been on the verge of spitting blood by now. Yet, I observe that her movements show no sign of slowing down. She has fully returned to her peak condition. Perhaps Jiang Master's skills can advance even further. In the training arena, having not experienced such unrestrained practice in quite some time, Jiang Chunxue trained for an entire hour. It was only when she stopped, sweat-soaked and panting, that she remembered Meng Haoran was waiting nearby. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, I apologize, Master Meng, for keeping you waiting. That I haven't enjoyed such a liberating practice in ages. And I simply couldn't restrain myself. I truly am sorry. Jiang Chunxue hastily apologized, wiping the sweat from her brow, acutely aware of the time she had made him wait. Meng Haoran, seated on a nearby bench, shook his head dismissively, saying, No need for that. I completely understand. It's only human nature. Moreover, I must congratulate you. Zhang Master, on healing your internal injuries. If the opportunity arises in the future, you may very well reach even greater heights. It is I who feels somewhat ashamed for being called a master all these years, only to discover that the true master resides among the common folk. Master Meng, there is no need for such thoughts. Your medical expertise is widely acknowledged, Jiang Chunxue replied. However, this Master Zhang is indeed enigmatic. He bears no trace of martial practice, yet possesses astonishing combat skills and peculiar techniques. Even his friend was able to cure my injuries with a mere pill. I never anticipated there were such extraordinary individuals within our great land of Huaxia. Meng Haoran, intrigued, asked, might I inquire if Jiang Master could introduce me to this young friend of yours? Such skills, if disseminated, could benefit countless citizens and constitute a great act of benevolence that I wish to meet him again and see if there is an opportunity. Let me first ask him, Jiang Chunxue replied contemplatively. After all, my injuries were treated with the help of Master Zhang's friend, and it appears that they both prefer to remain low profile. Otherwise, with such skills, gaining recognition in modern society would be quite simple. Meng Haoran nodded in agreement, saying, very well. I shall reside here for the next few days. Please contact me immediately if you receive any news regarding Zhang Master. He resolved that if Jiang Chunxue were unwilling to assist him, he would leverage his own connections to seek out the enigmatic Zhang Yu. After all, such extraordinary medical skills ought not to go unutilized for the benefit of the populace. It would indeed be a tremendous pity. Subsequently, he recalled a certain elderly leader who had passed away due to liver issues, which further solidified his conviction. Zhang Yu's friend, Lu Hao, had recently been quite busy. Previously, Zhang Yu had entrusted Lu Hao with a sum of 1 million, tasking him with the establishment and complete management of a company, an act for which Lu Hao was immensely grateful, recognizing the trust his brother had placed in him. Therefore, despite his lack of experience, Lu Hao was determined to diligently handle the matter at hand. He understood that earnestness is the key to success. Lu Hao researched and inquired about all the necessary procedures and documentation required to establish a security company. And one step at a time, he successfully registered the enterprise that he was now en route to the talent market, having already secured a venue, and the next step was to recruit personnel. Lu Hao planned to hire a professional HR specialist to oversee the recruitment of the remaining staff, believing that it would alleviate his burden and ensure that a qualified individual would handle the professional responsibilities. Upon arriving at the talent market, Lu Hao paid a VIP fee, requesting the staff to recommend experienced HR professionals. Following the payment, the talent market demonstrated remarkable efficiency, swiftly arranging a specialized interview session. The interviews took place in a modest conference room. Before entering, the market staff provided Lu Hao with a dossier containing the resumes of 3 candidates, stating, Mr. Lu, these individuals are HR professionals currently seeking new opportunities, all possessing solid professional backgrounds and extensive experience. Inform me when you are ready to commence the interviews, and I will have them enter sequentially. Lu Hao, armed with the documents, entered the conference room and took a seat at the interviewer's position. However, he hesitated to call on the candidates immediately, feeling a surge of nervousness. After all, he had not worked since leaving the military, and his first job entailed overseeing a company for his brother. Zhang Yu had entrusted him with all the responsibilities, and although these were primarily administrative tasks that did not involve sales, the pressure weighed heavily on him as he feared failing in his duties. Taking a deep breath, he finally spoke. Please allow the first candidate to enter. The first interviewee was a man in his late 20s. Impeccably dressed in a suit, his expression serious. The second candidate was a woman in her 30s, similarly attired in professional attire, wearing glasses and exuding a polished demeanor. When the third candidate entered, Lu Hao was momentarily taken aback. If he was not mistaken, this individual was his former classmate, Shu Qiya, the very woman who had been harassed at the Huanchao KTV that night. She was now dressed quite differently, donning a tailored skirt suit, nude stockings, and styled waves, radiating an aura of a workplace elite. Yet, upon seeing Lu Hao, she too was momentarily stunned, evidently recognizing him. She had since accumulated 3 years of HR experience at a company and was seeking to change jobs for better prospects. A mutual acquaintance had informed her of a burgeoning security firm that was hiring HR personnel, emphasizing that the company was in its infancy and that one could potentially oversee the entire HR department upon joining, thus becoming a department manager. Consequently, she had declined an interview with another corporate group, despite its attractive compensation. as she believed that career advancement would be more promising here. After all, in a large corporation, positions were often filled, and one had to endure to climb the ranks, often waiting for a superior to vacate a position, while competing against numerous colleagues. In contrast, small startups presented opportunities to assume significant roles from the outset. Additionally, she had learned that this company had purchased the best VIP services, indicating a lack of financial constraints. Indeed, after Zhang Yu exchanged gold, he had transferred another 5 million to Lu Hao, assuring him that further funds would be forthcoming, urging him to expedite the establishment of the company. Thus, Lu Hao tended to resolve issues with financial means. Had he not spent money, he might have found himself in the talent market's lobby, waiting for the sea of job seekers to approach him for inquiries, sifting through candidates one by one. However, Xu Qia had never anticipated that the interviewer for this company would be her old classmate. Lu Hao. Had he not just returned from military service? How had he suddenly become an interviewer? A wave of anxiety washed over her, particularly as Lu Hao had previously stood up for her, while she had cowardly retreated when faced with adversity. This moment, Lu Hao regained his composure. He harbored no ill intentions towards Xu Qia. Were this company entirely his own, he might have directly dismissed her. Yet, since it belonged to Zhang Yu, he could not allow personal feelings to interfere with professional matters. Greetings, I am Lu Hao, the Assistant General Manager of Huaxia People's Peace Security Company and the interviewer for today's session. Our company is a newly established security firm with the vision of providing affordable and high-quality security services to the people of Huaxia. Our business scope includes residential security, commercial complex security, and more. Lu Hao began by briefly introducing the company, followed by allowing the three candidates to present their self-introductions. He posed questions regarding any uncertainties and requested that each applicant articulate their understanding of the HR role and how they would manage the department if appointed. Throughout this process, Xu Qia gradually sensed that Lu Hao was not targeting her specifically. Everything was conducted in a professional manner. Nevertheless, she remained uncertain about her chances of securing the position. After the interviews concluded, Lu Hao did not engage Xu Qia in conversation, as he still vividly recalled the events of the past. Had Zhang Yu not been present then, the outcome might have been quite different. He had no regrets about defending her, yet he regretted having done so for someone like her. Following the interviews, Lu Hao perceived that Xu Qia and another competent candidate were comparable in terms of professionalism. In such circumstances, he opted to select the other candidate, a pragmatic woman in her 30s. Had Xu Qia been the most outstanding among the three, he would have chosen her, as talent is crucial for a company. However, given the similar qualifications, he decided to go with the other individual. In the days following, Xu Qia received no news, leading her to deduce that she had not been successful. She could not help but reflect that had she not acted in what could be perceived as a betrayal at that time, would she have succeeded in securing the position? Successfully obtaining it would have allowed her to independently manage the HR department, significantly benefiting her in terms of salary and future career prospects. She sighed, feeling disheartened. Meanwhile, Lu Hao had nearly completed the company's administrative processes. The office space was secured, and recruitment was underway. He took out his phone to call Zhang Yu, intending to provide an update. However, after waiting for a minute with no response, he felt a twinge of helplessness regarding Zhang Yu's carefree attitude, and the trust he placed in him. 0.6 million had been directly deposited into his account. Yet Zhang Yu remained unresponsive, sometimes for days on end. Lu Hao pondered the source of Zhang Yu's wealth. Had it fallen from the sky? At that moment, Zhang Yu was nearing the conclusion of a cultivation cycle. This so-called cultivation cycle referred to the time required for him to absorb and assimilate a D-grade essence pill. Within Zhang Yu's body, a fist-sized surge of qi was voraciously devouring the heat emanating from the D-grade essence pill contained in his dantian. Upon completing his cultivation, dawn broke. He glanced at the time and realized that he had managed to digest the D-grade essence pill in just one day. Simultaneously, his qi had filled his dantian, reaching the pinnacle of the postnatal realm. According to a previous tome, the hallmark of achieving the pinnacle of the postnatal stage in ancient martial arts cultivation was the qi in the dantian becoming sufficiently abundant to form a fist-sized mass. At this moment, the true energy circulated through his body, transforming into a continuous loop that traversed his meridians, incessantly fortifying his muscles and bones. He attempted to guide his voracious true energy along the Taiying, Yang, Shaoyin, and Shaoyang acupoints in his hands and feet, creating a cyclical flow that he felt as if faint currents were surging from within, invigorating and exercising his muscles, while something warm seemed to gather within his bones, causing them to feel increasingly heavy. By noon, Zhang Yu ceased his cultivation, gently drawing his true energy back into his dantian, only to discover a slight diminishment in its quantity, likely consumed during the rigorous exercise. Rising to his feet, he refrained from employing his true energy, sensing that his muscles had indeed gained strength, yet his entire body felt somewhat fatigued. Standing before the gym's glass faade, he could distinctly perceive that his physique had become more robust than before. Previously of an ordinary build, he now bore a more pronounced musculature. After donning his clothes, he prepared to venture out for a meal. It was then that he seized the opportunity to check his charging phone, which revealed a multitude of missed calls and messages. Upon opening them one by one, he found updates from Zhang Mingwei regarding the company's operational status. She reported that the factory location had been finalized in a nearby industrial park, and the company had expanded significantly, hiring experienced sales supervisors who were currently training new sales staff. With business operations expected to commence in a week, the company was now fully operational, awaiting the launch of its products. She inquired about the estimated timeline for product release. Other messages came from clients of his previous consumable supplies company, questioning his resignation and noting that their collaboration had ceased following his departure. The new sales representatives had struggled to meet their needs and encountered numerous issues, hindering their progress. They asked Zhang Yu where he was currently employed and whether he intended to remain in the industry. Expressing interest in placing orders with him, Zhang Yu chose not to engage, simply responding with gratitude for their past support and wishing them prosperous business endeavors. Further messages included Lu Hao informing him that his security company was up and running, requesting the next steps and suggesting he meet the staff. Zhang Yu sighed, feeling overwhelmed by the multitude of matters at hand. However, he understood that the initial chaos of a startup was inevitable, and once everything stabilized, he could devote himself to his cultivation. That he first dressed and drove to a nearby restaurant for a meal, then proceeded to the renowned luxury center, Hunglong Plaza, in City C, intending to purchase a quality outfit for himself. Although he was indifferent to clothing, he had encountered trouble due to his ordinary attire on several occasions, so he resolved that should any formal events arise, he would prefer to be appropriately dressed. With this decision in mind, Zhang Yu entered Hunglong Plaza, greeted by opulent and lavishly decorated storefronts. Most of the shops featured luxury brands catering to women's bags, clothing, and shoes. The crowd consisted largely of elegantly dressed women and affluent men, each showcasing their unique styles. The security at Hunglong Plaza did not deter Zhang Yu from entering, despite his humble garb. Upon entering, he casually wandered into a lavishly adorned menswear store. The female staff, accustomed to catering to wealthy clientele, immediately recognized Zhang Yu's clothing as low quality and likely indicative of a mere window shopper, prompting them to subtly encourage him to leave to avoid wasting their time. As Zhang Yu perused a suit, a middle-aged woman in her 30s remarked, "Sir, you have quite the eye. This one is 18,000. It's our most affordable option." While she spoke, a hint of mockery danced in her eyes. Zhang Yu, unfazed by her tone, continued his search, akin to an elephant indifferent to the scorn of an ant. After finding nothing that suited his taste, he ventured into a neighboring store featuring a minimalist yet sophisticated design. Armani. The female employee, believing her previous remarks had successfully dissuaded the ordinary man, muttered under her breath about his apparent financial limitations. The Armani store was staffed by two young women, one in her 30s and the other a ponytailed girl in her 20s, who seemed preoccupied with attending to another group of customers. Zhang Yu, however, remained undeterred. He suddenly spotted a deep navy suit and approached the counter, saying, "Hello, I would like to try on this outfit." To his surprise, the cashier merely glanced at him before returning to her phone. Initially, she had noticed him upon entry but dismissed him as an unlikely customer. Zhang Yu frowned at her lack of attention, and just then, another employee, having finished assisting her previous clients, approached him, saying, "Hello, you wish to try it on, correct? Please hold on." After inquiring about his size, she disappeared into the storeroom and soon returned with a suit in the appropriate size. The 30-something cashier smirked, thinking to herself how young people often failed to recognize potential customers. Upon receiving the tailored suit, Zhang Yu tried it on and was pleasantly surprised to find that his physique, previously insufficient to fill out a suit, now appeared remarkably refined thanks to his cultivation. He looked every bit the distinguished gentleman. "I'll take this suit, and please provide me with another set," he stated, nodding. The ponytailed employee hesitated, surprised that he did not seem like a typical buyer. She gently reminded him, "Sir, this outfit includes a shirt, jacket, and trousers, totaling 3 pieces. Each costs 23,000, making the total 69,000. Not expecting him to be taken aback by the price, she was astonished when Zhang Yu nonchalantly replied, "Very well, let's use a card." The cashier, who had been engrossed in her phone, was momentarily stunned that a man dressed in such humble attire was purchasing over 69,000 worth of goods without batting an eye. She abandoned her phone, now keenly observing him to see if he truly had the means to pay. Chapter 44. The ponytailed girl hurriedly retrieved the POS machine. After Zhang Yu swiped his card, he left the store clad in his newly acquired Armani suit, carrying another set. With plans to visit the newly established security company, he felt no need to change. Meanwhile, the cashier who had been preoccupied with her phone began to regret her earlier dismissal of Zhang Yu. The commission on this sale would have netted her a significant sum, yet she had allowed another employee to benefit from her oversight. She felt perplexed that someone who appeared wealthy would choose to wear such low-quality clothing when visiting a luxury store. As Zhang Yu exited the shop, he felt a renewed aura surrounding him, noticing that the way some employees regarded him had shifted since his entrance. Unbothered by their gazes, he briskly made his way out of Honglong Plaza, only to notice a young woman engaged in a heated argument with a store attendant at another luxury boutique. To his astonishment, it was Gui Fun. "Impossible. This bag cannot be fake," she exclaimed, clad in a flowing yellow dress. Animatedly disputing with the attendant, the staff member, appearing somewhat exasperated, explained, "Madam, after our assessment, this bag is indeed counterfeit. Observe the inscription on the metal plate. It is clearly machine-etched. While our brand's bags feature hand-carved inscriptions, there is a distinct difference." Hearing this, Guifan struggled to accept the truth, tearfully murmuring, "What should I do? Zhao is so wealthy. Why would he give me a fake bag? My credit card is overdue, and if I can't sell this bag to repay my debts, what will I do?" While speaking, she crouched down in a corner. In such scenarios, many shop assistants have become accustomed to the sight. Not everyone possesses the ability to discern the authenticity of luxury items, as some counterfeit products are so meticulously crafted that they boast a resemblance of up to 99%. Instances of young women being deceived are all too common. Observing this, Zhang Yu shook his head, pondering whether the person was merely toying with her. Would they genuinely spend money to procure an authentic item for her? Initially, he had no intention of intervening, but given that Guifan had once been a part of his life, he approached the shop assistant and inquired, "How much is that girl's bag worth if it's genuine?" The assistant, noticing Zhang Yu clad in an expensive Armani suit, quickly responded, "The genuine article of that lady's bag is priced at 120,000. Zhang Yu continued, "And what is your store's buyback price?" The assistant, slightly puzzled by Zhang Yu's intentions, replied, "The buyback price is 90,000, but it must be within a year of purchase and without any significant scratches." "All right, I will offer you 100,000. You go retrieve that girl's bag, and you can keep the remaining 10,000. What do you say?" Zhang Yu proposed. Upon hearing such an enticing offer, the assistant readily agreed. "Of course, you just need to explain to the girl that her bag is fake, and that a kind acquaintance is merely helping her out. Inform her that after this, she has no further ties with that acquaintance, and she ought to reconsider her spending habits with her credit card, as no one will be there to cover her debts again." After expressing himself, Zhang Yu let out a slight sigh, feeling a twinge of regret for Gui Fan, who had transformed from an innocent girl into someone like this. He handed the assistant his bank card for the transfer of 100,000, and soon saw her rush over to speak with the weeping Guifan in the corner. Initially, joy illuminated Guifan's face, but it quickly transitioned to confusion and disbelief. Zhang Yu chose not to dwell on her. His assistance this time was merely a matter of coincidence, and he was not the heartless type. Despite his disappointment in Guifan and the absence of any lingering feelings, their past romance during university remained a cherished memory. This was also a significant motivation behind his earlier determination to help her pay off her credit card debts. Shaking his head, he left Honglong Square with a sense of melancholy in the distance. Guifan seemed to have noticed Zhang Yu's departing figure. Although she recognized the man clad in designer attire, with a robust and upright posture, connecting him to Zhang Yu proved difficult for her. Ultimately, she refrained from rushing over. After leaving Honglong Square, Zhang Yu planned to visit the security company to meet the staff there. Lu Hao had rented office space for the security company in a mid-range CBD area. Consisting of 3 office buildings, Zhang Yu's security company was located on the 8th floor of Building a number considered auspicious. Upon arriving at the company, Zhang Yu, much like his previous visit to the wine company, awarded the employees a raise, eliciting cheers and applause from the crowd. He then briefly discussed the future development of the security company with Lu Hao. The primary focus was to commence recruitment as soon as possible, and Zhang Yu instructed Lu Hao to lease a larger space in the suburbs to establish a training base. Lu Hao expressed his surprise, saying, "Brother Yu, is that really necessary? Security training can simply be conducted in a spacious area where we handle our operations." "That's true, Haozi, but our security personnel must not be mere window dressing. I intend to train each security guard to become a proficient professional with combat skills, thereby giving us a competitive edge against other security companies." Zhang Yu insisted that in truth, his goal was to mold these guards into qualified warriors equipped with combat skills, ensuring they would be prepared to respond effectively in the event of a major crisis. Lu Hao, though somewhat puzzled, sensed something was amiss in Zhang Yu's reasoning but still replied, "All right, I will expedite this matter. The space needs to be ample, and we should incorporate as many training facilities as possible. I believe the training facilities and intensity should mirror what you experienced during your combat training in the military," Zhang Yu suggested while stroking his chin. Lu Hao remarked, "This training will be quite intense. If the wages aren't sufficiently high, many may not endure it. Furthermore, prolonged training incurs significant costs." Furrowing his brow, Lu Hao continued, "It could become quite expensive. No worries. We will offer competitive salaries and benefits. Our funding is more than sufficient. The security sector is my core business. You must understand that my objective is to cultivate a substantial number of well-trained security personnel, which will be our key competitive advantage moving forward. As market competition inevitably intensifies, those who are more professional will garner greater client trust. This is paramount," Zhang Yu asserted with utmost seriousness. Lu Hao nodded in agreement. Although he lacked extensive knowledge in this field, he recognized that Zhang Yu's investment indicated a level of expertise, thus he decided to defer to his judgment. However, had Lu Hao worked in the security industry, he would have realized that Zhang Yu's approach would significantly inflate costs, and the profits from upcoming projects would likely fail to recoup the expenses. After outlining the future plans for the security company, Zhang Yu first returned home to gather a few items, then drove to the industrial area where Zhang Mingyue had leased a factory. The factory rented by Zhang Mingyue was modest in size, spanning only a few thousand square meters. That IT had previously been used for beverage production, but ceased operations following the company's bankruptcy, leading to its leasing out. With all equipment still in usable condition, the factory was well equipped, allowing for the utilization of various machinery for bottling and sorting, which would considerably reduce costs. As Zhang Mingyue guided Zhang Yu through the premises, she provided insights about the facility. At that moment, the factory was deserted, save for some disheveled equipment and leftover raw materials from the beverage production. As they walked, Zhang Yu nodded approvingly, stating, "All right, make haste to procure 100 tons of white liquor and 1 ton each of ginseng, angelica, goji berries, and deer antler. These will be our medicinal wine's raw materials." That all. "Brother Yu, our medicinal wine will hardly differ from others on the market?" Zhang Mingyue questioned, a hint of concern in her voice. Zhang Yu understood her worries. She was merely anxious that such ingredients would lack market competitiveness. However, he couldn't divulge the secret of the essence pill to her, so he turned to explain, "Rest assured, these raw materials are merely supplementary. The boss will send over a batch of specially processed medicinal liquid, and once we incorporate that, you'll understand why I am so confident in our wine." Hearing this, Zhang Mingyue could only nod, jotting down the procurement details. After inspecting the factory, Zhang Yu returned home, instructing Zhang Mingyue to finalize the acquisition of raw materials promptly. Along the way, he purchased a large thermos specifically designed for holding water, capable of containing 5 liters. Once his tasks were completed, Zhang Yu wasted no time and headed to the gym to commence his training. At this moment, he had already begun the process of segmenting his body. Were the ancient martial practitioners of the post-apocalyptic era to witness this, they would undoubtedly be astounded, for Zhang Yu had, in a mere half-month of dedicated training, reached the stage of body segmentation. This is noteworthy, as it typically takes an ordinary person at least 6 months of rigorous effort and substantial talent to cultivate their internal energy to the size of a fist suitable for segmentation. This underscores the extraordinary nature of the devouring heavens and earth technique, which, despite lacking any special attributes, facilitates an exceptionally rapid training pace. Moreover, the training during the segmentation phase progresses even more swiftly. While others must painstakingly refine their internal energy during this phase, Zhang Yu can effortlessly consume it directly using the Taotai internal energy. This is also one of the reasons why the author at that time classified this particular martial art as the most formidable. According to the records in the previous analysis of the 4 pathways of power, supernatural abilities, ancient martial arts, techniques, and magic, reaching the stage of Duan Tan, ancient martial cultivation, is an exceedingly pivotal phase. The speed at which one can complete the Duan Ta directly determines whether one can ascend to the Xian Tian realm. To enter the Xian Tian realm, one must strengthen every part of the body to its utmost limit using true energy. In this extreme state, one must operate the techniques to induce a transformation in the body, reversing the natural order of Xian Thun and Hotian. However, once a person surpasses the age of 30, bodily functions begin to decline, necessitating the use of even more true energy to maintain and exercise, thereby reversing the growth cycle, the difficulty of which is readily apparent. Hence, the text states that the earlier one completes the Duan Tai training, the greater the opportunity to break through to the pinnacle and achieve Xian Tian. For Zhang Yu, this step is not a concern. The challenge lies in the specific techniques for attaining Xian Tian, which are closely guarded secrets of various sects, and thus are not recorded in the fundamental texts he purchased. Were it not for the fact that the swallowing heaven and devouring earth technique is regarded as utterly untrainable, it would not have been printed in a book. Zhang Yu has already devised a plan to obtain this secret knowledge from the Martial Arts Association. His only apprehension is whether the association still possesses such a legacy. After his evening training, Zhang Yu hastily dined and saw a WeChat message from Zhang Mingyue informing him that the materials had been ordered and would arrive at the factory in 3 days. Zhang Yu then began to prepare a special medicinal liquid for the upcoming winemaking process. He poured all the previously purchased liquor into a thermos, added in grade essence pill, and sealed the lid. Thus, a bottle of special medicinal liquid was completed. He would only need to dilute this liquid in proportion once the raw materials arrived at the factory and mix it into the liquor. To the outside world, he would explain the ingredients of this potion as being liquor, ginseng, and angelica, while the true efficacy would derive from the grade essence pill. After carefully placing the thermos aside, just as Zhang Yu was about to resume his cultivation, a phone call came in. He picked up the phone and discovered it was an unfamiliar number, so he hesitantly pressed the answer button. Zhang Yu, do you still remember who I am? A harsh voice came through the line to Zhang Yu's ears. Raising an eyebrow, Zhang Yu recognized it was Wei Hao's voice. This man was once again seeking to trouble him. Was it really necessary to persist so after a mere resignation? He responded with astonishment. Wei Hao, I resigned and some clients left. Why must you keep coming to trouble me? Isn't this excessive? His words were not born from fear of Wei Hao, but rather from a desire to avoid conflict. Zhang Yu, you can quit whenever you like, but you absolutely should not have taken away the clients. The head office sent someone to investigate this matter, and it has directly jeopardized my brother-in-law's job. Damn it! Wei Hao cursed vehemently. Zhang Yu chuckled upon hearing this. Serves you right. Your kickbacks must amount to hundreds of thousands a month. What's the matter? Feeling the pinch. However, a scream from the other end made Zhang Yu furrow his brows, and his smile gradually faded. Zhang Mingyue was in trouble. Kid, why aren't you laughing now? I wondered why you suddenly resigned. It turns out you hit the jackpot. How about that little bitch you care for? If you don't, I'll tear up the ticket. Wei Hao mocked cruelly at that moment. In a secluded courtyard in the outskirts of Sea City, Zhang Mingyue was firmly tied to a chair, the stockings on her long, beautiful legs had torn in several places due to the violent struggle, exposing her fair skin beneath. That a slap mark was visible on her face, inflicted by Wei Hao, who now stood beside her. Zhang Yu coldly inquired, Wei Hao, what do you want? What do I want? I simply wish for you to compensate my family for the losses. Do you understand? Because you poached a few clients, the head office conducted a thorough investigation. And now my brother-in-law could face over a decade in prison. This is all you're doing. Aren't you quite wealthy? I want 10 million in cash. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your little lover's safety. Many of my brothers have their eyes on her. Wei Hao sneered. He was unaware that Zhang Yu and Zhang Mingyue were not in a romantic relationship, but he assumed that Zhang Yu's decision to entrust a company worth over 10 million to Zhang Mingyue implied a different kind of relationship. Zhang Yu's heart burned with anger upon hearing this. It was absurd that his own misdeeds led to an investigation while Wei Hao tried to pin the blame on him. However, with Zhang Mingyue in the enemy's grasp, Zhang Yu could only force himself to remain calm. After all, Zhang Mingyue was in this predicament because of him, and if he ignored the situation, her fate at Wei Hao's hands would likely be dire. Fine, I will prepare 10 million in cash immediately, but if a single hair on Zhang Mingyue's head is harmed, you will receive not a single cent. Zhang Yu replied coldly. Unexpectedly, Wei Hao chuckled maliciously. TSK, Zhang Yu, you're quite wealthy, aren't you? How did you suddenly come into such riches? You're nearly matching our kickbacks. I've changed my mind. I now want 30 million. Wei Hao, I don't have that much money. I can only offer 20 million. Don't push me. Otherwise, you will regret it. Zhang Yu retorted coldly, as he truly could not produce such a sum, having already allocated funds to 2 companies, seeing that Zhang Yu could only muster 20 million. Wei Hao seized the opportunity, saying, all right, 20 million it is. I'll give you a day to prepare the money. Once you have it, give me a call that don't involve the police, or you will lose your little lover. After finishing, Wei Hao hung up. Zhang Yu took a deep breath. It seemed he would have to resort to extreme measures. He drove to a certain commercial bank and directly requested to withdraw a large sum of cash. Sir, if you wish to withdraw 20 million in cash, you may need to wait a moment, as we currently do not have that much cash on hand and will need to transfer from a branch. The bank manager replied politely, recognizing Zhang Yu as a significant depositor, and even subtly inquired about his reasons for wanting to withdraw cash. Zhang Yu concocted an excuse, stating that he wanted to try sleeping on a bed made of cash. So he was withdrawing his current earnings for the experience. The manager, though exasperated, recognized it was Zhang Yu's personal choice, and thus refrained from further comment, instead assuring him that he could return for better interest rates in the future. Before long, an armored truck arrived with a large bag of cash, which the bank employees quickly counted and handed over to Zhang Yu. Noticing he was a major client, the bank manager decided to personally escort the bag of cash to Zhang Yu. 20 million in cash, in 2 large bags. Zhang Yu effortlessly carried one in each hand as he exited the bank, leaving onlookers astounded. After all, the weight of 10 million RMB typically requires 2 or even 3 people to lift. Yet, Zhang Yu managed to carry 20 million in cash all by himself. After placing the cash in the back seat of his car, Zhang Yu called Wei Hao. That was quick, Zhang Yu. Have you gathered the money? I wonder why you couldn't work this fast when you were at the company. Wei Hao's voice came through. Zhang Yu ignored Wei Hao's sarcastic tone and simply stated, location. Good. Drive to Fuling Town. Call me once you arrive, and I will guide you from there. Wei Hao instructed before hanging up. Fuling Town is a small town under the jurisdiction of Sea City, somewhat remote, hence its underdeveloped economy and poor infrastructure. Zhang Yu drove along the pockmarked cement roads. Upon reaching Fuling Town, he called Wei Hao again. I've arrived, Zhang Yu said calmly. Wei Hao, excited, exclaimed, great, drive along the road to Lushu village and stop at the 4th intersection. Someone will come to meet you that you'd better behave, or you might try something funny. Zhang Yu coldly acknowledged with a good before ending the call. Following the road to Lushu village, the pavement soon turned to dirt, making it hard to believe that such paths still existed in modern China. That it seemed the destination must be too remote for any necessity to construct a paved road. Upon reaching the 4th intersection, Zhang Yu spotted 2 masked men waiting on motorcycles. As he approached, they asked, are you Zhang Yu? After receiving a nod in confirmation, they placed a disc-like device on Zhang Yu's car, explaining, this is an electromagnetic shielding device to prevent anyone from locating us via satellite. Zhang Yu merely regarded the scene with a cold gaze, offering no response. He was indifferent to their words. Noticing Zhang Yu's lack of reaction, the 2 individuals exchanged no further pleasantries and revved their motorcycle, leading the way. They were not averse to simply taking the money and leaving, but they understood that Zhang Yu would never permit it. Moreover, once Zhang Yu entered their territory, they would dictate the terms of the encounter, rendering any forceful seizure unnecessary. Zhang Yu followed them in his vehicle to a dilapidated courtyard in an abandoned mountain village. The gate of the courtyard had long since collapsed, allowing the car to drive straight in, revealing the scene within to Zhang Yu without obstruction. There, he beheld Zhang Mingyue bound to a chair at the center of the yard, her mouth gagged with a rag, yet her clothing showed no signs of disarray. Upon seeing Zhang Yu, her eyes sparkled with deep emotion, and she wished to speak, but the gag stifled her voice. Unbeknownst to those around her, Her right hand firmly clutched a small but sharp shard of ceramic. As Zhang Yu exited his vehicle, Wei Hao and his group approached him. Where's the money? Wei Hao inquired bluntly. Zhang Yu inhaled deeply before responding. First, release Zhang Mingyue, and the money is in the car for you to take. TSK, Zhang Yu. How naive you are. You've entered my domain, yet you presume to negotiate terms. Wei Hao chuckled mockingly. Zhang Yu furrowed his brow and retorted, do you truly believe your lot can do anything to me? It seems the lesson from last time was insufficient, wasn't it? He regarded Wei Hao with a bemused expression. Zhang Yu, haven't you trained? Do you think you are the only one skilled in martial arts? Today, you shall witness what true mastery looks like. As he spoke, Wei Hao gestured to a middle-aged man in a black Zhongshan suit who had emerged from behind him. Zhang Yu discerned from the man's demeanor that he had seen bloodshed. Wei Hao sneered. Do you think I am unaware of what gives you the courage to come here? You believe your fighting skills grant you an edge. That's why I hired Master's son. A practitioner of ancient martial arts, for half the fee. 10 million, he is a formidable expert who has triumphed over 18 martial arts schools in Europe and America without defeat. Do you know what transformation energy means? A single strike can leave an imprint even on steel. Zhang Yu, do you think your bones are harder than steel? The middle-aged man remained silent, standing with one hand behind his back, exuding an air of arrogance. Were it not for the monetary incentive, he would not deign to bully a mere 20-something youth, despite having heard tales of Zhang Yu's previous encounters where he had single-handedly taken on a dozen men. But those men were merely ordinary individuals without martial arts training. Any adept in hidden strength or a master of open strength could easily handle them. Are you then unwilling to release her? Zhang Yu asked coldly, a smirk playing on his lips. Wei Hao, noticing Zhang Yu's apparent lack of fear, dismissed it, believing Zhang Yu simply did not comprehend the implications of facing a master of transformation energy. He had witnessed such prowess before, where a single strike could dent a steel plate and crush granite into dust. The gangsters who had previously attacked Zhang Yu had merely suffered minor injuries. They had not faced true martial artists. Of course, Wei Hao was unaware that Zhang Yu had intentionally held back to avoid escalating trouble. Had Zhang Yu anticipated this outcome, he might have resolved the matter with Wei Hao directly. Ignoring Zhang Yu, Wei Hao respectfully addressed the haughty middle-aged man. Master's son, I leave this matter in your capable hands. The payment of 10 million will be delivered post-haste. The middle-aged man nodded without uttering a word. Then slowly approached Zhang Yu. At that moment, Zhang Mingyue, sensing Zhang Yu's peril, was filled with urgency and wished to cry out, but her voice remained stifled. Observing that no one was watching, she began to discreetly cut the ropes binding her with the ceramic shard she had salvaged while being thrown into the courtyard's depths. Kid, if you kneel and beg for mercy, I might only break one of your hands and one of your feet, the middle-aged man declared cruelly as he neared Zhang Yu. In response, Zhang Yu laughed. Taunting, and what if I refuse? The middle-aged man, incensed by Zhang Yu's mockery, snorted, seeking death. He then lunged toward Zhang Yu, arms outstretched like a soaring eagle, delivering a flying kick intended to inflict severe injury. With the enhancement of his transformation energy, he was confident that this strike would incapacitate Zhang Yu. It was not that he wished to kill. In Huaxiao, the repercussions for homicide were markedly different from those for lesser offenses. And thus Wei Hao had merely instructed him to disable Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu exhaled, knowing he could unleash his true energy and sweep away these men, yet he feared that Wei Hao and the others might use Zhang Mingyue as leverage. He had not anticipated that Wei Hao would summon a practitioner of transformation energy, believing it sufficient to subdue him. Zhang Yu's surprise, no one was guarding Zhang Mingyue, as Wei Hao had directed his lackeys to bypass Zhang Yu and the middle-aged man to search the car for money. This afforded Zhang Yu the opportunity to act without hesitation. That he stood firm as the middle-aged man's kick approached, refusing to evade, instead channeling his true energy into his right hand and unleashing a powerful punch. The middle-aged man was astonished that Zhang Yu dared to counter his kick with a punch, his shock stemming from the understanding that leg strength far surpassed that of the arms. A disparity amplified in martial artists as he prepared to deliver a devastating blow. He suddenly experienced excruciating pain radiating from his leg. In that instant, as Zhang Yu's fist made contact with the man's foot, his punch, augmented by true energy, shattered the man's ankle, sending the bone splintering through flesh and creating a dent at the knee, propelling it skyward for several meters. Upon landing, the middle-aged man cradled his limp right foot, wailing, "My leg! My leg!" His cry startled Wei Hao and his gang, who had been making their way toward Zhang Yu's vehicle, causing them to turn in shock at the sight of the formerly arrogant middle-aged man now sprawled on the ground. Howling in agony, blood seeping from his knee, Wei Hao's astonishment turned to panic. What had transpired? He had hired a master of transformation energy. During the planning stages, he had consulted with seasoned practitioners of martial arts, affirming that such masters were the pinnacle of combat expertise. Why, then, had this esteemed master been so swiftly bested? Had he inadvertently employed a charlatan? Yet, Wei Hao remained composed. Fear not. Brothers, advance. I have a gun. I refuse to believe he is more formidable than a bullet. The gang members, initially apprehensive after witnessing Zhang Yu's overwhelming power, hesitated until Wei Hao's declaration of possessing a firearm reinvigorated their courage. After all, no matter how skilled one might be, a single bullet could fell them. Wei Hao withdrew a handgun from his waistband, snarling, I hadn't intended to resort to this, but here we are. Given the stringent gun control laws in Huaxia, the use of firearms would undoubtedly attract police attention, complicating his escape plans. Nonetheless, he now deemed it necessary that as Zhang Yu perceived Wei Hao brandishing the firearm, a chill ran down his spine, the imminent threat of death crashing upon him. The firearms had not weakened due to the convergence of two worlds. They still posed a lethal risk. Yet, he remained unperturbed, coldly stating, Wei Hao, do you believe that possessing a gun guarantees your victory? In an instant, his form accelerated to the limits of human speed, empowered by his true energy. The extremities of human velocity are staggering. Usain Bolt completed the 100 meters in 9 seconds, equivalent to 10 meters per second. How could one hope to aim accurately? Zhang Yu dashed through the throng like a specter, leaving the gangsters bewildered, each one sent sprawling with anguished cries. Meanwhile, Wei Hao trembled, struggling to align his aim on Zhang Yu, but the latter's speed rendered him invisible. What to do? In a moment of desperation, Wei Hao had a sudden epiphany. He aimed the gun at Zhang Mingyue and fired. The bullet struck her shoulder, erupting in a spray of crimson, while Zhang Mingyue, gagged and unable to vocalize her pain, could only emit a muffled whimper, her body frozen in place. Zhang Yu, do not move. Otherwise, I shall make Zhang Mingyue's head bloom. Wei Hao shouted loudly. Zhang Yu, having dealt with the ruffians, could only halt upon witnessing this. He was vexed with himself for not having neutralized Wei Hao first, leading to this difficult predicament. Wei Hao slowly advanced towards the location of Zhang Mingyue, knowing that once he had her in his grasp, he could force her into a vehicle, rendering Zhang Yu powerless against him. Observing Wei Hao's approach, Zhang Mingyue desperately continued to cut through the ropes binding her. She understood that Zhang Yu was already being coerced by Wei Hao, and if she fell into Wei Hao's hands, Zhang Yu would be placed in an even more precarious position. Wei Hao inched closer to Zhang Mingyue, while Zhang Yu found himself utterly unable to intervene. He was acutely aware that should Wei Hao take Zhang Mingyue hostage, he would be left with no options. Zhang Yu, I don't ask for much. Just give me the money, and I assure you that your beloved Zhang Mingyue will not lose a single hair, provided you refrain from any tricks, Wei Hao declared, increasingly anxious as he neared Zhang Mingyue, fearful of any hidden tactics Zhang Yu might possess. Zhang Yu coldly replied, you had better adhere to your own words. Lacking confidence in his ability to eliminate Wei Hao before he could shoot Zhang Mingyue, Zhang Yu was left with no choice but to trust Wei Hao for the moment. However, the threat he posed ensured that Wei Hao would think twice before harming Zhang Mingyue. As Wei Hao moved beside Zhang Mingyue, he aimed his gun at her head with his left hand while using his right to begin untying the ropes that bound her to the chair. Though he left the ropes binding her hands intact, Zhang Mingyue, aware of the gun pointed at her, dared not move, concealing the fact that she had already severed the ropes with a shard of ceramic. Grasping the ropes tightly, she feigned being still bound. Wei Hao tightened his grip around Zhang Mingyue's neck, yanking her from the chair while keeping the gun trained on her head, and began to shuffle towards the yard's exit. Zhang Yu, we've worked together for several years, yet I never suspected you were a martial arts master that I must admit. I'm quite impressed. Wei Hao spoke as he dragged Zhang Mingyue along. Zhang Yu fixed his gaze on Wei Hao, retorting, there are many things you never anticipated, and after all these years, I never imagined you would dare to commit such abductions in Huaxia. How do you plan to live here afterward? Or are you planning to flee abroad? At that moment, two of the ruffians Zhang Yu had previously knocked down began to rise, groaning as they regained their footing. You two, hurry and bring the car around, Wei Hao barked, noticing his subordinates were waking. The two ruffians dashed out of the courtyard to fetch the vehicle. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man who had suffered a broken leg at Zhang Yu's hands managed to staunch his bleeding and stood with a stick for support. Seeing Zhang Yu seemingly paralyzed by Wei Hao's threat, he steeled himself to attack again, fueled by a desire for vengeance against the man who had rendered him incapacitated. The middle-aged man charged at Zhang Yu. He instinctively prepared to retaliate. However, Wei Hao sneered, "Zhang Yu, do not dare to fight back. Otherwise, I'll break one of her arms." At that moment, Wei Hao stood about 30 meters away from Zhang Yu, already outside the yard. And should Zhang Yu make any sudden movements, Wei Hao would have the upper hand with his firearm. Thus, in the face of the advancing middle-aged man, Zhang Yu could only defend himself with all his might. The man, sensing Zhang Yu's restraint, stepped closer and landed a right hook to Zhang Yu's face, causing him to stagger backward. The assault continued mercilessly, fists raining down like a tempest. Fortunately, Zhang Yu was enveloped in the protective aura of his martial arts, and the middle-aged man's power was significantly diminished due to his injury. Each punch, though appearing fierce, was absorbed by Zhang Yu's defenses, causing him no pain. The external perception of Zhang Yu being overwhelmed was merely a ruse. "Haha, Zhang Yu, I thought you were quite formidable." Wei Hao laughed heartily. Meanwhile, Zhang Mingyue, observing Zhang Yu's willingness to endure such punishment for her sake, felt a deep pang of anguish, tears welling in her eyes as she resolved to act. Summoning an unseen courage, she released her pretense of being bound and fiercely grasped Wei Hao's hand, struggling to wrest the gun from him, her fingers repeatedly pressing the trigger. The sharp crack of gunfire instantly drew Zhang Yu's attention. He saw Zhang Mingyue seemingly break free of her restraints and engage Wei Hao in a desperate struggle for the weapon. Without hesitation, Zhang Yu channeled his energy into his hand and struck the middle-aged man with a powerful slap, sending him crashing to the ground, silenced. He then surged towards Wei Hao, startled by Zhang Mingyue's sudden resistance. Wei Hao realized he could not allow her to seize the gun. He clutched the firearm tightly while using his right hand to choke Zhang Mingyue, restricting her breath and causing her to gasp for air. The disparity in strength became apparent. Women are generally weaker than men, and with her airway compromised, Zhang Mingyue found it increasingly difficult to resist. Wei Hao aimed the gun at Zhang Mingyue's head, and despite her best efforts to fend him off, the barrel drew ever closer, just as the gun's muzzle was a mere centimeter from her temple. Zhang Yu charged in. In a flash, he covered the 30 meters in just over 2 seconds, far surpassing any world record. Grabbing Wei Hao's wrist, he attempted to wrench the gun away. In his panic, Wei Hao could no longer concern himself with the gun's alignment. Desperate, he pulled the trigger. A gunshot rang out, the bullet striking Zhang Mingyue in the shoulder. Fueled by rage, Zhang Yu yanked Wei Hao away from her and delivered a swift kick that sent Wei Hao flying several meters into a dirt wall, where he collapsed, blood pouring from his mouth. Lifeless, Zhang Mingyue cried out in pain, collapsing into Zhang Yu's arms, her once beautiful face now pale and bloodied, her shoulder bleeding profusely. Realizing the bullet may have struck an artery, Zhang Yu understood that time was of the essence. He needed to stanch the bleeding before it was too late. He swiftly cradled her legs with one arm while supporting her back with the other, carefully placing her in the back seat of the car. Gently, he pulled aside her clothing to reveal her alabaster skin. Zhang Mingyue felt his touch and, though embarrassed, did not object. There, beside her delicate collarbone, was a gruesome bullet wound, blood oozing from the gory hole. Zhang Yu quickly tore a piece from his clothing to bandage her wound, successfully halting the flow of blood. "Are you all right, Hugo?" Zhang Mingyue, her voice faint, inquired as she watched him tend to her injury. With a slight motion, she brushed her disheveled hair aside. Concern etched across her face despite the searing pain radiating from her shoulder. Zhang Yu, warmed by her selflessness even in her own pain, replied, "I'm fine, don't worry. I've trained in martial arts." As he spoke, he carefully adjusted her clothing back into place. The proximity of their bodies in the confined space of the car stirred unfamiliar feelings within Zhang Mingyue. "What shall we do now?" she asked. Zhang Yu retrieved his phone from the vehicle, stating, "What else can we do? We must call the police. We acted in self-defense. There's nothing to fear." With that, he dialed the number for the authorities. "I always thought in movies and novels they just ran away. Turns out they actually call for help," she mused as Zhang Mingyue spoke. A realization dawned upon her. After all, reality is not a novel. Such matters, if not reported to the authorities, could lead to an unclear aftermath. After Zhang Yu relayed the situation to Yao Ling, it swiftly captured the attention of the authorities. who promised to arrive at the scene as quickly as possible and provided Zhang Yu with some first aid instructions. Once he hung up the phone, Zhang Yu let out a heavy sigh and said, "I truly apologize, Mingyue. I've put you in a terrible situation this time." That a sense of guilt washed over Zhang Yu. For the truth was that Zhang Mingyue had to endure this ordeal due to a message he had sent to clients upon resigning, which had informed them of his departure, leading to the termination of partnerships with clients who only recognized him. This also resulted in an incident involving Wei Hao's brother-in-law, ultimately prompting Wei Hao to orchestrate this act of revenge against him, coupled with extortion. "Brother Yu, this is not your fault. Am I not aware of the kind of people Wei Hao and his brother-in-law are? They have never been good men. However, I never anticipated they would dare to resort to kidnapping," Zhang Mingyue expressed, still feeling incredulous, unable to fathom that the plot twists of television and novels had materialized in her life. At that moment, the roar of an approaching car echoed from a distance. Zhang Yu recalled that Wei Hao's 2 lackeys had gone to fetch a vehicle, and they must be returning now. He gestured for Zhang Mingyue to remain silent and peered through the car window, spotting a white SUV. Once the 2 men drove into the courtyard, he swiftly exited the vehicle, seizing a stone and forcefully hurling it at the driver's side of the white SUV. The stone shattered the windshield with a resounding crash, striking one of the thugs and rendering him unconscious. Another thug attempted to flee but was met with a stone thrown by Zhang Yu, which struck his ankle, causing him to collapse in agony. "Brother Yu, where did you learn such skills? Are you the kind of ancient martial arts inheritor they speak of in television shows, a secretive hero?" Zhang Mingyue inquired with curiosity as she observed Zhang Yu effortlessly subduing the 2 thugs. Zhang Yu shook his head, replying, "This is not martial arts. I am merely a member of the Martial Arts Association." "A martial arts association?" Zhang Mingyue nodded in partial understanding, though the movement aggravated her wound, sending her into a dizzy spell. Noticing her discomfort, Zhang Yu urged, "Enough of talking. You have lost a considerable amount of blood. Conserve your strength for the ambulance and the police to arrive." Zhang Mingyue nodded, keeping silent. Yet, worried that she might fall asleep and risk going into shock from blood loss, he held her hand and began discussing work-related matters to keep her alert. Zhang Mingyue merely smiled at the incessantly chattering Zhang Yu, her pale face contrasting with the beauty of a blooming flower. Yao Ling's actions were swift. Within approximately 20 minutes, they arrived at the scene. Given the severity of the case involving firearms and kidnapping, an ambulance from the hospital accompanied them. "The victim is here. She has been shot in the shoulder, hitting an artery, and has lost a significant amount of blood." Upon seeing the ambulance's arrival, Zhang Yu quickly carried Zhang Mingyue out of the car. The medical personnel immediately lifted her onto the stretcher and into the ambulance, while Zhang Yu was halted by 2 police officers. "Are you Mr. Zhang? Did you report the crime?" A stern woman in uniform, sporting a short ponytail, inquired. Zhang Yu nodded, affirming, "Yes, that is correct. Very well. We need to trouble you to accompany us to the police station for a statement," the officer said, scrutinizing Zhang Yu before instructing a younger officer to escort him to the police vehicle. The woman officer proceeded toward the courtyard. "Officer Wang, we have a situation here. You should come take a look," a forensic expert called out to her. Officer Wang followed the forensic expert to the side of a wall in the courtyard, where they discovered a deceased middle-aged man. The estimated time of death is approximately 25 minutes ago. He had engaged in a violent struggle prior to his demise, and the cause of death was a fracture of the cervical spine. However, the astonishing detail is that his lower leg bones have mysteriously vanished. The forensic expert stated while adjusting the deceased man's leg. "Based on my assessment, the man's leg bones were abruptly dislodged from the heel. The force exerted was no less than 1 to 2 tons, instantly propelling his leg bones from the knee." Officer Wang was taken aback by this revelation. She had already heard from Zhang Yu about how he single-handedly subdued all the kidnappers and rescued Zhang Mingyue. She had anticipated that the young man possessed such extraordinary strength. Was he human or a ghost? Curiosity flickered in her eyes as she resolved to interrogate him thoroughly during the statement. Subsequently, the police discovered the firearm that Wei Hao had been struck with by Zhang Yu, and after transporting the remaining thug to the hospital, they escorted Zhang Yu back to the police station to record his statement. Name, Zhang Yu. Age, 26. Education, bachelor's degree. Which university did you graduate from? C City University. Hometown, S Province. Marital status, unmarried. Occupation, business owner. Very well, Mr. Zhang. Please recount the entire incident starting from the moment you received the call from the kidnappers providing as much detail as possible. Officer Wang instructed with a serious expression and a gentle tone. Zhang Yu nodded and began to narrate his grievances with Wei Hao, detailing the events from the moment he received the call until he had resolved the situation and saved Zhang Mingyue. Of course, he omitted any mention of his internal energy. After listening to Zhang Yu's account, Officer Wang inquired curiously, "Mr. Zhang, where did you learn your combat skills? I am a member of the Martial Arts Association. But prior to this incident, I had self-studied," Zhang Yu explained. Officer Wang nodded but remarked, "Mr. Zhang, while we have a general understanding of the case, there are still some uncertainties." Zhang Yu looked at the female officer in confusion, wondering what he had lied about. It is as follows. "We discovered a deceased individual at the scene whose leg bones were forcefully dislodged. Could you explain how you accomplished that?" Officer Wang asked. Zhang Yu furrowed his brow and replied, "Boxing champion Tyson delivers a punch with 800 kilograms of force that I practice martial arts, so it is perfectly normal for me to strike him hard enough to break his leg bones." Officer Wang nodded, concluding the statement, and after Zhang Yu signed, she escorted him out of the private room, saying, "Mr. Zhang, your statement has been recorded and aligns closely with the facts. However, please refrain from leaving Sea City for the next week. If anything arises, kindly inform us in advance. After a week, if we do not contact you, you will be free to go." Zhang Yu nodded and exited the police station under the watchful gaze of several officers. They had all heard about this sensational case, where one individual had taken on over a dozen people and subdued an armed thug. Yet, like Officer Wang, they could not discern anything particularly extraordinary about Zhang Yu. After leaving the police station, Zhang Yu proceeded to the parking lot, where his car had already been brought over by other officers. He drove to a prominent tertiary hospital in Sea City. At that moment, Zhang Mingyue was resting in a private ward, wearing a hospital gown. The bullet had already been removed, and her wound was bandaged. Upon his arrival, the waiting nurse informed Zhang Yu, "You must be the family member of Ms. Zhang. Her wounds have been treated. The bullet merely grazed a minor artery, and hemostasis and suturing have been performed. She is in good condition and should be able to be discharged in about 2 weeks." Zhang Yu nodded, relieved to hear this. By the way, family member, it would be best for you to settle her expenses promptly. Otherwise, we may have to halt some of her medications later. The nurse then spoke again. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Yu promptly went to the hospital's registration desk to pay a sum of 100,000 yuan, after which he purchased some fruits and nutritional supplements before returning to Zhang Mingyue's hospital room. He gently placed the items on the bedside table and quietly sat down beside her. Observing Zhang Mingyue, who was frowning slightly in her deep slumber, Zhang Yu couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for this beautiful and capable girl, who was enduring such suffering because of him. Just as he was lost in thought, Zhang Mingyue seemed to awaken from her pain. Slowly opening her eyes, she caught sight of Zhang Yu sitting at her bedside. To her surprise, the pain in her shoulders suddenly dissipated. A smile graced her lips as she said, "Yugu, you hardly ever show up, yet now you are willing to sit by my bed without moving. I almost wish I could stay here forever. Have you paid your mortgage? Finished your work? Why are you lying here?" Zhang Yu dared not engage with Zhang Mingyue's remarks and pretended to be puzzled by the situation. Attempting to change the subject, noticing Zhang Yu's continued emotional distance, a flicker of disappointment crossed Zhang Mingyue's mind, and she thought perhaps Yugu had been too deeply hurt by Gui Fun to accept new feelings. She remarked, "You heartless general manager, I risked my life for you, and yet you still dwell on work matters? I am a competent capitalist, and in light of your valiant performance this time, I will grant you a month's leave. After all, with so many employees at the company, I can manage everything. Focus on your recovery and don't worry about it." Zhang Yu replied with a cheerful demeanor. However, a sudden realization struck Zhang Yu. What would happen to his training? If he devoted time to it, who would care for Zhang Mingyue? Her parents were unaware of the situation and certainly could not be informed. Moreover, as Zhang Mingyue was not married, her friends had jobs of their own and could not come to tend to her. Although the hospital provided meal services, how could he abandon Zhang Mingyue, who had been injured because of him? Zhang Mingyue seemed to sense his concern and asked, "Yugu, has your work been delayed? Will it affect things with the boss?" While she was unaware of the important matters Zhang Yu was involved in, she understood they must be of greater significance than work. "It's fine, you know my capabilities. Right? I've already handled everything. There will be no impact," Zhang Yu confidently assured her. After all, he was his own boss, so there were no issues. Upon hearing this, Zhang Mingyue nodded, relieved, and said, "That's good. Why you go? You finally gained recognition from such a prominent boss. You mustn't let it slip away. Then, recalling something, she added, "You go. Could you pass me my phone? I need to call the company and arrange some work matters." "Enough. I'll take care of it. Just focus on your recovery," Zhang Yu said helplessly. Seeing his insistence, Zhang Minghua smiled softly, but her stomach suddenly growled. "Are you hungry? Just wait. I'll go home and cook for you." "Takeout isn't clean," Zhang Yu said with a smile. Zhang Mingyue's eyes lit up at his words. "I haven't had you GE's cooking in ages. I want beer duck." Zhang Yu had always packed his meals to save money, and over time, his culinary skills had improved significantly, a fact Zhang Mingyue was well aware of, as she often enjoyed his dishes. "All right, I promise you'll be satisfied," Zhang Yu nodded, preparing to leave. Yet, just then, Zhang Mingyue suddenly remembered something and said, "Wait. This meal, doesn't tea count as the dinner you promised to treat me to? You still owe me hot pot." Hearing this, Zhang Yu could only chuckle in resignation. Before departing the hospital. He first drove to buy ingredients, then returned to the villa to personally cook a dinner for Zhang Mingyue. He also brought along 5 liters of white liquor infused with D-grade essence. By the time he arrived at the hospital, it was already around 6 or 7 in the evening. As he approached the ward, he overheard Zhang Mingyue on the phone, saying, "In summary, the work has been arranged this way. Did you remember, Xiaoli?" Hearing this, Zhang Yu couldn't help but chuckle. He had said he would handle the arrangements. Yet it seemed she had taken matters into her own hands. He likely had left her to manage things while he was away. He should have taken her phone with him. Upon entering the room, he found Zhang Mingyue had just hung up. "I told you I would handle the work. Can't you just focus on your recovery?" Zhang Yu reproached her. "Oh, it's nothing. The part of me that hurts isn't my mouth. It's my shoulder. I can just make a few phone calls. It won't affect anything," Zhang Mingyue replied with a bright smile. Setting her phone aside, Zhang Yu, though exasperated, began to set up the makeshift dining table beside her bed and took out 2 dishes, a soup and a portion of rice from the food containers. "Wow, beer duck and mushroom chicken. I haven't tasted these in ages," Zhang Mingyue exclaimed. Her appetite peaked after not having eaten since her abduction. Zhang Yu's cooking was familiar to her, as she had often enjoyed his meals. Just as she was about to rise, she accidentally moved too quickly and inadvertently aggravated her injury, causing her to gasp in pain. "Don't move around. Patient, let me help you," Zhang Yu said hurriedly, reaching out to support her shoulder and gently assist her into a seated position. Feeling Zhang Yu's strong arm around her, Zhang Mingyue's cheeks flushed slightly. She stole a glance at him, noticing how attentively he was arranging the food for her convenience. A wave of emotion surged within her. Just as she was about to speak, Zhang Yu caught sight of her gaze and asked curiously, "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" Zhang Mingyue shook her head. "All right, let's eat," Zhang Yu said after setting everything in place. Zhang Mingyue nodded but suddenly realized she couldn't lift her right hand. How would she eat with chopsticks? Feeling a bit embarrassed, she said, "You go, my right hand is injured. I didn't notice. How about I feed you?" Zhang Yu suggested, finally remembering her injury. Zhang Mingyue emitted a soft sound of agreement, her expression a mix of embarrassment and anticipation as she looked at him. Zhang Yu first scooped a spoonful of rice and brought it to Zhang Mingyue's lips. She blushed, gazing at him closely as she took small bites of the food he offered. In that moment, while Zhang Yu was merely focused on feeding Zhang Mingyue, his heart was stirred by a gentle ripple. Seeing the quiet girl, blushing as she ate, it was hard to reconcile this image with the fierce determination she had shown when she had bravely snatched the gun from Wei Hao. Her actions had stemmed from her desire to protect him, unwilling to be a pawn in Wei Hao's game. Was Zhang Mingyue foolish? No, she was far from it. She understood that as long as she remained still, there was no threat, for Wei Hao needed her to pose a danger to him. Yet, to avoid becoming a tool for Wei Hao's threats, she had risked her life to resist, an act that required immense courage. Zhang Yu recognized that Zhang Mingyue had feelings for him. During their time at the supply company, she often sought out his meals instead of anyone else's. He was aware that her support had facilitated his ability to resolve client issues swiftly and flawlessly. However, Zhang Yu's heart had previously belonged to Gui Fan, and Zhang Mingyue had merely been an outsider. Now that he had ended things with Gui Fan, he was not the same Zhang Yu as before. He was someone who had returned from a future ravaged by the apocalypse. He had no thoughts of romance. Having endured betrayal from both Gui Fan and Wang Ye, trust was a fragile concept in his heart when it came to women. Yet, the image of Zhang Mingyue's courageous act still stirred something within the icy defenses of his heart. Despite the myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind, Zhang Yu's face remained impassive as he gently brought food to Zhang Mingyue's lips, teasingly saying, "Mingyue, look at me, the general manager of the company, personally feeding you. You better work hard in the future." "Wow, General Manager Zhang, I was wondering why you were so kind to feed me. It turns out you just wanted to make sure I worked harder." Zhang Mingyue exclaimed wide-eyed. But before she could finish her sentence, Zhang Yu playfully stuffed a piece of duck meat into her mouth. Umph! Zhang Mingyue had a piece of duck leg meat stuffed in her mouth. And although she wished to say something, only incomprehensible sounds escaped her lips. The playful banter between the two eventually coaxed Zhang Mingyue into finishing her meal. Zhang Yu tidied up the dishes and placed them into a lunchbox. "Ah, I am so full. Your culinary skills just keep getting better. You good, if only I could enjoy your cooking every day," Zhang Mingyue exclaimed with a grin, punctuating her words with a satisfied burp. Zhang Yu shot her a glance, replying, "You're dreaming. Having your superior cook for you every day is only feasible if you happen to be my superior. Hee, don't blame me. It's your dishes that are simply delectable. Eating elsewhere now feels insipid. If I'm not satisfied, I lack the energy to work, and that ultimately affects you. Doesn't it, Yugo?" Zhang Mingyue retorted playfully. Zhang Yu, feeling exasperated, realized he couldn't win this argument and opted not to engage further. After tidying up, he sat cross-legged on a large chair nearby and said, "Please provide me with the contact numbers of the heads of each department. I need to assess progress and arrange other tasks." Noticing Zhang Yu had once again shifted the conversation towards work, Zhang Mingyue rolled her eyes but nonetheless sent him the contact details via WeChat, saying, "The raw materials you ordered last time will arrive in a day or two. The training in the sales department is still ongoing and will take several more days." Zhang Yu nodded and called the head of the HR department, instructing her to recruit a winemaker. He emphasized that while technical skill was not paramount, honesty and reliability were essential. He also requested the recruitment of some workers with the same criteria, asking to be notified once they were assembled. "Yugo, are you preparing for them to commence winemaking?" Zhang Mingyue inquired. "Indeed, that we can begin now that I've acquired the formula solution from the boss. Once we brew the wine and incorporate the formula, you'll see just how remarkable it is," Zhang Yu explained. The formula solution was the 5 liters of liquor in the thermos, mixed with a D-grade essence pill. Hearing this, Zhang Mingyue's spirits soared. She straightened up in her hospital bed and said, "At last, we can see our company as product. Ever since the company was established, money has been flowing out like a waterfall. Although I've been trying to cut costs, expenses for renting premises, hiring staff, and purchasing raw materials have accumulated to several million, and yet we've seen no products from the company. Not just me. Even the employees are feeling quite anxious that you've truly endured a lot during this initial phase." "Mingyue," Zhang Yu acknowledged, "if I had to handle these matters, I wouldn't have any time for cultivation." Zhang Mingyue chuckled. "What's so hard about this? If you think I'm working too hard, then give me a raise." Zhang Yu shot her a look of disbelief, and after organizing matters for the winery, he called Lu Hao, saying, "Howsy, I want to be able to come to the office for the next 2 weeks. How is everything at the company?" "Yugo, you can't come to the company for 2 weeks. The basic framework of the company is set up now, and the departments have been established. How we proceed next still depends on your guidance. Plus, I still have much to learn in management. I'm worried I won't be able to handle it without you." Lu Hao's voice was tinged with helplessness. He had managed to build the company's framework from scratch, which he considered a significant achievement, especially given his lack of experience in this area. Zhang Yu chuckled softly, fully aware that management was not Lu Hao's forte. But with no one else available, he had no choice but to push him forward. Fortunately, in modern society, as long as one has money and doesn't break the law, people will listen to you. So management was not an immediate concern, and no worries. Think of it as training. Your task is quite simple. Expedite the recruitment of a batch of young, strong security personnel. Don't hesitate to offer higher wages. If funds run low, just reach out to me. Aim for about 40 to 50 people initially, and then quickly start their training to ensure they are well prepared. Concurrently, recruit a sales team with a good commission structure to promote our security services. Focus on these 2 aspects, and for financial matters, just find a reputable law firm to assist with the auditing," he instructed. "Understood. You good at, I will do my utmost to manage this," Lu Hao replied with determination. He genuinely appreciated Zhang Yu for providing him such a significant opportunity to manage a company right at the start of his career. Over the past few days, he had been studying management literature, and due to his initial lack of experience, he instinctively managed the company based on his military training. This inadvertently aligned with a certain management style, allowing the company to function smoothly, although some employees grumbled about the strict regulations. However, given the high wages and manageable workload, they continued to comply, albeit with some internal complaints about the boss's methods to the employees of the security company. The boss seemed quite clueless, naively diving into the security industry without any understanding. Without the attractive pay, they would likely not stick around. Zhang Yu reassured him, "Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just ensure the recruitment and training of the security personnel is of high quality. Everything else is not your concern. That's all from me. I'm hanging up now." After concluding the call, Zhang Yu was met with Zhang Mingyue's surprised inquiry, "You're also the CEO of another company?" It dawned on her why Zhang Yu was often absent. He was managing yet another business. "Are you perhaps a love child of some wealthy magnate? Why else would they trust you with two companies?" Zhang Mingyue tilted her head, scrutinizing Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu sighed, realizing he might as well have claimed he was the owner himself. Weaving a single lie would require countless others to support it. Opting for the path of least resistance, he deflected her curiosity. "You really should be resting, especially with your shoulder injury. Stop asking questions and take a break. I need to meditate, so please don't disturb me." Zhang Mingyue, intrigued, wondered about the purpose of meditating in a hospital. She watched as Zhang Yu sat cross-legged on the chair, slowly closing his eyes and commencing his internal cultivation. He anticipated spending the next week or two caring for Zhang Mingyue. But he couldn't neglect his own training. After all, his cultivation focused on refining his internal energy to strengthen his body, and externally, it exhibited no peculiar phenomena, allowing him to practice undetected as Zhang Yu truly began meditating. Zhang Mingyue widened her eyes, curious to see how long he could maintain this state. To her astonishment, when Zhang Yu finally opened his eyes, it was already the following morning. During this time, a nurse attempted to awaken Zhang Yu while changing Zhang Mingyue's dressings. But she was stopped by Zhang Mingyue. As Zhang Yu gradually opened his eyes, he found Zhang Mingyue staring at him intently, as if he were some sort of anomaly. "What is with that look?" he asked, taken aback. Zhang Mingyue, curious, queried, "How can you sit still for an entire night without moving? Doesn't your backside hurt?" Initially expecting her to inquire about his meditation techniques, he was instead taken aback by her concern for his comfort. "I am fine. I've gotten used to it," Zhang Yu replied, stretching his limbs. "So, how do you manage to sleep while sitting?" Zhang Mingyue pressed on, clearly skeptical of his claims of meditation. Zhang Yu struggled to explain, as he was indeed refining his energy rather than sleeping. During this process, his body grew stronger, negating the need for rest to recuperate. So he hadn't actually slept at all. "I've just gotten accustomed to it." "You could do the same," he offered. Zhang Mingyue, still doubtful, found herself deprived of further inquiry as Zhang Yu declared he needed to buy breakfast and dashed out. The following day was spent with Zhang Yu preparing meals for Zhang Mingyue, feeding her, and managing communications with the hospital, alongside his cultivation practice. On the third day, the HR department of Ping and Winery called Zhang Yu, informing him that the winemaker and workers had been successfully recruited, and the necessary raw materials for brewing had also arrived. "I'll visit the factory and return by dinner. If anything comes up, just call me," Zhang Yu instructed. Zhang Mingyue nodded gently. "All right, I'm just nursing my shoulder. There's nothing to worry about. You go ahead and handle your business." However, despite her words, once Zhang Yu stepped out of the ward, she couldn't shake off a flicker of disappointment within her. She felt that Zhang Yu's presence in the hospital was merely a manifestation of responsibility, devoid of any deeper affections. With a gentle sigh, her gaze quickly regained its resolve. Throughout her life, she had learned that what she desired often required more effort and determination than what others expended. Yet, she had always succeeded in her endeavors, and this time would be no different. She would not concede defeat. After leaving the hospital, Zhang Yu drove to a factory in the suburbs that moment. The temporary workshop director was waiting at the factory entrance, having received a call that the company's general manager would be arriving shortly to arrange some work. True to expectations, a short while later, an Audi A6L pulled up to the factory gate, and a young man emerged from it. "Are you Mr. Zhang?" the temporary workshop director hesitantly inquired. "A general manager so young?" "Yes, that's me." "And you are?" Zhang Yu replied. The workshop director quickly introduced himself, saying, "I am Huang Zhangwo, the temporary director of the production workshop that I was informed you would be coming. So I came to wait here." As he spoke, he observed Zhang Yu. Noting that although the young man's attire was unremarkable, his demeanor exuded an extraordinary air, reminiscent of someone accustomed to positions of authority. Could he be a wealthy heir? He pondered to himself. Zhang Yu dismissed the workshop director's thoughts and said, "All right, please take me to the production workshop." Upon hearing this, Director Huang promptly led Zhang Yu into the factory, conversing as they walked. The workers and the brewmaster are still in the meeting room. "Would you like to meet them?" "Yes, that sounds good. Let's go." Zhang Yu nodded. The workshop director guided Zhang Yu to a conference room within the factory, where 10 individuals were seated, including a brewmaster and 9 workers. "Hello everyone, I am Zhang Yu, the general manager of Ping and Distillery. I am here primarily to inspect the factory and, at the same time, to brew a batch of liquor." Zhang Yu briefly introduced himself from the podium. After finishing his introduction, he immediately began assigning tasks. "Which one of you is the brewmaster?" he inquired. Upon hearing Zhang Yu's question, a middle-aged man with a slightly receding hairline quickly stood up and said, "Hello, Mr. Zhang. I am the brewmaster, Zhou Jian. All right, our company primarily deals with medicinal liquor, which I believe the HR department has already discussed with you. Are you capable of brewing medicinal liquor? What is the approximate brewing cycle?" Zhang Yu asked. Zhou Jian nodded and replied, "I am familiar with some common medicinal liquors, employing methods such as cold infusion and hot infusion, among others. However, the brewing cycle generally depends on the type and age of the medicinal materials. The fastest can be around a month, while the slowest might take anywhere from 6 months to several decades. A month at the very least. Is there a method that allows medicinal liquor to be brewed in the shortest time possible while retaining its fragrance and color?" Zhang Yu asked, furrowing his brow. Zhou Jian inwardly sighed, wondering if this liquor company was merely focused on superficial marketing rather than genuinely producing effective medicinal liquor. Though he harbored such thoughts, he did not hesitate to respond. "It can be expedited, but the efficacy might be nearly non-existent. The fastest would take about a week." "All right, then let us get moving. Director Huang, please organize Master Zhou and the workers to utilize the existing production line and equipment in the factory to brew all the materials into medicinal liquor within a week. The requirements are simple. It must possess the fragrance and color of medicinal liquor and comply with the relevant department's procedures and standards. Can this be accomplished?" Zhang Yu inquired after Zhou Jian's explanation. Huang Zhengwo nodded. Having previously worked at other distilleries, he understood brewing and was familiar with the factory's equipment, believing it to be feasible. "No problem, Mr. Zhang." However, a tinge of worry lingered in his heart. Would the hastily brewed liquor be marketable? If it failed, would he be left searching for a job again? Consumers were not fools. Liquor was a well-established commodity, and if the quality was subpar, who would buy from a new brand? Zhang Yu dismissed his subordinates' concerns, thinking that once the product was ready, he could enhance it by adding the essence he had prepared, thus achieving the desired effects. After all, could lifeless materials from a pre-apocalyptic world compare to the D-grade essence revived in a post-apocalyptic era? Remember, once brewed, do not rush to bottle it. Further processing will be necessary, Zhang Yu instructed. Further processing? Huang Zhengwo and Zhou Jian exchanged glances, puzzled. Was the company not selling liquor directly, but rather using it to create other products? Though they were somewhat bewildered, they nodded in agreement, as the salaries provided by the company were significantly higher than those in the industry, which sufficed for them. After arranging the production at the distillery, Zhang Yu drove to the office of the liquor company. "Hello, Mr. Zhang." Upon entering the front door, he heard the receptionist stand and greet him. He nodded in acknowledgement and said, "Please ask the heads of the sales department, marketing department, and logistics department to come to my office once they finish their tasks." As he spoke, Zhang Yu made his way into his office. "Understood, Mr. Zhang," the receptionist replied, before going to summon the others. Zhang Yu had barely settled into his office when he heard a knock on the door. "Come in," he called out, and in walked 3 impeccably dressed professionals, 2 men and 1 woman. "Mr. Zhang, you called for us?" the male supervisor from the sales department asked. Zhang Yu nodded and replied, "Indeed, the executive assistant has been occupied these past few days and cannot come to the office. She should have informed you." "Yes, she did." The 3 responded in unison. Zhang Yu continued, "Therefore, the upcoming tasks will require you to take the initiative. I will briefly outline the responsibilities for each department." The 3 listened intently, their expressions serious, awaiting Zhang Yu's directions. The company's products were expected to be ready by next week, and the sales department needed to prepare a sales plan in advance. After assigning tasks to the three departments and ensuring they understood, Zhang Yu dismissed them. Following that, he took a moment to jot down additional thoughts he had not previously mentioned and sent them to the three department heads before exhaling softly. Although these matters were intricate, they were necessary. After all, the liquor company represented his future cash cow. In modern society, lacking funds would hinder his ability to achieve his goals. Ultimately, his aim was to protect his loved ones and many others when the impending calamity struck. At that time, a well-trained security team would be essential, and these individuals would need to learn martial arts. Subsequently, he could provide them with a higher concentration of medicinal liquor, enabling them to triumph over the extraordinary beasts that would emerge in the early days of the disaster. After arranging the company's affairs, Zhang Yu glanced at the time. It was nearly dinner time. He planned to buy groceries and prepare a meal for Zhang Ming. As he stepped into the elevator, he encountered a familiar face. It was Li Bingyue, who had previously flirted with him in the elevator. She was now dressed in a form-fitting, understated long dress that accentuated her perfect curves and the impressive contours of her figure. Upon seeing Zhang Yu again, Li Bingyue felt a surge of joy. She had prepared extensively to encounter him once more, specifically waiting at a nearby CF to observe the vehicles entering and exiting, hoping for another chance to share an elevator ride with him. The last time, she had faltered in front of Zhou Qian, leaving her feeling unsettled, since realizing that her beauty could open doors to greater resources. She had never failed in her attempts to cultivate relationships with affluent or successful men. This was partly due to her youth and beauty, and also her adeptness at charming men. Few could resist her allure, and she attributed her previous misstep to a lack of preparation. This time, she had meticulously adorned herself to approach Zhang Yu once more. On one hand, it was to satisfy her desire for conquest. She relished the sight of successful men succumbing to her charm. On the other hand, it was naturally for monetary gain. Men, eager to flaunt their wealth before her, often indulged in extravagant displays, allowing her to split the profits with her boss, money that would flow into her hands. Particularly young men tended to be particularly generous, driven by a desire to impress. With these thoughts in mind, Li Bingyue's expression grew more enchanting as she feigned surprise, her delicately painted rose-colored nails extending gently as she spoke. "Is this Mr. Zhang? What a coincidence to meet again." Zhang Yu offered a polite smile, gently shaking hands with Li Bingyue, and replied, "Yes, quite a coincidence indeed." Upon meeting Zhang Yu, Li Bingyue found him to be rather indifferent. Fixating solely on the elevator doors after a mere handshake, a swarm of discontented thoughts surged within her, akin to a herd of wild horses galloping past. She questioned whether her alluring attire, which typically garnered attention from men on the streets, had failed to impress him. Yet, she remained oblivious to the fact that, when juxtaposed with the ethereal beauty of Wang Ye, her own figure and charm paled in comparison. The only thing that could truly captivate Zhang Yu was genuine sincerity. Curious about the kinds of wines Mr. Zhang specializes in, she seized the opportunity to mention a friend she had recently made, who deals in distribution channels. This acquaintance supplies numerous hotels and retail outlets in city. Perhaps they could meet up and discuss potential collaborations. Li Bingyue presented her carefully crafted proposition, confident that Zhang Yu could not possibly dismiss her overtures. After all, who in business would turn away a prospective partnership and network? Naturally, she anticipated some form of benefit in return for her assistance in introducing him. Indeed, upon hearing her proposal, Zhang Yu exhibited a flicker of interest, responding, "If feasible, that would be splendid. Our wines possess distinctive qualities, and I believe you would not regret a partnership. I wonder what types of wines you offer. I have a keen interest in wines. And might I inquire if you have dinner plans this evening? We could sit down and converse in depth." Li Bingyue replied with a smile. Should Zhang Yu acquiesce to dinner, she had an arsenal of strategies to ensure she left a lasting impression on him. Zhang Yu, however, appeared somewhat awkward as he chuckled and replied, "I apologize, but I may not be available for dinner. How about I bring some samples to your friend's company for a face-to-face discussion next time?" "Is that so? Then let us exchange WeChat contacts, and we can communicate further through that platform," she suggested, noting that the elevator was approaching. Thus, they exchanged contacts, after which Zhang Yu departed in his vehicle. Li Bingyue then browsed through Zhang Yu's social media posts, discovering they were rather mundane, lacking the flair one would expect from a company executive. This led her to perceive Zhang Yu as shrouded in mystery. Previously, she had inquired with Zhou Qian about Zhang Yu and learned that he had once been merely a salesman, but suddenly seemed to have acquired wealth. Had he perhaps won the lottery? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she sent Zhang Yu a simple greeting through WeChat. After putting her phone away, she resolved not to squander her splendid outfit and decided to pay a visit to a certain executive she had fortuitously met a few days prior. Meanwhile, after preparing a meal at his villa, Zhang Yu delivered it to Zhang Mingyue. Following a day of recovery, her complexion had markedly improved, regaining a hint of color. Upon seeing Zhang Yu, her expression brightened, and she smiled as they sat down to eat. She took small bites while seemingly engrossed in her phone. "Focus on your meal, would you? I'm almost poking your nose with the food," Zhang Yu remarked. Noticing her distraction, Zhang Mingyue quickly set her phone aside and took a bite of the food he offered, saying, "Hee, I won't look at my phone anymore. Who were you chatting with so seriously?" "Who knows?" Zhang Mingyue sighed softly. Raising her gaze to Zhang Yu, "Is something the matter?" he asked, intrigued by her expression. She chuckled lightly, saying, "I can't fathom what qualities you possess that led the boss to appoint you as the general manager. I saw them discussing tasks in the group after you went to the company." "What do you mean?" Zhang Yu questioned, puzzled. With a roll of her eyes, she replied, "Well, you omitted several crucial aspects of the work. For instance, advertising, product packaging design, market research. Did you think I was just idly doing nothing? I was assigning them additional tasks." Realizing his oversight, Zhang Yu shrugged and said, "No worries, you've got it covered." He resumed feeding her. After their meal, Zhang Yu engaged Zhang Mingyue in light conversation before beginning his training to her. It appeared as though he was merely dozing off. She had once asked him if this was a form of martial arts, and whether he could teach her to doze while seated. Zhang Yu had assured her that he would teach her when the time was right, which filled her with excitement. This was not a mere ruse. He genuinely intended to promote martial arts and medicinal wines through the platform of the Huaxiao Martial Arts Association once the medicinal wine began large-scale production. This idea had recently struck him, realizing that even with extensive recruitment, the security company could only manage a workforce in the hundreds of thousands. However, with a population exceeding 1 billion in all of China, if merely 1/10 of that population were to practice martial arts, coupled with the enhancements from the medicinal wine, their chances of survival during apocalyptic times would dramatically increase. Of course, this was merely a preliminary concept that required thorough contemplation for implementation. After all, both the wine business and the security company were still in their infancy, with much work ahead. This notion would have to be reconsidered once both enterprises were operating smoothly. The following morning, Zhang Yu received another message from Li Binghua, once again inviting him to dinner that evening to discuss matters further. However, he felt it was premature, as the product was not yet ready, expressing a preference to meet the following week. When the samples would be available, he made arrangements for a later rendezvous. Li Binghua, sensing his disinterest, had no choice but to acquiesce. She speculated whether Zhang Yu harbored a lack of interest in her, even contemplating if he might be gay, while feeling irked by his apparent lack of romantic sensibility. In the ensuing days, Zhang Yu enjoyed a rare respite. Having been perpetually busy, whether procuring items in the aftermath of the apocalypse or addressing various company matters, he now spent his time at Zhang Mingyue's hospital room, preparing meals, feeding her, practicing, and engaging in occasional light-hearted chats. It felt as though the tension that had gripped his heart since his rebirth had finally begun to ease. It was only when Huang Zhangwo, the workshop director of the winery, called to inform him that the wine had finished brewing, that Zhang Yu gathered his relaxed demeanor and departed the hospital. He retrieved the 5 liters of white wine he had prepared using the D-grade essence elixir and drove to the winery. Under Huang Zhangwo's guidance, Zhang Yu entered the factory, making his way to the containers designated for bottling the wine. There stood a colossal tank, 10 meters in diameter and 5 meters high, originally used by a beverage company for storage. After being cleaned and slightly modified, it was repurposed for wine storage. Mr. Zhang, the finished wine is contained within. Once the product's packaging design is completed and delivered to the factory, we can begin bottling, Huang Zhangwo explained. Zhang Yu nodded, instructing, "First, use other containers to extract 100 liters of wine from inside." He intended to experiment with the dilution ratio of the medicinal wine and the D-grade essence elixir. Before long, Huang Zhangwo directed the workers to transfer 100 liters of the brewed medicinal wine into a large barrel. As the medicinal wine was released from the sealed tank, a gentle herbal aroma wafted into the air. Zhang Yu approached the barrel, observing the wine's faint yellow hue, with some sediment, yet overall, it appeared clear. He proceeded to take out the 5 liters of white wine mixed with the essence elixir. Requesting Huang Zhangwo to prepare a precise measuring cup, He then poured 10 milliliters into the measuring cup and subsequently added it to the medicinal wine. Seeing this, Huang Zhangwo inquired, "Mr. Zhang, what exactly are you adding?" "This is a proprietary medicinal liquid formulated by our company. The efficacy of the medicinal wine relies entirely on it," Zhang Yu responded. The winemaker, Zhou Jian, who had been observing Zhang Yu's actions, finally grasped what he was doing. However, he and those around him remained puzzled, wondering why this substance merely smelled like ordinary white wine. Although the flavor was somewhat peculiar, it was merely liquor. There was no discernible presence of any medicinal concoction within. Zhang Yu paid no heed to their thoughts and instructed Huang Zhangwo and several workers to stir the liquor with clean tools until it was homogeneous. He then gently ladled the cup, raised it to his lips, and drank deeply. He felt a surge of warmth emanating from the liquid, radiating from his lower abdomen and coursing through his limbs, causing his exhalations to feel significantly warmer. It was as if his vital energy had received a remarkable replenishment, rushing forth with increased vigor, awakening certain desires within him. With a mere thought, he circulated his internal energy, swiftly consuming the warmth. Restoring his vitality to its normal state, he then remarked, "Director Huang, please take note. This is our #1 liquor, composed of 10 milliliters of the original infusion blended with 100 liters of medicinal liquor. Its efficacy lies in replenishing vitality and enhancing masculine vigor, yielding extraordinary results during intimate encounters." Huang Zhangwo was momentarily taken aback, pondering how such effects could arise from merely adding a small amount of liquor. Skeptical, he took out a notebook to record Zhang Yu's words. Zhang Yu had not employed his internal energy earlier, thus his sensations were merely heightened due to the infusion's unique properties. However, his body was still robust enough to serve as a reliable reference. Had an ordinary person consumed that sip, they would likely need to exert themselves physically or engage in some form of release to calm their circulating energy. Yet, this surge was not a violent upheaval. Rather, it was the body receiving a substantial infusion of essence, prompting a natural and swift flow of vitality, thus benefiting the body without harm. After concluding the first experiment, Zhang Yu instructed Huang Zhangwo to prepare 2 additional barrels of 100 liters each of medicinal liquor, into which he added 5 milliliters and 1 milliliter of the essence, respectively, creating the #2 and #3 liquors. The #2 liquor, enriched with 5 milliliters of essence, upon Zhang Yu's tasting, revealed a medicinal potency slightly less than that of No.1, yet it was precisely this moderation that prevented a rapid surge of vitality, thereby mitigating the emergence of desires. Moreover, the minuscule, altered essence contained within could sustain a state of heightened energy for approximately 3 hours, after which normalcy would resume. The final #3 medicinal liquor, upon consumption, would impart a gentle warmth, with a mild warmth permeating throughout the body, which Zhang Yu deemed suitable for the elderly, as it could nourish their aging organs and restore bodily functions. Upon completing the experiments, Zhang Yu instructed Huang Zhangwo to package the 3 types of medicinal liquors, marking the inception of their first product line. With each bottle containing 50 milliliters, this 300 gene of medicinal liquor could yield 200 bottles of each variety. Today's experiments have proven quite successful. That I trust you have been curious about the effects of our medicinal liquor? Zhang Yu inquired with a smile. Huang Zhangwo and the brewer Zhou Jian were indeed intrigued. Yet they harbored doubts regarding the miraculous nature of the concoction, given their prior experiences in the brewing industry. Having witnessed the complexities of genuine brewing processes, they found it hard to believe that Zhang Yu could produce something of high quality with such apparent ease. However, both men, possessing considerable emotional intelligence, refrained from voicing their skepticism. Huang Zhangwo nodded. "Indeed, Mr. Zhang, I just caught a whiff of an extraordinary aroma. I am quite eager to sample this liquor." "Very well, you may taste the No.2 and #3 liquors here, but do not touch the #1 liquor just yet. Once we commence formal production, those of you with wives can bring some home to try. I assure you, you will be pleased." Zhang Yu replied with a grin. Observing Zhang Yu's unwavering confidence, the initially doubtful pair and the surrounding workers began to entertain the possibility that this liquor might indeed possess remarkable qualities. Huang Zhangwo cautiously ladled the cup of the #2 liquor, first inhaling its enticing aroma, which he noted was distinctly different. Despite no visible change in color, he took a gentle sip and immediately sensed an unusual flavor that compelled him to gulp it down eagerly. He quickly consumed the remainder in one go. Zhou Jian and the workers watched with curiosity, eager to see his reaction. Upon his initial sip, Huang Jiangwo merely felt that it had an intriguing flavor beyond that of ordinary medicinal liquor, making him crave more. In truth, his body instinctively recognized the minute essence within the liquor, driving his desire to consume it voraciously. After downing the cup, he felt the liquid swiftly reach his stomach, subsequently igniting a sensation of warmth akin to that of typical alcohol. However, he soon perceived a notable difference. While conventional liquor typically produces a burning sensation due to its acidic ethanol content and the body's metabolic response, this particular concoction enveloped him in a warm wave originating from his lower abdomen, radiating throughout his limbs. In that moment, he felt as if his entire being was cradled in a comforting embrace, and the fatigue accumulated from hours of labor seemed to dissipate along with the warmth, replaced by an invigorating vitality. Is it possible that this liquor contains a stimulant? Huang Jiangwo queried, uncertainty creeping into his voice. He had experienced fatigue-relieving liquors before, but never one with such pronounced effects, which led him to suspect that Zhang Yu's original infusion might contain similar agents. Zhang Yu shook his head, reassuringly stating, "Rest assured, Director Huang, it contains nothing of the sort. This is merely a traditional medicinal liquor, albeit with a uniquely crafted formula that is entirely safe for the human body and, with prolonged consumption, can promote longevity and enhance physical health. You shall see for yourselves in time." With that, he took another cupful for himself. Seeing Zhang Yu consume several cups without hesitation, Huang Jiangwo and the nearby workers felt a wave of relief wash over them. If Zhang Yu could partake without concern, surely the liquor posed no danger. Consequently, they too filled their cups and drank deeply, experiencing the same revitalizing sensations that Huang Jiangwo had described. They marveled at the remarkable effects. Engaging in animated discussions, all were seasoned workers in the brewing field, and some had even worked at prominent brands, yet none had encountered a medicinal liquor with such exceptional and evident efficacy. Prompting expressions of amazement, "Director Huang, please package 1 kilogram of each of these 3 liquors and place them in my vehicle," Zhang Yu instructed after witnessing the collective enjoyment. Huang Jiangwo nodded in agreement and promptly arranged for the task. If he had initially considered this job merely a means to earn a paycheck, he now sensed the potential for prosperity. With a product of such efficacy, once it hit the market, it would undoubtedly sell like wildfire, propelling the company towards becoming a giant in the liquor industry. And as the workshop director, his status would naturally rise in tandem. The surrounding workers, perceptive as they were, recognized the promising future of the company, leading to a notable increase in their enthusiasm for their work. Zhang Yu observed this shift with quiet satisfaction. Before long, Huang Jiangwo had completed the packaging. "Director Huang, please collaborate with Master Zhou to optimize the production line. We may soon begin mass production of the product. Remember, you must adhere strictly to the proportions during the mixing process and keep a vigilant eye on the original infusion. Do not allow the workers to consume it without supervision, as it poses a serious risk to their safety." "Understood?" Zhang Yu cautioned as he prepared to depart. Huang Jiangwo nodded vigorously and watched as Zhang Yu drove away. "Have you ever encountered similar liquors before?" the brewer asked Huang Jiangwo once Zhang Yu had left. They were among the more senior workers in the factory and often engaged in conversation. Initially, both had come for the appealing wages, but their perspectives had shifted. Huang Jiangwo shook his head, responding, "I doubt even you, as a brewer, have come across anything like this. I have been in this industry for 7 to 8 years, having visited numerous distilleries. Yet I have never tasted a liquor with such remarkable effects. It seems the medicinal liquor industry, and perhaps the liquor industry as a whole, is on the brink of transformation. Indeed, I wonder who is behind the creation of this original infusion. They are truly a genius," the brewer mused. Zhou Jian could hardly fathom what kind of herbal concoction could yield such remarkable effects. Huang Jiangwo concurred, remarking, "You are absolutely right. The inventor of this liquor is indeed a genius." Sharing in their sentiments was Du Tianhua, the sales manager of Huaxia People's Ping and Liquor Company. When Zhang Yu arrived at the company, all departments were operating as usual. He then proceeded to bring 3 bottles of liquor into the conference room, instructing everyone to set aside their work and convene for an important meeting. "Colleagues, our products have been successfully developed, 3 varieties in total. Allow me to provide a brief introduction," Zhang Yu stated directly once everyone had taken their seats. At this moment, the 20 or so individuals in the conference room began to feel a mix of curiosity and excitement. They all held a deep appreciation for the company, as its management practices were notably humane. And, most importantly, salaries exceeded those of competitors by 20%, leading them to hope for the company's longevity. However, since their employment began, they had observed that the products were still in development, with funds continually flowing out. Yet no income was forthcoming. This had led many to harbor unspoken concerns about the company's potential demise. Thus, hearing that the products were finally ready for market brought them joy, as it indicated a path to profitability. Zhang Yu continued, "Currently, these three varieties do not yet have names. They are referred to as number 1, number 2, and number 3 liquor. The effect of number 1 liquor is," as he elaborated. The employees found themselves both incredulous and skeptical. With varying degrees of experience in the industry, they recognized that the effects Zhang Yu described were unattainable even by major liquor brands. After all, their company was relatively obscure. How could it produce such a product? Particularly skeptical was Du Tianhua, who had ascended to the role of sales manager due to his previous success as a sales champion at a prominent distillery, from which he had departed for unspecified reasons. His extensive and deep-rooted study of liquor had led him to doubt Zhang Yu's claims. He began to reconsider his choice to join this company. For him, deceiving customers was a cardinal sin in sales, and the promotion of such extraordinary effects seemed tantamount to fraud. Of course, I brought samples for everyone to try, so you can assess the results for yourselves, Zhang Yu said with a smile. Aware of the potential skepticism from the others, he had instructed Huang Zhangwo to prepare samples. All eyes turned to the center of the conference table, where 3 transparent bottles contained a light brown liquid. Upon inspection, the color appeared to be similar to that of typical medicinal liquors. Zhang Yu requested a staff member to fetch a bag of disposable cups and proceeded to uncork the bottle of the second sample. Pouring a little into a paper cup before handing it to Du Tianhua, the closest sales manager, curiously accepting the sample, Du Tianhua first scrutinized the liquor's hue, then inhaled deeply. He detected the scents of ginseng, angelica, and deer antler among the herbal notes. Yet one unfamiliar aroma eluded his identification, though it was undeniably enticing. This surprised him. As an expert in liquor, how could there be a scent he could not recognize? Intrigued by the company's sample, he tilted his head back and savored a small sip, slowly savoring the taste. Around him, the employees watched intently. Having worked alongside Du Tianhua for some time, they understood his expertise and were eager to hear his evaluation of the company's product. Suddenly, as he closed his eyes to savor the drink, Du Tianhua's eyes flew open wide in astonishment. Feeling the extraordinary nature of the second liquor, he sensed a warm surge coursing through his limbs, dispelling all fatigue and invigorating him with energy. Reflexively, he blurted out a question echoing Huang Zhangwo's earlier concern. "Zhang, our liquor doesn't contain any stimulants, does it?" "Haha, Du manager, what are you imagining?" "No, you see, I have not exaggerated the efficacy of our medicinal liquor. That it contains our company's secret formula, which is entirely harmless to the body. In fact, consuming it regularly may even prolong life and enhance vitality. You'll all understand after trying it more." Zhang Yu chuckled as he poured himself a glass and took a sip. That Du Tianhua, in a state of shock, murmured, "If this is true, the domestic and even international liquor industries are bound to undergo a revolution. The efficacy of this liquor is astounding." The surrounding colleagues exchanged astonished glances. If someone with Du Tianhua's extensive experience was so taken aback, could it be that their own company's products were indeed extraordinary? "The samples I brought today are for everyone to taste. Those wishing to try number 1 liquor may take a bit home to drink before bed. However, I advise those who are single or unmarried to refrain from trying it. Don't blame me if you find yourself in a predicament." Zhang Yu joked. The room erupted into excited chatter as employees began to taste the second and third medicinal liquors, each expressing their astonishment at the effects. "That I can't believe it. There are truly no stimulants in this liquor. I feel as though I could lift a bull," one exclaimed. Another remarked, "I feel so warm and comfortable. My shoulders and neck no longer ache. This really liquor. It feels like the most advanced stimulant." The conference room buzzed with enthusiastic discussions and expressions of shock. Zhang Yu even noticed a few female colleagues in their 30s discreetly pouring some of the number 1 liquor into their bags, presumably for their boyfriends. The excitement in the conference room persisted for some time before gradually subsiding. As the attendees regained their composure, it was evident that their spirits had been uplifted. Those who had secured positions at this company had been carefully selected by Zhang Mingwei, ensuring that no fools were present. Everyone recognized that if the company's medicinal liquors demonstrated such effects, the future would be exceedingly bright. and as the company's pioneers, their status and income would naturally rise alongside it. Moreover, with the invigorating effects they had just experienced, they felt a renewed sense of energy and confidence. Zhang Yu surveyed the now quiet conference room, smiling as he said, "Now that everyone has sampled our products, I trust you understand how to proceed with our upcoming work. That I will briefly outline the responsibilities for each department, and feel free to add any suggestions after." The attendees nodded in agreement. There is no need to be overly anxious. Our product's efficacy is exceptional, so the forthcoming launch and sales should not pose a significant challenge. The marketing department should focus on identifying market positioning, pricing, and promotional strategies for the 3 sample liquors, while the sales department accelerates personnel training and channel development. The logistics department should diligently design the packaging and provide support based on product characteristics. Does anyone have any questions? After outlining the tasks, Zhang Yu welcomed any inquiries. After a brief exchange of suggestions and questions, Zhang Yu addressed each one and ultimately declared the meeting adjourned. Today's meeting concludes. But I must remind those taking number 1 liquor home to start with a small amount. About 10 to 20 milliliters is sufficient, he cautioned with a smile. Some employees who had taken the no. 1 liquor nodded shyly, quickly exiting the conference room. Returning to his office, Zhang Yu signed off on several documents awaiting his approval before heading to the market to buy ingredients for dinner for Zhang Mingwei. Upon arriving at the hospital, he found Zhang Mingwei standing by the window beside her hospital bed, gazing out at the scenery. The gentle breeze tousled her long hair gracefully to her hair. "Yugo?" she exclaimed joyfully upon spotting Zhang Yu entering the room with a food container. Zhang Yu nodded and asked, "Can you get out of bed and move around now?" "Yes. The doctor said the wound has begun healing and scabbing, that I can get out of bed as long as I avoid any vigorous movements that might tear the shoulder wound. I've been longing to get up. I felt so incapacitated this past week," Zhang Mingwei replied as she paced back and forth. "That's great to hear. You're finally on the mend," Zhang Yu said while unpacking the food container and setting up a simple dining table beside the bed. To speak candidly, the affairs of the company are quite troublesome, yet there is no one available to manage them. During these days of Zhang Mingyu's injury, his own training time has been significantly hindered by the trivial matters of the company. Fortunately, Zhang Mingyue will soon recover and be discharged from the hospital, at which point he can once again be a carefree manager. That he chuckled. "Thanks to you for cooking for me every day. You are truly wonderful. You go." Zhang Mingyue gazed at Zhang Yu with a bright smile. Zhang Yu, with a gentle expression, replied, "If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been injured. Making you some meals is nothing." The next words from Zhang Mingwei were abruptly silenced by a piece of braised pork that Zhang Yu placed in her mouth. With a sigh, Zhang Yu said, "Let us eat. That I was only joking. I cook for you in hopes of your swift recovery, so you can manage the company. That I have been overwhelmed by company matters these past few days. Moreover, our product is about to be launched, which means even more work." The following day, Zhang Yu sent a message to Li Bingwei, informing her that the wine samples from his factory were ready and inquiring if she could assist in introducing him to distributors. He assured her that there would be ample benefits if successful. Li Bingwei merely replied with an address, instructing Zhang Yu to bring the samples to that location for their meeting. From Li Bingwei's tone, Zhang Yu sensed a stark contrast in her attitude compared to before. However, he dismissed the thought. As long as Li Bingwei could facilitate the introduction to distributors, he would still offer her a reward. Logically, his product was exceptional enough not to require seeking out distributors. Yet, in this society, even the finest wine can remain unnoticed if hidden away. By exploring various channels, the product could sell sooner and generate profits earlier. Thus, Zhang Yu paid no heed to Li Bingwei's tone that he drove to a luxurious high-end CBD business center in the heart of City C, locating the office of Juanhao Trading Company, as per the address. The office was expansive, occupying the entire floor and lavishly decorated, indicating that the company was quite formidable. After hearing Zhang Yu's intentions, the receptionist guided him to a sofa and went inside to report. While seated, Zhang Yu casually picked up a brochure for Juanhao Trading Company. It detailed that the company was the largest provincial-level agent in the Southwest, representing numerous prestigious liquor brands, showcasing their considerable strength. In truth, Zhang Yu could have sent an employee on his behalf. However, out of respect for Li Bingwei, who was assisting him due to their acquaintance, he chose to bring the samples himself. Soon, Zhang Yu realized he had miscalculated his respect. Inside the office of Juanhao's chairman, a delicate voice rang out. "Brother Xia, that kid has arrived. You must teach him a lesson and make him understand that compared to you, He is nothing. There stood Li Bingyue, clad in a form-fitting dress accentuating her figure, heavily made up, snuggled against a middle-aged man with a round face and casual attire. How dare he offend my dear? I assure you, he will soon learn what true power is. The middle-aged man said, feeling the warmth of Li Bingyue beside him, his breath quickening slightly. He then turned to the receptionist who had just entered with a report, instructing, "Go, bring that kid in." When Zhang Yu stepped into the office, he was greeted by the sight of Li Bingyue nestled in the embrace of the middle-aged man, his brow furrowed, sensing an unsettling atmosphere that was far from conducive to business discussions. "Zhang Yu, allow me to introduce you. This is the big boss of Juanhao, Mr. Xie. He is the largest first-level agent in the province that if he agrees to represent your liquor, your business will flourish," Li Bingyue said, feigning enthusiasm while her eyes mischievously scrutinized Zhang Yu. She was eager to see him in a position of need, as previously, despite her relentless attempts to charm him, he had dismissed her allure and subtle hints entirely. Since her university graduation, with her alluring figure and striking looks, coupled with her cunning wit, she had navigated through numerous men's affections, yet none had ever overlooked her as Zhang Yu had. This infuriated her immensely. And now, having allied with the boss of Juanhao Company, she sought to take revenge on Zhang Yu. Thus, she agreed to introduce him to the boss, aiming to undermine him through this connection. Otherwise, she would have cared little for Zhang Yu. "Thank you for the introduction. Miss Li.It is a pleasure to meet you. Mr. Xie. I am Zhang Yu, the general manager of Pingan Distillery," Zhang Yu said politely, despite sensing the awkwardness in the atmosphere. Mr. Xie of Juanhao merely grunted in response, then slowly inquired, "I wonder which major distillery Zhang's company is a subsidiary of?" "We are an independent company, unrelated to any other distilleries," Zhang Yu replied succinctly, realizing that Mr. Xie was probing for any potential connections or backing. Assessing others is quite normal in business. The Mr. Xie nodded, appearing more at ease, and continued, "Oh, then Zhang Yu is quite ambitious to have become a general manager at such a young age. What drew you to the liquor industry? Do you have any acquaintances in this field?" "I have not previously worked in the liquor industry, nor do I have any acquaintances in it. I simply developed a new liquor formula and wish to enter this sector. Today, I brought samples for you to taste," Zhang Yu responded, perplexed by Mr. Xie's roundabout questioning, and decided to directly offer him the samples. He was confident that once Mr. Xie sampled the product, he would surely wish to collaborate. However, Mr. Xie shook his head and said, "Zhang, let us skip the tasting. What liquor haven tea I tried? If you wish to collaborate with me, it is not impossible that M.Y. Company has a plethora of secondary and tertiary distributors who could represent your liquor." In his view, Zhang Yu, a relatively unknown small distillery, could hardly have anything worth considering that he couldn't even be bothered to take a closer look. Zhang Yu nodded, realizing that this could allow his liquor to swiftly enter the market. And once it gained a reputation, it could rapidly dominate. But in our industry, collaborations require some tests. I wonder if you would be willing, Mr. Xie asked with a smile. Zhang Yu was taken aback. Tests? What did that mean? Tests? What kind of tests? He inquired. Mr. Xie chuckled, clapped his hands, and summoned a box of high-proof ergo liquor that had been waiting outside. "Since you wish to enter the liquor industry and collaborate with me, you must show some sincerity. Here, drink a bottle of this ergo too, and I will arrange for your liquor to be stocked in one store. What do you say?" Zhang Yu then understood that this man was clearly attempting to make things difficult for him. However, he couldn't fathom why this individual would act in such a manner. "Mr. Xie, if you are uninterested in collaboration, then I shall take my leave," Zhang Yu declared, feeling disinclined to engage further and preparing to stand up and exit. Mr. Xie of Juanhao was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Zhang Yu possessed such a strong temperament. If he allowed Zhang Yu to leave, that would render his earlier promise to teach him a lesson utterly futile. And the lovely lady beside him would surely be displeased that he frowned and said, "Zhang, this is not right. You cannot simply walk away. You are the one seeking cooperation, yet you wish to leave. Do you truly hold me in such low regard?" Yet Zhang Yu paid him no mind, already standing and ready to push open the door. "You brat, you are quite bold. Do you believe I won't prevent your liquor from entering a single store in the entire province?" Mr. Xie said darkly that he felt that Zhang Yu's disregard had offended his dignity. After all, even certain managers from major distilleries treated him with respect, let alone this young man lacking connections and influence. Zhang Yu found this amusing and replied, "Mr. Xie, I truly do not understand how you have built such a large company. You reject a business opportunity presented to you and choose to make things difficult for me. You threaten to prevent my liquor from being sold in stores across the province. Let me tell you, by then, you may find you want to even have the chance to sell it yourself." Upon hearing Zhang Yu's words, both Mr. Xie and Li Binghua laughed as if they had heard a great joke. "Oh really? The audacity of youth is indeed fearless. I look forward to seeing how you manage to sell your liquor." Mr. Xie chuckled, clearly amused. This young man seemed to think it was easy to succeed in the liquor business. Without storefronts or hotels to sell his product, his liquor was already doomed to fail. Due to the fact that the consumption of alcohol predominantly occurs in a singular setting, namely, at the dining table, most individuals tend to indulge in alcoholic beverages while dining at restaurants or at home. If your wine cannot even make an appearance in restaurants, how can patrons there possibly purchase your product? Moreover, those who drink at home typically procure their alcohol from dedicated liquor stores, as they harbor concerns about acquiring counterfeit or inferior products from smaller shops. This same principle applies to the channels currently under the auspices of Juanhao Company. Therefore, if Zhang Yu's wine is barred from entering these two essential channels, is it not akin to a death sentence? Unless, of course, his wine possesses a substantial and loyal customer base that insists on it above all others. Only then might he carve a path through this monopolistic barrier. Otherwise, he is left to await his demise. Furthermore, the substantial brands in the industry, which possess the capability to create such a following, are all partners of Juanhao. For someone like Zhang Yu, who is virtually unknown and lacks connections, how could his wine possibly gain traction in the market? Hence, upon hearing Zhang Yu's remarks, the laughter of the two individuals was met with indifference. Zhang Yu, undeterred by their mockery, gathered his belongings and departed from Juanhao Company, observing Zhang Yu's silence as he left. General Manager Xie of Juanhao sneered and summoned his secretary, instructing, "Immediately send a notice to our subordinate distributors, informing them to notify all hotels and stores that the products of Huaxiao People's Ping and Wine Company are strictly prohibited from sale. The reason being that we have uncovered their substandard quality, which could tarnish our reputation." The secretary nodded and promptly drafted a notice, disseminating it to the secondary distributors of Juanhao Trading Company. These secondary distributors, in turn, relayed the message to the tertiary distributors, who then informed various hotels and shops. Thus, the entire province's distribution channels effectively blacklisted Huaxiao People's Ping and Wine Company at this juncture. The sales department of the liquor company, which had just begun to expand its channels, swiftly realized that previously negotiated or ongoing discussions with shops and hotels abruptly ceased upon the revelation that they were associated with Ping and Wine Company. Numerous sales personnel inquired about the reasoning, only to be met with blank stares from the shop and hotel managers, who merely stated that their contractual distributors forbade them from stocking Ping An's products. Bound by their agreements, they had no choice but to comply. What? Is Juanhao behind this? They are the largest provincial distributor. Why would they target our obscure little company? Sales department head Du Tianhua furrowed his brow as he questioned the feedback he received. Upon gathering this information, he immediately called a friend to ascertain the situation. On the other end, a woman's voice replied, "Tianhua, I believe your company might be in jeopardy. You've offended Juanhao. It's going to be difficult for you to develop in this province." "What has our company done to offend Juanhao?" Du Tianhua replied, bewildered. "I don't know. Suddenly my team reports that hotels and shops have been instructed to blacklist us. It caught me off guard, which is why I called you." Caught in a state of confusion, Du Tianhua lamented that their product was phenomenal and he had been poised to make significant strides, only to be blindsided by the provincial monopolistic enterprises blockade. "Let me inquire further. I have a friend at Juanhao. I'll call her to find out what's going on. Please hold on." The woman on the line seemed to pick up another phone. Dialing out. Due to the distance, Du Tianhua could not discern the specifics of the conversation. Shortly thereafter, she returned to the call, saying, "My friend mentioned that it seems your company's CEO has offended Juanhao's chairman, Xie Guisheng. Hence, Xie Guisheng initiated the blockade against your company. Our CEO offended Xie Guisheng. How could that have happened suddenly? Was there any indication of why?" Du Tianhua pressed with furrowed brows. The woman replied, "I don't know. My friend is just a clerk and hasn't heard any specifics. She only caught wind of this from the secretary in passing." "All right, thank you. I owe you a meal, your choice of time and place." Du Tianhua expressed his gratitude. After a brief exchange, he ended the call and dialed Zhang Yu's number, relaying the situation and inquiring if it might be a misunderstanding. and whether it was possible to persuade Juanhao to lift the blockade. The blockade may not be easily lifted, but that's all right. Old Du, please gather everyone in the conference room. We will hold a remote video meeting to discuss our strategy, Zhang Yu replied after hearing Du Tianhua's report. He had not anticipated the immense influence of Juanhao Company, capable of sealing off an entire province's distribution channels and compelling retailers and hotels to refrain from selling his products. Nonetheless, he felt no cause for concern. Such an extraordinary product could be sold through myriad avenues. Du Tianhua quickly assembled the employees of the liquor company in the conference room, awaiting Zhang Yu's video meeting. The employees, upon learning of Juanhao's blockade against their company, felt a surge of indignation, pondering their next strategic move. Before long, Zhang Yu initiated a video call via WeChat, projecting it onto the screen as he commenced the meeting. That I trust everyone is aware of the current situation? Zhang Yu inquired. All employees nodded in affirmation. What strategies can we employ to counter this? Zhang Yu further probed. Du Tianhua was the first to respond. As it stands, traditional channels are inaccessible. We must explore alternative consumption scenarios and channels for sales. I propose a combination of online stores and grassroots marketing efforts. This way, our profit margins may increase, though initial investments in advertising will be required to build our reputation. Simultaneously, the head of the marketing department suggested. Additionally, we could host tasting events in mainstream commercial districts. That I am confident that anyone who samples our products will become a loyal customer. In a flurry of ideas, numerous employees chimed in, leading to a clearer outline of the upcoming sales strategy. Once Zhang Yu had absorbed the collective suggestions, he remarked, "These ideas are promising. Let us have the heads of the marketing and sales departments collaborate to draft a new strategic plan and submit it for my signature. Our products can thrive without conventional channels. After all, dominance in the marketplace does not rely solely on distribution networks." That I intend to demonstrate to Juanhao just how laughable their monopolistic control is in the face of our resilience. When Zhang Yu arrived at the hospital with the meal he had prepared for Zhang Mingyue, he found her engaged in a phone conversation. Upon noticing his entrance, she exchanged a few more words before ending the call. "Brother Yu, is there an issue at the company?" Zhang Mingyue asked, her beautiful eyes reflecting concern. In response, Zhang Yu simply smiled. "It's nothing serious. Although we face some challenges, they are not insurmountable. Have you yet tasted our sample wines? Today, I brought a little for you to try, and you shall see why I remain untroubled." As he spoke, Zhang Yu retrieved several plates of marinated meats alongside a couple of small bottles of the second and third wines. "Really? I have always been curious about which wine could instill such confidence in you. Finally, I get to unveil the mystery today." Zhang Mingyue expressed her excitement, knowing that the company had invested several million into developing this product. Pouring a small glass of the third wine and placing it on the makeshift table, Zhang Yu remarked, "Here, this is the third wine. Please have a taste." Eagerly, Zhang Mingyue took her seat across from the table, lifting the glass with some effort, and took a gentle sip. She closed her eyes, savoring the flavor, which distinctly set itself apart from other wines, primarily due to an alluring aroma that compelled her to swallow deeply. "Brother Yu, this wine possesses a unique flavor. Particularly, there is an exotic fragrance that is truly invigorating. That I feel a warm current flowing through me, which is quite comforting," Zhang Mingyue remarked, taking another sip. Seeing her reaction, Zhang Yu smiled. The effects of this third wine require consistent consumption to fully appreciate. "Now, let us explore the second wine." He uncorked the second bottle and poured a small glass for Zhang Mingyue. The aroma of this wine was noticeably more potent than that of the third. Zhang Mingyue first inhaled the aroma, then lifted her glass to bring the liquid to her lips. Immediately, she experienced the invigorating effects of the second wine, which dispelled her fatigue entirely. Particularly given her own physical weakness at that time, she felt as if her body was gradually awakening from its lethargy, reminiscent of the boundless energy she had in her late teens. A sensation that seemed all but forgotten. Unable to contain her astonishment, she exclaimed, "Goodness, does this wine contain any prohibited chemical elements? The effects are strikingly apparent." "Of course not. Now you understand why I always exude confidence." Zhang Yu replied with a beaming smile, observing Zhang Mingyue's expression of wonder. She nodded vigorously, her excitement palpable as she declared, "I can hardly fathom how popular this wine will be once it hits the market. After all, who wouldn't desire to feel invigorated and full of vitality all day long?" Having spent several years in the workforce, she often lamented her lack of energy, relying solely on caffeine and tea to stay alert. The two discussed product sales and production while enjoying their meal. "Brother Yu, I want to leave the hospital and help at the company," Zhang Yu stated after finishing her meal. She had already spent over a week in the hospital. Her wounds had scabbed and begun to heal. With proper care, she felt confident that she could manage. "Wait until your wounds have fully healed before you leave the hospital. The company can manage for now." Zhang Yu declined, not wishing to see Zhang Mingyue return to work while injured. Zhang Mingyue pouted but remained silent that moment. Zhang Yu received a call from the factory, indicating that the raw material might soon run low due to large-scale production. After instructing Zhang Mingyue to focus on her recovery and not to overthink, he drove home, mixing 10 D-grade essence pills into 50 liters of raw liquid to send to the factory. Before returning to the office of the Pinyin Liquor Company. The current marketing plan involves online storefronts and offline promotions, correct? Zhang Yu inquired, sitting at the head of the conference table after listening to Du Tianhua's presentation. Du Tianhua nodded, explaining, "Considering the characteristics of our wine, we will utilize offline promotions, renting designated venues to conduct tasting events. Once consumers sample our product, they can purchase it on-site, with the option to buy online later." "All right, let us implement this plan as soon as possible. Has the product pricing been determined?" Zhang Yu asked again. At this point, the marketing department head stood to respond. She was a professional woman in her 30s, with short hair and brown-framed glasses, wearing light makeup that accentuated her competence. "Based on the characteristics of the three products, their consumption scenarios, and target demographics, we have set the prices as follows. Product 1 is priced at 4,999 yuan. Product 2 at 1999 yuan, and Product 3 at 2999 yuan. She elaborated, Product 1 has a volume of 100 milliliters, and based on experiments conducted by some female and male colleagues, only a small sip of 10 milliliters is needed at a time. This means a bottle can be consumed approximately 10 times. Importantly, this wine has no side effects and promotes health, thus targeting the mid to high-end demographic. Product 2, with its most pronounced effect of enhancing energy, is positioned as an essential for career elites or those needing sustained vitality during work. It has a volume of 500 milliliters, with an average serving of 10 milliliters, allowing for around 50 servings, equivalent to a month or two of usage. Averaged out, each serving costs about 20 to 30 yuan, which poses no financial burden for many high-income professionals. Lastly, Product 3, while its effects are less conspicuous, is aimed at family gatherings and social occasions, thus designed to contain roughly 300 milliliters, making it more expensive than Product 2. This is because Product 3 is suitable for multiple servings. Consuming an entire bottle is akin to having only 10 milliliters of Product 2. Therefore, it is ideal for gatherings and socializing. After absorbing the marketing department head's explanation, Zhang Yu nodded and said, "Sounds good. Let us proceed as discussed. Please present the complete plan for my signature after this meeting. Everyone should put in the effort to expedite the product launch. A generous bonus awaits you all at the end of the year." Upon hearing about the bonus, the room erupted in applause, and everyone returned to their respective tasks, bustling with renewed vigor. As Zhang Yu prepared to head back to his office, he noticed that the door to the assistant's office next door was ajar. He approached and smiled in resignation upon seeing a young woman in high heels, black thermal stockings, and professional attire, with wavy long hair, standing at her desk organizing documents. He knocked lightly on the door, and the girl turned around, offering a slight smile as she said, "Brother Yu, is the meeting over? I thought I told you to rest at the hospital. Did the doctor approve your visit?" Zhang Yu stepped into the office. Exasperated, "Mingyue, you should be recuperating. What are you doing here?" Zhang Mingyue chuckled, playfully rolling her eyes at him. "I've never encountered a boss so reluctant to exploit eager employees if one is willing to come in early. Wouldn't that please you? Rest assured, I'm fine if the doctor had forbidden me. Do you think I could have come out? All right, just be cautious and avoid any movements that might aggravate your wounds." Zhang Yu admonished, shaking his head in exasperation at Zhang Mingyue's stubbornness. Just as he was about to advise several supervisors to minimize their reporting to Zhang Mingyue, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was Jiang Chunxue calling. What could she want? Zhang Yu wondered as he pressed the answer button. "Hello, Ms. Jiang," he greeted politely. Jiang Chunxue's voice came through, cheerful. "Master Zhang, it's me. The Martial Arts Association's year-end conference is scheduled for next week in City G of Province G. Will you be able to attend?" Realizing she was inviting him to the meeting, he replied, "Certainly. Great. The masters will be delighted to see you." Our younger generation in Huaxia has few experts. Let us fly there together when the time comes. If you're free in the next couple of days, let us meet up so I can brief you on some details regarding the conference, Zhang Yu suggested, her excitement evident upon confirming his attendance. Zhang Yu nodded, knowing that the wine sales would require at least another week of preparation, during which he would primarily focus on product production, online store registration and design, and negotiating offline promotional site rentals, all tasks that the employees would handle, leaving him relatively unoccupied. All right, if it's convenient, I'll come by tomorrow, he agreed. Zhang Yu, also having some free time, readily accepted, and after exchanging a few casual remarks, they ended the call. After discreetly informing the staff not to burden Zhang Mingyue with excessive work, Zhang Yu returned to his villa to begin his training. Although he appeared to be preoccupied with company affairs, he had never neglected his cultivation. After all, his role in the company primarily involved verbal direction, while the actual operations were executed by the employees. Thus, whenever he had the chance, Zhang Yu either practiced or was en route to do so. He had not forgotten that the establishment of the company was merely a means to augment his influence to protect his family and himself, while also striving to rescue more of his compatriots when possible. However, true strength in the apocalyptic world would ultimately rely on his own cultivation. Becoming stronger was essential. He was uncertain whether he would awaken an S-grade talent ability by the time of the cataclysm. If not, ancient martial arts would be his reliance against both beasts and rival human factions. Therefore, his training could not be neglected. Fortunately, the initial establishment of the company required some of his time. But once stabilized, he could devote himself fully to his cultivation. After training through the following day, he had a meal before driving to Chuanshue's martial arts school. Master Zhang, please come in, greeted a staff member dressed in training attire, who had been waiting outside and ushered him in. Upon seeing him, that he nodded and quietly thanked the staff member as he followed them into the martial arts school. However, he found it curious that although he had visited the school before and was familiar with the route to the reception room, this staff member was clearly not leading him there. Where are we headed? He inquired, puzzled. As Master Zhang traversed the path to the martial arts arena, a staff member from the dojo responded while walking alongside him. What is the purpose of visiting the martial arts arena? Are they planning to engage in sparring with me? A hint of confusion lingered in Zhang Yu's mind as he followed the staff member to the Chuanxue Martial Arts School's exhibition hall. It was a bright rectangular hall, approximately 3 to 4 meters high and roughly the size of a basketball court. For reasons unknown, the hall was eerily empty, save for a solitary chair. The staff member turned and said, Master Zhang, please take a seat. What is this? Zhang Yu's mind was in a whirl, unsure of what was unfolding. However, the staff member merely replied, You'll find out soon. With that, he turned and exited, leaving Zhang Yu perplexed. Questioning what Zhang Chunxue was scheming, hadn't she mentioned discussing matters regarding the Martial Arts Association? Where was she? Just as Zhang Yu pondered this, the lights in the hall suddenly dimmed, and a figure gracefully emerged from a nearby door. It was Li Suya, clad in a ballet costume. Simultaneously, a soft and elegant melody began to play. Li Suya, in harmony with the music, glided across the floor like a graceful swan, twirling and leaping to the center of the hall. Zhang Yu was momentarily taken aback. Were they dancing? Then, as the lights brightened slightly, another girl dressed in a tailored vest and suit stepped through the door, adorned with a bow tie around her neck and playfully sporting 2 thin mustaches on her face. Zhang Yu squinted closely and realized, Isn't that Gu Xiaojia? He watched as Gu Xiaojia bowed, circled around the elegantly poised Li Suya, and then clapped her hands enthusiastically to that moment. Zhang Chuan, also clad in a tailored vest and suit, wheeled in a rectangular cart. Zhang Yu began to piece it together. Was this a magic act? Indeed, as if confirming his thoughts, Li Suya lay down on the rectangular cart, which was then sliced in half, only to be reassembled moments later, allowing her to emerge gracefully once more. The 3 bowed slowly. Suya, what is this all about? Zhang Yu inquired, perplexed as to why the 3 had suddenly decided to perform a magic show for him. Li Suya's charming face turned crimson as she playfully chided Gu Xiaojia. Xiaojia, I told you this wouldn't work, yet you insisted it would. Then, a bit shyly, she addressed Zhang Yu. Brother Zhang Yu, you see, after you saved me last time, I wanted to express my gratitude. I pondered for quite some time, but couldn't think of a suitable way. And then Gu Xiaojia suggested putting on a performance for you. Isn't this a profound way to convey our appreciation? We rehearsed diligently and put a lot of heart into it. Well, thank you both, Zhang Yu replied, a hint of resignation in his tone. Wasn't the wine you sent over last time already a form of thanks? He found it amusing yet somewhat exasperating. However, he recognized that their intentions were sincere, merely misdirected at that moment. The door through which Zhang Yu had entered swung open once more, and Jiang Chunxua entered with a smile. Approaching Zhang Yu, she remarked, "These young ones have been a bit mischievous. They've been pestering me about this for several days. I had no choice but to invite you here for some peace and quiet." "My apologies that it's quite all right. Suya and the others' performance was delightful," Zhang Yu replied with a smile. Upon seeing Jiang Chunxua, Li Suya and the others excused themselves to change outfits. Jiang Chunxua guided Zhang Yu to the reception room, explaining, "The upcoming year-end meeting of the Martial Arts Association primarily focuses on the exchange of martial arts styles and the progress made over the year. It's also an opportunity for everyone to come together, hone their skills, and share insights, while assessing new members seeking to join. Rest assured, there will certainly be individuals eager to spar with you." Master Zhang. Is the assessment simply sparring with other members? Zhang Yu pondered aloud. Jiang Chunxua nodded. "Indeed. Initially, our association did not have such a rule, but we later discovered some individuals lacking genuine skill infiltrating our ranks, leveraging our reputation for recruitment. Consequently, it was agreed that new members must undergo a sparring assessment." Zhang Yu found no issue with this. While he had yet to master any martial arts, he possessed true energy, a formidable advantage that likely rendered him unmatched on Earth at this moment. Jiang Chunxua proceeded to elaborate on various details and considerations for the upcoming event. As their conversation unfolded, Zhang Yu suddenly recalled something and asked, "If I have something I wish to recommend to everyone, may I present it at the meeting? Regarding that, we have no precedent, but if you require it, I can make a request. It should not pose a problem," Jiang Chunxua replied thoughtfully, curious about Zhang Yu's intended recommendation yet willing to assist. After all, given that he had healed her internal injuries, she felt compelled to help. Such a remedy was not something one could easily acquire for a mere 10 million. Zhang Yu nodded. "It is a medicinal wine. But regrettably, I forgot to bring a sample." He explained that it would be immensely beneficial for martial artists, as the concoction contained the essence of mutated beasts and plants, essentially the spirit of the earth. If administered in sufficient quantity, it might even enable some individuals with ancient lineages or extraordinary talents to cultivate true energy. Medicinal wine. Is your friend looking to sell it? However, does it require funding? If so, I can make a substantial purchase, Jiang Chunxua inquired with concern, assuming Zhang Yu's friend faced a monetary dilemma. "Not at all. My friend has recently developed a medicinal wine and simply wishes to bring it to light," Zhang Yu reassured her. Just then, Li Suya and the others returned, having changed their outfits, and coincidentally overheard the conversation between Zhang Yu and Jiang Chunxua. "Brother Zhang Yu, I just heard you mention selling some wine. Could you tell me more?" Li Suya, adorned in a graceful dress, eagerly inquired. Jiang Chunxua interjected. "Xiaya's family is involved in red wine trade and has certain channels. Indeed, Xia once mentioned that her family engages in international trade. Perhaps they could assist in selling the wine abroad and earning some foreign currency." Gu Xiaojie chimed in enthusiastically, while Jiang Charan sat quietly nearby, maintaining her habitual silence. "My friend has developed a medicinal wine with remarkable effects." Zhang Yu briefly explained the company's medicinal wine to Li Suya. Although Li Suya's family was engaged in this business, she personally held little interest in it. After listening to Zhang Yu's description, she nodded, somewhat understanding. "I see. I will ask about it when I return home." "Master Zhang, is the wine truly as potent as you claim?" Jiang Chunxua inquired skeptically. Though she had not extensively navigated society since leaving the military and had little interest in alcohol, she knew that if such a product existed, it would have already taken the market by storm. "Exactly, such a remarkable item, yet I've never heard of it before," Gu Xiaojie echoed in agreement. Zhang Yu nodded. "I will bring some samples with me to the year-end meeting so you can taste for yourselves. Since it's a formula crafted by a master, it must be extraordinary." "We are indeed fortunate to have this opportunity," Jiang Chunxua remarked with a smile. Zhang Yu chuckled in response, then suddenly recalled something, asking, "By the way, Ms. Jiang, I've always been curious. Do the martial arts you practice stem from traditional manuals which you follow for training?" Master Zhang, please, there is no need for formality. We are both practitioners of martial arts, Just call me Master Jiang. As for your question, to be frank, we certainly have our own traditions. But it's not as simple as following a single manual as depicted in novels. There are also various chants and training secrets that are passed down orally through generations. Alas, this is one reason why traditional Chinese martial arts have been on the brink of extinction since the last century. Zhang Yu explained, sighing as she spoke. Zhang Yu nodded thoughtfully, realizing why the method for breaking through to the innate stage was not documented in the technique he practiced. Was it also a matter of oral tradition? He then asked, is there any mention of the realm beyond transforming strength? Of course, there is, but the descriptions are rather fantastical that I initially believed it to be merely the imagination of our ancestors. Zhang Yu replied, shaking her head. Zhang Yu, intrigued, inquired, how fantastical? According to the chants passed down from my master, beyond transforming strength lies the realm of embracing the Dan. Zhang Yu revealed, the so-called embracing the Dan refers to the concept of transforming the human body into the essence of the Dan, refining the acquired to return to the innate, ultimately achieving the golden Dan, and thereby attaining immortality. However, during my visits to renowned mountains and rivers across the realm, and my discussions with esteemed masters of Huaxia, none could elucidate the method of transforming the acquired body into the innate, let alone the golden Dan that follows the innate. Thus, many predecessors and masters, myself included, regard the realms of embracing the Dan and the golden Dan as mere illusions. We have sought alternative paths, hoping to discover the true way beyond the transformation of energy. Zhang Yu spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu understood that these masters were unable to transform the acquired back to the innate due to their incapacity to refine the body. And the fundamental reason for this incapacity was the inability to generate true qi. Ultimately, it is the age of decline. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is utterly absent, making it impossible to consume food rich in spiritual essence. Hence, true qi cannot be birthed. Comprehending this, Zhang Yu realized that perhaps in the eyes of these individuals, the realm beyond energy transformation is merely an ancestral fantasy, yet it truly exists. This presents an opportunity for him. After all, he possesses the essential resources required for these individuals to advance to the innate. If utilized appropriately, it will serve as a significant boon for him. Once he grasped the details regarding the upcoming annual meeting of the Martial Arts Association, Zhang Yu prepared to depart from the Chuanxua Martial Arts Hall. As he was leaving, Zhang Chuanxua escorted him to the door and suddenly seemed to recall something, saying, by the way, Master Zhang, the esteemed director of the capital traditional Chinese medicine hospital, Master Meng Chaoran, has expressed a keen desire to meet your friend. I wonder if you could kindly introduce him. He left his contact number with me a few days ago, hoping I could pass it on to you. Zhang Yu took a business card that simply bore the name Meng Chaoran, director of the capital traditional Chinese medicine hospital. He feigned indifference, saying, I can inquire on your behalf, but I cannot guarantee anything. In truth, this friend was merely a fabrication of his imagination, and he knew there would be no response. After leaving the Chuanxua Martial Arts Hall, Zhang Yu dialed Lu Hao's number. Hello, brother Yu. Lu Hao's voice came through the phone. Zhang Yu got into his car, started the engine, and said, are you at the company now? I plan to come by and see how your training is progressing. During his care for Zhang Minghua, although he had not visited the security company, Lu Hao had kept him updated on the company's various developments through WeChat, so he was well aware of its movements. That's great, brother Yu. You can finally come. I've been looking forward to your visit. I felt uneasy without seeing you. I'll send you the location of the training ground right away. Lu Hao exclaimed joyfully upon hearing that Zhang Yu would be coming to the company. Following Lu Hao's directions, Zhang Yu quickly arrived at the training facility of the security company located in the outskirts of City Seed. The training ground was established on approximately 10 acres of land leased from a village in the suburbs. Lu Hao welcomed Zhang Yu into the training area and explained, when I was searching for a training venue, I found that land in the city was prohibitively expensive, so I had to look in the suburbs. However, since you require high-quality training for the security personnel, the training projects cannot be lacking, which necessitates a larger area. It was initially somewhat challenging to find, but then the village head proposed that we could also establish a summer camp, allowing city dwellers to engage in team-building activities and experience military life, along with developing training programs. That I thought this could also serve as a profit point for the company, so I agreed. And unexpectedly, we started receiving orders just a few days ago. As Lu Hao spoke, He pointed towards a nearby training area filled with numerous tents. From a distance, one could see many men and women engaged in training. Zhang Yu expressed his surprise. Howzy, you're quite impressive. Even before the security business has fully launched, you've developed other profitable projects. Brother Yu, you still don't know me. I'm not familiar with these matters. It was the university student village official from this village who helped me plan everything. We just provide the funding, personnel, and projects. Moreover, the land here is very inexpensive. Even if the summer camp project doesn't take off, the low land cost already brings us profit. Lu Hao chuckled. The two continued their conversation while exploring the various facilities and projects within the training ground. The training area consisted of two zones, one for accommodation and the other for training. The accommodation zone housed the security personnel undergoing training and participants of the summer camp, complete with a cafeteria and communal bathing facilities. The training zone was divided into several areas according to the training projects. Zhang Yu noticed that some areas were currently hosting training organized for the summer camp. Although Zhang Yu had initially set up the security company out of necessity, he was pleasantly surprised to find that Lu Hao had managed it so well. As he observed, he inquired, "By the way, Howzy, where are the security personnel currently in training? Show me." Training as many well-trained security personnel as possible was Zhang Yu's true objective for establishing the security company. Even the wine business was founded for this purpose. Therefore, he placed great importance on it. They should be training in the area ahead. Lu Hao responded as he led Zhang Yu to the training site for the security personnel. Zhang Yu followed Lu Hao and soon arrived at an open area. There, approximately 40 to 50 young men in training uniforms were practicing their stances and formations for the training of security personnel. I sought out retired Special Forces veterans from the military as instructors. She has previously worked abroad, and through a friend, I offered her a salary of 300,000 a year, which convinced her to come. Lu Hao informed Zhang Yu, who was standing nearby. At that moment, Zhang Yu noticed a striking figure standing with her hands clasped behind her back in the center of the training field. She seemed to have noticed the two, but only glanced at them without approaching. That he asked, "What subjects are being trained?" The training instructor identified through preliminary market research and work experience found that the most crucial aspect for security personnel is their image, followed by various skills. Therefore, we are focusing on training their posture and demeanor, ensuring they appear well-trained at first glance. This will significantly benefit us during evaluations by clients, Lu Hao explained. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu furrowed his brow for the first time since arriving at the training ground. His goal was not merely to profit from selling security services. That was merely a pretext, although he could not openly state his true intentions. He could enforce directives as the general manager, Zhang Yu asserted. "This won't do. Howzy, call the training instructor over. I need to speak with her." Lu Hao appeared puzzled, but complied with Zhang Yu's command and went to summon the training instructor. Shortly thereafter, a female instructor in training attire, her ample chest adorned with a whistle, approached alongside Lu Hao. "Instructor Qi, this is our company president, Mr. Zhang." Lu Hao introduced Zhang Yu to the instructor, and then introduced her to Zhang Yu. "Mr. Zhang, this is our trainee instructor, Ms. Qi Wei." The instructor, Ms. Qi, nodded towards Zhang Yu and spoke in a steady, crisp voice. "Hello, Mr. Zhang." "Hello, Instructor Qi." Zhang Yu responded with a nod and then asked, "Could you please outline your training philosophy and plan for the security personnel?" Upon hearing this, Qi Wei replied promptly, "Certainly, I will now present my training plan. Our company specializes in security services, primarily focusing on safeguarding residential areas and commercial complexes. We should adopt a high-end security approach to align with the image requirements of upscale neighborhoods and commercial complexes. Thus, I have formulated a training plan that emphasizes physical conditioning as the primary focus, with skills training as a supplementary component." Qi Wei articulated her thoughts clearly and at a measured pace. After listening to Qi Wei's explanation, Zhang Yu nodded and pondered before saying, "Indeed, Instructor Qi, your reasoning holds merit, and your plan is commendable. However, it may diverge from the company's overarching strategy, so allow me to briefly clarify." Upon hearing this, Qi Wei furrowed her brow but remained silent. "Your proposal is excellent. However, I would like you to reverse the priorities. The primary focus should be on training the security personnel's physical fitness, combat skills, and endurance, with an emphasis on proficiency in various cold weapons." Zhang Yu articulated thoughts that left both Qi Wei and Lu Hao somewhat perplexed. While they could grasp the necessity of training security personnel in physical fitness and combat skills, The notion of having them adeptly wield cold weapons left them utterly bewildered. However, Chi Wei refrained from inquiring further. She was merely present for her salary and had no interest in contesting her superior's eccentric demands, provided they were reasonable and lawful. Thus, she nodded in acknowledgement as Zhang Yu continued his discourse. Moreover, he emphasized the importance of enhancing their organizational abilities, enabling them to collaborate seamlessly in cooperative confrontations. It would be even more advantageous if they could learn to form various formations. He paced thoughtfully. Stroking his chin, he explained that, following the cataclysm, some mutated beasts might prove too formidable for an individual to tackle alone. A coordinated group effort would yield far superior results. Furthermore, in the aftermath of the disaster, many ambitious individuals would misconstrue the situation as an apocalypse, seeking to undermine the existing societal structure in an attempt to exploit awakened powers for the subjugation of the populace. In such tumultuous times, a well-trained security team would be pivotal in safeguarding civilians. Chi Wei and Lu Hao exchanged astonished glances, struggling to decipher Zhang Yu's intentions. Once Chi Wei departed to fulfill her orders, Lu Hao, puzzled, asked Zhang Yu, "Brother Yu, could you enlighten me? I find it rather perplexing." To be candid, he was only vaguely familiar with the security industry, having assisted Zhang Yu for merely 2 to 3 weeks, most of which he spent in a whirlwind of activity. Although he had been studying diligently, he certainly could not claim a comprehensive understanding. Hence, he assumed that his confusion regarding Zhang Yu's directives stemmed from his own lack of expertise. Yet Zhang Yu, equally exasperated, pondered how to clarify his reasoning. Chi Wei seemed manageable, appearing to be just someone there for a paycheck, without probing too deeply. However, Lu Hao, in his curious nature, began to interrogate further. At a loss for a suitable explanation, Zhang Yu bluntly retorted, "Why must I teach you everything? Use your brain. Learn on your own." With that, he turned to depart, having merely come to assess the preliminary training plans for security personnel, which he intended to oversee at a later date. "Brother Yu, are you leaving? How about dining at the farm-style restaurant before you go?" Lu Hao hastily pursued Zhang Yu, who was making his way towards the exit. Consequently, the two proceeded to the farm-style eatery established as part of the summer camp activities within the training grounds. While dining, Lu Hao animatedly recounted amusing anecdotes from the process of starting a company. Just the other day, a cosmetics company came for team-building activities. Each participant was a makeup expert. "Let me tell you, Brother Yu, you should have seen it." A girl of ordinary appearance applied makeup on herself, dabbing left and right, and instantly transformed into a stunning beauty. Lu Hao exclaimed, his excitement palpable. This company was the first to conduct team building at the summer camp. He had taken it seriously, personally welcoming them and engaging in their activities. Upon hearing Lu Hao's words, an idea struck Zhang Yu. He tilted his head and chuckled. "Is that not why it is referred to as one of Asia's 4 great arts?" Lu Hao laughed heartily in response. After finishing their meal, Zhang Yu requested Lu Hao to provide him with the contact number for that cosmetics company before returning home. Lu Hao's remarks spurred a thought in Zhang Yu, since his appearance had already been noted by the girl with red eyes after the cataclysm. Wouldn't it be prudent to employ makeup? Zhang Yu had never tried makeup before, and having returned from several years of a post-apocalyptic existence, his thinking had not yet adjusted to this new perspective. However, Lu Hao's comments reminded him that, during the early days of the disaster, the casualties were significant, and basic necessities took precedence. Thus, few had bothered with makeup. Consequently, the art of makeup had nearly faded into obscurity in the post-apocalyptic world. By disguising himself with makeup and then traversing back, it was unlikely that the girl with red eyes would recognize him. This would allow him to escape the city controlled by the Beast Tamer Guild and head towards the city governed by the Alliance of Ancient Martial Arts Cultivators. Not only was he a practitioner of ancient martial arts, but he might also find more resources available there. Additionally, remaining in his original city, even with makeup, could prove perilous if his identity were to be discovered. Moreover, both his cultivation endeavors and the production at the distillery required D-grade essence pills, making the search for a stable, non-hostile city in the post-apocalyptic world crucial. With this in mind, he promptly dialed the number he had received from Lu Hao. "Hello? Who is this?" A high-pitched male voice answered on the other end. Zhang Yu quickly responded, "Hello, is this Master Wang? I would like to inquire about makeup services and when you might be available." "Oh, hello. I am free tomorrow. What kind of makeup are you looking for?" The man's tone became enthusiastic at the prospect of business. Zhang Yu contemplated briefly before stating, ideally, I would like to alter my appearance to the point where even my parents would not recognize me. And if my height and build could be adjusted as well, that would be even better. Upon hearing Zhang Yu's request, the man on the other end fell silent for a moment. After what seemed like an eternity, he hesitantly replied, Sir, I'm afraid I cannot fulfill that request and I apologize, but I must end this call. Zhang Yu was taken aback, and before he could respond, the line went dead. It wasn't until Zhang Yu sought out Zhang Mingyue to inquire if she knew any makeup experts that he recounted this incident, prompting her to chuckle. Brother Yu, he probably thought you were some kind of fugitive. Realizing the truth in her statement, Zhang Yu couldn't help but smile wryly. Nevertheless, Zhang Mingyue indeed knew a female makeup artist and promised to arrange for Zhang Yu to meet her. Brother Yu, why the sudden desire to don a disguise that even your family wouldn't recognize? Zhang Mingyue inquired curiously. Caught off guard by her question, Zhang Yu struggled to formulate a suitable response, ultimately opting for a vague explanation. I need to meet someone, and I prefer he does not pursue me afterward. Thus, a change in appearance is best. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Zhang Mingyue nodded in understanding, choosing not to probe further, though a hint of concern flickered in her eyes. The following day, with Zhang Mingyue's introduction, Zhang Yu met her makeup artist friend. This girl specialized in makeup artistry, having been introduced to Zhang Mingyue during a wedding. As she deftly applied cosmetics to Zhang Yu's face, within an hour, he gazed into the mirror, scarcely believing the refined young man staring back at him. Once the makeup was complete, Zhang Yu returned home, donned the attire he had procured post-cataclysm, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and approached the mirror once more. The reflection revealed a person utterly distinct from his previous self, rendering him unrecognizable even to himself. Feeling a sense of relief, Zhang Yu returned to the location from which he had originally traversed, sending messages to both Zhang Mingyue and Lu Hao to inform them that he might be unavailable for a few days. With a focused thought, he then reappeared in the rain-drenched alley, surveying his surroundings and confirming that no one had noticed his sudden appearance. He swiftly exited the alley. He couldn't help but feel fortunate that the surveillance systems installed across various regions of Huaxia had mostly deteriorated post-cataclysm. Otherwise, his abrupt emergence in the alley would have easily attracted attention. With familiarity, Zhang Yu made his way to the treasure pavilion, utilizing his membership card to purchase 100 bottles of D-grade essence pills. He then inquired, I am planning to travel to the city governed by the Alliance of Ancient Martial Arts Cultivators. You have a branch there? Is my membership card valid for use? Dear esteemed member, the Treasure Pavilion has branches in various medium and large cities across the 3 major factions, and even in some significant small cities. However, the specialty products offered may differ from place to place. The pavilion's attendant in a Chi-Pao replied respectfully. Zhang Yu then asked, I wish to depart promptly. Can you provide a swift route to the Alliance's city of M? M City was one Zhang Yu had heard mentioned by several individuals who had come from the Alliance during a recent dining experience. They had noted that although it was a small city, it was deemed safe due to the proximity of a sect's mountain gate, with the surrounding mutated beasts having been largely eradicated. Consequently, hunters had resorted to this beast-tamer Alliance city in search of business opportunities. Regrettably, dear esteemed member, we do not offer such services, the attendant replied apologetically. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. It appeared he would have to seek out his own means of departure. Just then, the attendant seemed to recall something, saying, Esteemed member, I know of a merchant caravan that operates differently from standard transport. They utilize the Beast Tamer Guild's mutated giant horses, which travel at 3 times the speed of conventional beasts. Their destination is the Alliance's city of M, and they are escorted by flying lion cavalry, ensuring safety. However, the cost may be somewhat steep. How much will it cost? Where can I sign up? Disheartened at first, Zhang Yu's interest was piqued as he inquired further. The maid hesitated, struggling to find her words. After a moment of bewilderment, Zhang Yu came to his senses and handed over several D-grade coins. The maid swiftly accepted them, and her speech flowed effortlessly thereafter. Those coins represented her salary for a month or 2. You can register at the Lion Tamer Guild's Flying Lion Cavalry office. Simply ask how much it costs to reach M City. They depart tomorrow, and if you wish to catch this opportunity, you need to act quickly, she said with urgency. Zhang Yu nodded, clarified the location of the Flying Lion Cavalry office, and then departed from the Treasure Pavilion. He walked several hundred meters along the street where the Treasure Pavilion was located, then turned right and proceeded for a few dozen meters until he arrived at the Flying Line Cavalry office. Entry is prohibited. Please leave. Two armored guards wielding steel swords promptly stopped him. Noticing his lack of identification as a stranger, Zhang Yu's voice was low as he asked, "How much to Amidst City?" Upon hearing his inquiry, the guards exchanged glances, and one of them said, "Follow me." He led Zhang Yu through the entrance, navigating a series of corridors until they reached a door. After knocking and receiving permission to enter, he pushed the door open and ushered Zhang Yu inside. The small room contained merely a desk and a bookshelf laden with various documents. The middle-aged man was hunched over the desk, engrossed in writing. The guard approached and quietly informed him, "This gentleman is here to book a passage." The man nodded and then looked up to address Zhang Yu. "How did you learn about our caravan's departure?" Zhang Yu replied, "From the treasure pavilion." "Very well. That poses no issue. Are you transporting goods or people?" The man inquired with a smile. Zhang Yu felt a sense of relief at the smooth progression of events. He had feared being victimized or robbed here. It seemed they were engaging in a normal inquiry. He said, "People, that would be me. I have a question. If you are but one person, why not take a regular caravan instead of joining us?" The middle-aged man expressed his concerns that he needed to be cautious since an important individual would accompany them, making it problematic if they were to smuggle in additional passengers. Zhang Yu, unfamiliar with the procedures of a standard caravan and eager to leave this place as soon as possible, replied, "My abilities are somewhat limited. Traveling with you would undoubtedly be safer." His reasoning was sound, for the maid had mentioned that a significant advantage of this caravan was the protection of the Flying Line Cavalry, although he knew not what they were. He could discern their formidable reputation from her tone. "All right, that will be 500 C, the middle-aged man stated, nodding in agreement. Upon realizing that 500 C referred to 500 C-grade contract coins, Zhang Yu feigned reluctance as he rummaged through his pocket, finally producing a B-grade contract coin to hand over. The man accepted the B-grade coin, scrutinizing its contract energy before placing it into a cabinet. He then retrieved 5 C-grade contract coins, neatly packaged in groups of 100. "Xiaogua, come in," the middle-aged man called out. Zhang Yu soon heard footsteps approaching, and a young man entered, bowing respectfully to the middle-aged man, addressing him as Director Cui. "Please register this gentleman. He will be traveling to Amidst City with the caravan tomorrow." Director Cui instructed. The young man furrowed his brow and responded quietly, "Director Cui, with yesterday's arrangements, we have already included 13 individuals. If we add more, we risk detection. Why must you be so dense?" The middle-aged man whispered a few words to the young man, who then appeared enlightened, adopting a look of realization as he led Zhang Yu out of the room. As Xiaogua guided Zhang Yu swiftly through the inner workings of the Flying Lion Cavalry office. He explained, "Since you arrived late, most of the usual spots are taken. You may need to impersonate one of our staff members, but it's quite simple. You won't have to do much." "Are the positions for your guests limited?" Zhang Yu queried, intrigued. "Unfortunately, yes, that we primarily escort official supplies and personnel, and we occasionally smuggle in a few people and goods as long as we aren't discovered. However, if the numbers grow too large, it becomes challenging to conceal them. Since you arrived a bit late, you will have to masquerade as our staff member," he elucidated. Zhang Yu nodded, accepting this reality. Under the sun, there is nothing new. It is merely the abuse of public authority for smuggling, which is rather commonplace. After walking for a while, they arrived at a room filled with numerous goods. "You will stay here for the night. I will return for you tomorrow, and you will join the caravan as a laborer for the Flying Line Cavalry's reserve." "Is that acceptable?" the young man asked. Zhang Yu nodded in agreement, indicating he had no objections. The young man instructed him to remain in the storage room and not wander around before stepping out. Once alone, Zhang Yu exhaled softly. It seemed that his objectives were on the right track this time, that he found a relatively flat area, sat cross-legged, and began his cultivation. However, he did not entirely relax his vigilance, maintaining a slight awareness of his surroundings. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he could return to the cataclysmic world with just a thought. The only concern was where he would end up. This was one of the inconveniences of his powers. It appeared that traversing between two timelines only allowed for the passage of time, not space. In other words, wherever he was before the traversal would be where he ended up afterward, merely 100 years later. Returning would yield the same outcome, sending him back to a century prior to this location. Logically, time travel should encounter the grandmother paradox. If I traveled back in time and killed my grandmother, I would cease to exist. Yet if I no longer existed, I could not have traveled back to kill her. Thus she would live on, ensuring my existence. That it was a conundrum. However, Zhang Yu discovered that this was not the case. His actions prior to the apocalypse did not alter events that occurred afterward. He speculated that he was traversing two parallel worlds, one existing before the great disaster and the other afterward. As he contemplated where he would arrive in M City prior to the apocalypse while cultivating, the night passed swiftly, and soon it was the next day, around 7 or 8 in the morning. The young man returned, instructing Zhang Yu to follow him. After exiting through another large door of the Flying Lion Cavalry office, Zhang Yu beheld a vast convoy busily loading cargo. This caravan consisted of approximately 30 to 40 mutated horses, each resembling trucks, pulling enormous carriages capable of carrying an estimated 400 to 500 tons of goods. That moment, a swarm of workers was diligently loading cargo into the carriages, whether martial artists or power users. Each individual was lifting items weighing over a ton. Surrounding the convoy were a dozen tank-sized lions, lazily licking their companions or themselves. Nearby, warriors armed with various weapons engaged in casual conversation or tended to their gear. The young man guided Zhang Yu to one of the carriages, towering nearly 10 meters high, a colossal entity obscuring part of the sky. The loading process had just been completed. A stout middle-aged man approached, and the young man began to explain to Zhang Yu. This is Uncle Pang, the head of the food supply carriage. You will be in this carriage. If anyone inquires about you, simply say you are the feeder responsible for the Flying Lion's food. Uncle Pang will provide you with the specifics, and you are to follow his instructions. After the young man finished speaking, he nodded at the portly uncle and busied himself with other matters. The middle-aged man, referred to as the portly uncle, glanced at Zhang Yu and said, "Follow me. This journey will take a whole day, with only 2 opportunities to feed along the way. Allow me to explain how it's done." Zhang Yu quickly nodded and followed the portly uncle into the carriage. The carriage was spacious, with most of the area neatly stacked with numerous crates. The portly uncle led Zhang Yu to a corner of the carriage, where a large pile of prepared meats, neatly packed in boxes, awaited. Through the faint aroma wafting from them, Zhang Yu discerned that these were at least C-grade mutated beast meats, estimating from the prices he had seen on the restaurant menu that day. This substantial amount of meat could be worth 3 to 4 B-grade currency. These were provisions for the Flying Lions, with a set quota, 1 box corresponding to 1 flying lion. When mealtime arrives for the Flying Lions, you simply need to place these boxes outside the carriage and open their lids one by one. Surely, this is not a daunting task, is it? The portly uncle explained. For an ordinary person, this would indeed be quite a challenge, considering the numerous boxes, all seemingly heavy. However, for someone like Zhang Yu, who had cultivated ancient martial arts in this apocalyptic world, it posed little difficulty. Once his true energy was unleashed, he could effortlessly lift substantial weights. Zhang Yu nodded affirmatively, saying, "No problem. Is this all I need to do?" "Yes, that's all. Once we reach City M, the entire team will disperse to relax, and you can leave directly. The only point to note is that aside from feeding the Flying Lions, you must not exit the carriage regardless of what transpires outside. As long as you remain within, you are safe. Otherwise, should you be attacked, no one will come to your aid. Do you understand?" The portly uncle warned with a stern gaze. Possibly facing an attack, Zhang Yu nodded, indicating his comprehension. Seeing this, the portly uncle turned and departed. Seated in the carriage, Zhang Yu peered through the still-open box door to observe the convoy. He suddenly noticed that the central part of the convoy had grown notably quiet, as a throng of soldiers clad in steel armor had cleared the surrounding crowd, allowing several individuals dressed in obvious finery to board the central carriage. One figure among them struck Zhang Yu as somewhat familiar, though he could not immediately recall who it was. Could it be someone he had encountered following the cataclysm? Truthfully, after the disaster, he had saved many, yet none had come to his aid after he was rendered powerless. He believed there was a reason for this, as he knew a few who were certainly not the type to be self-serving. Before long, the loading of goods was completed. A burly man, bare-chested, approached the carriage where Zhang Yu was seated, his muscular arms bulging as he slowly closed the massive carriage door. Then, the Flying Lions at the front and rear of the carriage roared in unison, rising to their feet, while warriors armed with various weapons mounted the lions. In an instant, the lions sprang into the air, their wings flapping vigorously. Zhang Yu felt a slight jolt as the carriage began to move. Each side of the carriage featured a hole approximately 5 centimeters in diameter, which Zhang Yu surmised was for ventilation. He leaned closer to the opening to gaze outside and confirmed that the convoy was indeed setting off. Initially, as the convoy navigated through the city, it moved at a leisurely pace, with smaller convoys pulling over to make way for Zhang Yu's. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at a towering city gate, straining to look up through the small hole. Zhang Yu could not discern the exact height of the gate, but the portion he could see appeared to be around 20 to 30 meters, roughly equivalent to 10 stories. He pondered how such a gate and wall could have been constructed, but then considered that if both abilities users and ancient martial artists participated in the construction, it would be no great challenge. As the gate slowly opened, the convoy began to pass through and ventured outside the city. This was Zhang Yu's first time in the wilderness a century after the catastrophe, in the first year following the disaster. The entire suburb and wilderness became inhospitable to human life, teeming with various mutated beasts and plants. The unknown species and flora had proliferated exponentially due to the cataclysm. Thus, once in the wild, every step could lead to unpredictable dangers that in his previous life, as a formidable individual awakened with S-grade powers, he had briefly endured in the wilderness, only to be injured by a mysterious toxin, requiring 3 days of recuperation at the base to recover. It could be said that the post-catastrophe wilderness was akin to hell. No one dared to venture out, and those who did often did not return. Yet, Zhang Yu marveled that, a century later, humanity not only dared to venture into the wild, but had also opened roads to other cities. Once outside the city, the landscape transformed into an endless expanse of green forests, filled with bizarre plants and trees, though a sparsely vegetated path likely forged by previous merchant convoys lay ahead. As the entire convoy entered the wilderness, Zhang Yu could feel the mutated giant horses pulling the carriage picking up speed, transitioning from a mere few paces to a galloping pace of 30 to 40 paces. Even accelerating further, surrounding the convoy were flying lions, their astonishing speed complemented by their roars, warning of potential mutated beasts lurking nearby. After traversing the dense forest for a few hours, the convoy began to slow. With some of the flying lions, tired from their exertion, resting atop the carriage, the entire convoy came to a halt on a small hillside. The vegetation on this slope appeared to have been completely cleared, leaving only a few lowly plants, which afforded a broad view, making it an ideal resting spot. Once the convoy stopped, the door of Zhang Yu's carriage was slowly pulled open by the burly man who had closed it earlier. "Hey, time to feed. Hurry and unload the goods," a sweet yet somewhat naive voice suddenly rang out. Zhang Yu then beheld a flying lion descending from the sky, landing in front of his carriage. However, upon seeing the girl, Zhang Yu's pupils constricted. A long-haired girl clad in fitted shorts elegantly leaped from a remarkably fine flying lion, her youthful, radiant thighs glistening in the sunlight. The key detail was her adorably charming face, adorned with a pair of red eyes that Zhang Yu found strikingly familiar. This was precisely the girl he had been trying to avoid. Am I courting disaster? Zhang Yu thought, suppressing his unease. How is this girl also part of this convoy? I hope my disguise hasn't worn off, and she fails to recognize me. He quickly turned, channeling his true energy to begin unloading the boxes, each weighing around 40 to 50 kilograms. With the girl's arrival, one by one, the flying lions began to land, followed by elite soldiers and warriors dismounting from them as Zhang Yu unloaded the boxes from the carriage and placed them on a nearby patch of ground. He opened them to reveal the mutated beast meat within. Instantly, this incited a stir among the crowd, though they did not move. They merely gazed intently in the direction of the food, while unloading the provisions. Zhang Yu discreetly observed the familiar girl from the corner of his eye. "Chana, what are you having for lunch?" "I brought A-grade golden python 7-inch meat. It makes for delicious sashimi. Would you like to try it?" A young man dressed in lavish attire stood beside the girl, speaking earnestly. Another elegantly dressed girl next to him chimed in. "Wow, 7 inches of A-grade golden python meat. I've heard 100 grams goes for 500 C-grade contract coins." "All right, let us share, but please don't call me Sister Chan. I haven't joined the sect yet. You can call me Yuchaner. I also brought A-grade vine tiger meat. Let us eat together after I've fed my flying lion first." The girl with the red eyes nodded at the young man's eager expression. However, neither she nor the young man noticed the luxurious girl watching them, a mysterious smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Upon hearing Yuchaner's words, the finely dressed young man beamed with joy. Noticing that Zhang Yu had only moved a few boxes down, he bellowed, "Hey, feeder, haven't you eaten? Hurry up, if the flying lions get hungry? ILL, just feed you to them. He's just a laborer. Why make things difficult for him? The girl named Yuchana frowned at the finely dressed young man. Realizing his error, the young man quickly nodded. I am just worried about the lions getting hungry. I wouldn't do anything to him, just trying to scare him a little. Though he spoke such words, the moment he lowered his gaze, he caught sight of Yuchana's perfectly shaped, snow-white thighs, and a flicker of desire flashed in his eyes. Zhang Yu was astonished to hear this girl, named Yuchana, speaking on his behalf, while he hurriedly transported the supplies. He had initially presumed she was a spoiled and willful little princess, but to his surprise, this girl, born with a golden key, exhibited a surprising sense of empathy for a mere laborer, revealing a nature not entirely corrupt. Before long, Zhang Yu had unloaded half of the boxes from the carriage and opened each one. He then heard a man, resembling a leader, raise a whistle from around his neck and blow into it, prompting all the flying lions to rise lazily and approach their respective boxes, beginning to devour the food within. Zhang Yu retreated into the carriage, wary of lingering too long in the girl's line of sight, fearing she might recognize him. Although the girl's earlier demeanor did not suggest she was cruel, he knew better, having had his own experiences. After a brief moment in the carriage, Uncle Fat approached with a bowl for Zhang Yu. Inside was a serving of D-grade meat fruit. This is your lunch. Remember to place the bowl beside the carriage when you're done, as someone will come to collect it. Also, be sure not to touch those flying lions. It's very dangerous. They will fly away once they finish eating, and you can retrieve the boxes afterward, Uncle Fat instructed. Once Zhang Yu acknowledged his understanding with a nod, Uncle Fat departed. After finishing the meat fruit, Zhang Yu set the bowl beside the carriage. Soon after, the flying lions had consumed all the meat from the boxes. He hurriedly stacked the boxes together and carried them back into the carriage. Settling into a corner to remain inconspicuous, to Zhang Yu's relief, nothing unexpectedly occurred, unlike in some novels where surprises lead to recognition by Yuchana. After the convoy finished their meal and took a brief respite, they continued on their journey. Zhang Yu had expected the convoy would proceed without incident, just as they had in the morning, but by evening, an unforeseen event transpired. Perhaps the flying lions were fatigued from a day of roaring. As other mutated beasts sensed their weariness, and a pack of creatures resembling mutated wolves set their sights on the convoy at that moment, the convoy traversed a dense jungle, surrounded by bizarrely twisted towering trees entwined with various vines. Bathed in the evening sunlight, Zhang Yu could see through the openings of the carriage that the thick foliage around them was occasionally disturbed, revealing pairs of cold, bloodthirsty eyes peering out. It was an A-grade pack of mutated wolves, approximately 30 in number. The Wolf King was an S-grade. Initiate the contingency plan. Initiate the contingency plan. The convoy sounded the alarm, and the leader shouted loudly as all the flying lions landed atop the carriage. Gaining a strategic advantage, should the wolves charge, the flying lions would utilize the carriage to their benefit. Some warriors crouched on the carriage, drawing their bows and crossbows, while others stood guard beside the mutated giant horses. Wolf King, we are the intercity convoy of the Beast Tamer Guild. Do you wish to make enemies of us? The man bellowed. Wolves possess high intelligence. After the cataclysm, they have even developed the cognitive abilities of 8 or 9-year-old humans. A strange and ferocious voice echoed through the forest. I have been seeking you. Children, attack, tear them apart. With the command, countless mutated wolves, each the size of a small car, suddenly leaped from the jungle. Charging towards the convoy, in the fading light, Zhang Yu could clearly see these mutated wolves adorned with silver-gray fur, their sharp fangs glistening, and the claws they displayed while leaping sent a chill down his spine. He took a deep breath, anxiously keeping watch through the opening, ready to activate his powers and return to the pre-apocalyptic world at the first sign of danger. Yet, he knew he could not resort to such measures unless absolutely necessary. For if he returned, upon his next crossing, he might have to face this jungle alone. With his current abilities, he could easily meet his demise. Thus, Zhang Yu silently prayed that the convoy would hold strong. He was merely a postnatal body refinement stage martial artist. His full strength equated to that of a C-grade mutated beast at best. Faced with an A-grade pack of mutated wolves, he was utterly powerless, left only to observe the unfolding situation through the opening. Outside the carriage, the flying lions were engaged in a fierce battle against the A-grade mutated wolves. One after another, the wolves lunged with their razor-sharp claws or unleashed crescent blades from their mouths to attack the flying lions. Zhang Yu witnessed one flying lion inadvertently struck by a crescent blade, resulting in a deep gash from which golden liquid oozed. The counterattacks from the flying lions were exceptionally fierce. Their wings emitted faint glimmers, accelerating their speed dramatically, creating illusions that rendered the mutated wolves unable to pinpoint their locations. The flying lions then swooped down from unexpected angles, their sharp teeth piercing the necks of the mutated wolves in an instant. During the fray between the flying lions and the pack of mutated wolves, human warriors were not idle either. Some, clad in sturdy metal armor, wielded ancient martial arts, dashing through the throng of wolves while unleashing sword energy and blade techniques, or using their formidable strength in close combat. Others, skilled in Taoist arts, cast spells, conjuring flames or lightning. Zhang Yu also saw those with supernatural abilities engaging in battle against the wolves. A warrior with steel powers was entirely encased in a layer of exceptionally strong armor. No matter how the mutated wolves attacked, it proved futile, as the warrior simply transformed steel into a massive sword, wielding it with effortless ease, causing the struck wolves to either perish or sustain severe injuries. Observing the human's newfound strength filled Zhang Yu with both relief and awe. But as someone who experienced the early days of the cataclysm, he had witnessed humanity being butchered by mutated beasts, a sight that had been truly despairing. Suddenly, a loud crash jolted Zhang Yu from his reflections. The sound emanated from the opposite side of the carriage, and he hurried over to the opening to investigate. There, he beheld a bare-chested man engaged in combat with a mutated wolf, whose size was a staggering 10 times larger than the others. Zhang Yu recognized this as the S-grade Wolf King. He was well acquainted with S-grade mutated beasts, having faced them numerous times in his past life. The earlier sound had been the man throwing the massive mutated wolf, causing it to crash to the ground. The enormous Wolf King, having been thrown far away, slowly regained its footing, standing at around 10 meters tall. Illuminated by the evening light, resembling an ancient ferocious beast, mutated human, your physique and powers are formidable. We shall meet again, the Wolf King declared, howling before the pack of mutated wolves who had been attacking the convoy. Turned to retreat, leaping back into the forest, vanishing from sight. The bare-chested man, witnessing the wolves' retreat, felt no joy. Something felt amiss. Although the Wolf King possessed the intellect of a mere child, how could it act in such a chaotic manner? What benefit would it gain from attacking us? The man murmured at that moment. One of his subordinates approached him with clothing in hand, reporting, "Captain, the situation has been assessed. There are 10 injured team members. 8 flying lions with minor wounds, 2 team members, and 3 flying lions severely injured. There are no fatalities and no material losses." The man donned the clothing, nodded, and furrowed his brow, saying, "Tend to the injuries promptly. Prepare to set off. I have a foreboding feeling. Tell the brothers to remain vigilant." Upon witnessing the grave expression on the man's face, his subordinates also adopted a serious demeanor and promptly conveyed the captain's intentions. Observing that the battle outside seemed to favor the convoy, Zhang Yu exhaled softly, his tense disposition instantly relaxing. He harbored a deep-seated fear that the convoy would be vanquished by the mutated wolf pack. While he could rely on his powers to return to the world before the apocalypse, doing so again would pose significant complications. Through the aperture, Zhang Yu dimly perceived the soldiers on guard, confirming the absence of danger, swiftly boarding the vehicle. Subsequently, the mutated giant horse gradually began to accelerate, preparing to depart the area post-haste. As the convoy surged forward at a speed of several dozen miles per hour along the barely discernible path. The previously airborne flying lions largely remained sprawled atop the vehicle, fatigued from the recent skirmish. Only a handful of the more robust flying lions continued to circle above, emitting fierce roars as a cautionary warning to the surrounding mutated beasts. Thus, they raced through the night until the convoy began to decelerate, eventually halting at a flat expanse not far from the mountain's peak. The door to Zhang Yu's compartment was flung open by a burly man. And without needing a reminder, Zhang Yu began to unload the remaining crates filled with provisions for the flying lions. As expected, no sooner had he lowered a few crates than the flying lions began to descend in succession before the vehicle. The first to land was still the young lady Yuchaner, accompanied by another man and woman. However, Yuchaner's attire differed somewhat from that of Midday, having transitioned from shorts to a short skirt. While her long, fair legs remained unchanged, the trio leaned against the flying lions, discussing the battle they had encountered in the evening. The mutated Wolf King's audacity to attack this convoy baffled them. Did it not fear that President Chun would capture it to serve as a breeding wolf? The elegantly dressed girl beside Yuchanar queried, her expression laced with confusion. Yuchanar too felt perplexed, but soon dismissed it as overthinking, replying, "How could the Wolf King know I would be aboard this convoy? Perhaps there are other reasons. Miss Chanar, witnessing the valor of the Flying Lion Cavalry today has truly broadened my horizons. They are indeed the elite force of the Beast Tamer Guild, capable of engaging the A-class wolf pack and not falling short," remarked the elegantly dressed man nearby in admiration. Yuchanar responded, "I apologize if I have embarrassed you. We still lag behind when compared to the elite disciples of your union. Isn't the system different?" The nobleman was about to elaborate when a sudden uproar erupted from a distance. Zhang Yu also noticed that the soldiers dining nearby appeared to clutch their stomachs and collapse onto the ground. However, before he could ponder further, upon climbing into the compartment, he was abruptly struck by a peculiar odor. "Not good. It's S-class beast bait. Quickly, get in the vehicle and leave this place," a voice rang out. It was the soldier captain who had fought alongside the giant Wolf King. Just as Zhang Yu contemplated what the beast bait might be, he saw the expressions of those surrounding the compartment shift dramatically. The trio of Yuchanar were swiftly encircled by several guards, preparing to board the flying lions for a hasty retreat. Yet, at that moment, a dozen figures materialized around the compartment, standing in midair. Clad in black attire, one of the figures was enveloped in flames, even his hair seemingly ablaze. He spoke slowly. Do you think you can still escape now? Who are you? Do you have any idea who stands before you?" At that instant, the leader of the Flying Lion Cavalry arrived, clad in armor, descending like a celestial being beside Yuchanar. He had leaped directly from the front of the vehicle. The fiery figure in black grinned ominously. "Oh, the daughter of Chun Zhan. Is it? What reason would I have to come here if not for her?" Upon hearing this, the Flying Lion Cavalry leader's expression darkened. The adversary was evidently aware of the convoy's key personnel and dared to attack, indicating they were well prepared. This situation is troublesome. Just then, the fiery figure waved his hand, commanding, "Charge forward, ignore the others, and capture Yuchanar." No sooner had the words left his mouth than several figures lunged toward Yuchanar. Shielded by the cavalry leader, while other black-clad individuals unleashed various techniques to obstruct the advancing Flying Lion Cavalry and other guards. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Yu swallowed hard. Just how significant was this woman's background? So many formidable individuals had converged for her. "If you wish to lay a hand on my lady, you must first contend with me," the leader bellowed, his armor suddenly erupting, revealing a muscular physique. With a powerful leap, he soared into the air, kicking one assailant targeting Yuchanar away, then propelled himself toward another, delivering the same fate. The assailants who were kicked away spat blood, stumbling backward as they sustained significant injuries. The leader of the Flying Lion Cavalry then landed, maintaining a calm demeanor as he stood protectively behind Yuchanar. "If this is all you can muster, I suggest you consider fleeing," he stated coldly. The unmoving black-clad figures in the sky chuckled disdainfully. "Indeed, one cannot underestimate the esteemed warrior of the Beast Tamer Guild, Shi Ho Sun Chong. You have managed to enhance a C-class ability to S-class through sheer perseverance. I have heard that you have endured excruciating trials to cultivate this ability, emerging stronger each time. Your will is commendable. However, regrettably, you shall meet your end here today." Suddenly, the flames surrounding the black-clad man flared to an unprecedented intensity. And with a swift motion of his hand, he unleashed an incredibly rapid fire attack that struck Sun Chong squarely in the chest, leaving it a vivid crimson. True Qi externalization. "You are a peak innate master." Sun Chong gasped, recognizing the intensity and properties of the flames. If it were a technique, its potency would be limited by its realm. Such intensity could only stem from a higher, more concentrated true Qi. "Yuchanar, quickly awaken the Flying Lion King," Sun Chang urged urgently. Heeding his words, Yuchanar hastily retrieved a peculiar bone flute from her clothing and blew into it with all her might. A light, yet remarkably high-pitched sound reverberated far and wide. From within the compartment, Zhang Yu then heard a roar that seemed to resonate from the depths of primordial times. Roar, a flying lion, significantly larger than its kin, burst forth from one of the compartments, unfurling its golden wings with a gentle flap, moving with the swiftness of a phantom, and landing above Yuchanar, its golden eyes fixated on the black-clad fire wielder not far away. "Ready to launch an assault, I anticipated you would bring the Flying Lion King, Wolf King. If not now, Then when the fiery black-clad man sneered, bellowing, just as his words faded, a chorus of wolf howls erupted nearby. Shadows of mutated wolves began to swiftly close in on the convoy, with one particularly massive mutated wolf resembling a streak of lightning, rapidly approaching the battlefield. Inside the compartment, Zhang Yu recognized that without a backup plan, the convoy was likely doomed. He now comprehended the situation. The black-clad individuals had somehow allied with the Wolf King to assault the convoy, their target being Yu. The defending party consisted solely of the Flying Lion cavalry leader, known as Shi Sun Chong, and the Flying Lion King. However, both the Flying Lion King and Sun Chong were S-class, while the Wolf King was also S-class, and the black-clad fire wielder was a peak innate martial artist. As anticipated, the giant Wolf King rapidly closed in on the battlefield, pouncing to engage the Flying Lion King in combat. Meanwhile, the black-clad man laughed heartily, his palms moving like wheels of fire, unleashing waves of flames toward Yu, forcing Sun Chong to step forward to shield her from the lethal fire. Yet, the excessive barrage of attacks overwhelmed him, hindering his ability to heal from the flames' devastation, leaving his body riddled with wounds and burns. The surrounding soldiers attempted to assist, but were thwarted by the black-clad individuals encircling the fiery man, rendering them unable to approach. Sun Chong fought desperately against the onslaught of searing flames, gritting his teeth as he demanded, "Who are you? Why are you targeting Miss Yu? Why? Perhaps you should take your questions to the King of Hell." The black-clad fire wielder had no intention of explaining. Continuing his relentless assault, waves of fiery true chi struck Sun Chong, covering him in festering wounds. Though they healed at a visible rate, it was insufficient to keep pace with the flame's destructive force. Uncle Sun, upon witnessing the grievous injury inflicted upon his uncle in a desperate attempt to shield her from the flames, Yu clenched her silver teeth and hastily retrieved a translucent spherical object from her bag. Within it, a faint, ethereal blue light shimmered like scattered stars. With fierce determination, she declared, "Let us see whose flames are more formidable, yours or my father's." The elegantly dressed man beside her gasped in astonishment. Could this possibly be the sunburst explosion of President Chun, sealed within this crystal sphere? Meanwhile, another opulently attired woman fixated on the sphere, a flicker of peculiarity flashing in her eyes. Yu paid no heed to the man's inquiry, nor noticed the woman's unusual demeanor. She merely bit her finger, coaxing a drop of blood to fall onto the crystal sphere. In that instant of contact, a portion of the sphere began to melt away. Seizing the moment, Yu hurled the sphere skyward towards the dark-clad fire wielder attacking Sun Chong. Instantly, a ghostly blue flame manifested, rapidly expanding as if undergoing a nuclear fission, hurtling towards the fire-wielding man with astonishing speed. However, the dark-clad figure, a master of innate peak prowess, was not oblivious to Yu actions. Reacting swiftly, he attempted to evade the blue flame. Yet, if evasion were so simple, Yu would not have risked her heart to reveal this, one of her father's trump cards, not easily dodged. The blue flame surged forward with blinding speed, and despite the fire wielder's agility, he could not escape its grasp, resulting in his right hand being reduced to ashes. President Chin's sunburst explosion? Each deployment weakens it. Yet here you are, willing to seal it for her use. Such affection. He grimaced, enduring the pain of his lost limb. Yu retorted angrily, "You vile creature, with your exceptional innate peak cultivation, instead of vanquishing aberrant beasts or preparing for war against beings from other realms, you dare to pursue a mere postnatal practitioner like myself. Have you lost your mind? What benefit do you gain from this? Ah, dear girl, this world is far from the simplicity you perceive. You shall understand soon enough." The dark-clad fire wielder chuckled, reigniting his remaining hand to assault Sun Chong. Having regained some strength after a brief recovery, Sun Chong coldly stated, "Do you truly believe you pose any threat to the young lady in your current state? As long as I can hold you off, victory will be within reach." The fire wielder merely smiled faintly. Suddenly, the elegantly dressed man beside Yu exclaimed, "S-grade beast bait. We are about to be overwhelmed by a frenzied horde of aberrant beasts. We must leave at once." With that, he led the two towards the compartment where Zhang Yu was located. Sun Chong and Yu exchanged alarmed glances. The dark-clad fire wielder laughed heartily. "Only now do you remember? It's too late." Just then, Zhang Yu, who had been observing through a hole in the compartment, felt a tremor. This was not the compartment shaking, but rather the ground's vibrations transmitting through to it. He hastily shifted to another hole, and what he beheld was a scene all too familiar. Countless aberrant beasts of various ranks and types charging towards them in a wild frenzy. During his time as an S-grade warrior defending a survivor base with millions, he had faced such beast tides countless times that he understood the terror they posed. Once ensnared, survival was nearly impossible for anyone below S-grade. Feeling helpless, Zhang Yu pondered, must he activate his skills to escape? Yet after this beast tide, how could he, a postnatal warrior, traverse the perilous outskirts to reach City M, remaining mint being torn apart by the rampaging horde as Zhang Yu grappled with his dilemma? Yu Chaner and the others also recognized the dire situation. Do you have any hidden cards? Use them now. If you don't, we may all perish, she urged the two elegantly dressed individuals nearby. Seeing the urgency, the man reluctantly produced a jade pendant from his attire. This pendant was given to me by the sect leader. With true energy, it can unleash 2 strikes of peak Chi power. It should be sufficient to eliminate that dark-clad man, he said, a hint of regret in his voice. Had he known the danger, he would not have come to escort his novice junior sister. Yu Chaner sighed in relief upon hearing this. If they could dispatch the dark-clad fire wielder, then Uncle Sun and the Flying Lion King could ensure a swift escape for the convoy. A mere aberrant Wolf King posed no threat against 2 S-grade abilities and aberrant masters. However, just as the man prepared to activate the jade pendant, the other elegantly dressed woman suddenly seized it. "Junior sister, what are you doing?" he shouted in shock. With a mocking smile, she replied, "What do you think? Dear elder brother, what could I possibly do?" While her words were light, her actions were swift. She activated the pendant with her true energy. The man gasped, "How is this possible? Only my true energy could activate that pendant. Did you think I was with you for your looks? Or because you were the son of a sect elder?" A hint of derision laced her smile. He attempted to protest, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Looking down, he saw a gaping hole the size of a palm, his intestines severed within. A mass of innards spilling forth. He felt his true energy and life force draining rapidly through the wound, and then he collapsed. The woman frowned, realizing she had never used the pendant before and had failed to strike a fatal blow. However, she surmised the man would not survive. Thus, deeming her objective accomplished, she disregarded him. Next, she aimed the pendant at Yu Chaner, shouting, "Sun Chong, Flying Lion King, surrender, or I will kill your precious young lady." At this moment, Sun Chong finally realized that their lady had been taken hostage by a traitorous disciple sent to escort her. "What are you doing?" he roared. He had never felt the ancient martial arts and cultivation union to be so inept. Despite the alliance, with their lady's enrollment in the opposing sect being such a significant affair, they had sent a traitor among their ranks. Yu Chaner understood she could not allow herself to be threatened by the woman. She attempted to approach and seize the pendant, only to be warned sharply, "Do not move. Lady Yu, I am not a chivalrous man. If you make a single move, prepare to die," with no other choice. The postnatal Yu Chaner remained still, knowing any movement could be fatal. Sun Chong and the Flying Lion King dared not retaliate, having already sustained injuries from the aberrant Wolf King and the dark-clad fire wielder. Especially the Flying Lion King, who had suffered a broken wing. Flying Lion King, Yu Chaner felt a pang of anguish. Her mother had died in childbirth, and her father was often preoccupied. She had formed a deep bond with the Flying Lion King since childhood. Seeing him threatened and injured because of her, how could she not be heartbroken? Just as Yu Chaner resolved to risk everything and charge at the traitorous woman, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The woman wielding the pendant suddenly trembled, as a metal rod pierced through the compartment's hole, accurately penetrating her heart. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the iron rod protruding from her chest. Then, a man's head appeared from behind the compartment door, observing her as she slowly collapsed. This maneuver was executed by Zhang Yu. Recognizing that Yu Chaner's side was clearly at a disadvantage, he realized that if she were captured and the remaining convoy members slaughtered, he would be unable to escape. Yet, the very woman threatening Yu Chaner had her back turned to him, peering through the hole to observe the outside. This presented him with an opportunity to see if he could assist in resolving the situation with the woman, thereby ensuring that Yu Chaner would not be threatened. Thus, both the Flying Lion King and the S-class mutant cavalry leader would be spared, at least granting them a glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, the Flying Lion King, who was being battered by the mutated Wolf King, was keenly aware of the circumstances surrounding Yuchanar upon witnessing the woman threatening her suddenly slain. He instantly understood that he had no reason to fear the threat any longer. He swiftly turned and pounced, catching the mutated Wolf King off guard. Seeing this, Sun Chong rejoiced, exclaiming, "Well done. You, the handyman, have earned my personal commendation to the president." Seeking death, the man in black, filled with rage, for the first time redirected his fiery attacks, shifting his focus from Yuchanar to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu, who had only his head peeking out from the carriage, felt his pupils constrict in an instant, preparing to unleash his abilities to return to the apocalypse. However, Sun Chong, who had been closely monitoring the man in black, would not allow this to happen. With a swift move, he blocked the flames and turned to say, "Kid, don't be afraid. As long as I'm here, he won't harm you." Zhang Yu glanced at the wounds on Sun Chong that were continuously healing and nodded. All right. Who would have thought that our meticulously crafted plan would be thwarted by a mere handyman? So be it. If we cannot capture you, then you shall all perish in the beast tide." The man in black declared harshly. He then resumed his relentless assault on Yuchanar, forcing Sun Chong to defend continuously. However, the beast tide was rapidly approaching, and if they did not flee, Yuchanar, a postnatal martial artist, would inevitably perish amidst the chaos. "Miss Chanar, quickly enter the carriage. I will have the cavalry escort you to safety," Sun Chong shouted. Yet, Yuchanar shook her head defiantly. "No, I will not leave. I want to stay with you." Zhang Yu, witnessing this, felt helpless. "Miss, if you don't leave, I want to." Sun Chong, equally anxious, exclaimed, "Miss Chanar, if you do not leave, we cannot escape. The Wolf King and this man in black cannot harm us. Only if you depart can we make our escape." The surrounding flying lion cavalry, hearing this, rallied to protect the carriage containing the young lady. "I and the Flying Lion King will hold them off." "Hurry!" Yuchanar clenched her teeth, understanding Sun Chong's reasoning. She fought back tears, watching the battling Flying Lion King and Sun Chong, while she grasped Zhang Yu's outstretched hand and swiftly climbed into the carriage. Some of the Flying Lion cavalry, upon hearing Sun Chong's orders, desperately broke through to the carriage's vicinity, suffering heavy casualties in the process. One soldier, in coordination with his comrades, reached the carriage, untied the rope connecting the front and rear carriages, then mounted the front of the carriage and fiercely whipped the mutated giant horse, compelling it to bolt away from the convoy. "Stop them!" the man in black bellowed in furious outrage, though he doubted the carriage could escape the encroaching beast tide. He was unwilling to take that chance. The black-clad individuals entangled with the Flying Lion cavalry and soldiers desperately surged toward the carriage where Yuchanar and Zhang Yu were located. Engaging in fierce combat with the cavalry defending the carriage, it appeared they were all willing to die, even if it meant perishing alongside the Flying Lion cavalry in their attempt to breach the carriage's defenses. The man in black abandoned his long-range advantage, leaping forward to attack the carriage. Sun Chong would not let him succeed. He jumped onto the carriage and engaged the man in black in combat. The man in black, a pinnacle ancient martial arts master, was injured, and for a moment, neither could gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, the carriage, propelled by the frenzied charge of the mutated giant horse, had already surged past the front of the convoy. Racing along the edge of a cliff, the carriage carrying Zhang Yu and Yuchanar sped along. The velocity forced both of them to cling tightly to the seams of the carriage's walls for stability. Above them, the sounds of the fierce battle between the man in black and Sun Chong echoed. The intensity of their combat was so great that in mere seconds, they had shattered several large holes in the carriage's roof. Despite being hindered by Sun Chong, the man in black, a peak innate level ancient martial artist, still possessed some residual strength, occasionally shooting flames through the gaping holes in an attempt to strike Yuchanar. Compelling her and Zhang Yu to retreat further into the carriage, the man in black pressed on relentlessly, attempting several times to leap through the holes into the carriage, but Sun Chong thwarted each attempt, infuriating the man in black, who was left with no recourse. Just then, the battle between the mutated Wolf King and the Flying Lion King concluded. Both were S-class mutated beasts, yet the Flying Lion King had been wounded, its wing bitten off while defending Yuchanar, rendering it at a disadvantage against the intact mutated Wolf King. Having sustained severe injuries, its remaining wing was also now torn by the Wolf King, revealing deep wounds where bone was faintly visible. Due to significant blood loss and grave injuries, the Flying Lion King struggled to maintain its footing. However, The mutated Wolf King did not seize the opportunity to finish off the flying Lion King. Instead, it broke free and swiftly charged toward the carriage where Zhang Yu and Yu Chon'er were located. Though the mutated giant horse was fast, it could not outrun the S-class mutated Wolf King. In an instant, the Wolf King leaped and pounced onto the carriage, its immense impact shaking the entire vehicle. Zhang Yu watched in horror as claws, as sharp as tempered steel, pierced through the carriage wall, nearly breaching it entirely. His pupils dilated, and he resolved that should any danger arise, he would immediately activate his powers. However, a muffled groan from within the carriage turned his attention to Yu Chon'er, whose left leg had been slashed by the claws of the mutated Wolf King, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The sudden increase in weight caused the mutated giant horse to struggle to maintain its speed, resulting in a sharp decrease in the carriage's forward momentum. Sun Chong, witnessing this, was alarmed. He knew he could not hold off two powerful S-class foes alone. In a critical moment, the previously near-death flying Lion King managed to muster the last of its strength and lunged at the mutated Wolf King, attempting to hold it back. The Wolf King's claws withdrew from the carriage, turning back to continue its battle with the flying Lion King. However, as it turned, its hindquarters collided forcefully with the end of the carriage. The tremendous impact caused the carriage to lose balance and tilt dangerously. At that moment, the carriage was perilously perched at the edge of a cliff. In a fit of desperation, Sun Chong leaped and grabbed the man in black, jumping off the carriage while tightly gripping the man's neck to prevent him from escaping his grasp, while his other hand clutched the tilting carriage, striving to right it. "Miss, get out. The carriage is going to fall off the cliff," he shouted, extending his hand to grasp the corner of the carriage. Inside, Zhang Yu, dizzy from the series of jolts, was supporting the injured Yu Chon'er when he heard Sun Chong's urgent call, exclaiming, "What do you mean it's going to fall off the cliff?" He quickly added, "My apologies, but you need to lie on my back. I'll carry you out." Yu Chon'er, despite having never been this close to a man other than her father, understood the urgency of the situation. She complied and lay across Zhang Yu's back. Once Yu Chon'er was secure, Zhang Yu prepared to crawl out of the carriage through the large hole. Yet, the man in black would not allow this to happen. He grabbed Sun Chong's outstretched hand, preventing him from stabilizing the carriage, and despite his neck tightening painfully, he summoned his last reserves of strength in his legs and leaped. The tremendous force caused Sun Chong to stagger backward. And in that moment, the man in black kicked off the tilting carriage with all his might. What kind of power could an innate peak master unleash in such a manner? The carriage and the horse were instantly sent plummeting off the cliff. "Miss?" Sun Chong's eyes widened in despair. He had traversed this path countless times and knew precisely how high this cliff was. With Yu Chon'er's postnatal martial artist cultivation level, should she fall without any means of survival, her death would be inevitable. The surrounding flying lion cavalry, entangled with the black-clad men, desperately sought to pull the carriage back to rescue Yu Chon'er. Yet, the black-clad individuals would not permit this. They fought fiercely to keep the cavalry occupied, leaving them helplessly watching as the carriage, along with their lady, plummeted rapidly into the abyss. Zhang Yu, who had just climbed atop the carriage, was equally stunned as he witnessed the vehicle plummeting. Instinctively, he prepared to activate his abilities to return to the apocalypse. "Don't be afraid. I have a life-saving talisman. Hold your breath." Yu Chon'er's weak voice rang in his ears. Her words led him to temporarily forego using his powers and to hold his breath. As he felt Yu Chon'er slump against his back, he noticed her once rosy lips had turned pale from excessive blood loss. She struggled to extract a tear-shaped, pale blue bead from her close-fitting garments, then closed her eyes as if reciting an incantation. Suddenly, the bead erupted with a thunderous blast. In an instant, Zhang Yu felt a soft substance envelop him, and upon closer inspection, he realized that both he and Yu Chon'er were cocooned within a sphere of gentle water. Could this object truly safeguard them and the girl before him? "This talisman must protect us. We cannot allow this liquid to escape." For reasons unknown, Yu Chon'er was able to speak within the liquid. Though her voice was barely audible, that he nodded slightly, indicating that he had heard her at that moment. However, they had already plummeted several hundred meters. Yet, when Zhang Yu gazed downward, it seemed that the bottom of the cliff remained elusive. Just how deep was this abyss? Pondering this, he hastily removed some clothing to simply bandage Yu Chon'er's wound, preventing her blood from flowing further. Yu Chon'er, sensing Zhang Yu's intention to touch her leg, instinctively recoiled. After all, the thigh is a sensitive area for any girl. Yet, understanding that Zhang Yu aimed to tend to her injury, she suppressed her inner embarrassment and refrained from struggling. Meanwhile, although Yu Chon'er had unwavering confidence in her life-preserving talisman, Zhang Yu remained hesitant to place their fate entirely in its hands. That he maintained a constant connection with his abilities, ready to traverse back to the apocalypse at the slightest hint of danger. As for whether to bring Yu Chon'er along, he found himself in a quandary. Firstly, he had no knowledge of whether his power could transport others, having never tested it. Secondly, he was reluctant to reveal his abilities to anyone. Nevertheless, the fact that Yu Chon'er was willing to use her talisman to protect someone she perceived as merely a laborer revealed her inherently kind nature, making it difficult for him to abandon her in her time of need. While Zhang Yu pondered, they had already descended several thousand meters. The speed of their fall was unnaturally rapid. A peak-level adept had forcefully kicked their carriage, and under the influence of gravitational acceleration, their descent had accelerated to 300 meters per second. Were it not for the protective liquid talisman, they would undoubtedly have ignited in flames due to the violent friction with the air. After approximately 10 seconds of free fall, Zhang Yu finally glimpsed the bottom of the cliff, a vast expanse of lake. With this sight, he breathed a sigh of relief. The lake's surface and the liquid talisman would cushion their landing, significantly reducing the risk of injury or death. After another 2 seconds, Zhang Yu felt a jolt as he and Yu Chon'er plunged into the lake. Thanks to the protective liquid talisman, they felt no impact. Thus, Yu Chon'er remained on his back, though she had slipped into unconsciousness, devoid of any movement. As Zhang Yu descended approximately 10 meters toward the lake bed, the impact dissipated, although the liquid talisman appeared to be on the verge of breaking. He swiftly swam through the water, aiming for the surface. The lake seemed teeming with fish of various kinds, causing Zhang Yu to worry about the presence of predatory species. However, to his astonishment, it appeared that a massive mutated fish resided in the depths. He sensed the water around him swirling ominously, and despite his efforts to swim upward, he was instead carried by the current, drifting aimlessly. The surrounding fish also struggled against the current, but none could escape its pull. He glanced downward and noticed a shadowy figure drawn by the commotion caused by their descent into the lake. Utilizing the faint light and channeling his energy into his eyes, he discerned that the creature was an enormous whale. What was a whale doing in this lake? And such a colossal one at that? Could there be an immense underground river connecting to the sea? Before Zhang Yu could contemplate further, he felt an immense suction emanating from the whale, which seemed to be opening its mouth wide to gulp down the lake water. Zhang Yu's energy surged as he frantically swam to escape the whale's gaping maw. Yet, his speed was no match for the whale's voracious intake of water. As the whale's mouth loomed closer, he grappled with the possibility of abandoning Yu Chon'er to utilize his powers to return to the apocalypse. In that moment, he felt torn. Yet, as the whale's mouth drew nearer, he noticed that it appeared to be a mutated blue whale. Igniting a glimmer of hope within him, he shifted Yu Chon'er from his back to his front, tightly embracing her to prevent her from being swept away by the powerful current. He then fixed his gaze on the approaching maw. This mutated blue whale seemed even larger than its unaltered counterpart, with a mouth he estimated to be over 20 meters wide, and no wonder its drinking motion could generate such a formidable current. But blue whales are meant to thrive in the ocean, not in a lake. Surely there had to be an underground river involved. Before he could dwell on this further, they, along with a multitude of fish, were engulfed by the gaping abyss of the whale's mouth. Zhang Yu focused intently, aware that Yu Chon'er's life hinged on the next minute. According to the blue whale's feeding habits, after consuming vast amounts of water and food, it would expel the water from its mouth, leaving only the food behind. As anticipated, although they were swallowed by the mutated blue whale, they were not ingested. Countless fish flailed within the whale's cavernous maw, desperately seeking a way out. Approximately 50 to 60 seconds later, the mutated blue whale finally initiated its next action. It abruptly curled its tongue against its upper jaw, and simultaneously, both jaws exerted pressure. The constricting space increased the pressure within the whale's mouth, causing water to erupt forcefully from its baleen. Countless fish were trapped, unable to escape, and Zhang Yu and Yu Chon'er found themselves equally confined. Yet, Zhang Yu waited patiently for the opportunity to arise when the whale would expel the water from its mouth. After about 20 seconds, the water within the whale's mouth had nearly been expelled through the baleen. However, the whale's jaws had already closed, leaving Zhang Yu and Yu Chon'er with no room to stand. He had no choice but to hold Yu Chon'er tightly, lying in wait for the whale's swallowing motion. Here lay his chance. As the mutated blue whale began to ingest its meal, Zhang Yu felt himself and Yu Chan'er being pushed toward its mouth by a powerful, undulating force, and he offered no resistance. Where are we? At that moment, the weakened Yu Chan'er unexpectedly regained consciousness. She noticed Zhang Yu holding her tightly and instinctively attempted to push him away. The liquid talisman that had surrounded them seemed to revert to its original form, transforming back into a pale blue droplet. The foul odor from the whale's mouth surged into Zhang Yu's nostrils. He did not release his grip, still holding on to Yu Chan'er, and rapidly spoke. Listen, we fell from a cliff into a lake, and a mutated blue whale has swallowed us. We are currently inside its mouth. Do not move. It's dangerous, and I'm figuring out how to get us out. Yet, Yu Chan'er, having only awakened for a fleeting moment, succumbed to unconsciousness once more, failing to grasp Zhang Yu's subsequent words. At this juncture, Zhang Yu sensed that they had been thrust into the whale's esophagus. Despite the whale's considerable size, its esophagus was only as wide as a basin. One arm clutched Yu Chan'er tightly, while he used the other hand and legs to strike against the esophagus with all his might. With the boost from his energy, his strength was formidable enough to elicit an instinctive reaction from the whale. It was akin to a person choking on food. The mutated blue whale let out a powerful sneeze, ejecting both of them, along with a few small fish, from its mouth. Zhang Yu erupted into silent laughter. This plan had indeed worked. However, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and he cursed inwardly. Realizing the dire situation, he had been holding his breath for several minutes, and his body was beginning to suffer from oxygen deprivation. Without a moment's hesitation, he clutched Yu Chan'er and swam desperately toward the faint glimmer of light. Disoriented in the murky water, he could not discern up from down, left from right, and could only swim toward the light, which signified the surface above. As Zhang Yu fought to reach the surface, he suddenly felt Yu Chan'er stir slightly in his arms. He quickly glanced down, realizing that she, still unconscious, had not instinctively held her breath. The protective liquid talisman that had previously enveloped her had reverted to its original form, leaving her vulnerable to choking on water after being expelled from the whale's mouth, causing her body to instinctively struggle. In the midst of this life and death crisis, she slightly opened her eyes, but having already inhaled several mouthfuls of water in her previous unconsciousness, her body was devoid of oxygen. Her consciousness began to fade once more, as if she were on the brink of losing consciousness entirely. However, at that moment, she suddenly felt a rush of air emanating from her mouth. She greedily drew this air into her lungs, and the precious, albeit scant, oxygen contained within was transported to her brain, reviving her awareness to a considerable extent. As her understanding of the situation dawned upon her, she opened her eyes wider. Under the dim light filtering through the lake water, she could discern a hazy face mere inches away. Then, she sensed a second rush of air transferring from the lips of the other person, and instinctively inhaled it deeply, feeling her consciousness sharpen once again. A third rush of air followed, by this time. However, her awareness had significantly returned, and she exerted herself to part her lips from Zhang Yu's. This action was not motivated by propriety or the shyness that might arise between men and women. Rather, she was acutely aware that Zhang Yu's supply of oxygen was likely limited as well. Seeing that Yu Chan'er was momentarily free from immediate peril, Zhang Yu stifled the overwhelming urge to gasp for air and swam vigorously towards the faint glimmer of light. The distance felt interminable yet fleeting in his perception, but he ultimately broke the surface just as he felt he could no longer hold back the urge to choke on water. Reaching a cavern, the two of them gasped for breath. Despite the air being tinged with a peculiar scent, though they had successfully inhaled the air, Zhang Yu was disheartened to find that the light did not originate from the sky, but rather from bioluminescent plants that adorned the cavern. He laid Yu Chan'er upon the damp stones by the water's edge and climbed up himself, collapsing onto the stone as he drew in deep breaths. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed her silence and the frailty of her breathing. Alarmed, Zhang Yu quickly rose to inspect her, discovering her pallid complexion and the steady seepage of blood from her thigh, indicative of severe blood loss. Without hesitation, he tore his clothing, disregarding any notions of propriety, and lifted the hem of Yu Chan'er's dress. He tied a strip of fabric tightly around the base of her pale thigh, applying pressure to stem the flow of blood from both arteries and veins. Indeed, as he performed this task, the wound on her thigh ceased to bleed, yet her breath remained faint. Zhang Yu felt helpless. After all, He was no doctor and had no means to traverse back to the pre-apocalyptic world in search of medicine. If he were to wait an hour only to return, it was uncertain whether Imo-channer would still be alive. He then lifted Imo-channer into his arms, determined to find an exit from the cavern, that he dared not leave her in one place, fearing she might fall prey to unknown creatures lurking in the shadows. Who knew what mutated beasts could inhabit this cave? Cradling Imo-channer, Zhang Yu began his exploration. The bioluminescent plants provided him with a reassuring visibility and sense of security as he surveyed his surroundings. He found nothing but bare stone walls and the glowing flora. There were no other signs of life. This struck him as odd in a natural ecosystem. The presence of one species typically indicates the existence of others. Yet all he encountered were these luminous plants, suggesting an abnormal ecological balance. That it was conceivable that the post-cataclysmic mutations allowed these plants to thrive in isolation. The cavern was vast and devoid of branching paths. Appearing to be a singular, continuous expanse, Zhang Yu traversed several narrow openings, yet still had not reached the end of the cavern. However, he took solace in the fact that his rapid movements did not induce a sense of suffocation, indicating that there must be an opening connecting this place to the outside world, allowing for a replenishment of oxygen. This realization bolstered his confidence, and he continued toward the cavern's far end. As he proceeded, he heard a faint ticking sound nearby. Advancing further, he noticed that the bioluminescent plants grew denser, enhancing visibility. It wasn't long before he spotted a pristine white stalactite hanging from the cavern's ceiling, beneath which lay a small pool filled with a viscous, transparent liquid. As Zhang Yu approached, he was greeted by an alluring fragrance wafting from the pool. This aroma seemed to emanate from a rare treasure of nature, and in an instant, it alleviated his overwhelming fatigue. To his astonishment, he observed that as he drew closer, the wound on Imo-channer's thigh appeared to be healing slowly. What could this substance be? Zhang Yu marveled at the pool containing approximately 10 milliliters of the viscous liquid. Could it be that the mere scent of this substance was sufficient to mend her wounds? Was it a particularly rare, natural wonder? In a previous life, Wang Yi had mentioned that after the cataclysm, the revival of spiritual energy would give rise to countless treasures and extraordinary beasts. Some could grant longevity, enhance abilities, or even resurrect the deceased. Regrettably, most were hidden deep within mountains, the very places where mutated creatures thrived, rendering them inaccessible. Could it be that what lay before him was indeed a rare gem? Unable to contain his curiosity, Zhang Yu crouched down and gently dipped his fingers into the liquid, finding it to be exceptionally cool. Observing that Imo-channer's wound was healing merely from the fragrance, he surmised that it was not a toxic substance. He hastily retrieved a vial of D-grade essence from his backpack, emptied it, and began to collect the liquid drop by drop. Once he confirmed its safety through experimentation, he would decide whether to consume it. Though the liquid appeared harmless, he dared not take chances. It would take little time to test it. That moment, Imo-channer, having inhaled the aromatic essence, began to regain her strength and slowly opened her eyes. Feeling Zhang Yu's arms around her thighs and waist, holding her closely, she was thrown into a state of disarray, having never been so intimately close to a man other than her father, except for that scoundrel. "Where are we?" she asked, her voice faint with fatigue. Zhang Yu shook his head, replying, "I do not know either. We were expelled from the mouth of a whale after it sneezed. I could only swim toward the light, thinking it was the sky, but it turns out to be these plants." "Thank you," she said, turning to gaze at Zhang Yu, her expression filled with gratitude. "If it weren't for you, I might have perished." In the dim light, she felt a sense of familiarity with the person before her, but upon recalling his role as a laborer in the caravan, she dismissed it. Perhaps she had merely encountered him by chance, leading to this sense of recognition. Once they reached a semblance of safety, feeling the strength of his arm beside her, an unusual feeling blossomed within her. In this world, apart from her father, no man had ever been so close to her, aside from that rogue. Zhang Yu, catching her words, responded, "In truth, you saved me as well, if not for your talisman after I fell off the cliff." His sentence was abruptly cut short as he heard other voices approaching. He quickly gestured for Imo-channer to be silent, then carefully guided her to hide. As the voices drew nearer, he could discern their conversation more clearly. "How far is the material?" "It should be about 50 meters ahead." Upon hearing the dialogue, he furrowed his brow. Foreigners. In a past life, he had heard tales of survivors abroad, individuals from various nations communicating daily through high-powered radios. However, he never anticipated that foreigners would now traverse the ocean. The footsteps he heard seemed to belong to merely two individuals. Unbeknownst to them, Zhang Yu and Yu Chaner were concealed not far away, engaged in hushed conversation. Unfortunately, Zhang Yu's command of English was rather poor. Leaving him with only a fragmented understanding of their dialogue, he strained to analyze their exchange, deducing that one was a guide while the other was an employer by their accents. He surmised that the guide was of Huaxia descent. The two figures drew ever closer, until they stood before a peculiar, snow-white stalactite that at that moment, it appeared a quarrel erupted between them. What about the items? Why is there nothing? One voiced in frustration. I don't know. It was here yesterday, came the reply. Zhang Yu furrowed his brow. Could they possibly be referring to the transparent, viscous liquid he had just secured in a bottle? Suddenly, he noticed that Yu Chaner, nestled against him, was trembling slightly. He gently brushed his fingers across her forehead, only to discover it was chillingly cold. Both of their clothes were damp, and the cave was cold and humid. Standing still exacerbated the situation, especially since Yu Chaner had suffered a severe thigh injury and lost considerable blood, rendering her exceedingly weak and cold. Fearing the strangers nearby, she dared not voice her discomfort, enduring it in silence. Yet her body uncontrollably shook, and she attempted to curl further into Zhang Yu's embrace, a challenging feat for her as a girl. Just then, she felt her back pressed against his chest, where warmth radiated. Finally alleviating her sense of cold, the arguing duo seemed to part ways unhappily, hastily exiting the cave. After they had distanced themselves significantly, Zhang Yu cautiously assisted Yu Chaner in the direction they had come from. As they ventured outward, the luminescent flora became increasingly sparse. Soon, Zhang Yu even sensed a gentle breeze wafting in from outside, startling both of them, for they realized they were on the verge of exiting the cave. True to their instinct, within 20 minutes of walking, they were greeted by light. Emerging from the darkness, they found the moon perched high in the sky. Surrounding the cave was a dense jungle, rife with untold dangers. Zhang Yu, with a Yu Chaner who possessed little combat capability, dared not venture into the thicket. Yet, they were equally reluctant to remain in the cave. Knowing it was known to others and fearing the return of the previous pair or the arrival of new visitors. Thus, he had no choice but to support Yu Chaner as they cautiously explored the cave's periphery, hoping to discover a safer haven. The jungle was a tangled mess of branches and leaves, compounded by the dim, hazy moonlight that severely limited their visibility. Few would dare to progress in such an environment unless they had achieved an innate level of cultivation, akin to a top-tier S-class mutated beast, allowing them to traverse freely without fear. Zhang Yu, however, was merely at the postnatal stage of cultivation, akin to a C-class mutated beast, and thus they tread lightly, fearful of making a sound. Before long, Yu Chaner could advance no further. With her grievous injuries, she had reached her limit after traversing approximately 700 or 800 meters from the cave. I can't go any further, little laborer. You must leave me behind, I am a burden. And taking me along will amplify the dangers you face, she gasped weakly, her voice barely above a whisper, lacking even the strength to speak. Zhang Yu still retained much of his strength, having sustained no injuries himself. A modicum of exertion posed no challenge for him. Yet as Yu Chaner pointed out, carrying her would mean additional risks and responsibilities in the face of danger. He regarded the lovely young woman before him, recognizing that despite her haughty demeanor, she was indeed someone worthy of deeper connection. Fear not. Trust me. Everything will be all right, he assured her gently. That he then turned and carefully lifted her onto his back, prepared to continue their search for safety. However, having traversed 700 or 800 meters through the jungle, they had already drawn the attention of some nocturnal predators. Zhang Yu's keen instincts alerted him to the presence of 2 or 3 bloodthirsty, cold eyes lurking nearby, fixated upon them. Clenching his teeth, he summoned his energy, snapping a nearby plant stalk to fashion a makeshift weapon, and pressed on. Neither he nor Yu Chaner had experience surviving in the wild, so they aimed for higher ground, hoping to find a secure refuge for the night, and to scout for any signs of human habitation from the summit. As they ascended, it seemed a predator hidden in the shadows could no longer contain itself. It had caught the scent of blood from Yu Chaner's skirt. Aware that this prey was injured, Zhang Yu sensed an approaching mutated beast and swiftly turned, one hand supporting Yu Chaner while the other gripped his makeshift weapon. His gaze fixed on the approaching creature. In the dim moonlight, he discerned that it was a 2-headed mutated cat, roughly the size of a hunting dog. Its dark fur rendered it nearly invisible in the night. Save for its cold, glowing green eyes, this creature, once a formidable predator before the cataclysm, had now become a top-tier hunter in the jungle. Zhang Yu's relief. Preliminary observations suggested that the mutated cat was not particularly high in rank. It appeared to be merely a C-class beast. He felt confident he could handle it. Even while carrying Yuchaner in his previous life, he had learned to gauge the danger level of mutated beasts based on their size before and after mutation. Generally, larger beasts were of a higher rank. While he was uncertain of the exact reasoning, his experience as a top-tier S-class warrior had taught him that the majority of mutated creatures increased in size and rank post-cataclysm. Particularly S-class beasts, which often towered at 7 or 8 meters tall. This mutated cat, however, was the size of a hunting dog, likely a C-class or possibly a B-class. As it closed the distance, it did not immediately pounce. Instead, weaving skillfully through the underbrush around Zhang Yu, making it difficult for him to pinpoint its location. Seizing the opportunity as Zhang Yu turned, the creature sought to exploit any opening for a lethal strike. Yet, with his extensive combat experience, Zhang Yu was not easily fooled. Be cautious. This is at least a C-class mutated cat. Do not let it discover any weakness, he warned, as Yuchaner, nestled against his back, could not fathom that he was a seasoned warrior, believing him merely a laborer unversed in such confrontations. Despite her weakened state, she mustered the strength to speak intermittently. If it becomes too perilous, just set me down. You can escape. Zhang Yu sighed in exasperation. Why did she doubt him? Unbeknownst to her, he was not simply a laborer in her eyes, but a formidable warrior. Just as he was about to reassure her, the mutated cat seized upon the moment of distraction, launching itself at him with alarming speed. Its claws, each at least 5 centimeters long, posed a lethal threat, capable of severing his throat with a single swipe. However, Zhang Yu, seasoned by countless battles, had long since developed instinctive reactions. In a moment of reflex, he instinctively sidestepped, narrowly evading the assault of the mutated cat. Yet, due to the burden of carrying another person on his back, he was still grazed by the creature's claws, leaving 3 gashes on his cheek, from which blood trickled down to his chin and then dripped onto the hand of Yuchaner, which hung limply against Zhang Yu's chest. Just as he was about to retaliate, the mutated cat, realizing that its strike had not been fatal, swiftly concealed itself among the surrounding trees and underbrush. Seeing him seemingly injured, a wave of emotions surged within Yuchaner. Although she was but a young girl, she was far from foolish. The individual before her, who could have easily abandoned her to serve as bait for his own escape, chose instead to risk his life to save her. How could this not stir her heart? She murmured to herself that despite being merely a laborer, the courage and character he displayed were indeed rare in this world. Hey, little laborer, do you perhaps have feelings for me? Yuchaner asked softly. Yet, her voice was but a faint whisper, while Zhang Yu remained fully focused on moving and searching for the hidden mutated cat, utterly oblivious to her words. That he merely replied, "You are too weak. Refrain from speaking and conserve your strength." At that moment, the mutated cat suddenly leaped down from a tree above, targeting Yuchaner. A cold smile crept across his lips as he awaited this very opportunity. Instantly, he concentrated his vital energy into the hand gripping the stick, channeling it with full force, enabling his muscles to unleash an extraordinary strength that pierced through the heart of the mutated cat at an astonishing speed. The creature struggled for a brief 2 seconds upon the stick before succumbing to the loss of life. Having dispatched the mutated cat, he dared not linger in the spot, not even daring to take the carcass with him. Fearing that the overwhelming stench of blood would attract more mutated beasts, the other mutated creatures, having observed the scene, seemed to sense that their potential prey was not to be trifled with and scattered to seek other quarry. Some began to fight over the discarded carcass of the mutated cat. It seemed that after slaying the creature, Zhang Yu's luck improved. After walking approximately 200 meters up the mountain, he unexpectedly discovered a recessed cave. The cave was not deep, measuring around 6 or 7 meters, with a width of over 2 meters, covering an area of about a dozen square meters. The crucial aspect was that the entrance was narrow, only half a meter wide, and with some leaves and vines, it could be concealed perfectly, making it an ideal hiding spot. "There is a cave. It is quite safe. We can rest here for the night," he exclaimed joyfully. Yet, Yuchaner did not respond, likely having fallen unconscious again. After all, She had lost a considerable amount of blood, and with him carrying her while battling the mutated cat and climbing the mountain, it was only natural for her to faint. Thus, after gathering numerous objects to obscure the entrance, he covered the entire cave mouth and allowed Yuchaner to rest against his shoulder, closing her eyes. Perhaps due to the commotion, Yuchaner awoke once more. She opened her eyes to find herself nestled against Zhang Yu's shoulder and, with great effort, lifted her head to ask, "Little laborer, are you all right?" Hearing this, he nodded and replied, "I am fine. This should be a safe place. You should rest well." Do you think the Flying Lion King and Uncle Sun Chang will be all right?" She closed her eyes. Voicing her concerns, Zhang Yu reassured her, "They should be fine. They are all S-class powerhouses, and it is difficult for individuals of the same level to capture them as long as they wish to leave. The mutated Wolf King and that man in black cannot stop them." Upon hearing his words, Yuchaner seemed to finally let go of her worries and drifted into a deep sleep in his embrace. The following day, sunlight streamed through the vines at the cave's entrance, hitting Zhang Yu's face and startling him awake. Lowering his gaze, he noticed Yuchaner, her face having regained some color, staring intently at him, her bright red eyes seeming to draw him in. "What are you staring at?" he asked curiously. Caught in the act, Yuchaner blushed and lowered her gaze. Upon waking that morning, she found herself lying atop a man. Initially startled, but then she recalled the events leading up to this moment and felt compelled to observe the face of the man who had saved her life, yet had also taken her first kiss in the lake. However, as she continued to gaze, she felt a sense of familiarity with his features, as if she had seen him somewhere before. Yet, due to the dust on his face, she could not discern his features clearly. As she was about to scrutinize further, Zhang Yu awoke as well. Struggling to extricate herself from his embrace, she hurriedly said, "It's nothing. I'm just waking up." As she spoke, she attempted to stand, but as soon as she rose, her head spun, and her weak body stumbled, nearly causing her to fall. Quick on his feet, Zhang Yu caught her, somewhat exasperatedly stating, "You lost a lot of blood yesterday. Standing up too quickly will make you dizzy." She shook her head, becoming slightly more alert, yet chose not to attempt to leave his embrace. Staying in his arms didn't seem so bad, she suddenly thought. However, Zhang Yu remained unaware of her inner musings and instead transitioned from holding her to supporting her. Helping her sit down as he said, "You should rest for a moment while I check the outside situation." Yuchaner nodded gently, watching as Zhang Yu approached the cave entrance, carefully pulling aside the vines and branches to reveal a large opening. Through this opening, he began to survey the outside world at that moment. The sun had risen a considerable distance above the mountain, indicating it was morning. That he scanned the surroundings, finding no signs of dangerous creatures. Then he completely opened the vines and leaves and stepped out of the cave. Discovering that the cave was situated on a hillside of a small mountain, he gazed down at the vast expanse of jungle below, devoid of any signs of human habitation. Upon witnessing this, his brow furrowed in concern. With no wilderness survival experience, how could he navigate through this jungle? Moreover, he had no clear idea of City's precise location. For a moment, he felt a wave of despondency wash over him, pondering what to do next. Yet, the rumbling of his stomach reminded him that his immediate task was to find something to eat. However, this seemingly simple problem proved challenging in the perilous jungle, as he could not distinguish which plants were poisonous and which were safe to consume. Even if he found fruit, he would hesitate to eat it. After the calamity, certain fruits could be lethal in even the smallest doses. He returned to the cave and sat beside Yuchaner, stating, "We are likely in trouble. I observed the surroundings and saw no signs of human activity." In response, she merely smiled faintly, her eyes sparkling with optimism, and replied, "It's all right. We will keep searching." Can you walk? We need to find something to eat to replenish our strength." Zhang Yu nodded as he stood up. She reached out her hand to grasp his, struggling to rise, indicating she should be all right. The two exited the cave, heading toward the mountain peak. The morning sun was not too harsh, alleviating concerns about excessive fluid loss due to evaporation. After walking approximately 800 or 900 meters, they reached the summit. To their surprise, they discovered a road on the other side of the peak. It was a path traversed by merchant caravans. When we were attacked yesterday, the merchant caravan was not far from City. If we follow this road, we will surely reach City. Yuchaner exclaimed joyfully. Zhang Yu also sighed in relief. He feared they might remain trapped in the forest indefinitely. How could he then find the essence elixir to cultivate? Without the essence elixir, the winery would falter, and without the winery, the security company would follow suit, obliterating his ambitions of establishing a faction prior to the disaster. Fortunately, it seemed that the whale had not swum far during the minute they were engulfed in the underground river. Otherwise, their fates would have been uncertain. Let us go. The closer we are to M City's trade route, the safer we will be. That I have heard that there is an ancient martial arts sect near M City that has nearly eradicated the high-level mutated beasts in the vicinity. Thus, the closer we approach, the less we need to fear mutated beast attacks. Yuchana nodded in agreement, fully aware of this fact. She had come to seek entry into this very sect. However, after only a few steps following Zhang Yu, she felt her head spin once more, as if she might topple over. Fortunately, Zhang Yu noticed just in time and supported her. Perhaps I should carry you. You were injured yesterday, and you haven't eaten since then. After climbing for so long, your body has reached its limit, Zhang Yu said with a smile. She nodded in agreement and climbed onto Zhang Yu's back, although she had already been held, kissed, and carried by him. Those moments had all occurred while her consciousness was hazy. Moreover, those moments were exceedingly perilous, yet neither of them paid heed to it. However, this time, her consciousness was remarkably clear. Yes, she felt her chest in close proximity to Zhang Yu's back, occasionally brushing against him with his descent. Yuchana found her face involuntarily flushed with embarrassment, her heart racing like a startled deer, and a myriad of chaotic thoughts began to emerge in her mind. Though she had been born into a position of high status and nobility, she was, after all, just an 18 or 19-year-old girl, and which young maiden does not harbor springtime feelings, having faced life and death. The man carrying her, despite not being of noble birth, perfectly embodied the courage, character, and wit that align with a young girl's romantic fantasies. Naturally, her heart fluttered. Zhang Yu, unaware of the girl's sentiments on his back, felt a fleeting stir in his heart at the softness against him. Yet having lived a life before, he had no intention of pursuing romance with any girl, thus suppressing those feelings and resolutely continuing on his path. After approximately 30 minutes of silent trekking, they reached the edge of the forest at the mountain's base. Just beyond this narrow thicket lay the road leading onward. Zhang Yu took a deep breath, just as he had the day before, and sought out a suitable stick, resolutely stepping into the underbrush. The visibility in the daytime forest was quite good, with some animals moving about, mostly D-level or even E-level beasts that fled at the sight of humans. As a fear of humanity was ingrained in their very genes, creatures like the mutated cat from the previous night were a rarity, being among the few that did not exhibit an instinctive fear of humans. After all, even prior to the Great Catastrophe, humanity's standing before cats was not particularly high. As Zhang Yu trudged through the forest with Yuchana on his back, the path that had seemed close from the mountain summit appeared much farther than anticipated once they began their journey. They walked from morning until noon, with the sun hanging high in the sky, yet still no sign of the road emerged. This led Zhang Yu to doubt whether he had veered off course. However, when he climbed a towering tree to survey the surroundings, he could still faintly make out the road in the distance, confirming that their direction was indeed correct. Thus, they pressed onward, perhaps nearing M City. The higher-level mutated beasts had been largely culled by the ancient martial arts sect stationed there. They encountered no further dangers. Suddenly, Zhang Yu's pupils constricted as he discerned signs of human activity ahead. Not far from him, a D-level mutated wild boar hung, suspended in midair, blood dripping slowly to the ground. It was evident that this was the result of a hunter's trap, indicating the presence of hunters nearby. This was not necessarily a good sign. After the apocalypse, moral decay had led to fierce conflicts over food and survival. However, humanity had since established a foothold in this post-catastrophe world, and with a common enemy. Relations among humans had eased compared to the early days of the disaster, though Zhang Yu remained cautious. Just as he prepared to take a detour, he heard a whoosh, and an arrow struck the ground at his feet. "Stranger, the prey belongs to us." A figure, camouflaged in branches and grasses, rose from the distance, bow drawn, and aimed at him. Zhang Yu quickly replied, "We have no interest in your prey. We are separated from our companions and are searching for them. They may be looking for us as well. Can you direct us to the way to M City?" He intentionally implied that he had companions, suggesting that if the other party harbored malicious intent, they would have to consider whether his comrades might discover them, potentially deterring them from acting against the two. "Best not to entertain any thoughts regarding our prey if you're heading to M City. Go that way. Just follow the main road," the archer called out loudly. Zhang Yu responded, "All right. Thank you, and good luck." With that, he hurriedly left the area with Yuchana, Beside the hunter, another similarly adorned individual, clad in leaves and vines, expressed doubt. "Brother, those two are clearly easy pickings. Did you notice the girl he's carrying? Her delicate skin and fine clothing suggest she comes from a wealthy family. Why let them go?" "Indeed, brother, that girl is quite the catch. Even if they have little money, it would be worth it to have some fun," another accomplice chimed in. The one who had spoken to Zhang Yu shot them a cold glance, stating, "This morning alone, we've encountered at least 2 groups of seekers, all B-level or higher ability users or ancient martial practitioners. If those 2 were indeed who they are searching for, we, mere hunters who haven't even reached the body refinement stage, would be wiped out with a single finger." A cold sweat broke out among the men, relieved that they had refrained from attacking earlier. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu and Yu Chaner, following the hunter's guidance, quickly reached the main road. Initially, Zhang Yu proceeded with great caution, wary of potential traps, and deliberately took a longer route. Once he confirmed that there were no anomalies, he felt secure enough to advance boldly. Upon reaching the main road, both felt significantly relieved. After nearly half a day of resting on Zhang Yu's back, Yu Chaner regained some strength and dismounted to walk on her OWNAT. This point, they could see several figures ahead and behind them on the road, mostly hunters out for game or small caravans heading to other cities for trade. Zhang Yu and Yu Chaner's attire appeared quite unusual to them, making the pair rather conspicuous. Particularly Yu Chaner, despite her pale complexion, was strikingly beautiful, especially her long, shapely legs, accentuated by the short skirt she wore, causing many men to steal glances. While human society had stabilized to some degree, the moral decay resulting from decades of catastrophe still posed challenges for the two. Not everyone possessed the calm judgment of the previous hunter, discerning who was safe to approach and who was not. After walking for a few minutes, individuals armed with long guns and bows began to surround them. Zhang Yu quickly shielded Yu Chaner behind him, noting the unmistakably malicious expressions on their faces. "Kid, I won't waste words. Hand over all your money, and that girl on your back too. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless," said a bald man in his 20s, glaring with one eye and a missing ear, seemingly bitten off by some creature. His gaze fixated hungrily on Yu Chaner, while she glared back with her crimson eyes, only intensifying the bald man's lustful desires. Zhang Yu, uncertain of the assailant's abilities, felt a wave of dread wash over him. He was unarmed and only at the postnatal body refinement stage, which, before the apocalypse, would have been considered supreme, yet now he was unsure of where he stood in this new world. However, before he could ponder further, one of the approaching hunters, slightly overweight, grew impatient and shouted, "Boss, why waste time talking? Just take this kid down, grab the money, and drag the girl into the woods for some fun." His eyes glistened greedily as they roamed over Yu Chaner's beautiful legs, saliva pooling in his mouth. As the words fell, he lunged forward, thrusting his long gun at Zhang Yu. Seeing the weapon coming, Zhang Yu pulled Yu Chaner aside, narrowly evading the attack, and with a sudden surge of energy, he grasped the other end of the long gun. The overweight hunter, realizing his weapon had been seized, frowned and attempted to pull it back, only to find it utterly immovable. Zhang Yu, relieved by the evident disparity in strength, concluded that the opponent's level was inferior. As for technique, he had no fear of anyone. With a swift push and pull, he wrenched the long gun from the hunter's grip and into his own hands. "Boss, this kid is at least in the body refinement stage. Be careful." The slightly overweight hunter retreated a step. Drawing his bow, the bald man sneered, "Brothers, let's give him a warm welcome." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu felt a chill of foreboding. Nearby, several passers-by had witnessed the scene of 4 hunters confronting Zhang Yu and Yu Chaner. Though some with a sense of justice contemplated intervening, they were halted by their companions. "Are you trying to get yourself killed? Such occurrences abound beyond the city, so mind your own affairs. Do you know who those 4 are? Notorious bullies among the hunters. If you step forward, they will easily bring you down with a few strikes. The crux of the matter is, think about your wife and children. What will become of them?" Those who contemplated advancing hesitated upon hearing this. Meanwhile, the hunters encircling the two began to disperse a short distance away, raising their bows to aim at Zhang Yu's vital points. "You little laborer." Yu Chaner attempted to speak up upon witnessing the scene. However, as the hunters took their positions, they loosed their arrows without hesitation. Before she could finish her sentence, Zhang Yu pulled her aside, narrowly avoiding one arrow and deflecting 2 others with his spear. Yet, he felt a sharp pain in his left leg, a tingling sensation coursing through him. After all, he was merely at the postnatal cultivation stage at that moment, and with 4 archers targeting him from all directions. Evasion was nearly impossible. Zhang Yu cursed. Damn it, they have coated their arrows with a tranquilizer. His mind was in turmoil, contemplating whether to unleash his abilities to return to a time before the apocalypse. Otherwise, given the current predicament, survival was utterly hopeless. But if he fled, what would happen to Yu Chan'er? If she fell into their clutches, her fate was all too evident. How could Zhang Yu bear to abandon her? Yet, if he did not return, how could he break free from this dire situation? His true energy could not be released externally, and lacking long-range offensive capabilities, he was utterly helpless against the archers, while they could attack him with impunity. Furthermore, as the tranquilizer circulated through his bloodstream, his movements would grow increasingly sluggish, leading inevitably to his demise if he perished, with Lu Tianhao and Wang Yi still alive. Who would avenge him? Who would protect his loved ones and friends from the world before the apocalypse? At that moment, upon seeing Zhang Yu struck by an arrow, Yu Chan'er felt a pang in her heart. Though only 18 or 19, she was not blind to the gravity of the situation. Zhang Yu, merely a laborer, had exerted himself to rescue her from the jaws of a whale, battling through numerous obstacles and ferocious beasts. Now, faced with such peril, a moment's inattention could lead to death. What would become of her then? She decided it would be better to cooperate willingly, trading her life for his, as a means of repaying his kindness. Resolute, Yu Chan'er shouted, "Stop! I am willing to go with you. If you do not cease, I will die. You shan't succeed." Her voice resonated loudly, drawing the attention of passers-by, who could hear her plight. Many shook their heads, lamenting the fate of such a virtuous girl, while some, stirred by a sense of justice, turned red with anger, yearning to intervene, yet quickly reconsidered upon remembering their own families. "Absolutely not," Zhang Yu exclaimed in shock. Opposing her, the bald hunter chuckled sinisterly. "This little lady shows quite a bit of loyalty, but it seems our young friend here isn't too keen on the idea. Thank you, little laborer, I know you must have some feelings for me. Otherwise, why would you go to such lengths to protect me?" Yu Chan'er gazed at Zhang Yu, her pale face breaking into a charming smile. Just as Zhang Yu was about to respond, she pressed her finger to his lips, saying, "Do not speak, I understand. But without this course of action, you will surely die. If I go with them, you will live, and that is sufficient. Regrettably, your face is quite dirty, covered in all sorts of grime and stains. I cannot see your features clearly." Just as she was about to continue, a collective gasp arose from the onlookers, as suddenly, 4 bolts of lightning descended from the sky. Boom, crackle, with a few thunderous roars. The 4 hunters who had just aimed their bows at the 2 were instantaneously struck down, charred beyond recognition. Both Zhang Yu and Yu Chan'er were momentarily stunned by this turn of events. Had someone intervened to assist them? Zhang Yu looked up to see 2 young men clad in loose Taoist robes swiftly approaching them. The elder among them raised his hand in greeting, saying, "Are you Miss Yu Chan'er? I am Qing Yun, a disciple of Tai's sect. I hope we are not too late." Realizing the situation, Yu Chan'er's face lit up with joy. "Not at all. You arrived just in time. I am truly grateful." Zhang Yu, too, breathed a sigh of relief, but suddenly felt a wave of numbness wash over him, threatening his balance. Noticing this, Yu Chan'er quickly supported him and turned to the 2 Taoist practitioners. "Qing Yun, this is my savior. He has been struck by an arrow that seems to contain a tranquilizer. Could you assist him?" The 2 immediately responded, "Of course, Miss Yu Chan'er." The elder Taoist's hands glowed with a gentle green light, which enveloped Zhang Yu's injured leg, instantly alleviating his pain. Qing Yun grasped the arrow's shaft gently, instructing Zhang Yu, "Bear with it. It will sting a little." Then, with a firm tug, he extracted the arrow as the green light intensified. Zhang Yu's wound began to heal at a visible rate. Strangely, the tranquilizer that had mingled with his blood seemed to be expelled by this green light, and he felt as if his leg were no longer injured. "How are you? Do you feel better? Is there still pain?" Yu Chan'er inquired. He shook his head, replying, "I think I'm fine now. Truly remarkable is Tai's sect. The healing power of your with true energy is indeed legendary." Yu Chan'er praised with a smile. Qing Yun smiled back. "Miss Yu Chan'er, you flatter me. Such minor injuries are hardly worth mentioning. That we should hasten back to M City. Your father is surely in a rage, and only you can placate him." Upon hearing this, Yu Chan'er nodded, knowing that her father would undoubtedly be furious upon learning of her attack and disappearance. "Let us depart quickly. My father must be anxious. Yu Chana urged. Qing Yun produced a talisman from his waist, channeling true energy into it to activate it. The talisman then expanded dramatically, large enough to accommodate over 10 people. Miss Yu Chana and this young man. Please step aboard. Qing Yun beckoned. Yu Chana appeared unfazed, as if such phenomena were commonplace, whereas Zhang Yu, witnessing such sorcery for the first time, was astonished. He cautiously stepped onto the talisman, feeling an invisible force anchor his feet. The talisman then ascended into the air, speeding down the road. Onlookers marveled at the swift retribution meted out to the 4 bullying hunters, who, in their arrogance, had finally encountered a formidable opponent. Among them, one individual, adorned in garments made of vines and leaves, the leader of the previous hunters, felt a wave of relief wash over him. He was grateful for his composure, avoiding reckless actions that could have led to dire consequences. Standing atop the soaring talisman, Zhang Yu gazed down at the swiftly passing trees and landscapes, filled with profound reflection. In the early days of the cataclysm, ancient martial practitioners were still in their infancy, and the only prowess he had admired was Wang Yu's ethereal swordplay. That he never anticipated that a mere century later, these practitioners would have revived to such heights, capable of enlarging a small talisman into a vehicle for passengers. Truly miraculous. Hey, have you never ridden a talisman before? A light, playful voice chimed beside him. Turning, he found Yu Chana, her red eyes sparkling with a smile. He nodded. No, I haven't. From now on, you can ride as many times as you wish. It's on me. By the way, little laborer, you are now my life-saving benefactor. Let us formally introduce ourselves. My name is Yu Chana, Yu as in moon, and Chan as in graceful. You may call me Chana from now on. What is your name? She said with a cheerful demeanor. Having escaped danger, the girl seemed to regain her romantic and innocent nature. Zhang Yu felt a twinge of unease, just as Zhang Mingyue relentlessly pursued him. Now this young girl appeared to harbor feelings for him. What was he to do? He dared not smile, fearing she would take it as encouragement, and thus replied coolly, Zhang Yu, I saved you merely by chance. You need not take it to heart. Yu Chana, undeterred by his indifference, interpreted his demeanor as simply his nature. In her heart, she scoffed, thinking him rather dense. If he did not have feelings for her, why would he exert himself to save her? First, he had eliminated the threat posed by that woman, then rescued her from the whale's maw, carrying her through countless trials, and narrowly escaping death at the hands of those shameless hunters. She still claims to dislike me. After all, she is young and filled with a deep yearning for love. Moreover, her parents share a profound affection. Her father, even years after her mother's passing, remains unable to forget her. This depth of feeling has undoubtedly exerted a significant influence on her. Well, how old are you? She inquired playfully, gazing at Zhang Yu. The 2 Taoists standing in front exchanged knowing glances upon witnessing Yu Chana's affectionate banter with Zhang Yu, and they could not help but feel envious. It was evident that these two had endured trials together, fostering a bond between them. One must note that Yu Chana's father is the president of the Beast Tamer Association. This association stands as the dominant force in the southwestern region of Huaxia, boasting countless mutated contract beasts and dozens of prosperous cities, with a populace exceeding 30 million, truly a formidable figure. One of the elite in all of Huaxia. Yet, Chen Zhan has but one daughter, and it appears she may have developed feelings for a mere lowly laborer. This circumstance compelled the 2 Taoists to marvel at the wonders of fate. 24. Zhang Yu replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, she chuckled. Well, I'm only 18. Brother Yu, do you think I'm young? The Taoist Qing Yun, who was manipulating the talismans, couldn't help but internally scoff. You are a precious gem. Can you not exhibit a modicum of restraint? He is already calling you Brother Yu. Zhang Yu, feeling a flutter in his heart, reminded himself that he was not made of stone. Faced with this endearing girl, whose status was akin to that of a princess, and recalling her selfless determination to sacrifice herself rather than allow him to fall into the hands of hunters, it would be false to claim he felt no stirring within. However, he took a deep breath and suppressed his feelings, fully aware of who his adversaries were. Wang Ya, the leader of the Huaxia Alliance, and Lu Tianhao, the vice leader, when the alliance was first established. Wang Ya had already reached the divine pulse realm. Nearly a century later, one could only imagine the extent of her power. Currently, he was merely a person at the postnatal refinement stage. Yet, he had vowed that one day he would rise again and seek retribution from Wang Ya. Thus, he dared not develop any feelings for another woman that he had already faced betrayal twice, and opposing Wanya could very well lead to a situation where death was the only outcome. If he were to develop feelings for a woman and then perish, what would become of her? Well, you are a bit young, Zhang Yu replied indifferently. Yu Chan'er pouted, internally reflecting that a man's words are often deceptive. Clearly, he harbored affection for her while pretending to be dismissive. Just then, a booming voice echoed from afar. Zhonghuan, today, I shall raise your Tai sect to avenge my daughter. The voice was thunderous, reverberating across the sky. Following closely, another voice responded, your daughter was indeed not killed by our sect. I truly do not know why that wretched disciple rebelled midway. I have commanded all sect members to thoroughly investigate this matter and will certainly provide President Chun with an explanation. Please, calm your anger. Calm my anger. My only daughter is dead. How can I possibly calm down? Your Tai sect is a permanent council member of the Alliance, yet the disciple sent to retrieve my daughter was a traitor. How can this be believed? In any case, I demand blood for blood today. Flying Lion Cavalry, heed my command and prepare for battle. As his words fell, the distant sky turned a vivid crimson. Taoist Qing Yun, standing before the talismans, shouted, this is bad. President Chun is furious. He has unleashed the sea of inferno. With this strike, countless lives within 100 miles will be extinguished. We must advance quickly. Yu Chan'er's face was filled with concern. Should a battle ensue, devastation would be the first consequence, and second, she worried for her father's safety, knowing well that the Tai sect was no easy opponent. Hearing Chun Zhan's words, another voice erupted in anger. Chun Zhan, we lament your daughter's death as well. If you insist on going mad today, know that the Tai sect does not fear you. Yet, your actions will only hasten the vengeance of the enemies and bring pain to your loved ones. We are actively searching for Miss Yu Chan'er, you old fool. You have no daughter. How can you comprehend the anguish of losing one? My daughter was so clever, kind, and lovely, yet she has suffered this great calamity. How can I not harbor hatred? If not for your Tai sect insisting that my daughter was some sort of celestial being, compelling her to join your sect, she would not have left her homeland and ventured into danger, thus affording those fiends an opportunity. Today, I shall first level your Tai sect, then invade the Alliance and eradicate all these ambitious schemers, leaving no one unscathed. Sound the horn. His thunderous voice resonated with boundless fury and sorrow. As his words fell, a deep yet distant horn echoed. Yu Chan'er gasped in alarm, exclaiming urgently, Father has sounded the charge. Taoist Qing Yun, hurry. If we do not move quickly, it will be too late. Chun Zhan, your obstinate actions have led to countless soldiers of both our sides perishing in this senseless civil war. Is this not precisely what those wicked individuals desire? The leader of the Tai sect, Zhonghuan, retorted angrily at this moment. Zhang Yu and the others had already alighted from the enormous talisman, arriving at the outskirts of M-City. M-City boasted an architectural style reminiscent of ancient times, with pavilions and towers dotting the landscape, resembling an ancient city plucked from history rather than a post-apocalyptic ruin. Currently, the sky above this city was teeming with flying mutated beasts encircling it. Among them, Zhang Yu recognized the flying lions, while others were various types of aerial mutated creatures. These creatures soared and roared around the city, creating an awe-inspiring display. On the ground lay an endless sea of mutated beasts, including not a few A-class and even S-class specimens. The terrifying aspect of the Beast Tamer Association lay in their invention of the Beast Contract Scrolls, which had a certain probability of binding mutated beasts to the scroll holder, thus allowing them to be commanded. Therefore, in battle, they could call upon both warriors and mutated beasts, augmenting their deterrent and combat capabilities beyond that of other factions. However, the Tai sect within the city was also formidable. Elite disciples soared through the sky on their flying devices, wielding various weapons and treasures, confronting the mutated beasts circling the city. Ordinary disciples gathered atop the city walls, brandishing their weapons to fend off the increasingly approaching beasts. The brilliance of the magical artifacts intertwined with the roars of the mutated beasts, intensifying the atmosphere, as if a great battle were poised to erupt at any moment, due to the charge horn. The mutated beasts of the Beast Tamer Association were gradually drawing closer to the city walls. Both sides were on edge, weapons drawn, ready for combat. Just then, Zhang Yu and his companions, riding the immense talisman, finally reached the fringes of M-City, propelled by Taoist Qing Yun's full effort. Seeing the perilous situation, Yu Chon'er called out urgently, "Father, I am here. I am safe." Her sweet and light voice acted like a balm, calming the hearts of everyone present. Consequently, both sides instinctively sheathed their weapons. The warriors of the Beast Tamer Association guided the flying mutated beasts to land obediently, while those on the ground settled down to rest. A collective sigh of relief echoed throughout. "Chon'er, you're safe? Thank goodness." Accompanied by a whirlwind of flames, a middle-aged man with a mane of white hair swiftly appeared before them, his speed so great that it caused the massive talisman to sway. He anxiously examined Yu Chon'er from head to toe, muttering, "It's good that you're safe, good that you're safe," before pulling her into a tight embrace, adding, "Chon'er, you scared your father to death. Your mother is gone. If you were to leave me too, how could I possibly live?" Yu Chon'er's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she choked out, "Father, I am fine. Please do not be sad. I will always be by your side." "President Chun, please retract your Sea of Inferno ability." Taoist Qin Yun interjected. Unable to contain himself, Chun Zhan paused, retracting the billowing crimson clouds. Under his control, these clouds could instantly transform into flames upon touching the ground. Both father and daughter realized they were in a public setting, not quite suitable for such familial affection, especially with members of both the Beast Tamer Association and the Tai sect observing. Thus, with Yu Chon'er safely reaching M City, there was no longer a necessity for conflict. To express their regret, the Tai sect offered abundant reparations to the Beast Tamer Association, thereby quelling Chun Zhan's wrath. Chun Zhan had withdrawn his troops, leaving only himself and the Imperial Guard in M City. That night, in the antiquated yet elegant chamber of Yu Chon'er, he exclaimed, "What? That rascal not only kissed you, but also dared to do such a thing. I shall tear him to shreds this very instant." After hearing his daughter's account, Chun Zhan was beside himself with rage. At that moment, he was devoid of the imposing fury he had displayed during the day's siege. Instead, he resembled an elderly man whose cherished treasure was about to be snatched away, akin to a well-tended cabbage threatened by a wild boar. Yu Chon'er, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, pouted and said, "Oh, dear father, he was only trying to save me. Without him, I would have perished multiple times, and how could I return to see you? You mustn't scold him." Yet, how could Chun Zhan, a father witnessing his precious cabbage being threatened, contain his wrath? His face was a mask of ferocity, as if he might devour someone at any moment. Observing this, Yu Chon'er pouted, furrowed her brow, and with tearful eyes, declared, "Father, if you dare to scold brother Yu, I shall cry for you." How could Chun Zhan withstand such an emotional appeal? In his heart, he felt a tumult of urgency and anger, realizing that after nurturing and pampering his daughter for over a decade, she was already beginning to turn away from him. Very well, Chon'er, do not cry. Father will not scold him," he reluctantly conceded. Upon hearing this, Yu Chon'er's expression transformed instantly. She wrapped her arms around Chun Zhan's and giggled. "UVE promised, no take-backs." At that moment, the brother Yu she mentioned was conversing with two middle-aged men in a tastefully decorated room. They were experts dispatched by the Beast Tamer Guild and the Tai sect to investigate the recent attack. "I have grasped the essence of the incident. It is truly thanks to brother Zhang Yu that my niece is alive. Otherwise, she would have surely perished. From this day forth, you shall be my best friend. Ba Tianhao, should you need anything, feel free to seek my assistance. I shall never decline as long as it is within my power." The middle-aged man from the Beast Tamer Guild expressed his gratitude with a formal bow. He was somewhat portly, yet his every movement exuded a commanding presence, reminiscent of a military background. Zhang Yu promptly returned the gesture, stating, "Vice President, you flatter me. My rescue of Miss Yu Chon'er was merely a coincidence. Had she not employed a magical artifact while tumbling down the cliff, I might have met my demise as well." At this juncture, the Taoist-robed man from the Tai sect interjected with admiration. "I am truly impressed. This young man was swallowed whole by that massive mutated blue whale, yet remained calm enough to devise a plan for his escape. Such ingenuity and decisiveness are commendable." Ba Tianhao nodded in agreement and curiously inquired, "Brother Zhang Yu, how did you conceive such a method?" He smiled slightly, for he could not divulge the truth, that in a previous life, he had stumbled upon an article online about someone who survived being swallowed by a whale. After all, in this era, the internet seemed to have long since vanished, with no signs of its existence. Once Ba Tianhao and his companion departed, Zhang Yu contemplated whether he should traverse back momentarily but ultimately decided against it. He feared that should anyone seek him during his absence, he would be unable to return for an hour due to the cool-down period, potentially raising suspicions about his unusual behavior. Just as he prepared to meditate, a knock echoed at the door. "Come in." The intricately carved, vintage door swung open to reveal Yu Chon'er, adorned in a trendy qipao, entering with a radiant smile. Upon catching sight of Zhang Yu, who had just cleaned up, she hesitated momentarily before shyly asking, "Brother Yu, do I look good in this qipao?" Her cheeks flushed. She stood with her hands clasped behind her back, slightly tilting to reveal her flawlessly sculpted, fair, and slender legs at the slit of her qipao. A sight most delightful. Faced with such a vision, Zhang Yu, not being a saint, found it impossible to utter anything disparaging. He could only nod and say, "Yes, it looks good." Yu Chon'er's blush deepened upon hearing his affirmation, and she gracefully approached him. "Brother Yu, shall we go out and play?" If members of the Beast Tamer Guild had overheard their beloved Yu Chon'er speak in such a manner, they would surely have been left aghast. Play? Zhang Yu was taken aback. How long had it been since he had heard that word? It seemed to belong to a distant past, perhaps from his freshman or even junior high school days. Ever since confirming his relationship with his ex-girlfriend in his second and third years, he had been preoccupied with fulfilling her material desires. Following the Great Catastrophe, he had taken on the mantle of protector for the base. Perpetually prepared to combat mutated beasts in his rebirth, he was consumed by the need to cultivate and manage various affairs. Play. What a foreign concept. Who wouldn't wish for a leisurely respite? Yet, the timing was not right. Zhang Yu sighed inwardly, intending to decline outright. After all, there was little time for cultivation, and any opportunity to grow stronger was precious. However, upon witnessing the eager glimmer in Yu Chon'er's eyes, he inexplicably softened and nodded. "Very well. Then let us hurry. Brother Yu, soon, my father and that old man from the Tai sect will finish their discussion and come looking for us, but they tend to deliberate for ages. So we can have quite a bit of fun," Yu Chon'er exclaimed joyfully. Pulling Zhang Yu along as they dashed toward the door, they traversed several ancient gates and emerged onto the bustling streets of City. The streets were ablaze with lights, filled with numerous passers-by, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Yu Chon'er, like a child, led him to pause at various spots, sometimes giggling uncontrollably at amusing sights as he observed her innocent eyes and listened to her carefree laughter. Zhang Yu felt the tightly wound knots in his heart begin to loosen, as though a long-sealed door had cracked open just a bit. "Brother Yu, you have been secretly watching over me." "Haven to you," she said, exhaustion creeping in as she led him to sit upon a small bridge, leaning her head gently against his shoulder. Zhang Yu was aware that his demeanor was somewhat amiss. Yet he could not fathom why he couldn't reject this girl's intimate gesture. Even knowing he could not allow himself to fall for her, did he inquired, puzzled. "Why do you say that?" Yu Chon'er lifted her gaze to his profile, a mix of shyness and indignation coloring her voice as she retorted, "Humph, you wicked man. You deliberately drew my attention in the dueling arena, lured me into the alley to take advantage of me, and now pretend to be oblivious?" Only then did he realize that the guise he had crafted was slipping away. That was truly a misunderstanding, Zhang Yu began to explain, but Yu Chon'er tightened her grip around his shoulder, declaring, "It's all deal, you know, Brother Yu. Although I have never met my mother, I admire her greatly because my father loves her so dearly. Ever since he became the president, countless women have tried to gain his favor. Yet all have failed miserably, for he has eternally loved only my mother." Yu Chon'er gazed at the sky, her words a gentle whisper. Zhang Yu fell silent, unable to offer her any promises. "Brother Yu, could you share your story with me?" she asked curiously. Why now? She had discerned that the Brother Yu before her was not merely a menial worker for their guild, but a mysterious, unknown entity. This realization left her feeling insecure, as if he were a grain of sand that could be whisked away by the wind, and she urgently desired to know everything about him. Zhang Yu gently replied, "About my story? There is little to tell. My past is far too distant, and my sole aim and thought now revolve around cultivation and becoming stronger. I cannot accept anything beyond that." Upon hearing his words, a pang of sorrow welled up within Yu Chon'er. How could someone as astute as she not perceive the rejection woven into his speech? Yet, if he harbored no feelings for her, why had he gone to such lengths to save her? Confused, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet she did not loosen her hold on Zhang Yu's arm. Instead, she clung to him more tightly. "Then let me help you grow stronger," she declared resolutely. At that moment, a member of the Beast Tamer Guild's Imperial Guard, who had been silently protecting them, approached, stating, "Miss, the Guild Master wishes to meet with young Master Zhang Yu." Yu Chan'er pouted, displeased. "Why is my father so quick to conclude his discussions today? He has never been this efficient before. Let us go," she said, pulling Zhang Yu along, eager to meet Zhan. If Zhan were to hear his daughter's words, he would undoubtedly ponder. "If it weren't for your hasty advances, would I be so compelled to hastily conclude our conversation? If you linger any longer, will you not initiate a kiss yourself?" At that moment, Zhang Yu let out a sigh of relief. After meeting the president of the Beast Tamer Association, this matter should be considered settled. He had already spent over 2 days, nearing 3, in this post-apocalyptic world, and if he delayed any further, the staff at the wine company and Zhang Mingyue would soon begin to worry. After all, products were about to go on sale, and with the owner unreachable, how could they not be anxious? Additionally, the upcoming year-end conference of the Huaxiao Martial Arts Association was crucial to his plans. Missing it would delay many matters, and his time was already limited, especially since the cataclysm was only 4 years away in the timeline before the apocalypse. The meeting took place in a quaint, antiquely styled parlor. Upon seeing Zhang Yu, Zhan's expression was far from amiable. Despite the fact that this seemingly ordinary young man, with an untroubled gaze, had saved his daughter, Zhan could not shake his discontent. However, with Yu Chan'er glaring fiercely at him from Zhang Yu's side, he had no choice but to force a smile and feign cordiality, saying, "You must be Zhang Yu, right? I've heard of you. It's indeed a pleasure to meet you." Zhang Yu nodded respectfully, maintaining his composure. He sensed that the man before him harbored some grievances, his eyes seeming to devour him whole. Zhan felt a surge of irritation at Zhang Yu's unflinching demeanor, believing the lad had taken his daughter for granted. He spoke coldly. "I've heard you possess some courage." At that moment, sensing the tension, Yu Chan'er quickly cleared her throat. "Ahem, I've heard you possess some commendable bravery. Meeting you today, it is indeed impressive." "Very well, let us dine together. You saved my daughter. Feel free to ask for anything." Zhan relented, walking toward the dining area while softening his tone. Zhang Yu smiled at this. He had been anticipating this moment. After all, Zhan was the president of the Beast Tamer Association, one of the 3 dominant forces in Huaxiao, undoubtedly possessing numerous valuable items. It was not unreasonable to request something in return for saving his daughter. As they sat down to dinner, a series of C-level and B-level delicacies were presented. While there were S-level or A-level dishes available, both Zhang Yu and Yu Chan'er were still in the postnatal realm. And consuming C-level and B-level dishes was already their limit. Ingesting A-level cuisine might overwhelm them. "Young brother Zhang, I, Chun, have only this one daughter. You saved her, making you my benefactor. Whatever you desire, feel free to speak." Zhan stated earnestly at the dining table. Though he disapproved of this young man who seemed intent on courting his daughter, Zhan was a man of principle, always repaying kindness. Zhang Yu had been waiting for this opportunity. He asked, "President Chun, to be candid, there is but one thing I desire. Strength that I am open to anything that can enhance my abilities." Do you pursue ancient martial arts or Taoist techniques?" Zhan pondered. He then stated seriously, "President Chun, I am currently focused primarily on ancient martial arts. Ancient martial arts are indeed commendable. The leader of our Huaxiao alliance is the world's foremost martial deity, reigning supreme across the land. An unparalleled figure. For those of us specializing in abilities, once we reach S level, further advancement becomes exceedingly difficult," Zhan remarked, nodding in agreement. "When it comes to ancient martial arts, the most crucial elements are techniques, combat skills, and elixirs. Techniques focus on cultivating true energy, combat skills emphasize fighting, and elixirs can significantly enhance both combat and cultivation. Unfortunately, my Beast Tamer Association is primarily based on taming beasts, and we only possess a superficial understanding of ancient martial arts. However, I can fully support you in acquiring elixirs," Zhan declared solemnly. Zhang Yu nodded in response that present. He was not particularly anxious regarding elixirs, as he was only in the postnatal body refinement stage. A single D-level essence pill would suffice for quite some time, that we may not know, but the Tai sect is proficient in both ancient martial arts and cultivation. "Brother Yu, why not join me in entering the Tai sect tomorrow?" Yu Chan'er mused to herself, if Zhang Yu were to join the Tai sect, they could spend their days together. She felt a tinge of shyness at the thought. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu's eyes lit up. His current dilemma was a lack of information. After all, he was not from this era and was unaware of many fundamental concepts. Joining a sect would at least allow him to learn from the basics, alleviating his predicament of being only half-informed about ancient martial arts. The Tai sect was one of the 3 permanent council members of the alliance. If he could join, his future would be boundless. Chun Zhan nodded thoughtfully. Understanding his daughter better than anyone, he could see through Yu Chan'er's intentions, but he knew that one could not stop the rain from falling or a daughter from finding a suitor. Moreover, based on his observations, Zhang Yu appeared to be of good character, and should his martial skills improve, he might indeed provide a suitable match for his daughter. Zhang Yu, sensing the moment, quickly nodded in agreement. After finishing their meal, he initially intended to take his leave and retreat to his room for cultivation, but Yu Chan'er called him back. "Brother Yu, wait. My father has something for you." She completely disregarded Chun Zhan's quickly darkening expression as she pulled Zhang Yu's hand. She then turned to her father, pouting, "Oh, Daddy, what are you doing? Hurry and let Uncle's son bring it in." A flicker of pain crossed Chun Zhan's eyes, yet he clapped his hands. Soon after, Sun Chong entered. Cradling a fluffy creature in his arms, he approached Zhang Yu and presented the furry being, smiling. "This is a token of gratitude from the association. An S-level mutated beast S-level mutated beast cub was indeed a substantial gift. Considering there were only a handful of S-level experts in the entire Beast Tamer Association, each one was a pillar of strength. Brother Yu, this cub is remarkable. It is the offspring of 2 S-level mutated beasts, boasting a powerful lineage with a significant chance of evolving into a formidable beast." Yu Chan'er exclaimed excitedly. Chun Zhan then retrieved a contract scroll from his pocket and unfurled it before Zhang Yu, saying, "Young friend Zhang, you only need to drip a drop of your blood onto this contract scroll, and the cub will be easily bound to you. There should be no need for a second S-level scroll." S-level contract scrolls were rare and precious items, convertible into S-level contract coins, with 1 S-level coin equating to 10 A-level coins or 100 B-level coins. For an ordinary person, possessing a single S-level contract coin would ensure a lifetime of wealth and comfort. Zhang Yu nodded eagerly, then pricked his finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto the scroll adorned with intricate patterns. As his blood was absorbed, the scroll emitted a dark red glow, seemingly infused with some mysterious power. Sun Chong then dripped the cub's blood onto the scroll as well. In an instant, the dark red light on the scroll flickered rapidly, and the scroll itself began to weaken significantly. Turn to ash. Yu Chan'er silently chanted in her heart. Once the contract was successful, the scroll would disintegrate into ashes. Failing would reduce it to mere scrap paper. It was not that she was concerned about the S-level scroll itself, but Chun Zhan had only brought one with him. If this attempt failed, they would have to wait another 2 days for another scroll to be transported from the Beast Tamer Association. Under the tense gaze of the 4, the scroll suddenly blazed with brilliant red light, and then abruptly turned to ash. The power of the contract within the scroll fused into both Zhang Yu and the furry creature. He felt an unexplainable connection forming between himself and the little beast. Taking the cub from Sun Chong's hands, he felt an inexplicable fondness for the creature. "Brother Yu, it is so adorable, with S-level bloodline potential. Once it matures, it will undoubtedly become an S-level mutated beast. It currently has no name. Why not give it one?" Yu Chan'er exclaimed joyfully beside him. Naming the creature was a challenge for him. Otherwise, he would not have given his 2 companies such plain and unremarkable names before the apocalypse. Noticing Yu Chan'er seemed to take a liking to the little beast, he suggested, "Why don't you name it?" "Chan'er, it appears to be a descendant of a divine deer and a wild bull, perhaps possessing healing abilities and being female. How about calling it Xiao Chun Chun?" Yu Chan'er pondered for a moment before proposing. "Let us name it." Naturally, Zhang Yu, who had little objection to such trivialities, fondled the small creature in his arms and declared, "From now on, you shall be called Xiao Chun Chun." The fluffy little being seemed to stir slightly in response to the name. "Xiao Chun Chun, you must grow up quickly, so you can assist your elder brother while you as Yu Chan'er playfully teased the creature in her embrace. A thought struck her. Oh, by the way, elder brother Yu. It does not have picky eating habits. It will consume any meat offered. However, since it requires ample energy for its growth, do remember to feed it energy-infused pills daily, such as the essence pills from the Treasure Pavilion or the pure yang pills from the Tai sect." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu nodded vigorously. Meanwhile, Chun Zhan, unable to bear witnessing his daughter and the boy before him being overly affectionate, decided to intervene. Having already expressed his gratitude, he seized the opportunity to claim he had matters to attend to and forcibly led Yuchana away, mentioning that he would speak to the Tai sect about his apprenticeship the following day and that he would likely be able to apprentice alongside Yuchana. Upon returning to his room, Zhang Yu placed the still sleeping Xiao Chun upon his mattress, then resumed his cultivation. After a night passed, the following day, as Zhang Yu concluded his practice and had yet to open his eyes, a persistent knocking at the door interrupted him. Accompanying the knocks was Yuchana's light and endearing voice, urging him to come out. Zhang Yu opened the door to find Yuchana adorning a white qipao, identical in style to the one she wore yesterday, looking vivaciously at him. "Elder brother Yu, have you had breakfast yet? I specially prepared these pastries this morning, my signature dish and my personal favorite. Do try them. They are delicious." She pulled Zhang Yu to the table and retrieved several pieces of cake from a basket she held, neatly arranged on a plate. The cake exuded a peculiar fragrance, and upon closer inspection, it was a blend of orchid scent mingled with an intriguing aroma. He picked up a piece of cake and said, "Thank you. It looks delightful, so I shall not hold back." Truth be told, this was the first time he had tasted food prepared by someone else since his rebirth. In his memories, only his parents had ever cooked for him, with a few college roommates occasionally attempting to whip up a meal. But a girl cooking specifically for him was a first. Thus, the experience was imbued with a unique flavor. "How is it? Is it tasty?" Yuchana inquired, her adorable red eyes wide with curiosity. That he nodded. Feeling the cake melt in his mouth, fluffy and sweet, and the ingredients were certainly extraordinary, as each bite released a warm sensation coursing through his body, reminiscent of the feeling when consuming essence pills. Therefore, it must have been crafted from mutated plants, or at the very least, infused with their essence. After swallowing the cake, he exclaimed, It is delectable. Choner, your culinary skills are exceptional." With that, he took another bite. Yuchana, seeing him relish the food in silence, chose to remain quiet and simply watched him enjoy. Once they finished breakfast, Zhang Yu tucked the still sleeping Xiao Chun into his clothing, and Yuchana led him to join Xinjiang and the others aboard an opulent carriage heading towards the Tai Sect's mountain gate, located outside M City. Along the way, numerous other vehicles were also making their way to the Tai Sect's entrance. The mountain gate of the Tai Sect was perched atop a high mountain not far from M City, surrounded by swirling clouds and mist, with towering peaks presenting a breathtaking celestial ambience. The area surrounding the gate was enveloped in grand formations. Entry to the mountain could only be made through the main entrance at the foot of the mountain. At that moment, the main gate was bustling with activity. The words "Opening of the Mountain Ceremony" were inscribed on a wooden plaque, prominently displayed above the gate. Today, a significant occasion. Zhang Yu furrowed his brows in confusion. Yuchana, noticing his bewilderment, began to explain. The opening of the mountain ceremony is the Tai Sect's annual apprenticeship event, held every January and February. Those aspiring to become disciples of the Tai Sect can enter the mountain gate on this day, where the sect conducts a unified assessment and selection of potential candidates. Those who pass will be allowed to join the Tai Sect. After entering the mountain gate, the others,